5 years ago, the school beauty jumped off the building in a wedding dress and died. But today, 5 years later, she sent me a love letter, wanting to consummate our marriage. I wore a purple robe directly and arrived at the chaotic burial mound. I sealed my body's yang energy with 5 emperor copper coins, and gathered yin energy with the blood of a crow at its peak. As long as I bury myself under the fragrant mountain coffin where yin energy is the strongest, I can become the purple robed Jiangwang who transcends the 3 realms and 6 paths, fears no laws, and is immortal. At this moment, there are 10 minutes left until 12 o'clock. I lay in the coffin and turned on the gas tank. As time passed slowly, my consciousness gradually blurred. Unexpectedly, the next second, a mechanical sound suddenly rang in my mind. Ding! Detecting that the host is facing a supernatural danger. System opening. MMP. Ding! Detecting the host's death. System unable to bind. Ding! Emergency system upgrade activated. Upgrading the template most suitable for the host. Ding! System upgrade successful. Binding to the Purple Robe Zombie King system. 20%, 50%, 100%, binding successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 years of corpse energy. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the corpse * purple robe. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the corpse * 5 emperor's money hood. As the system's final prompt sound fell, boom, soon, an extremely violent corpse energy poured into my body. At the same time, my body was also changing at an astonishing speed, with teeth, nails, and hair continuously growing, along with the purple robe and copper coin mask emitting a faint light. Outside the chaotic burial mound now, a cold wind howled, and a layer of eerie mist rose in the entire mountain forest. Vaguely, one could see a woman in a bright red wedding gown slowly materializing from the mist. Her ghostly eyes stared fixedly at the place where Jiangchu was buried. Junior brother, you are too naive. Do you think you can escape from me just by dying? Even if you die, I can still be with you. At this moment, I suddenly opened my eyes in the coffin, followed by an endless stench of corpses. The originally clear night sky, I don't know when it started to be covered with dark clouds, and even in those clouds, there was a gathering of crazy thunder. The ghost bride, upon seeing the anomaly in the sky, her sinister smile disappeared at this moment, replaced by a look of fear, motionless for a long time. At the same time, a sudden alarm sounded in an underground research facility in the north of the river, causing all the figures in the facility to be stunned. At this moment, a value recording the yin energy is continuously rising. Everyone present, their pupils all contracting violently, as if they had seen something terrifying. And at this moment, a middle-aged man with a square face suddenly appeared, hurriedly asking everyone, "Where is this alarm coming from?" The person next to him immediately replied, "Tell the captain, it's from the direction of the chaotic burial mountain." But when the middle-aged man heard these 3 words, his expression instantly became serious, inevitably suspecting that the thing buried in the chaotic burial mountain had come out. However, according to the calculation, there was still quite some time before it could manifest, so he immediately ordered for repairs to be made and notified all the patrol personnel outside to stand by in place. As soon as I opened my eyes, the coffin I was in exploded into powder, and the thunder in the sky suddenly erupted, and 9 thunderbolts struck towards my grave. This terrifying scene made the ghost bride hide in a tomb, trembling as she looked up at the sky. At this moment, her mind was blank. She did not understand what great disaster she was going to face in the bridal chamber, and she had actually attracted 9 thunderbolts after death. Unexpectedly, at that mass grave, a figure shrouded in terrifying black mist leaped out. His pupils were a terrifying red, his face pale, and 2 fangs visible as he roared and charged towards the thunder. With a flash of white light, followed by an unimaginable roar from the sky, the ghost bride instinctively closed her eyes, praying in her heart for the thunder to strike down that terrifying thing. Unexpectedly, when she opened her eyes again, the scene before her made her hair stand on end. Above the void, a figure with long hair surrounded by flashes of lightning, dressed in purple Taoist robes, with a copper coin covering his face, eyes emitting crimson light. She couldn't understand why the thunder, which was supposed to be the most powerful against ghosts, couldn't even shake that thing. Clearly, thunder is the most feared by ghosts, especially on stormy nights. Yet this thing in front of her even withstood 9 heavenly thunders. Unexpectedly, the next moment, the ghost bride was suddenly targeted by that figure, followed by endless gloom and killing intent. "Senior sister, didn't you want to consummate our marriage? Come." The voice was like a demon's whisper, lingering in her ears. In a breath, I appeared by the ghost bride's side. What should have been a handsome face now looked even more sinister under the influence of gloom. The ghost bride instinctively wanted to run, but suddenly found that she couldn't control her body at all. Then, a pair of slender hands gripped her neck, nails deeply embedded in her throat. The intense pain spread throughout her body, causing the ghost bride to let out a piercing scream. I looked at the ghost bride coldly and asked, Senior sister, why are you running? Are you afraid of me? At this moment, the ghost bride immediately began to beg for mercy, claiming that killing me was not her intention but that she was being manipulated. Upon hearing this, my eyes, which had calmed down, turned crimson again, and a murderous intent erupted from me. I quickly asked, who is behind this? But the ghost bride, as if grasping at a lifeline, promised to confess if spared. Seeing her stubbornness, I became furious, and the hand on her neck suddenly burst with deathly aura. After a scream, the ghost bride turned into a wisp of blue smoke. Kill grafted ghost *1, plus 300 corpse chi points. In Jiang Chu's mind, the system's voice rang out. This sound also awakened Jiang Chu from the midst of the killing. Corpse point? What's that? In Jiang Chu's mind, a curtain of light suddenly appeared. Name Jiang Chu. Identity, Purple Robe Stiff King, unique. Zombie level, 3rd order green stiff. Degree of evolution, 47%. Treasure, corpse * purple robe, corpse * 5 emperor's money shield. Corpse chi points, 300, can be used to buy from the mall. The attribute divisions are pretty much the same. The level was green stiff, and it had also reached the level of green stiff evolution had reached 47%. Jiang Chu still knew something about the level of zombies. Zibai records that zombies are divided into purple stiffs, white stiffs, green stiffs, hairy stiffs, flying stiffs, wandering corpses, and immature bones. The green stiffs level was already not low. For an average zombie to become a green stiff, it would take at least 400 or 500 years. I didn't expect that I had just stepped into this realm after my necromancy. Only, shouldn't green stiffs have green hair all over their bodies, and although they are invulnerable to weapons and can jump extremely far, they can't move freely like themselves. Host, please don't insult yourself with those trash zombies. The Purple Robe Stiff King attributes can be viewed by yourself. The system's voice resounded in his head once again. The corners of Jiang Chu's mouth twitched. Insults are two great words, next time don't use them. He also rushed to look as the system said. Purple Robe Stiff King, transcends the 3 realms in 6 paths, cannot be probed, 10,000 corpses supreme, can control the body to change at will, does not fear the sunlight, does not fear the 10,000 laws, does not grow old, does not die, does not perish. So awesome? Jiang Chu himself looked stunned. Transcend the 3 realms and 6 paths? And immortality. It's just a bit anticlimactic, isn't it? He followed it up with another look at something else. Corpse * purple clothing Taoist robe, the most precious treasure of the Taoist family is transformed into, it can cover the sky, wearing a purple robe, it can make the gods and Buddhas of all the heavens. Corpse * 5 emperor's money cover, wearing it can conceal the body and make it impenetrable, and each piece of money can seal 10,000 ghosts. Currently banned ghosts, the married woman. It's still true that it can be banned. Jiang Chu slightly sensed this 5 emperor's money cover of his. A wisp of ghostly light emanated from above. At the same time, in the money cover, a ghostly shadow manifested ghostly. It was the dowry woman ghost from before. Only her eyes no longer had any divine splendor, and she had simply become an appendage of the 5 emperor's money shield. It made Jiang Chu's entire aura a little stronger. The so-called sealing of ghosts is to seal the slain stirring ghosts in the money cover and become my sustenance to increase their strength? Awesome! Jiang Chu's was satisfied. Not only is it cool but it's also practical. Although the effect of just decapitating a single ghost was not yet seen too much, but if hundreds of thousands of severe ghosts were decapitated, with a single thought of his own, countless stern ghosts were able to surface. This scene, it's exaggerated just thinking about it. And, Jiang Chu looked toward the purple-clothed Taoist robe. While the 5 emperor's money shield is to seal off ghosts, this thing can edict gods and Buddhas. Did it mean that he was able to have such an effect even if he had beheaded a god or a Buddha? Jiang Chu's eyes lit up. This one was a good bet. Although he had given up his identity as a living person, he had exchanged it for the immortal Purple Robe Stiff King. Zombies are scary looking though. But where is true compassion in this world? There is no good or evil in the world, only the human heart is divided into good and evil. So the living and the dead had no effect on Jiang Chu. However, Jiang Chu hadn't forgotten what the married lady ghost had said before she died. Don't know if it's true or not though. But with Jiang Chu's character, if that's really the case, whoever it is, the whole family can't run away. He rolled over and took the blood-dripping love letter right out of his own pocket. A trace of corpse chi infused into the love letter. Just a moment. The love letter burst forth above the sinister aura. Current. Jiang Chu's red pupils released 2 streams of terrifyingly cold aura among them. The cold aura seemed to pierce through space. Gradually a figure appeared in his eyes. The figure was a man with long hair and gold-rimmed glasses who looked rather elegant. It's you! In the instant of seeing him, Jiang Chu's killing chance escaped. The surrounding grasses and trees were almost simultaneously blown by the gusts of wind and tilted and folded. The figure he recognized. The only student of the archaeology department of JNU back then and the teacher of the archaeology department now. Weakly positive. And he was likewise the boyfriend of that dowry girl's ghost in life. Jiang Chu had also approached him when he was haunted by the ghost of the dowry woman. Tried to get him to help, but was refused. Dog, counting and counting, I didn't realize everything was manipulated by you. The host triggers the system mission, there is revenge, mission completion, a large amount of rewards can be obtained. Right at this moment in Jiang Chu's mind, the system's beeps appeared once again. System mission? Jiang Chu was stunned. A smile then sketched across his face. It's about time. His figure flickered. It turned into a red light, wrapped in a horrible corpse chi, and rushed in one direction. In the meantime, deep underground in this mass grave, a ghostly gaze suddenly opened. He glanced towards Jiang Chu's direction and slowly closed it again. It wasn't long after Jiang Chu left the original secluded and messy graveyard. 6 or 7 cars with flashing lights were gathering toward the mass grave at a rapid pace. Outside the messy graveyard, the car stopped, and from it came down a figure dressed in a special uniform. These people were like enemies when they got out of the car. All of them looked cautiously towards the messy graveyard. And in one of the cars at the very front, the country-faced man who had appeared inside that underground research institute earlier also stepped out. His expression was grave to the core. Captain, the detection results are out. The range that caused the abnormal fluctuation this time is not the mass grave mountain, but in the small mass grave outside the mass grave mountain, not that thing inside the mass grave mountain. Behind the country-faced man, someone spoke up. The country-faced man sighed. This is the ing worst, 2 great evils manifesting in one place at the same time, or a great evil that has never been discovered before. All hands, level 1 alert. Get in there. Chapter 4, Ghost Eye's View of the Earth. You want to see my body? I'll give you a good look. JNU. Faculty and Staff Community Building. It's early in the morning. The neighborhood roads have long been deserted. Only the sluggish autumn wind passes by, blowing up the dead leaves on the ground. 3 buildings, 2 units. Room 503. The house wasn't lit. Only a few candles lit the room. Inside the living room, sitting on a plate was a man with long, elegant hair. There was also an altar of law in front of him. 3 sticks of sandalwood incense were inserted on it, and a few unknown objects were placed on it. And in the center of the altar of the law stood a white bone, the bone of a woman. On top of the bones, there were photos. The figure within the photo was clearly Jiang Chu. A body of pure yang, and an innate pure yang at that. And then carve a life formation with your corpse bones. I'll be able to thoroughly explore that ancient tomb. Zhou Zhang looked at the photo, and his eyes were filled with an unimaginable madness. But just then, boom! There was a violent pop from above the altar of the law. A crack began to appear in the white bones on the table. Then it exploded. Ha! Zhou Zhan was startled by this sudden change. His whole body rose in a rush. What's going on? Red's bones. Broken. Zhou Zhang's pupils were contracting. Almost unbelievable. What followed was shock and fury. I'd like to see who was so bold. Dare to spoil my good deed. Zhou Zhang's palm moved almost instantly. He struck like lightning. He picked up the powder from the white bones and smeared it over his eyes. Yin and Yang have nothing to hide. I'll borrow the eyes of a ghost to see the earth. Ghost eyes. Open. Fingers crossed. Among the eyes, a hint of blackness emerged. Zhou Zhang once again looked towards the white bones and the photo. No response. Zhou Zhan was once again stunned, obviously having never encountered such a situation before. This ghost eye of his was opened by using the corpse and bones of the ghost of the dowry woman as a guide. As a ghost that he had refined, this grafted lady ghost originally had a natural connection with him. This move lends an eye. There is absolutely no chance of failure. But in favor of not seeing anything. Phew. Zhou Zhan was still puzzled. That photo was suddenly windless. Not even waiting for Zhou Zhang to react, the photo slammed straight into Zhou Zhang's face. Next moment, his eyes were forced open. Zhou Zhang saw it. The photo's on the other end. A terrifying thing clad in purple robes, with a copper mask on its face, and emanating an unimaginable necrotic aura all over its body, similarly viewed towards him. The great evil thing lifted its own mask, revealing 2 sharp fangs. Grinning at him. Mr. Zhou, don't worry, I'll be right there. Also in this moment, Zhou Zhang's eyes were exploding. Jiang Chu. Boom. The photo rises in a ball of flame. Green glowing. Burning to ashes in an instant. The cold hairs on Zhou Zhang's body also densely inverted a layer. The whole lot of them lived as if they had seen a ghost. No. It's so much scarier than ghosts. The one from earlier. What the hell was that? Zombies? Nor does it look like it. Where zombies are similar to people. Damn. What the hell happened to that kid? Zhou Zhang couldn't figure it out even if he thought about it. Nice big living man. How come it's only been a few days and it's horrible like this? Just that terrifying aura alone was definitely not something he could resist. No way. I'm going to run. Zhou Zhang made a decision almost instantly. He couldn't even be bothered to pack. A direct run to the window. Splat. He had just pushed the window open and his whole body froze in place. Within the original neighborhood, a rolling fog began to appear at some point. This fog is like a tidal wave. Wrapped the whole neighborhood in water. The neighborhood was awfully silent. Some of the insects and birds have disappeared. Dimly lit street lamps could be seen faintly glowing in the mist. The reflected world is even more eerie. Coot dash. Zhou Zhang swallowed a mouthful of saliva. As an existence capable of manipulating a stern ghost, he was naturally a cultivator as well. It is simply not too familiar with this situation. This fog wasn't just any fog. Rather, it's a ghostly mist. It's because the coldness on the severe ghosts is so prevalent that it collides with the temperature of the young world and condenses into the formation of water vapor. However, was able to cover their entire neighborhood. This wouldn't be your average ghost fog. Is that there is a great evil has entered their place. Da day. In the depths of the fog, Zhou Zhang seemed to hear a voice coming. The sound, not the rattle of feet. Like metal clash. With a terrible magic. Each sound seemed to drive one's heartbeat. Zhou Zhang held his breath and viewed towards the direction of the voice. Rolls of fog churned in that direction. By the glow of a dim streetlight, Zhou Zhang then saw the figure in the purple robe once again. The ringing sound was none other than the clash of the copper mask on his face. Only it's different from last time. This time, he is clearly visible to the naked eye. Bump. Zhou Zhang directly closed the window. Back against the wall, breathing heavily. Sweat dripped from his forehead like water droplets. He's really coming. Zhou Zhang was as overwhelmed as a frightened child. Calm down. I want to be calm. He slapped himself twice. Force yourself to calm down. Fear in the face of a ghost is a big no-no. He had all thought he had been able to make waves long ago. But then he thought of the horrible figure in his head. He just couldn't help it. Isn't it just a freshly dead corpse? No matter what mutations he has undergone, a one-day ghost, can I still not deal with it? Zhou was cheering himself up. It was also at this time. Bump. The windows of his house burst open. Rolls of thick fog flowed right into the house along the windows. Jiangchu's figure, too, was almost at the same time. Appeared inside Zhou Zhang's house. His eyes looked indifferently at Zhou Zhang. Zhou Zhang, long time no see. It's just one sentence though. But coming from Jiangchu's mouth, it still caused Zhou Zhang to stifle a shiver. It made some of the confidence that had just risen in him disappear in an instant. Zhou Zhang barely managed to squeeze out a smile. Mr. Zhang, do you believe me when I say it was all a misunderstanding? I didn't actually want to harm you. Misunderstanding? Jiangchu also revealed a smile, his two sharp zombie teeth even more demonic. That's great, it was actually a misunderstanding when I killed you tonight. Don't worry, you'll die peacefully when the news reports tomorrow. Zhou Zhang's smile disappeared and became hideous. Jiangchu, I don't know what kind of thing you are, but you're dead after all. Today's world is the world of the living. For you to reveal your corpse aura in such a big way, you must have been noticed by the authorities long ago. If you kill me and plot against human life, you will surely be struck down as an evil spirit. Retreat. As long as you leave, I'm bound to keep your secret for you, and you'll still have a chance to live. Chapter 5. Kill me? Even the 10 temples of hell can't do it. Kill me? The words came out. Jiangchu couldn't even help but let out a loud laugh. He is the purple-robed stiff king, immortal. Who can kill him? So what if there is a so-called psychic department in this world? If he can't even avenge his own blood, he'll have turned into a zombie in vain. They deserve it. Zhou Zhang's expression was unsightly to the extreme. He also knew that today could never be good. In that case, then I'll take you in for heaven's sake. He stood directly in front of his Dharma altar with a clench of his teeth. A mahogany sword was drawn from just above the Dharma altar. He directly bit his finger and applied it towards the mahogany sword. Mouthful of words. As his fingers passed, that mahogany sword reflected the black aura. There were still unjust souls wailing among the black awnings, and it was obvious that it was all Zhou Zhang's doing. With the mahogany sword in hand, Zhou Zhang's bottom line was much stronger. Demon! Look at the sword! He snapped. The mahogany sword turned into a bloody light and shot towards Jiangchu. This was a magic weapon he had refined to overcome Een with Een. Even some 100-year-old fierce ghosts were able to be put to death. Use a spell against me? Jiangchu saw this and laughed then. As a zombie, he is invulnerable to all laws. The physical body in particular had long been unimaginably strong. What kind of magic weapon can hurt him? Jiang Chushan didn't even dodge or avoid it at all. The moment that mahogany sword came, his palms snapped open. With one hand, he grabbed the mahogany sword in his hand. Zip! On the mahogany sword, countless blood chi emitted energy, wanting to invade Jiangchu. Griffin shakes the sky. Jiangchu's eyes went cold. His palms flared. Bump! That mahogany sword was directly broken hard from it. The unjust souls attached to the mahogany sword all screamed miserably, and one after another, they turned into ghostly light on the money cover to be sealed and become feeders. The main one is not wasted in the slightest. Zhou Zhang's eyes in the distance almost didn't glaze over. Nima! His own magic weapon. It's just so hard to be dry broken. But Jiang Chushan didn't stop. His whole figure blew a gloomy wind. Zhou Shang! Come die! A growl rang out, and he was now thoroughly aroused with killing intent as well. Rolling corpse aura emanated. Looking at Jiang Chu's terrifying power, Zhou Zhang also clenched his teeth and flipped his palm, and in his palm, there was an extra sheet of horrifying black gas. Talisman. A bloody eyeball was sealed above the talisman. Jiang Chu. You forced me to do this. The words fell. Zhou Zhang couldn't care less. Hands flew to form seals. 10,000 deadly explosions. Zhou Zhang bellowed. Along with his voice, the talisman, which emitted a black aura, moved without wind. This talisman was Zhou Zhang's bottom-of-the-barrel means. It was rumored to have been painted by a well-known evil Taoist in the cultivation world who had beheaded an evil creature. Once unleashed, it can explode 10% of that evil thing's power. It was acquired by chance at the cost of most of his life. It's a real life-saving card. If it wasn't for the life and death crisis today, he would never have run to use it. Buzz. Buzz. That black talisman was trembling. A majestic to ethereal light was also converging, right at the moment when Zhou Zhang's hand seals were formed. Go! A terrifying light erupted from amongst that black talisman. Carrying a terrifying power, it rushed towards Jiang Chu. Boom! The violent sound of the explosion directly shattered all the items inside Zhou Zhang's house. Chao is releasing this hit after. The body was also a little limp. The power of this talisman had drained almost all of his essence, but he didn't dare to relax in the slightest. The eyes were still dead set on the center of that explosion. Wait until the smoke clears. Zhou Zhang's entire body was violently tensed. Just see, in that dusty mist. Jiang Chu still simply extended a palm. But it's this one hand. However, all the power released by that black talisman was stopped. Not even a broken skin. Gobble. Zhou Zhang's throat moved. What the hell kind of monster did he mess with? First, he broke his own magic weapon with his bare hands, and now he used his own bottom card to no gross avail. It's a bit anticlimactic, brother. The power isn't bad, in a few dozen times stronger. I'm afraid it would have broken my skin. Jiang Chu complimented. He grinned towards Zhou Zhang. You've run out of tricks, haven't you? Then it's my turn. Swish. His figure shifted. It appeared directly in front of Zhou Zhang's eyes. Zhou Zhang was also completely losing all courage to resist. If you can't even break someone's defense with your bottom card, then what's the point of playing? He smiled bitterly. The king has become the loser. To kill or kill me. Zhou was about to say a word not even count. Ka chow. The crunching sound of bones breaking appeared as Jiang Chu stomped on his leg bones. Ah! Ouch! 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 Asterisk 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 asterisk. You're dying and you're still pretending to be an asshole. Jiang Chu twisted twice more vigorously. That's before continuing. MS. Zhou, relax, I've never been a good person. Zhou Zhang? Buzz. Suddenly, the ghost eyes among Zhou Zhang's talismans began to tremble. This is no longer Zhou as controlling the talisman, but the ghost eyes in this talisman felt the threat and recovered on their own. A ray of dark light flickered on that talisman. That eyeball was weird. It was obviously just drawn on the talisman, but it was really slanted to look at Jiang Chu. Jiang Chu frowned. A slap straight across the face. Look at Nima? Buzz. Buzz. The ghost eyes in the talisman trembled even more violently. The ethereal light that had only been flickering began to erupt once again. In a trance, it seemed as if something horrible was about to crawl out from among those ghostly eyes. To drag Jiang Chu into the boundless hell. An ing look. Shame on you. In Jiang Chu's eyes, red light erupted. The corpse chi belonging to the purple robed stiff king erupted. A palm directly pierced within that black talisman. Zira. Jiang Chu gave a hard tug. The talisman was hardened and torn in half by Jiang Chu. But it was also in this moment. The eyes in that talisman were also finally completely unbound. Just wanted to struggle. Shatter. Jiang Chu lashed out. The power of the stiff king erupted, and that ghost's eye instantly exploded. Buzz. The money cover on Jiang Chu's face trembled slightly. Another copper coin lit up with an extra subtle eye inside. Host decapitates ghost eye *1, corpse chi points plus 500. The system voice in Jiang Chu's head rang out. Zhou Zhang's entire body was dumbfounded. All of them had already disregarded the pain of having their eyes gouged out, and looked at this scene with complete incredulity. Ghost eye. Surprisingly, Jiang Chu. He pinched it directly. It was an eyeball that contained the power of a great evil. Not even a cultivator of the Hotian realm would be able to shake it. But in Jiang Chu's hands, he didn't even have the strength to struggle. This guy, did he really just die? What kind of blindness did I have to pick such a guy as a devouring object among so many students? Rubbish. Jiang Chu spat. He only used 1 point of force and pinched that ghost eye. He thought it was some powerful thing. Jiang Chu once again looked at Zhou Zhang. Zhou Zhang's eyes, blood was still gushing out. Jiang Chu suddenly sniffled. Until this time a bloodlust appeared in the middle of his mind. Suck him dry. The desire wasn't exactly strong. But seeing blood is like a thirsty person seeing a cup of taro bobo milk tea, or the iced kind. His two fangs couldn't help but stick out. Zhou Zhang seems to have noticed something as well. His entire body was falling back, and his eyes became even more fearful. No. No. But before he could do anything about it, Jiang Chu's figure had already appeared. Ah ha ha ha. A mournful scream resounded throughout the room. A few seconds later, Jiang Chu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. And next to him, Zhou Zheng's entire body had been sucked into a human stem. Not only his blood and flesh, but even his soul, had been devoured by Jiang Chu. Even the chance of reincarnation has disappeared. However, Jiang Chu frowned. The taste of this blood. It seemed really bad. It's nowhere near as tasty as I thought it would be. Ding, the host devoured the cultivator and gained January corpse chi, plus 500 corpse chi points. Ding, detected that the current food quality is too low grade, automatically shielding the host from blood addiction. Excellent, zombies would rather starve to death than eat garbage. Chapter 6, Evolution. You tell me to believe in science? Two system beeps in succession appeared in the middle of Jiang Chu's mind. The corner of Jiang Chu's mouth twitched slightly. You're pretty arrogant. But eliminating the blood addiction is kind of nice, though even if it's not. With Jiang Chu's previous desire for blood, he could also refrain at any time. But ultimately, it's not as convenient as the system once and for all. And, with regards to drinking blood, Jiang Chu wasn't exactly repulsed after turning into a stiff king though. But after all, after so many years of being a human being, the sudden shift took some getting used to. It's cheap for this old thing, Zhou Zhang, to whom I offered my first bite. Jiang Chu spat. He suddenly saw that there seemed to be something in Zhou Zhang's arms. Jiang Chu reached out and waved his hand. That thing instantly fell into Jiang Chu's hands. Jiang Chu looked over. It's a rusty nail. Only the nails were peculiar and much larger than normal. It was over a foot long. It also carried a hint of familiarity on it. Zombie. Jiang Chu instantly judged the source of that aura. Nail the zombies? Jiang Chu raised an eyebrow, but it was completely useless to him. Put it away and talk about it. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the system mission. Have revenge. Mission completion gained, 30 years of corpse chi. The system tone for completing the quest appeared. Boom. With those words, Jiang Chu's body's corpse chi began to burst forth. A full 30 years of corpse chi power wasn't too much though. However, it was also far from what could be compared to inhaling the 1 month of corpse chi given by Zhou Zhang before. Jiang Chu could feel his zombie body getting stronger. A full dozen breaths passed. It was only after these 30 years of corpse chi that Jiang Chu had completely absorbed it. He looked at his cultivation panel. Name Jiang Chu. Identity, Purple Robe Stiff King, Unique. Zombie level, 3rd order green stiff. Degree of evolution, 71%. Treasure, corpse * purple robe, corpse * 5 emperor's money shield. Corpse chi points, 2,100, can be used to buy from the mall. 30 years of corpse breath had brought him to 71% evolution in green stiffness. This seems like almost another 30 years of corpse energy to be able to advance again. It's fast, love it. Jiang Chu looked after it with satisfaction. Not working on it. He was now a stiff king, and no longer belonged to the realm of the living. He didn't know much about this world yet, so naturally he couldn't stay long. Now the revenge has been avenged. It's time to go. Go back first. One thought so. Jiang Chu's figure walked within the corpse fog. The fog receded quickly. Along with his body, he disappeared. Mass graves. Led by the country-faced man. 20 to 30 men in uniform were advancing little by little towards the inside of the mass grave. All of them had a different light flickering on them. One look and you know it's definitely not an ordinary person. The lone ghosts that originally lived in this neighborhood, after seeing such an imposing group, one by one, they all rushed back. But it was such a team that didn't even dare to breathe at the moment, was constantly looking around, like they were afraid of being attacked. It was less than 10 minutes walk, and they walked almost half disappeared. As it gets deeper and deeper into the messy graveyard, the frown on the country-faced man's face also deepened, until weaving through a dense forest, his pupils plummeted a little wider. Dense burn marks were seen in the forest ahead. It rippled for hundreds of meters. The surrounding trees, all of them have been broken. Apparently unimaginable power has erupted here. But, except for these fallen trees, inside the mass grave, it was empty. Search this place thoroughly. Yes, with a cry from the country-faced man, dozens of members spread out and opened up a carpet search within these hundreds of meters. A few minutes later, the country-faced man appeared at the corpse pit where Jiang Chu had metamorphosed. There are 2 officers who are exploring the pit. Captain, being able to determine this place, should be the source of this bizarre outbreak. Only, this pothole. It's a little too new, an officer said hesitantly to the country-faced man as he finished his examination. Too new? The country-faced man was stunned. As the captain of these people, he was naturally a transcendent himself. And it was so strong that he was able to feel the terrifying corpse aura lingering in the air after he entered this place. Such corpse energy. At least it's a great evil that's been buried for hundreds of years. But this detectorist says this place is new? The country-faced man frowned. Can it be that this is a top corpse-raising site? Is that why you can make a corpse, for a short time, a great evil? How many years ago was this body pit? More than 100 years? If it's been 100 years, that's fine. If the body could be raised to this point in 100 years, this place would have to be reported and the underground veins cut off completely. Hear that? The detectorist was a bit tongue-tied for a moment. Didn't seem to know what to say. Grind it out, say it. The country-faced man glared. The probe smiled bitterly at this. According to our probing and analysis, this pit, the time it appeared, is probably no more than 100 years? The country-faced man took a deep breath. Is it really true? Can you be more specific? 3 days or so. 3 days is also still. The country-faced man's entire body snapped taut and his eyes went wide. Not only him, but even all the members around him were all filled with confusion as they looked at the figure that spoke. The whole air fell into a deathly silence. A full 10 seconds passed. It took the country-faced man a moment to respond. Lin Shuang. You're not kidding. Lin Shuang spread his hands out. Captain, do you think I would make fun of such a thing? I've been engaged in psychic exploration for more than 10 years, and I've never seen such an evil place. Even if this place was struck by lightning, the soil was obviously freshly turned. 3 days is a conservative estimate for me. By my guess the pit won't be more than 24 hours. Towards the end, Lin Shuang couldn't help but curse. The country-faced man took a deep breath. It's been hard on you, close up the team, since that thing has left. I'm afraid it won't come back. Notify the squads on rotation that in the recent period of time, they should be cautious and on guard. As soon as you find any condensed weirdness appearing, report it immediately. Also, find all the living dead who have been in and out of this mass grave in the last few days. Probe one by one. Yes. So Captain, should we report this to headquarters? The country-faced man glared hard. Report? How the hell am I supposed to report that? That a body buried in 3 days mutated and blew up our institute's detectors? Do you think those old guys at the institute would think you were picking a fight if they heard that? Science. Understand. We have to believe in science. 6. Chapter 7, Corpse Control. Zombies can do spells, immortals can't stop them. The red moon hangs high in the night sky. The cool moonlight dotted the earth. It is now midnight, but the streets of Jiangbei are still brightly lit. Tianyuan neighborhood. A room. Jiangchu's figure followed the mist. Gradual manifestation. The zombie teeth were shrinking, and the red pupils returned to their original shape. The purple-clad Taoist robes also disappeared as the corpse chi receded. The copper mask on his face then transformed into a string of bracelets around his wrists. Jiangchu walked to the room's mirror, turned on the light, and took a careful look. There wasn't much difference between him now and when he was alive. Just a little whiter skin. It made his face look a little sickly. If it wasn't for being able to manifest the stiff king's original body at any time, Jiangchu would have felt that this was somewhat like a dream. My current state is somewhat similar to the Pangu zombie from the movie in my last life, but it should be much more advanced, because Pangu zombie can't do anything to be able to suppress 10,000 ghosts and edict God and Buddha either. Jiangchu muttered to himself. A Discordian zombie is one that is no different from a living person in its normal state, nor are they afraid of the sunlight or the Tao. However, it didn't have such a perverted ability as Jiangchu's, not aging, not dying, not perishing. I'm kind of living forever in the opposite direction. Retracted thoughts. Without the threat of death, of course, the day goes on. The identity of a zombie was different from that of an ordinary person, and Jiangchu naturally tried not to expose it. Go away first. With the system in place, there is no worry about getting stronger, as long as the strength is enough. So what if the zombies? Make up your mind. Jiangchu looked directly at his system space. System, what's going on with this system mall? Ding. Does the host open the system mall? Do I have to ask? Turn it on. System mall opens successfully. When the system mall, first level, the price of each item 500 corpse chi points, reach 5,000 corpse chi points can open the second level of the system mall. The higher the level of the mall, the more precious the treasures. Note, of course you can also trust your own corpse goods. Go for it. Number of mall items, 10, automatically refreshed at 0 every day, or consume 100 corpse chi points to refresh. Note, the more times it is refreshed, the more corpse chi points it consumes. The rules are easy to understand. Jiangchu somewhat impatiently opened the mall. 10 items did appear on the shelves of the mall. Item 1, Zombies. Introduction, when you buy it, you get a special seed. The seed is planted and bears a pea cannon. The power is weak, but it's novel, isn't it? Price, 500 corpse points. Jiangchu, you damn it. Novelty your ass. Is this mall really a genuine mall? Aren't you afraid of being sued for this kind of cottage industry? The corner of Jiangchu's mouth twitched. Keep looking to the next one. Item 2, Corpse Chi Shampoo * 100. Introducing, a shampoo specially customized for zombies. As a zombie, don't you want to indulge in silky smoothness every day? Price, 500 corpse points. Roll. Jiangchu Shen skipped. The inside of the mall is really abstract. I don't know how the system's brain grows. Item 3, Dark Cola * 500. Item 4, Corpse Chi Pill. After seeing the name of this elixir, Jiangchu's eyes lit up. Finally, someone who can use it. Introduction. As the name suggests, an elixir of corpse chi condensation, one can raise the green stiff's corpse chi cultivation for 1 year, in addition to transforming the dead into zombies. It's not bad. One boosts corpse energy for a year. Bought. Jiang Chushen directly clicked to buy. Shasta. In his hand a crystal-clear porcelain bottle had appeared. Jiang Chu opened the bottle. An eerie chill emanated from the bottle. This chill would definitely feel uncomfortable if a living person were to come into contact with it, but Jiang Chu felt it was very good. It's even kind of like a bubble bath. The pills among the bottles total 10. That is, 10 years of necrophilia. Jiang Chu nodded in satisfaction and didn't take it directly. 10 years of corpse energy was better than nothing for him. It's not that bad. Let's eat it when we're about to break through. Put the corpse chi dan away. Jiang Chu quickly looked over the 10 items in the mall. Things are pretty mediocre. It seems that I'm not really a Europhile body. However, Jiang Chu also purchased one thing once again. Item 9, half ton of zombie brand canned beef. Introduction. A living person's meal is like chewing wax to you, so you definitely need a zombie edible canned food. This product is made of natural and non-polluting zombie cattle, not only delicious, but also a little sweet. Originally, for canned beef, Jiang Chu did not care to spend corpse chi points to purchase it, but he saw the introduction that he was afraid he would not be able to eat what the living eat in the future. And indeed he felt that way, for the thought of the meal made him involuntarily sick. That's why I bought the can, just in case. Refresh a wave. I don't believe that I still can't brush out the good stuff. Jiang Chu looked at the refresh button below the mall and clicked directly. Ding, spend 100 corpse points, mall refresh successful, next refresh corpse points, 200. Mechanical cues appear. The entire mall page went violently dark, just a breath away. Just light up again. All 10 of the previous items were gone. Ding, congratulations to the host for refreshing the special reward, corpse control technique, is it purchased? Ah, look at the pop-ups that appear in the system. Jiang Chu's entire body was stunned. Following that the eyes all widened slightly. Corpse control? What the hell is this? Avatar Kung Fu? But aren't these things that only living people can cultivate? I'm a zombie and I'm able to perform it? Jiang Chu was puzzled. He clicked on the introduction. Corpse control technique. Everything in the world is divided into yin and yang. People have yuan chi and corpses have corpse chi. By practicing this technique, you can control any living creature with corpse chi. Seeing this, Jiang Chu's eyes finally lit up. A magical skill that zombies can cultivate. This is really, it's great. As the saying goes, zombies can do spells, and the gods can't stop them. Who can refuse to be a zombie king who can do magic? And even though it was only a corpse control technique now, it might be able to refresh other advanced techniques in the future. Just like in the journey to the west in the last life, the 3 brothers of the Chechi kingdom, who were obviously demons, were still able to perform lightning and other magical powers. Since the demon was able to cast it, it was normal for his own hallowed purple robed stiff king to know a little, right? Bye. Gangchu clicked. Ding, you have consumed 500 corpse chi points and purchased the corpse control technique successfully. Boom. In the middle of Jiang Chu's mind, he only felt a large amount of memories about the corpse control technique appearing. A familiar arcane aura erupted from his sea of consciousness. Jiang Chu didn't have any feelings of rejection. It was as if this corpse control technique was originally supposed to be practiced this way. In just a few breaths of effort, Jiang Chu had completely comprehended this corpse control technique. He was a little anxious to check it out. Name, corpse control. Current level, LV. 0. There are 5 levels. Level 1 corresponds to beginner, level 2 corresponds to proficient, level 3 corresponds to slightly accomplished, level 4 corresponds to greatly accomplished, and level 5 corresponds to perfectly accomplished. Next level, 500 corpse breath points. Chapter 8, Everlasting Life in the Opposite Direction, the Terror of the Purple-Robed Rigid King. Only needing to consume corpse chi points to be able to directly increase corpse technique proficiency? This surprised Jiang Chu. Not bad for a system that is simple and quick. He looked at his remaining 500 corpse chi points. There was no hesitation at all. System. Add points. With this sentence from Jiang Chu. Boom. Jiang Chu's mind. For the body control art of the outbreak of feelings, originally for the body control art of the things that do not understand, but also a brain of all the melting, so that he could not help but close his eyes to observe. For a full 10 seconds, Jiang Chu's eyes snapped open. A demonic red light flashed. His fingers violently trembled in the middle of the void. Buzz. Buzz. On the void. A trail of white gas was filling the air. This white gas is corpse gas. Immediately after, corpse chi surged and turned into a thread. It's as if these threads can manipulate hearts and minds. Name, corpse control. Current level, LV. 1. Beginner. There are 5 levels. Level 1 corresponds to beginner, level 2 corresponds to proficient, level 3 corresponds to slightly accomplished, level 4 corresponds to greatly accomplished, and level 5 corresponds to perfectly accomplished. Ability, manipulate all things. 1 level can manipulate ferocious creatures under the 3rd level. Next level, 1000 corpse breath points. Jiang Chu nodded with satisfaction. The third stage, which was the realm of his own green stiffness nowadays, although it was said that his Purple Robe Stiffness King's battle power was far from being comparable to that of the same level, but that's not a bad grade. Being able to maneuver with only a first level of corpse control is already considered pretty good. Thoroughly organized today's hall. Jiang Chu stretched. It was now after 2 in the middle of the night, crisis averted, and he still needed to attend class tomorrow. It's time to go to bed. Covered up and fell back to sleep. Half an hour later. When Jiang Chu opened his eyes without any sleepiness, he looked around at the room that was still like daytime in his eyes even without the lights on. For the first time, he was in deep thought. Zombies. Need some sleep? What does a corpse have to do with the fact that people can't stay up all night? You can't stay up all day yourself. Never mind, I can't sleep anyway, I'm learning about the system. The next day. Early morning. It's so hard, it kind of makes you want to go to sleep. Ding 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 ding. The alarm on his cell phone had gone off. Jiang Chu casually turned it off. It's just 2 classes a day today, or 8 in the morning. Get out of bed. A casual rinse, especially a good brushing of the 2 zombie teeth. Putting on his jacket, Jiang Chu closed the door. Walking out of the elevator, a ray of early morning sunlight sprinkled down on Jiang Chu's body. Jiang Chu subconsciously blocked the sun with his hand. The sunlight didn't do anything to him though. But a feeling of not liking it too much erupted from the bottom of his heart, something he hadn't had before when he was alive. So much for shooting the sun down. Jiang Chu adapted a little. Moving on. It was a nice day, and the scent of cinnamon was among the late fall air. The neighborhood has to cross a snack commercial street in the middle of JNU. In the past, Jiang Chu would have some breakfast here. But today I saw the favorite crispy deluxe drop cake. He couldn't raise any interest either. It was even a little revolting. But the stomach was grumbling. Although the system had helped him shield his blood addiction, he still had a desire for blood. The mind kept wondering where to get some blood to drink. It would be nice to have a leggy, waifish, busty little loli for me to suck on. This blood should be sweet. Jiang Chu gulped. Suddenly I remembered the zombie brand canned beef I got from yesterday's purchase. Maybe that thing can eat itself. The mind moved slightly and imperceptibly took out a jar. There is not much difference between the canned goods and the regular canned goods on the market. The only difference is that the box of canned goods is painted with a smiling zombie and the caption, "If you're a real zombie, eat a can of zombie food." Jiang Chu's face twitched slightly. The Netherworld advertisement was just hard. Easy to open. Shasta. A light coolness came from inside the can. Jiang Chu dug a spoonful with a spoon and hesitantly brought it into his mouth. The eyes lit up slightly. It did taste good and had a similar texture to beef, yet more flavorful. One bite just feels icy cold all over. Pretty cool. Looks like you'll be filling yourself up with this from now on. 7:50. Jiang Chu walked to the campus of JNU. Looking at the beautiful men and women coming and going around the school put him in a bit of a trance for a moment. Jiang Chu's experience in the past few days was just too complicated. It made him all a little less comfortable with school. But Jiang Chu was quite happy. College students are at the height of their bloodlust. Looking at them is like seeing a group of moving. Deluxe version of Mao Blood Wanton. Did you hear? Something big happened at our school last night. Someone died. What? Someone died? I didn't hear about it? Which building? It's not the students. It's a teacher. From the archaeology department before. It's Mr. Zhou. Wasn't he attending the freshman ceremony a few days ago? How come he's dead? Who knows? Anyway, the police went over early in the morning, but I heard from the guide. Mr. Zhou died quite tragically, with 2 big holes in his neck. It looks like a zombie did it. Zombie? What's wrong with this recent year? There's always this kind of paranormal rumor. You don't know that a few days ago someone else live-streamed an encounter with a female ghost hitchhiker. A female ghost hitting on you? Ha ha ha, there's a good thing? I've heard long ago that Ning Choi-san is very cool. I want to try it too. Listen to the conversation of the students not far away. Jiang Chu didn't have any surprises. It would have been impossible to hide Zhou Zheng's death, nor was it necessary. But on closer examination of the psychic rumors they say, it's true. It's true that I've been seeing a lot of ghost talk on the internet since I started college last year. Like what the Magic City Oriental Tower transition, the Deep City Bridge auger walks in the water, there is a mysterious family predicted in advance. There are also provinces that have begun to publicize some of the so-called basic dharma of cultivation. At first Jiang Chu was just like many netizens, just watching the fun. But with everything he's going through nowadays, looking back again, those previous rumors were probably true. This world, it's more dangerous than expected. Luckily I'm already immortal. Jiang Chu grinned. Last night's study of the system triggering mission mechanism, the more menacing the place, the more likely to trigger the mission. Wait for the next class to find out what recent rumors of spiritualism in the north of the Yangtze River to take a chance, and then do not help to kill those ghosts, but also be able to obtain the corpse chi points. To enhance the enhancement of the corpse law is also good. Jiang Chu made up his mind. Although he was ageless and immortal, he was not invincible after all. As a purple robe stiff king, it was very insecure to be in a world where there were living people and cultivators everywhere. Getting stronger as soon as possible is the way to go. Chapter 9 Blood Addiction Re-Explodes. You people smell so good. No, it's you who smells good. Walk into the classroom where you have class today. Quite a few people's eyes were cast over. Jiangchu is still very famous in Jiang University. There is no way that his face value is too high, and he can't hide it even if he wants to keep a low profile. During last year's freshman year, the confession wall was up I don't know how many times. Lao Jiang, this. Come on. An extremely high-pitched voice entered Jiangchu's ears. Jiangchu raised his eyes. He saw a now-eyed bag with a greasy hair and extremely flirty clothes beckoning towards him. This person was also Jiangchu's only roommate, Lin Wei. His father was a tycoon in his early years, and later became a famous real estate magnate in Jiangbei. Just after the start of the school year, Lin Wei went straight to the dormitory with his bodyguard and sent a Rolex by head one. They originally had a 4-person dormitory, and the other 2 roommates took one look at the scene and switched places that day. Only Jiangchu had an extremely good relationship with this kid for Rolex's sake. We have been together for a year, summed up in a few words, people stupid money enough righteousness. Old Jiang, you're finally here. You don't know how hard I've been living these past few days. Jiangchu had just sat down. Lin Wei then took his arm as soon as he could, but froze immediately afterward. No, it's only been half a month since I've seen you. Why are you so weak like this? Your hands are even colder than mine? And your face is whiter than mine? Who the hell is so simply take you as a juicer? Have girlfriends push me. Jiangchu pulled out his own hand and said in a bad mood, off, don't look at yourself before saying me, you're the one who's really going to hang up, aren't you? His eyes glanced at Lin Wei's brow. From the moment he first came in, he saw that this kid's forehead was covered by a faint layer of black gas. Not too heavy, but he's definitely encountered dirt in the last few days as well. Lin Wei had originally wanted to break heads with Jiangchu for a few more rounds. As soon as he heard this, his face changed on the spot. He looked around carefully before he whispered, I may have hit evil. Jiangchu nodded, I know. Lin Wei froze, you know when you're still so calm? You're not afraid? Scared. That filthy thing should be more panicked than you are if it sees me in my true form. Jiangchu pondered for a moment before speaking. To be honest, in the past, I wanted to get along with you guys as an ordinary person, but I actually... Linda was shocked. You're a tycoon too? I'm an exorcist. Only then did Lin Wei vigorously pat his chest. That's good. Scared me into thinking that I had lost even this last advantage. You've got a weird brain. Would love to lift your head and see how it looks. Lin Wei then whispered, it's not really me, but my house is haunted. My daddy was afraid something would happen to me. He said the school was heavy with young energy, so I came to hide for a few days. But I just got a call that the problem has been solved, so my buddy will pull out after school. You don't realize that all those girlfriends of mine have been missing me so much that they can't sleep these days. Automatically ignore this kid's tea talk. Solved? Jiangchu raised his eyebrows slightly, because the wisp on Lin Wei's brow not only didn't disappear but instead had a tendency to worsen. It's not like it's okay. But Jiangchu didn't say much. Alright, then you go back and be careful, and if anything else happens, remember to notify me first. Lin Wei was touched. Going to rescue me? Jiangchu shook his head. Go to the banquet, I eat more at the kids' table. Lin Wei gave a middle finger. Nima. The 2 men blew 2 sessions of bull. As soon as the bell rang, Lin Wei was like a wild horse that had taken off its reins and stood up to leave, and in the process, he also shoved his meal card into Jiangchu's hand. I don't think I'll be back anytime soon. I filled up my meal card. Remember to wipe it hard for me. Brush it off. Definitely can't cheapen the dog bay school. Jiangchu wasn't polite. Even though you don't have to eat yourself, the thought is appreciated. He also casually clipped a fingernail from his own nail cap. Put it in your pocket for good measure, to ward off evil spirits. This was no ordinary fingernail, but something from his stiff king's body. With a hint of the Mostine corpse chi on his body, any ghosts and spirits were absolutely untouchable. Lin Wei was filled with confusion. Old Jiang, I'm also considered to be very knowledgeable. I've dabbled in all the letters of the alphabet's backrests, but you're giving people nails. Which circle's new way of playing this? Get out. There was no stop at the school. Back home, Gangshu ate a can of zombies. That's when you open a certain audio app on your phone. Want to watch the news looking for some so-called homicide case or maybe a paranormal rumor to take a chance on. Then, Jiangchu then beautifully brushed 2 hours of beautiful women rubbing their edges, until the sun was about to set. It was only then that Jiangchu finally saw an interesting video. The video was shot by a blogger who specializes in adventure. Brothers, shocking news. The location, Linchuan Lane, Castle Peak Road, found another male dry body today. And this dry body died in an evil way. I think there must be something dirty haunting this alley. There are quite a few more comments underneath the video. Evil? How evil? Send it out. I don't believe it can be more evil than downstairs. Doghead. Cha Nima on the first floor. Roll. I can testify. I grew up in the Castle Hill Road neighborhood and what the blogger said is true. I can prove it too. And one of the dead people in there was my friend, believe it or not 8. Just swiped here and there was some truth to it, but suddenly the video popped up with an alert. This video is in violation of the law and has now been taken down. Harmonized. Jiang Chu sat up. Originally it was only a 30% risk of being haunted, with the official additions, so now it's at least 80%. Linchuan Lane, Castle Peak Road? Make a note of the location. Jiang Chu was not in a hurry to go there. Ghosts like to come out at night. Like himself, he had a natural aversion to daylight. The sun hasn't gone down yet. In and so on. Night is coming. The red moon in the sky is as it should be. 9:30 at night. Jiang Chu had just finished getting ready when he suddenly seemed to sense something. Looking up in the direction of the gate. Duck duck duck. There was a knock on the door of the room. Jiang Chu raised his eyebrows. Following that, there was also a young girl's clear voice from outside. Mr. Jiang. Jiang classmate. Are you back? The voice was familiar to him. It's Su Wan-er, the flower of the next department who lives in the room across from him. The two moved to this neighborhood almost at the same time and were also in the same school. Having lived there for a long time, the relationship is familiar. Before, Su Wan-er would occasionally go to school with him in the morning. However, these days Jiang Chu was haunted by the female ghost and went out early in the morning and returned late at night every day to seek a solution. Plus, he didn't want to pass on the evil spirit to others, so he hadn't seen Su Wan-er. I didn't expect her to come of her own accord today. Jiang Chu opened the door. Outside the door, a young girl with a tall figure, fair skin, and an extremely pretty face appeared. The young girl's appearance was stunning, especially in front of her body. The waves were undulating and she definitely had the posture of a great emperor. Jiang Chu's eyes lit up as he watched. So flavorful. Looks delicious. So badly. Suck a little bit of her blood. After this thought was born, Jiang Chu himself was stunned. How did the blood addiction come back out? Didn't the system say it was blocked? Nope. The system says it's shielded against junk food, so that means Su Wan-er. It's a premium ingredient? Jiang Chu hurriedly suppressed this horrible thought. This is a good classmate who is like a brother to himself. How can she suck it? What can I do for you at this late hour? When Su Wan-er heard Jiang Chu's question, her face blushed slightly as she gathered her courage. Mr. Jiang, have you been sick for the past few days? I boiled chicken soup and would like to invite you to my house for a bowl. What a kind college girl. It's just that you want me to come to your house at night, alone? What do you want? But in the face of the female food, Jiang Chu couldn't refuse the kind invitation of her classmate's evening. It's a token of someone else's appreciation, isn't it? Good. Jiang Chu agreed and walked into the middle of her room. The room's floor plan is generally the same as the one you live in. Only compared to the messiness of her own house, the place where Su Wan-er lived was far too tidy. There was even a faint freshness in the air. Student Jiang, wait here, I'll bring the chicken soup. Jiang Chu was just about to nod. A rude awakening. Nappy. What kind of chicken soup is chicken soup for a corpse? Damn. Food and color are really like wolves and tigers, they make you lose your mind. Especially when it's the daughter of a great emperor plus the personal temptation of top ingredients. Gangchu was looking for an excuse to slip away. But Su Wan-er clearly didn't give him that chance. Had turned and walked straight into the kitchen. The thought of the oily soup that was about to appear in front of him later. Jiang Chu's throat just couldn't help but move. Getting him to drink chicken soup was worse than swallowing a practiced 2.5-year-old hen raw. A few minutes passed in torment. Su Wan-er's figure appeared once again. Here comes the chicken soup. Upon taking a good look at the bowl of black and some blood in her hand, Jiang Chu froze. You call this plucked chicken soup? That. Beauty Su, you've never cooked before, have you? Jiang Chu asked his question. Su Wan-er nodded her head in embarrassment. I grew up with a dozen aunts in the house. It's true that I've never done it. You got caught off guard? 6. Su Wan-er hurriedly continued, but don't worry. This chicken soup of mine is all made strictly according to what the book teaches. You taste it. Jiang Chu was apprehensive. What book was so harmful? Is this stuff really for human consumption? But looking at Su Wan-er's expression, he took the chicken soup anyway. A tilt of the head, dry. Mr. Jiang, is my chicken soup good? Su Wan-er inquired somewhat nervously. Jiang Chu smashed his mouth. It was quite a bit more tasty than expected. Even better than real chicken soup for him. Looks like zombies can eat what people can't. He gave a satisfied thumbs up. This is definitely the best chicken soup I've ever had. Really? Su Wan-er's eyes shone brightly, her eyes narrowing into small crescents as she said in a haughty-looking manner. Then I'll make you soup more often from now on. Looking at the throbbing veins on Su Wan-er's neck, Jiang Chu was so moved that tears almost flowed out of his mouth. You're so nice. No, it's you who's nice. Chapter 10, Sidekick. I can tell at a glance that you're not human. The furthest distance in the world is not life and death, but the fact that I'm standing in front of you and I can't eat you. Walked out of Su Wan-er's room. Jiang Chu wiped his saliva as he looked at the starlight in the sky. It smells so damn good. Almost didn't hold back. Himself seems to be hungry again. Jiang Chu took out a box of canned beef, wolfed it down and burped. Only then did he leave Suwon Air behind. Straight to Lynchpin Lane. The north of the river is very lively at night, pedestrians weaving in and out, but as it gets closer to its destination, the surrounding area is also getting more and more remote. Wait for Jiang Chu to arrive at the place. The surrounding area had gone completely dark. Linchuan Lane is an old street in Zhongbei. It's not that there is only one alley, but this surrounding area is called Linchuan Alley. Inside, the roads are complicated and lead to different places in the north of the river, which is famous for being a triple zone. In the past, Linchuan Lane is still quite crowded at night, but tonight it was extremely cold. Jiang Chu looked at the alley, with only a vague store still lit up. It's a funeral parlor. Under this red moon, it looked extraordinarily strange. If an ordinary person entered such a place, they would probably be muttering in their hearts. However, Jiang Chu had no fluctuations. Instead, he took a deep breath with some intoxication. Quite a heavy bang. It really seems like we've found the right place. After becoming a zombie, Jiang Chu was extraordinarily sensitive to these evil auras. He could sense that this place was mean. But, in a fierce place, can it be more fierce than him, a stiff king? Passed by that funeral parlor. Jiang Chu copied a golden yuan bao in his hand. This paper dollar bill is not like the common dollar bill in the ordinary market. It's well made and has some gold glints. Even the touch of the hand was like real gold. Definitely not for the average person. Sidewalk? No wonder it's still open at night. Sidekick is not a pejorative term, but rather refers to some obscure sub-discipline that is detached from the orthodox sect. Jiang Chu hadn't learned nothing in these 18 years. Ever since he was a child, he had been extraordinarily interested in these gods and ghosts. Read a lot of lore about that, lad. Right at this moment, a somewhat old voice rang in Jiang Chu's ears. Jiang Chu looked in that direction. He saw an old woman in her 60s standing in front of the funeral parlor eyeing him suspiciously. The moment he saw this old woman, Jiang Chu raised an eyebrow. The yang energy in the center of his eyebrows is completely gone. How can this man still be alive? Seeing Jiang Chu turn back, the crone's cloudy eyes lifted. Here to buy funeral supplies? Jiang Chu shook his head. That's not true, I'm here for a bit, passing through. When the old woman heard this, she lost interest and waved her hand towards Jiang Chu. Jiang Chu didn't stay too long either. Continue onward. It's midnight in the fall, and there's a cool breeze, blowing chills. With getting deeper and deeper into the alley, it was starting to get quiet all around. Only the occasional feral cat passed by with a seeping howl. His shadow was drawn in the dim light. System. Scanning mission. Jiang Chu opened his mouth. Ding. Congratulations to the host for scanning the system mission successfully. Mission accomplished. A large amount of corpse chi can be rewarded. A mechanical system beep appeared in Jiang Chu's mind. The corners of Jiang Chu's mouth were slightly outlined. Sure enough, just as he had guessed, in some of the places where menacing ghosts gather, it's still easy to get the quest. In this way, the speed at which one becomes stronger will increase dramatically. I'm afraid it won't be long before I have to add invincibility to my agelessness. Just then, a somewhat errant sound of high heels on the ground rang out. The voice came towards Jiang Chu's side from the middle of the darkness in the distance. Jiang Chu raised an eyebrow. Look in the direction of the voice. With the light, Jiang Chu could see the middle of that alleyway. A woman with a hot body, sultry dress, and a front and back was staggering toward him. The woman's body reeked of alcohol. One look and you know you're drunk. Vom. The woman hadn't taken 2 steps before she couldn't help but dry heave against the wall, and couldn't help but curse. It would be nice to have a man on such a cold day. Jiang Chu was happy as soon as he saw this scene. The moon is dark and the wind is high. Duty drunk. Isn't this a scene that all men would love to see? If the wine and also make a pot of tea with a beautiful woman, it is a real version of Tokyo not too hot. For such an opportunity, Jiang Chu couldn't miss it anyway. He walked up to the woman. The woman naturally sensed the visitor and was startled by the sudden movement. Who? Don't panic, I saw you were drunk and wanted to help. Jiang Chu's voice rang in the woman's ears. When the woman saw Jiang Chu's appearance clearly, the instant relief of the originally wary eyes that instead still lit up a bit. So it's you, handsome. The woman laughed a little drunkenly. Thanks a lot. She stood up and gave Jiang Chu a flirtatious look. You're welcome, am I considered a man? Jiang Chu also smiled politely. The woman understood in seconds and immediately smiled delicately. Count. Of course it counts. Saying that, she took the initiative to take Jiang Chu's arm. But just a touch. The cool woman was then surprised. Handsome. Your body. How come it's so icy, even icier than me? Maybe it's too cold, I'm naturally cold. So that's how it is, then it's just as well that I'll warm it up for you, but let's get this out of the way. I'm charging for it. The woman laughed softly and spoke. No problem. Hear that? The beautiful woman directly wrapped her arms around Jiang Chu's neck. An eerie aura emanated from her. Directly, Jiang Chu's entire body was enveloped, making him unable to move. She was just about to continue the action. It was at the same time that Jiang Chu moved even faster than her. 2 zombie teeth snapped out of the corners of his mouth. The eyes also became scarlet. No coloring. Stiff. Zombie. The sudden turn of events caused the blonde's eyes to widen steeply, completely frozen in place. Pust. Before she could even react, the zombie teeth bit down towards her neck. Corpse breath erupted. The woman couldn't even move. The entire body was like rags, rapidly drying up. And then boom, the bottom falls out. Host kills evil spirit *1, gaining plus 150 corpse chi points. A system beep sounded in Jiang Chu's head. The taste of ghosts still can't compare to that of the living. Even if they turn into beautiful women, the taste is still poor. Jiang Chu spat twice and glanced at the dried-up female corpse on the ground. At the first sight of the woman, Jiang Chu naturally saw that this thing was not human. But it's not a ghost either. The woman was a special kind of being that was neither human nor ghost. Ghost. Ghost of a man. Chapter 11, The Human Devourer. The corpse control technique can control all corpses in the world. The most familiar devils are those who work for tigers. There are tiger demons that have become essence-devouring passersby, and can refine human souls into ghosts for themselves to drive, to confuse passersby and suck their essence. And the human devourer works about the same, but is made by a human. It needs something special, too. You have to use flesh as your body, paper as your spirit, and blood as your eyes. The illusion of a beautiful woman, seducing passersby. Kind of interesting. Even something like a human devourer came out. It doesn't look like it was done by a living person. I'd like to see what's doing this. Jiang Chu's palm snapped up. Swish. Wisps of necrotic chi illusions began to appear in the middle of the void. Corpse control. Jiang Chu once again swung. Those silk threads were like worms, swiftly disappearing into the body of the human devourer just now. Up. With Jiang Chu's voice. The original woman who was already dead. An instantaneous opening of the eyes. Only her eyes were colorless, just a walking corpse. Lord! Lord! The voice rang out from the woman's mouth. At this moment, Jiang Chu only felt that he could manipulate everything about the woman in front of him at will. It's still amazing enough to be able to control even dead things and activate her subconscious. If it's alive, it's simply a divine technique for collecting slaves. For his first experience with the corpse control technique, Jiang Chu was satisfied. Tell me, who made you? It's Grandma. A few words came out of the woman's mouth. Grandma? Jiang Chu was stunned. Take me to her. Yes. The woman wriggled stiffly, taking Jiang Chu towards one direction of the alley. As you go deeper and deeper into the alley, the buildings around you turn into those old-fashioned farm compounds. Walked for a few minutes. The woman's form eventually stopped at a small 2-story courtyard. The courtyard door opens. The entire courtyard was divided into 2 floors, 7 or 8 rooms in total. The moment he stepped into the courtyard, Jiang Chu then knew that this should be the source of the frequent dry body cases in Linchuan Lane. Because he smelled heavy blood. Zombies are extra sensitive to the smell of blood. Obviously, it wasn't that long ago that people died here. Moreover, Jiang Chu was also able to sense that the yin qi here was overwhelming. A ghost of a human being like the one you're controlling. There's definitely more than one. Crunch. Just then, a room within the courtyard was opened. Immediately after, an equally hot woman came out of the house with a cigarette. She even licked her lips as she walked. Through the open door of the room, it was possible to vaguely see that there was a dry body inside with wide, dead eyes. Yo, Green is back. The fiery woman took a drag on her cigarette and looked at the human devourer controlled by Jiang Chu with a conspiratorial snort. Immediately afterward, her eyes fell on Jiang Chu. The whole eyes were glazed over. So handsome. Greenie is lucky tonight, isn't she? Why don't you let me have this handsome guy and I'll give you half a month's wages? Her words, however, did not elicit any response from Green. This upset the hot woman. She frowned. Little hoof, I'm talking to you, aren't I? Don't waste your energy for nothing. A faint voice echoed through the courtyard. The words came out. The entirety of the fiery woman was stunned. She looked at Jiang Chu, who had opened his mouth, with some shock. It was completely unexpected that Jiang Chu would still be able to speak at this time. What do you mean? The hot woman wondered. Jiang Chu, however, grinned. A slap of the palm. Ka-cha-ka-cha-ka-cha-ka-cha-ka-cha-ka-cha-ka-cha-ka-cha. Countless cracks violently appeared on Xiao Qing's body. Then thump and burst. The road is brought. She naturally had no need to exist any longer. This sudden scene, it directly made the hot woman freeze in place. One of her eyes widened steeply. You killed her. Jiang Chu nodded casually. You man devils, foraging for the living, it makes sense for me to kill you, doesn't it? Hear this. The fiery woman was utterly understanding. The man in front of them is coming for them, and the man has some skills. One moment. The fiery woman wasn't covering up either, as her skin began to emit black smoke and dense lines appeared all over her body. It was just a blink of an eye, and the living features of the body were completely gone. There was only one pair of eyes staring at Jiang Chu in death. You're not human? She had just detected some aura revealing itself on Jiang Chu's body. Nice. Jiang Chu nodded. since you and I are of the same kind, why did you kill my companion? The female devotee's voice was cold. Jiang Chu shook his head in disdain. Don't flatter yourself, you're my kind? You're not? As the unique purple-robed stiff king in heaven and on earth. Who doesn't have some pride? The words came out. The female devotee's face instantly grimaced. Toast to the world. Roar. The female devourer growled, and that was it. The originally quiet courtyard was even more silent. But immediately after, bump bump, a series of breaking sounds rang out from all directions. Under the color of the night, a single figure, from all directions, was rapidly approaching the place where Jiang Chu was. It was barely more than a few breaths. 6 or 7 of the same female devils then appeared behind Jiang Chu. Leave, or die. A suppressed voice came out of the mouth of the female devotee from before. It was still very jealous of Jiang Chu, because up until now, it didn't know what kind of existence Jiang Chu really was. Although Jiang Chu didn't have any manifested in chi, but it was keenly aware of some trepidation. Its fear from the depths of the soul. It seems that this guy in front of him is a flood beast. Jiang Chu looked at these female devils that had appeared. A smile finally appeared on his face as well. But they're all here, so it saves me from having to look for them one by one. It would be too easy for him to kill the ghost of the devourer from earlier. The reason why they didn't do it in the first place. It's not the right time to wait. Go! The female devotee had also finally lost all patience. With her words, all of the devils roared and turned into winds and lunged towards Jiang Chu. The smile disappeared from Jiang Chu's face. Also almost in a flash, his entire body moved as well. Terrifying ethereal light erupted from his surroundings. The blood-red pupils swept across the void, and any of those female devils that were seen by Jiang Chu's eyes. One by one, their faces changed abruptly and dramatically, but they hadn't been given time to fear. Jiang Chu stretched out his own palms, his nails had long since manifested into a zombie form. Sharp as a sharp knife, it swept across towards those female devils. With his current power, crushing these things simply shouldn't be too easy. Not to mention the fact that zombies have a suppression of EN. Zira. Almost instantly, the closest female devotee to Jiang Chu had been pierced through by his nails. The entire body was torn apart. The other female devils in chi also all landed on Jiang Chu. The dreadfulness of the stiff king's body also manifested. Chapter 12, Purple-Robed Great Celestial Master? What a monster you are! Zombies are inherently invincible in flesh. Those in chi weren't even enough to tickle him. Jiang Chu once again made his move. One time, blood and flesh flew throughout the courtyard. Just a few breaths of effort. Those female devils gave a miserable cry. The bodies were all cut off at the waist. Dead can't be dead. The host has killed evil spirits *7 and gained plus 900 corpse chi points. The system beep sounded in Jiang Chu's ears. Jiang Chu glanced at his system panel. Name Jiang Chu. Identity, Purple Robe Stiff King, Unique. Zombie level, 3rd order green stiff. Degree of evolution, 71%. Treasure, Corpse * Purple Robe, Corpse * 5 Emperor's Money Shield. Avatar, Corpse Control, LV. 1. Corpse gas points, 1,200. Corpse points increased to 1,200, not bad. Jiang Chu collected his own corpse chi. Sweeping a glance at the mutilated corpses on the ground, the mind had already made a guess. Most of the rentals made from such old-fashioned yards were remodeled by the previous homeowners themselves. To be able to hide so many human devils here, the owner of this house definitely can't get away with it. Even this is all his doing. One thought so. Jiang Chu stepped towards the room right in the center and walked over. Bump! He gripped the doorknob with a slight force, and the iron door of the central lobby snapped shut in response. Splat! Jiang Chu turned on the lights of the house. The room was empty and unoccupied. However, Jiang Chu still found a photo. Just looking at it, his figure flickered. It just disappeared into thin air. Jiangbei, Clearwater Villas. A central villa facing the lake. Lin Wei stepped off his big G. The look was a little worried. He had happily been playing with a couple of his girlfriends. All of a sudden you get a call from your old man's driver. Said there was an emergency at home and asked him to come back quickly. Just when Lin Wei wanted to ask what was going on, the phone had then been hung up. Although Lin Wei was puzzled, he didn't dare to stay and hurriedly drove back home. Dad! Mom! Your handsome son is back. Just walked in the door. Lin Wei shouted right at the door. If it were in the past, at this hour, even if mom and dad were asleep, there would be servants. But today, everything is dark in the house. Even the sensor light didn't come on. The dark villa stood in the middle of the night. All is silent. What the hell? Sleeping so early? Is the old man old and strong? Thinking that my talent is too wasted to inherit the family business, is he going to give me a little brother? Lin Wei wondered. He turned on his cell phone's flashlight. By the light of day, across the yard, and straight ahead, opened the door to the room. Uncle Zhang? Auntie Lu? Are you all asleep too? Lin Wei spoke again. Still not the slightest response though. Nappy. Hell, why isn't there anyone? Lin Wei muttered to himself. The flashlight shone inside the house. Someone? He hurriedly swept his flashlight in the direction he had just been. Sure enough, they saw that in the center of the living room, two middle-aged men and women in their 40s were sitting stiffly on the floor, was staring straight at him. The expression was eerie. Lin Wei was stunned, but then he laughed. Uncle Zhang and Aunt Lu, so you guys aren't asleep? What are you doing playing on the floor at night? He walked over with some curiosity. Uncle Zhang also had an odd smile on his face. Then reaching out towards Lin Wei, a coin appeared in his hand. Young master, play a hand with us? Uncle Zhang spoke with a somewhat grim voice. Lin Wei scratched his head. That's fine, what's the game? Uncle Chang took the coin back in his hand. Guess the coin. I guess the front. Aunt Lu also smiled eerily at this time. I guess the opposite. Lin Wei was dumbfounded. He was looking for a fight, wasn't he? There's only two sides, why should I guess if you all do? I'll guess vertical then. Lin Wei didn't take it seriously. The betting begins. Uncle Zhang violently tossed the coin in his hand. The coin landed on the ground with a clinking crunch. The smiles on the faces of Uncle Zhang and Aunt Lu grew weirder. Then, everyone watched as the coin. It stood straight up in its place. Uncle Chang? Auntie Lu? That's okay? Lin Wei skimmed his lips without any good humor. I say uncle and aunt, how old am I, and you're still teasing me in this way. Okay, I'm going up to bed, and you guys have an early night. He waved his hand and headed upstairs, stepping away. Only the two men, whose smiles had disappeared, were left staring angrily at each other. Play Nima. The moon is dark and the birds are silent. Jiang Chu's figure walked out from the depths of the alley. His footsteps stopped in front of the funeral parlor where he had come in. The funeral parlor was still lit with a cool light. The light shines all around. It's you? Jiang Chu's arrival naturally also caused the old crone in the funeral store to notice. He frowned, seemingly a little puzzled as to how Jiang Chu was still able to come out. Hear the questioning. Jiang Chu didn't reply and just casually wandered around the store. The funeral parlor wasn't that big, and it was tied up with paper figures and horses. These are also just as good as the dollar bills out there, almost as good as the real thing. Nice touch. 3 religions and all sorts of things, so it seems you were a gateway papier-mâché in your lifetime? Ah! The words came out. The crone's original furrowed brow had disappeared. A glint of essence erupted from his eyes, and his entire aura changed in an instant. The road? Pretty much. The crone nodded. I wonder which way you are. Which way do I go? Jiang Chu touched his nose. Well, I zombie. I jumped out of the 3 realms in 6 paths. He didn't know how to answer, so he slightly manifested the purple Taoist robe he was wearing. The old crone was in the moment she saw the purple-clad Taoist robe. The entire pupil suddenly exploded. Even the originally calm expression on his face became horrified. The old woman's throat moved slightly, and she froze for several seconds before speaking slowly. Taoist robes. Purple clothes. Run! The crone turned and walked away. The human skin on her body exploded. Out of it sprang a yellow-skinned man the size of a wolfhound. Frantic fleeing. This scene gave Jiang Chu a dumbfounded look. Nima. I'll just flash a dress. What's the matter with you? Running away like that? But his eyes narrowed as well. Yellow-skinned spirit? In my hands, you can't get away. Jiang Chu just wanted to step. The old yellow-skinned man opened his mouth ruefully. Guys, stop him. The words fell. Inside the funeral parlor, all the paper people and horses one by one seemed to have come to life. In unison, they opened their eyes and blocked Jiang Chu's path. Jiang Chu raised his eyebrows. The breath on his body changed. The terrifying corpse aura was suddenly released. Directly, all the paper people and paper horses were shattered. Squeak! Among those shattered paper men and horses, a howl of horror came out. Immediately afterward several yellow skins the size of wildcats scurried out of the paper man and paper horse. Chapter 13, I'm not a purple-robed heavenly master, but I am a purple-robed stiff king. They were just small demons, not even fully opened in their sanity. Only able to hide inside the paper man to scare some ordinary people. Now that they encountered Jiang Chu, one by one, they almost pissed themselves in fear. Jiang Chu's corpse chi coalesced all over his body. It was enveloped in his palm. A sharp tap. Bump! The corpse gas exploded. All of the yellow skins all screamed miserably and were instantly slapped into a bloody mist. It was absorbed by the 5 Emperor's money cover on his wrist. The hostess killed yellow skin *5 and gained plus 600 corpse chi points. The system's beep appeared. Jiang Chu didn't pay any attention. Instead, he looked in the direction of that old scalp that had fled before. Footsteps. The figure had already disappeared from the spot. Lynchpin Lane. A bizarre scene in the night. A yellow-skinned man the size of a wolfhound was desperately scurrying away. Every now and then, I looked back. And not far behind it, a white mist that was rushing towards it at a speed visible to the naked eye. Immediately after, a necrotic aura rushed out from amongst the white mist. A direct hit on that old scalp. Bump! The old scalp was a direct hit. It hit the ground hard. The yellow-skinned man coughed up a mouthful of blood and stopped his figure. Eyes emanating green light stared, gradually stepping out of the fog at Jiang Chu. You! You're not from the Taoist sect. You're not human either. Right answer. Jiang Chu nodded. In that case, you and I have no grievances. Why are you targeting me? Thinking that my Huang family is easy to bully. The old yellow-skinned man snapped. After seeing Jiang Chu's identity, it was rather less frightened. After all, Jiang Chu's purple-clad Dao robe from earlier was just too intimidating. But when one knows that it's not true, then what is one afraid of? The yellow family? Fox yellow white willow gray. 5 of the easiest demons to make a career out of. Even in his last life, he had never heard of any fox fairies or yellow fairies causing trouble. And these are converging in a family model, vindictive and careful. Once you mess with it, it's a no-win situation. That's why few people usually dare to mess with them. Especially in the north, it is worshipped as an immortal god. Jiang Chu smiled disdainfully. A bunch of people dare to threaten me? The words came out. That old yellow-skinned man was even more furious. Bold. Dare to look down on my Huang family. Demonic aura erupted from its body. With a furious roar, he lunged towards Jiang Chu, facing the old yellow-skinned man's offense. Jiang Chu didn't panic in the slightest. Instead, the smile on his face grew even more, and there was even more mockery. The smile made that old yellow-skinned man a little flustered for no reason. What's the situation? What's he laughing at? But not even before it figured it out. Jiang Chu's voice had sounded. Although I am not a purple-robed heavenly master, but I am the purple-robed stiff king. The old yellow-skinned man was confused, but immediately after, an unimaginable purple light was violently mapped in its eyes. It was then that the purple-clad Taoist robe that he had just seen was draped over Jiang Chu's body out of thin air. And Jiang Chu's figure was changing. Hair is skyrocketing. 2 sharp zombie teeth showed at the corners of his mouth. The copper coins that had been hanging from his wrists were windless and transformed into a mask. Roar! The soul-shaking roar resounded throughout the alley. In the midst of the red moon, the purple light was vast, setting off Jiang Chu like an immortal saint. The old yellow-skinned man's entire pupil was glaring like a gong. Dumbfounded, he looked at Jiang Chu, who had changed his appearance. The whole body was trembling, a fear spreading from the depths of his blood. Purple robe? Stiff king? It looked intensely puzzled. The purple robe it knew, and the stiff king it knew. But how the hell did these two things? How did both of them appear in the same creature at the same time? Monster! You're a monster! Monster? Jiang Chu's scarlet pupils carried no color. Being called a monster by a demon was pretty funny. None of that mattered anymore, though. His figure had moved. The corpse chi that was raging to the extreme also thumped out. It coalesced into a ball and smashed down directly at the old yellow-skinned body. The old yellow-skinned man was horrified though. But in this life-and-death situation, one would not dare to have any reservations at all. Above its body, a layer of yellow light surfaced. The yellow light gathered into a pillar, trying to block Jiang Chu's strike. However, nothing is of any use. The moment that yellow light touched Jiang Chu, it was already like papier-mâché, falling apart. Boom! Jiang Chu slammed his fist down. The stiff king's fleshly power was completely unleashed. It caused a pop in the middle of the air. The yellow-skinned 1, 2, thumped and exploded. A hit. Seconds. The host has killed the yellow-skinned spirit *1, gaining plus 600 corpse chi points. In Jiang Chu's mind, the system's beep arrived as promised. Another 600 corpse breath. It's not bad. Yellow skins can harm so many people. It's such a bad time to be in the human world. After killing so many weasels, Jiang Chu didn't feel much. It seemed that zombies had an innate interest in killing. He even vaguely wanted to gnaw on all of this yellow demon's flesh as well. Good thing he restrained that thought. After all, after so many years of being a human being, suddenly become a corpse, Jiang Chu still has some resistance to eat raw blood food. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the system mission. Mission reward, 30 years of corpse chi, 1000 corpse chi points, whether to collect. The system tone for completing the quest also sounded at this time. 30 years of corpse energy, 1000 corpse energy points? That's a nice bonus. Pick up. As Jiang Chu's words fell on his body, the terrifying corpse chi erupted violently. It made Jiang Chu couldn't help but growl. Roar. Wait until all the corpse chi is fully integrated into the body. Jiang Chu sensed it slightly. It just felt hard as steel. Moreover, Jiang Chu felt that the current him seemed to have reached the limit of the green stiff. It was just a foot away from being able to metamorphose again. Go home. Jiang Chu didn't delay. The figure flickered, turned into mist, and dissipated. Only no one noticed. Within a nest in the shadowy corner of this alley, 2 green eyes had been watching all this. Wait until Jiang Chu leaves. The thing whooshed into the depths of the nest as well. Outside the Tianyuan neighborhood, Jiang Chu found a secluded corner and hid his own corpse chi, as do late returning pedestrians. Toward home. He froze slightly when he entered the gate of the neighborhood, though. 2 police cars were seen with flashing lights, parked downstairs in the 3rd unit of the neighborhood. A temporary cordon has been set up throughout Unit 3. There were quite a few neighbors outside watching. Their faces also wore curiosity. The matter of watching the spectacle was a traditional custom of the Daxia nation. No matter what happens, as long as there's something to watch, there's no shortage of people to eat. What's the situation? Jiang Chu was also aroused with some curiosity. He walked to the center of the crowd of onlookers. Just hear the whispers. What floor is this in trouble? 18 floors, it's room 1804 on the 18th floor. I've long said that you can't live on the 18th floor. This first floor number is unlucky. A middle-aged woman in her 40s said mysteriously. Chapter 14 Breaking Through the Gross Stiffness. All-round evolution. Auntie, you're being a bit superstitious. That's the 18 layers of hell underground, where the 18 layers above ground, there's no such thing. Another, younger man was disgruntled. If you don't listen to the old man, you'll suffer. The older woman gave the man a blank look, then continued to whisper to the person next to her. I tell you guys, really weird love, my family lives in this building of the 19th floor, and half an hour ago, I came down to throw garbage, passed by the 18th floor, you guess what I saw? The older woman hung back. What? The crowd asked in unison. Only then did the aunt say with satisfaction, I just saw, at the door of that room 1804. There was a man standing at the door of room 1804. A man whose whole body was dripping with water, who looked like he had just been fished out of the river, and who stank. Fishy. I've heard. This kind of situation. It's all the water ghosts that drowned inside the river coming to look for a double. Did you guys see the news the other day? There was a car accident on the Linshui Bridge, several cars fell into the water, and quite a few people died inside. Today. It's the 7th day of their lives. The older woman told a colorful story, and I don't know how much of it was true and how much was not. The corner of Jiang Chu's mouth twitched. Silently, he stepped out of the crowd. He raised his eyes to the 18th floor. A slight raised eyebrow. Because he really felt some yin qi. As a zombie, he was still sensitive to yin qi and whatnot. Is it true what she said? Linshui Bridge? This place Jiang Chu naturally know, not too far from his neighborhood, in the north of the river is quite famous. Go back and check. Mr. Jiang? A call reached Jiang Chu's ears. Jiang Chu was stunned and subconsciously turned back. Just on the outskirts of the crowd, a young girl in a nightgown was looking at him. The moment he looked back, the young girl's eyes lit up slightly. Who else is there if not Suwan Air? Mr. Jiang, you're down here too? Suwan Air trotted 2 steps to Jiang Chu. Can I tell you I just got back from slaughtering a nest of weasels? Gang Chu lied. Yeah, you want to take a look around? I'm going back. I'll go back too. The two headed side by side towards their unit. Mr. Jiang, I heard that someone died here, right? Leaving the crowd, Suwan Air bit her lip, seemingly a little afraid. The world is unpredictable, no one can hide from birth, old age, sickness and death, small problems. Jiang Chu also smiled. At those words, Suwan was stunned and subconsciously inquired. Aren't you afraid? Scared? This gave Jiang Chu asked won't. Why don't we pull the dead man up and ask him? He should be more afraid to see me than you are to see him. However, Suwan Air was a female college student after all. It was normal to be a little timid. Don't think about it, it's just a dead man, no big deal. Hearing Jiang Chu's comforting words, Suwan felt warmth in her heart. Aha! She nodded vigorously and a smile spread across her face as she joked. Jiang-san, you're talking as if you're dead too. Jiang Chu was shocked. How do you know? Back home. Jiang Chu couldn't wait to look at the system panel. Name Jiang Chu. Identity, Purple Robe Stiff King, unique. Zombie level, 3rd order green stiff. Degree of evolution, 97%. Treasure, corpse asterisk purple robe, corpse asterisk 5 emperor's money shield. Corpse technique, corpse control technique, LV. 1. Corpse chi points, 3,600, can be purchased from the system mall. The degree of advancement had already reached 97%, with the last 3% still missing to complete the evolution. The corpse breath points plus the rewards from the quest had reached 3,600 points. Cool. Advanced steps. Jiang Chu didn't even hesitate. Directly, he took out the corpse chi pill that he had purchased from the system mall yesterday. Pour one out of it. One tilted his head and swallowed it. It's cold, kind of like ice cream. An entrance. The corpse chi of the corpse chi dan then completely escaped. It transformed into the purest tonic and went down Jiang Chu's throat, not entering his entire body. A year's worth of corpse chi had been refined in a matter of moments for Jiang Chu. The level of evolution also managed to get a little more to 98%. 4 more. Jiang Chu didn't eat them one by one. Instead, he directly poured out 4 corpse chi pills. With these last 4 corpse chi pills entering his abdomen, Jiang Chu lay flat on the bed. Buzz. He had just laid down, and a horrible metamorphosis had finally begun to take place on his body as well. The originally disappeared Purple Robe Stiff King's body also manifested in a split second. 2 fangs were exposed, and an aura of terror to the extreme emanated from Jiang Chu's body. Green stiffs can only be considered intermediate among zombies. Only when they reach the level of hairy stiffs are they truly higher zombies. Of course Jiang Chu's bloodline was naturally not comparable to those trash zombies. But even so, this metamorphosis is also extremely important. Jiang Chu's circumference began to frantically grow a long hair. It was almost just a blink of an eye. His entire torso was covered in long hair. These are no ordinary hairs. Rather, it was condensed by Jiang Chu's corpse chi, and inside him, he was cackling. It's like frying soybeans. The metamorphosis of a zombie is not like a cultivator, who only needs to reach a watery level of cultivation to be able to be promoted. The zombie breakthrough is the evolution of the entire body in all directions without dead ends. The original bones were no longer able to withstand Jiang Chu's current strength. Flesh and blood and bones are growing back. Time passes by. Jiang Chu's appearance had completely disappeared. There was only a mass of hair wrapped around his torso on the bed. I don't know how long it's been. Jiang Chu's eyes snapped open. Roar! A roar that was suppressed to the extreme, yet terrifying to the extreme emanated from his throat. He straightened up from the bed. It was also the moment he rose. The long hair that originally surrounded his body gradually disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ding! The host's evolution is complete. Current level, hairy stiff. A mechanical voice of the system sounded in Jiang Chu's mind. Breaking! Jiang Chu looked at his system panel. Name Jiang Chu. Identity, Purple Robe Stiff King, unique. Zombie level, 4th order hairy stiff. Degree of evolution, 1%. Treasure, corpse * purple robe, corpse * 5 emperor's money shield. Corpse technique, corpse control technique, LV. 1. Corpse chi points, 3,600, can be purchased from the system mall. The rank has changed. Jiang Chu carefully felt his state again. Strong. Strong and scary. Not only did the power become stronger, but even the speed physique had undergone a qualitative change. The current him was at least dozens of times stronger than before. The whole body was like an alloy. Chapter 15, Innate Avatar Awakening. The Stiff King ascended the ranks. Ding! The host awakens the purple-robed Rigid King's innate talent. The Rigid King ascends to the next level, first level. Rigid King ascending steps, purple-robed Rigid King's natural aptitude, activate the talent, cover a divine pattern around the body, strength increase, 200%, available duration, 5 minutes. In Jiang Chu's mind, the system voice once again sounded. Jiang Chu was stunned, and then his face was just overjoyed. The innate talent has awakened, and it was able to triple its own strength at just the first rank level. 5 minutes is enough to decimate an equal sub-player a dozen times over. This is really, it's wonderful. Jiang Chu was eager to try out the power of this innate talent of his right now though, but suppressed the urge. He was in his own home, surrounded by living people. If this corpse gas of his spreads without suppression, I'm afraid the whole neighborhood will suffer. Slaughtering the living for no reason. I'm afraid that the department dealing with psychics in Dacia should really pull themselves into the blacklist. Waiting for themselves will be wave after wave of official practitioners. Thinking about it, Jiang Chu felt his scalp go numb. He wouldn't die, but it wouldn't be fun if there was an unimaginably high person inside the country that sealed him. How could Jiang Chu not know about the horrors of the country after living for so many years? Just like what the internet joked about in his last life, if he waited until the country notified of the recovery of the aura, it would mean that there was at least a Yuaning level expert in the country. Dacia is good at nothing else but hiding. Of course, the main thing was that Jiang Chu himself wouldn't do that. Doesn't it smell good to stay in development? Slightly acclimatized to the power around him, Jiang Chu suddenly bowed his head. Just saw that on the bed and couch, there was an extra skin at some point. There was also a spine in the skin. It's my bones. Jiang Chu froze. Purple-robed Rigid King will shed his original body every time he advances. The Rigid King's bone contains the power of the host's purple-robed Rigid King. It must not be shed. The host can handle the refining on his own, and it is recommended to manufacture it into a corpse weapon. The system voice appeared in his head. The corners of Jiang Chu's mouth twitched. Building a weapon out of your own spine? What the hell? What's the difference between this and the firecracker who likes to whip his own spine when he's not doing anything? He picked up his section of the spine. The message has been manifested above. Purple Robe Stiff King bone, made from the origin, can be refined with the blood of the corpse of the heart, free to control. The maneuvering is pretty simple. Ordinary zombies didn't have blood, but Jiang Chu was naturally different. He didn't ponder. Above the palms of his hands, nails skyrocketed out. It went down towards his chest. Zombies had a dull sense of pain, but Jiang Chu still sucked in a breath of cool air. Pust. Fingernails cut through the bloody flesh of the heart. Jiang Chu's entire body surged with corpse chi and squeezed out a drop of corpse blood from his heart. His blood was peculiarly white in color. However, the power contained within was something that even Jiang Chu himself could feel terrifying. The corpse blood dripped down onto the Stiff King's bones, and the injury on his chest was restored as good as new. Buzz. At the moment the corpse's blood fell, the entire bone was enveloped in a layer of white light. The bones that were originally flat and uninteresting began to change wildly. A section of bone spikes sprouted out abruptly, with a terrifying necrotic aura draped over them. A few short breaths. What had been a smooth spine became a hideous hammer of bone. The attached human skin, too, was transformed into a hammer handle. Rigid King's prison hammer, only the host can use the innate corpse weapon, can use the metamorphosis of the Rigid King's bone sacrifice to enhance the power. The stronger the host, the stronger the innate corpse chi. Attachment ability, prison suppression, used to activate the prison suppression power of the Purple Robe Stiff King's bone, which is extremely terrifying in its power. And with a skill? Jiang Chu's eyes lit up. He held the Stiff King's hammer made from his own spine, only to feel that the hammer was completely in tune with his own mind. Jailbreak. Jiang Chu's mind moved. A ghostly light lit up on the originally hideous and terrifying Stiff King hammer. Just a hint of leaking breath shook the air. Jiang Chu hurriedly withdrew his power. And this bone hammer can be used as more than just a hammer. There are many ways to use it. Jiang Chu flung it. The original 1 meter plus bone hammer directly skyrocketed, transforming into a bone whip that spread for several feet. It's worthy of being self-produced. The power is just fierce, very good. Only after turning into a zombie, all the items around here are getting more and more netherworldly as well. Jiang Chu was satisfied. After all, if you make it from your own bones, you can use it for peace of mind. Collect. Jiang Chu's mind moved slightly, gathering the bone hammer together. As Jiang Chu maneuvered, the bone hammer transformed into a string of bone bracelets and locked onto Jiang Chu's other wrist. Until this moment, it also represented Jiang Chu's complete completion of this advancement. Let's see if there's anything good in the mall. It was now past 12 midnight. The mall has been refreshed again. After earning so many necrotic points, it was certainly time to spend a wave. As Jiang Chu's mind moved slightly, the mall interface appeared. 10 brand new items have been neatly arranged. Jiang Chu swept through one by one. Item 1, a mediocre Ferrari. Function, a very common car with little merit, which can trigger some low-level blood food automatic boarding function along with it. Corpse gas points, 500. Common enough indeed. I'm afraid that not only can you trigger the blood meal to get on the bus automatically, but you can also undress yourself, right? Jiang Chu didn't spend his corpse chi points on it. Keep looking. It's true that there aren't too many good things in a level 1 mall. Jiang Chu didn't look at a single one of these 10 items. He clicked refresh. Of the 10 items this time, there were 2 things that made Jiang Chu's eyes light up slightly. Item 3, Seeking Compass *5. Introduction, as the name suggests, a compass that can automatically search for Chi, each of which can automatically track down the location of a sneak. Very practical. Bought. Jiang Chu directly clicked to buy. Immediately. In his hand, there was then an additional circular compass. A Seeking compass is not very different from a regular compass. There was only one pointer, and the location to which the pointer corresponded was the location of the sneak. Item 6, a gold-colored coffin bed. Introduction, the coffin beds made of 1,000 years of golden Nanmu, can let the zombie say sleep. Winter cool, summer also cool, not only practical, but also can provide zombie chi. Zombie slept all say good. This thing looks a little off the wall, but it was useful for Jiang Chu. Sleeping in his current bed is as biologically comfortable as ever though. But he didn't feel any sleepiness, because the bed didn't bring him the he needed. Might as well be on the ground. In past movies, zombies have needed to sleep, and it's been lying around for many years. This zombie on his own is special though. It doesn't matter if you sleep or not, but in the end, sleep is better than no sleep. Bye. Swish. Next moment. Jiang Chu only felt his entire bed change violently. An eerie chill penetrated the body of the originally ordinary bed. It made Jiang Chu unable to resist stretching. Soothing. This is where zombies should lie. Jiang Chu said it was awesome. 500 necrotic points well spent. Chapter 16, Strength Surge, Midnight's Killing Chance. Having bought 2 items, he wasn't loitering in the mall any further. In boosting the corpse law, Jiang Chu looked at the remaining points of corpse chi and opened his mouth. System, in the process of upgrading 1 level of body control. As Jiang Chu's words fell. One moment. The countless ones in his mind about body control techniques were all poured into his mind. The system is not a walk in the park, but really I have practiced for countless years. A dozen breaths later, Jiang Chu waved his hand violently. In the middle of the void, a filament was being generated. The second level's body control technique was far too much stronger than the previous first level, both in terms of aura and power. With a slight movement of his mind, he put away the corpse control technique. He still had 1,600 corpse chi points left. A third level corpse control technique would require 2,000 corpse chi points. It's true that no matter how many necrotic points are not enough to spend. Jiang Chu shook his head. And didn't care too much. After all, tonight's haul was big enough. Sleep. Try out this new bed of mine, how about that? Jiang Chu was lying flat on the bed with his arms crossed over the small of his back. Sleep peacefully. Clearwater Villas. Lin Wei was in his small 80 square meter bedroom, after taking a shower. Sent a good night to tonight's girlfriend, Mazzy sat down in her pajamas in front of her computer and skillfully typed in a string of numbers. The journey begins. Phew. A gust of cloudy winds silently blew open the door to his room. It made a crunching sound. It's oozing. If anyone was sleeping, they would definitely be woken up. However, Lin Wei, who was frantically outputting with his headphones, didn't even hear it. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Will not fight. Can't roll. What? How dare you talk back when you're being scolded? You don't even ask who your brother Wei is. I'm 1/10 is my problem? I'm ceding the economy to you guys. Don't you call your father yet? Uncle Zhang and Aunt Lu standing in front of the door were speechless. Or, forget it, I think this kid's brain is 80% a bit problematic. Let's just get back at his dad, he's drooling even after this kind of cure. Aunt Lu really couldn't help but open her mouth sorrowfully and spoke to Uncle Zhang. Uncle Zhang, however, shook his head with cold eyes. His father caused us to not be able to live in peace. He must die in endless fear. A layer of shadowy mist emerged from Uncle Zhang's body, and his entire body was completely wrapped in the mist. It spread towards Lin Wei's room. Ghosts are an extremely twisted and chaotic mixture of evil madness. Any living person who touches them is bound to die under extreme fear. Lin Wei. The ghostly call rang through the room. Uncle Zhang's eyes seemed like ice caves. A bloody hole began to appear in his face as well. There were maggots writhing on it. As long as Lin Wei turned around, Uncle Zhang was confident that he would definitely be able to scare the young fire out of him. Who called you daddy? Lin Wei turned around and jerked his head to see Uncle Zhang's appearance. A weird smile surfaced on Uncle Zhang's face, becoming even more hideous. The two men stared at each other for a few seconds. Lin Wei touched his head in confusion. Uncle Zhang, playing COS in the middle of the night? A sentence that made Uncle Zhang's people dumbfounded. What's the situation? Why isn't he scared? Shouldn't he be on his knees begging for mercy? Now ask me what COS means. What is COS dead? Don't bull asterisk 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 him. Do it. Auntie Lu just couldn't help herself. The yin aura of his body skyrocketed. Toward Lin Wei, he lunged. Uncle Zhang similarly extended his palm. And just then, swish, Lin Wei's body. A ghostly light appeared violently. An unimaginably terrifying corpse aura suddenly erupted. Roar. A growl was vaguely mixed in among the corpse breath. Get out. Bump. Uncle Zhang and Aunt Lu's bodies were swept out by this terrifying corpse chi at the same time. It hit the ground hard. Even the shadowy aura on them had dissipated for the most part. Unconcealed horror and disbelief surfaced on the faces of the two men. Run. Neither one hesitated to turn around and leave. Only Lin Wei was left completely confused, not knowing what the two were up to. A handful of years old and still playing so exciting? Am I a part of their play? Foot pondered for several minutes. Lin Wei finally did notice that something was wrong with the atmosphere just now. Because he suddenly remembered that Uncle Zhang and Aunt Lu seemed to have died a few days ago when the accident happened. And it's an old death. How is it that I can still see them tonight? Is it hard to believe that they swindled? Should I carry them back to the grave again? Lin Wei rested his chin on one hand and thought seriously for a moment. Forget it, it's still quite far, don't tire me out, wait until tomorrow to send them back. It's not easy for the elderly to come out, so let's play a couple more games. Tianyuan neighborhood. Jiang Chu, who was in the process of closing his eyes, quietly opened them. He glanced in the direction of Lin Wei's house. This kid is really in danger? Never mind, with his nervous disposition, he doesn't even care as long as he's not hung up and smoked. Sleep. Jiang Chu continued to close his eyes. Slept through the night. Jiang Chu just got up from the bed. This sleep was extremely comfortable. Even the corpse chi in his body seemed to have grown a touch. No wonder zombies usually love to sleep when there's nothing else to do. It's quite refreshing to be able to increase your cultivation just by falling asleep. Jiang Chu looked away. Didn't stay in his bed though. There's a class at 10. It's about the same now. Had a zombie-only breakfast. Jiang Chu then pulled open the door. It so happened that Suwan Air next door went out in the same way. Today she was wearing a short pink jacket with a long bustier skirt and her hair in a casual updo. A bit of a young woman. Seeing Jiang Chu, Suwaner immediately had a smile on her face. Mr. Jiang, what a coincidence. It's quite a coincidence. Jiang Chu didn't dismantle this niece. A normal person would have been flabbergasted if it was truly a chance encounter, but she wasn't. Apparently it's a pinch. What a big naivety. The two naturally headed toward the school side by side. While passing by the unit where yesterday's accident occurred, it was noticed that the gates of the unit were all barricaded. There are a number of occupants moving inside. Mr. Jiang, they've all moved out. Why don't we move too? Suwana hesitantly spoke to Jiang Chu. Move out? Where to? I have a couple of other houses in the next neighborhood, we can go live next door. Jiang Chu? What a strange text. Do you think the neighborhood is your home? No need, you live next door to me, it's perfectly safe. Jiang Chu shook his head in rejection. Really? But, what if there really is a ghost? Apparently Su Wanner had also sensed that something was wrong. Really, I swear on my life, Jiang, never tell lies. Su Wanner was startled by such a vicious oath from Jiang Chu and hurriedly spat a few times. Blah blah blah, what are you talking about? Of course I believe you. We're all going to live. Jiang Chu froze. He glanced at the sunlight in the sky. Alive? A smile also appeared on Jiang Chu's face. That's right, we all need to live. For what you said today, I guarantee you'll live a long time. Suwon-er was curious, how long? Live until the day you don't want to. Suwon-er covered her mouth and laughed lightly, bragging, I want to live for 1,000 years, you can still Wangbang me ah. Jiang Chu shook his head, Wangba can't, according to science, the longest-lived Wangba can only live for more than 200 years, too far from 1,000 years. Suwon-er was surprised, so what can live for 1,000 years? Zombies can. Suwon-er laughed out loud, good, then when I die you turn me into a zombie well, remember to look good and not let people dig out and visit. Jiang Chu nodded vigorously, no problem. Smooth talk. Chapter 17 Officials come and cooperate with the investigation. Access to the campus. Many gazes fell on Jiang Chu and Suwon-er. There's no way around it, it's just that the two are a little too compatible. One-er. Passing by the cafeteria, a showy boy leaned against a Porsche car on the side of the road, already waiting with his breakfast. There was no need to even look at the person, just by smelling it, he knew it was Suwon-er's licking dog. As the department flower, Suwon-er had many suitors. The man in front of him, even Jiang Chu knows, is known as a knowledgeable warm-hearted man, and is said to be a rich second generation. The boy looked happy as he looked at Suwon-er. In 3 steps, he walked to Suwon-er's face. Wainer, your breakfast. Suwon-er frowned. Thank you, no, and we're not that familiar, please call me Suwon-er. The boy's face stiffened, but he still revealed a smile like a spring breeze and smiled, Wanna student, it's all my fault for taking the liberty, but this breakfast is all bought, so just take a bite, don't worry, I have prepared for John's classmates as well. With that he carried out another breakfast and handed it to Jiang Chu. Thoughtful, too thoughtful. Worthy of a warm man. Jiang Chu tearfully accepted this breakfast, casually threw it into the nearby trash can. Warmer row behind the dog. I'm not taking it personally, I really have no appetite lately, I can't even eat anything except for the chicken soup Wanner made herself. Jiang Chu explained truthfully. The boy looked blankly at Suwon-er. Suwon-er, however, blushed prettily and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise. Really, Mr. Jiang, I studied it most of the night again last night. I'll go prepare it when school is over, and when it's boiled in the evening, you'll remember to come to my room to drink it. The boy's scowl finally tensed. Evening? Soup? In the room? Without a word, he turned and walked away. College students are all in one room, really, just for soup? Those who get it get it. Mr. Jiang, thank you. Suwon-er patted her erect peak and thanked Jiang Chu. Jiang Chu shook his head. In the past, he had no feelings for Suwon-er, but it was different now. He is really protective of his food. Zombie canned food is just fruitful, Suwon-er is the delicacy. It's the same thing as someone who's been starving for 3 days guarding a spicy chicken drumstick burger. You can't smoke it, but it's kind of cool to look at a tasty meal dangling in front of you every day. Don't be so polite, you know you're a lot like an idiom? Suwon-er, what idiom? Show and tell. Swish. Suwon-er's face exploded red, and her heartbeat couldn't help but speed up a bit. Is this a confession in disguise? After all, what kind of guy would compliment someone on their beauty for no reason? Is he comparing me to food and trying to eat me? Jiang Chu silently looked at Suwon-er's pink neck, her heart beating faster making her blood flow even more abundantly. It smells good. Zombie cans, garbage. Class, turn to page 137 of your books, today we are going to talk about. The bell for class had only been ringing for a short while. Duck duck duck. There was some sudden knocking at the door. This made all the students stare. Right in front of the door, 2 middle-aged men wearing black trench coats walked over at some point. At their side, they were followed by a middle-aged older woman wearing glasses. This older woman they knew well, the head of their department's faculty. Excuse me teacher, is Mr. Jiang Chu here? The director of instruction smiled apologetically at the teacher at the podium who was teaching a class, then looked toward the student's location. Jiang Chu, who was staying up for the day, heard someone call out to him. Puzzled, he looked up, but his gaze instantly fell on the 2 men in black trench coats. These 2 are not ordinary people. Inside their bodies, there are fluctuations of yuan qi. Come to find yourself? It looks like it should have been the night before. Jiang Chu got up from his position. I am. As Jiang Chu stood up, sure enough, the eyes of the 2 black trenchcoat men also looked over somewhat nervously. Very discreet. Only the middle-aged older woman has no hang so-called. It's good to be here, Jiang Chu-san, come here for a moment. Jiang Chu didn't hesitate either, stepping right out of the way, waiting to go out the door. It was only then that the middle-aged older woman smiled compensatingly and said to the 2 black trenchcoat men beside her, both of you, student Jiang is already here. Then the big mom looked at Jiang Chu and also said, Jiang student, don't be nervous, these 2 are from the Department of Divisional Inspection and want to come and ask you something. Jiang Chu nodded, no problem. That's good, let's go. The group made their way to a conference room in the next building. When he got here, the director of instruction had the good sense not to go in. Only Jiang Chu and the 2 black trenchcoats walked in and closed the door to the conference room. The entire conference room There were 3 other people sitting there. At the head of them was a country-faced man. After seeing Jiang Chu, everyone in the conference room subconsciously stared. This made Jiang Chu a little embarrassed. A few. Uncle Cops, what's wrong with you guys? The country-faced man realized this and hurriedly gave a dry cough. He didn't want to either. But he still had a tingle in his head when he thought about what he had experienced that night. He was the first to rise. Jiang Chu, right. My name is Xiafeng. I'm from our city bureau. This is my ID. Is it that formal? Jiang Chu squared his shoulders. My name is Jiang Chu. It's 502 of Unit 3 of Building 5 of Tianyuan subdivision next door. I'm renting, so I won't show you the real estate certificate. The corner of Xiafeng's mouth twitched. Possibly sensing something was wrong, he returned to normal, though the tension in his mind had disappeared. Most of the suspicions about Jiang Chu were also dispelled. As a matter of record, a zombie could never say such a thing. Sit down, Mr. Jiang, we're simply asking you a few questions. Xiafeng spoke again. Jiang Chu wasn't polite either. Graciously, he sat down right across from a few people. Xiafeng opened a laptop on his desk. Pull up a video. Straightforward clicks. The content of the video was clearly Jiang Chu's entry into the mass grave. Xiafeng also opened his mouth to inquire. Mr. Jiang, this is you, isn't it? Jiang Chu nodded, right. I wonder what you're doing in a mass grave this late at night. As Xiafeng spoke, his gaze also fell on Jiang Chu's eyes. An inexplicable fluctuation rose from Xiafeng's body, making Jiang Chu frown a little. This aura had the ability to break lies. Any living person, affected by this thing, will speak from their heart. But he's a dead man, so naturally he's not much use. Jiang Chu also knew that it was his own matter that had attracted the attention of these people, and didn't really care that Xiafeng had used such tactics on himself. I was haunted by a ghost of a dowry woman a few days ago, and that night I was going to burn paper for the ghost to try to send her away. Jiang Chu's words caused a few people, Xiafeng, to nod their heads. They all arrived here, and naturally, they also found out about Jiang Chu's constant alarms a few days ago. How did you know it was a ghost? Or rather, how did you determine her identity? Xiafeng continued the inquiry. He did not come up and go straight to the topic, but was smart enough to understand the details from a comprehensive perspective. Chapter 18, Yellow Springs Bureau. My name is Yang Jian. I was Erlangshan in my past life. He indeed did not dare to be careless. It is important to do a complete sweep for the zombies in the mass grave that night, especially this Jiang Chu in front of him. There were very few living people in the whole mass grave, and he was the only one who went in that night, and no footage of Jiang Chu coming out of it has been found. Makes it very questionable. On the side, a black trenchcoat was also taking notes. She left me a love letter, one that I couldn't destroy no matter what means I used, and with the unusual sightings on the news networks lately, that's how I decided she was a ghost. Okay, so I don't know if you sent the ghost away yet? Jiang Chu laughed bitterly. I burned 10 muscle-bound men for her, but apparently I underestimated the extent of that dowager ghost's infatuation with me, and she didn't leave. When Xiafeng heard this, he pondered slightly. His eyes became even more intense, and the lie-breaking aura emanating from his body became even more intense. Jiang Chu knew that Xiafeng was going to ask about the main topic. In that case, then I wonder how you survived the hands of a demonic creature. Jiang, based on some of the things we know, it seems that no ordinary person is able to survive under the attack of a demonic creature they're facing right now. Do you have some special skill? Or maybe, you're hiding something. Words. Jiang Chu seemed to be caught up in memories, and a hint of fear appeared on his face. I did still prepare some means. I heard that ghosts are afraid of Taoist priests, so I went to Longhu Mountain and begged for a purple Taoist robe, and I also prepared to use Yin to overcome Yin and bought crow's blood, and a copper mask. But all of this was simply useless in the face of a ghostly creature. But, just when I was about to be haunted by that female ghost, not far away from me, I saw a zombie, crawling out of the ground. Immediately after that, the sky began to flash with electricity and thunder, and after that, there were 9 heavenly thunderbolts that fell from the sky and struck down towards that zombie. In the next, I fell into a coma, and by the time I woke up, it was silent around me, and the zombie was gone. But then I noticed some changes in my body. What changes? Xiafeng pursued. I contracted that dowry girl ghost. She's inside me now. Swish. The 5 Emperor's money cover on Jiang Chu's wrist fluctuated imperceptibly. A terrifying yin qi violently surfaced on his body. The yin qi slowly coalesced and gradually formed the appearance of a female ghost. The female ghost had a strange face and was lying behind Jiang Chu, grinning towards the crowd. The oozing scene didn't cause anyone in the office to panic. Instead, they were only surprised for a moment before sizing up the female ghost with interest. Xiafeng frowned as well. After looking at the ghost of the dowry woman twice, just waved his hand. Put it away. The lie-breaking ability in him was then gone. Jiang Chu gathered the dowry female ghost, and only then did he look at Xiafeng with a burning gaze. Officer Xia, I know that none of you are ordinary people either. What's going on in my current condition? Am I mutated? Turned into Superman? Sensing Jiang Chu's suppressed excitement, all of those trenchcoat men in the office couldn't help but laugh. The attitude eased up quite a bit. Little one, you're no Superman, but congratulations, after this incident, I'm sure you know that there are ghosts in this world, and you now have the strength to fight them. A trenchcoat man said to Jiang Chu. Xiaofeng didn't stop it either. After the trenchcoat man had finished, he followed up on the topic. Your kind of body-sealed ghosts, in the words of people in our line, called the Ghost Master, as the name suggests, can harness the severe ghosts, and demons. This kind of thing is no longer an ordinary person can deal with them, and only supernatural ability, ghost mastery you can be seen as a kind of supernatural ability. Jiang Chu was bewildered for a moment and subconsciously asked, then are there many such people with supernatural abilities? Not many, but quite a few, and like you guessed, we are indeed all of your kind as well, and we are present in every city. Not only that, besides us, there are also some ancient supernatural beings hidden in the folklore of Daxia, who are called air refiners, or cultivators, or what the common people call immortals, like the Taoist sect, which you begged for purple robes, and the Buddhist sect, for example. It is because of people like us that the ghosts of Daxia have not proliferated, and the earth, too, is still the earth. Xiaofeng's tone was somewhat vocified. When he finished, he gave a smile. How about it, little guy, want to join us? Become a Daxia Zhangbei City Yellow Springs Guardian. Yellow Springs? Mamoru? The corners of Jiang Chu's mouth twitched. What a ing middle name. Is that the name of your organization? Xiaofeng nodded vigorously. Yes, we belong to the Yellow Springs General Bureau. Our duty is to shelter, detain, and kill all the things that threaten the safety and security of my Daxia, and those who commit crimes against my Daxia will surely be killed in the Yellow Springs. Listening to the presentation is somewhat similar to the 749th Bureau in a previous life. Obviously, though, this Yellow Springs is even bigger than Bureau 749. And it's much more massive. Because in the world of my last life, there was no such thing as 100 ghosts in the night. Jiang Chu thought carefully, but still refused. Because he had too many secrets, just one of being ageless and undead was enough to make anyone go crazy for him. Until there is absolute strength. Jiang Chu still didn't want to have too much contact with the special departments of Daxia. It's not that I don't believe it, but I don't have to. He had his own separate method of getting stronger now, and it was quite nice to develop in silence. Hearing Jiang Chu's answer, Xiaofeng was silent for a few seconds, and a smile appeared on his face once again as well. Alright, we respect your decision, but you must also remember that as a ghost master, you must never harness a severe ghost to harm others, and if you violate the prohibition, the Yellow Springs will also surely execute you. Okay, keep uncle. Watching Jiang Chu's back leave, Xiaofeng always felt that something was not quite right, but couldn't tell again. Captain, did you just see something wrong with him? Does this kid have anything to do with the zombie we're looking for? Besides Xiaofeng, a guard inquired. Xiaofeng did not answer, but looked at the guard who had been sitting on Jiang Chu's nearest. It was a young skinny guy probably in his early 20s. Its appearance is unimpressive and even a little malnourished. Young bitch, tell us the situation. The thin man's face darkened. Captain. I repeat, my name is Yang Jian. Yang as in Yang Jian, tip as in three-pointed two-edged gun. I was Erlangshan in my previous life. You can insult me, but you can't insult the gods. I'll get angry with you if you yell young bitch. Okay, young bitch. Young Tip clenched his fists and raged a bit in anger. Then from his pocket he pulled out a compass, a piece of talisman paper, and some blood of some unknown substance. Chapter 19 100 Years of Phoenix Eye Blood, The Hidden Secrets of This World. Put these on the table. It was young Tip who replied. The corpse-fixing compass, corpse-seeking talisman, and the 100-year-old Phoenix Eye chicken's blood didn't have any reaction. There are only two possibilities now. Which two? Someone couldn't help but ask. Yang Jian seriously said, one is that this kid is not a zombie, the other is that he is a zombie. What the? I don't need you to tell me this? Look at the murderous gaze of the crowd. Young Tip hurriedly smiled. Liven up the atmosphere, la, don't act like I stole your wives. Oh no, forgot you guys don't have wives, hee. Everyone was full of black lines. Even Xiaofeng's cheeks jerked hard. Poke me where it hurts. You're really cheap. Say another word of bull asterisk 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 and I'll make your three-pointed, two-bladed gun turn into a ing two-pointed one. Young Tip was honest then. Tri-tip into a two-tip, overkill. He squared his shoulders. With the current situation, there is a 99% probability that he is not a zombie, and there is a 1% chance that the level of that zombie is too high for these things of ours to detect. But that possibility hardly holds much water, because I didn't notice anything different about him either, but I always thought the kid wasn't quite normal. You feel that way too? Xiaofeng was stunned. You have to know that the Yang Jian in front of you is the lesser-known Tongling body within the Yellow Springs, and the vast majority of this kind of physique are the top geniuses of the Yellow Springs, and even the entire cultivation world. Whether he was following the path of ghost harnessing or cultivation, he was a demon. Even before young Tip came along, this vast majority didn't exist, but was invariably the case. Only Yang Jian, although he is a psychic body, but he is so mediocre that from the General Directorate demon, he is mixed up to come to Jiangbei to be a sub-captain of a branch office position. But although Yang Jian's cultivation talent was average, but the psychic body's perception was still there, and anyone who was in front of him was more or less able to be detected with some secrets. Xiaofeng was silent again for a few seconds. Don't worry about it for now, there are indeed quite a lot of secrets on this little guy, just going to Dragon Tiger Mountain to get it from that person's hand. Begged for the purple Taoist robe, this is definitely not something an ordinary person can do. After all, you and I are both clear about the meaning of the purple Taoist robe, it's just strange that the one gave him the purple Taoist robe, so why would he still become a ghost harnesser? Xiaofeng was a bit puzzled, but he didn't think too much about it. But as long as it's not that zombie on the line, today is still the main focus on the exhaustion of that zombie, absolutely not be able to let it for the scourge of the north of the river. The situation at hand has gotten worse and worse, and the next Red Moon recovery is not far off. We have to make good preparations. Never let the situation in Jiangbei get out of control. At the mention of this, everyone present, including Yang Tip's complexion was quite heavy. Yes, Clearwater Villas. Son of A, wake up. I'm your father. In the middle of Lin Wei's room, a fat man with a slinky figure was patting Lin Wei's cold face with his own fat hand. It's over, doll won't hang, will he? The more the fat man shoots, the more alarmed he becomes. On the side stood a beautiful woman with a pretty face and elegant temperament. The beautiful woman couldn't help but roll her eyes as she pushed the fat man away. Lin Dali, listen to what you're saying is human language. If you don't know how to speak, get lost. If anything happens to my baby boy as a result of your curse, I'll make you extinct. Lin Dali. No. Do I have any other sons? Dad. Mom. What are you guys talking about? Who's going to live house? On the bed, the sleepy Lin Wei opened his eyes. Great, Daichan, you're not dead. Lin Dali heard the voice and cried tears of joy that the offspring had been saved. The beautiful woman also sat on the bed full of heartache. Xiaowei, when did you come back, and why are you still living in this place? Lin Wei was shocked, it wasn't you guys who had Uncle Zhang call me. That being said, he kind of had his head on straight. I forgot, Uncle Zhang is dead, Mom and Dad, I'm telling you, Uncle Zhang and Auntie Lu swindled last night. Who knew that? When they heard this, neither Lin Dali nor the beautiful woman were the least bit surprised. We all know. How do you know? Look outside. Lin vigorously moved away some. Lin Wei looked down the slit of the slinky circle. The whole eyes were steeply glazed. Just outside the door, he saw Uncle Zhang and Aunt Lu's bodies lying stiffly, and there were some wounds caused by unknown things on their bodies, and the blood and flesh had already turned over. The two of them had their eyes dead set on Lin Wei's bed. Full of hate. Lin Wei was silent for half a second. Mom and Dad, you guys. It's not right to flog a corpse. Lin Dali's body shook as he angrily rebuked. Whip you girl. A voice popped out of the woman's nose. Whip. No whip. We found the two of them turned out like this when we arrived, and the feng shui master we hired last night is also dead. A horrible death, and according to the surveillance, it was by the two of them. Lin sighed vigorously. Son, why do you think you're okay? Slap. The beautiful woman skillfully smacked Lin Dali's body with a single mouthful. Get over there and play with your balls. Lin Wei scratched his head in confusion. You didn't do it? Could it have been me? He suddenly seemed to remember something. From the pocket of his pajamas alone, he pulled out a fingernail. It was seen that on that nail, a crack appeared. And the wounds on Aunt Lu and Uncle Zhang were just as bad as the fingernail scratches. He remembered the conversation Jiang Chu had with him when he left the school yesterday. No wonder I always felt like there was something wrong with me last night. It must have been the thing that kept him safe. Dad, Mom. I know who did it. Lin Wei got up from the bed with a grunt and opened his mouth arrogantly. It's my good man. Lin Dali? Lin's mom? This time it wasn't just Lin Dali who was skeptical, even that beautiful woman revealed her eccentricity. You're the only one who has a good buddy like that. Those friends of yours we don't want to talk about. Lin Dali was also rare and serious, regaining some of his doting father's majesty. Xiaowei, you can't fool around with ghosts and gods. You quickly pack up and go back to school. I'll continue to ask the master to solve the problem. The beautiful woman nodded her head as well, worry appearing on her face. Yes, Wei, you should go back to school first. Lin Wei is not ambiguous either. I know Mom and Dad, but don't you guys invite the guru yet. I'll go and call my good brother. He would never lie to me. The fat is in the pot, and you guys will pay him more than. Lin vigorously frowned. The beautiful woman also wanted to speak. Lin Wei grunted coldly. Pops, do you not trust me? Lin vigorously nodded his head heavily. It's good that you know. But, eventually the beautiful woman said, how about this, you go and call that classmate of yours, we've also hired a master, by then even if we can't solve the problem, we'll give an extra share of the money that is. That works. After saying that, Lin Wei turned around and ran. Lin Dali despondent, mother, this little brat spends his own family's money is really painless. The beautiful woman smiled dotingly, it's not easy for Wei to make friends, so this amount of money doesn't matter. Chapter 20 Heaven and Earth, Yin and Yang, I are the only ones who can be honored. JNU, Campus. Yellow Springs Guard? Is this the State Department? It's really interesting. On the surface, although it is Xiaofeng who was asking questions, the unimpressive guard sitting next to me seems to be their killer. Sure enough, one should never underestimate the state. Walking out of the building, Jiang Chu stretched his back. You can't underestimate your country, but you can't underestimate yourself either. Anyhow, he was also the only purple-robed stiff king in heaven and on earth. Now that I've taken the initiative to expose my abnormal identity, this way, the search for some paranormal events in the future can be much brighter. The reason why Jiang Chu had revealed the changes within his body was naturally to prepare for the future. Otherwise, no matter how much the Yellow Springs Bureau's methods were, it would be impossible to find out the difference in his body. However, this would not be too favorable to him. Instead, not only would the people from the Yellow Springs Bureau not believe it, but in the future, if he frequently appeared around some paranormal events, it would also cause them to be even more vigilant. It's all safe for now. Jiang Chu glanced at the Rolex watch on his wrist and stepped towards the outside of the campus. That's all for today's lesson. Call and ask if the kid Lin Wei is dead. He pulled out his cell phone. Find a familiar number. I didn't realize he hadn't even called yet. Lin Wei's call had been the first to come. Hello. Something big happened to Lao Jiang. I almost met the king of hell. Jiang Chu. Listen to this voice in the middle of the air. See a hell of a Yama. Hurry up with that fart. Your demands are getting sicker and sicker, but I like it. Lin Wei hemmed and hawed and laughed obscenely twice. Damn. I'm hanging up. Jiang Chu had a black line on his head. This kid was a pure comedian. I was wrong, Jiang. Are you at school now? I really have something to find you. In front of the school, Honey Snow Ice City. Okay, I'll have a boba milk tea, more sugar, less ice, no milk, no. Dash. The phone hung up straight away. Jiang Chu turned around and left. He was now somewhat skeptical that Lin Wei had awakened some kind of system that brushed away negative emotions. Near noon. There aren't a lot of off-campus students. There were only a few scattered small couples emitting foul odors. You love me, I love you. Listening to familiar music. Jiang Chu entered the store. Boss, a glass of iced lemonade, extra ice, extra lemon, and a bobo milk tea. This one you can put in any way you want. Skillfully ordered 2 small drinks. Find a dark corner not near a window and swipe up a cell phone video. He tasted the lemonade, icy earthly food with a sour flavor that tasted okay to drink. It does seem that chilled is better for zombies. Are you Senior Jiang Chu Jiang? Suddenly an extremely nice voice rang in Jiang Chu's ears. Jiang Chu was stunned. Raise your eyes. Then he saw in front of him stood a young girl in simple sportswear. The young girl's hairpin held her hair back, her forehead carrying some beads of sweat. It's not much of a dress, but it's still absolutely beautiful. There was a light coolness to it. A practitioner? Jiang Chu's eyes changed slightly as he sensed a hint of fluctuations in Yuan Qi. The fluctuation was out of the body of the young girl in front of her. You are? He didn't recognize the young girl in front of him. My name is Chen Miaoi. The young girl said her name with a light smile towards Jiang Chu. Hearing Jiang Chu was even more baffling. Still don't know. Just as he was about to say his name. Lao Jiang. Lao Jiang. Discordant voices drifted in from as far as 800 meters away. Lin Wei breezed into the store. After scanning around, his face turned odd after seeing a young girl standing beside Jiang Chu. Chen Miaoi also saw that Jiang Chu had an appointment and smiled at Jiang Chu once again. Senior Jiang, you get busy first, I'll leave first. With that she turned to leave. Only then did Lin Wei sit on his butt next to Jiang Chu. Squeeze. It's okay Lao Jiang, you know schoolmate Chen too? Who? Jiang Chu was dumbfounded. Stop pretending, look at the way you two just stretched your eyes with that toad looking at a green bean. Jiang Chu clenched his fists. The bones made a crisp rattling sound. Lin Wei hurriedly held Jiang Chu's hand. Righteous father, don't be impulsive. That beauty is our freshman sister of Jiang University this year, one of the 4 school flowers, but famous. I heard it's also a Taoist nun. A nun? It dawned on Jiang Chu that there was no wonder there was Yuan Qi on his body. Turns out it's Taoist. Only. How did this Chen Miaoi make it look like she was familiar with herself? I really don't know him myself. A couple of ramblings. Only then did Jiang Chu look at Lin Wei. The yin qi on Lin Wei's brow had indeed become a little denser. Tell me what happened last night. It was only then that Lin Wei remembered the main event of the day. Told him all about last night when he came back from outside and entered the villa. Jiang Chu's eyes widened a bit as he listened. Nima? You're in a room with 2 ghosts and you totally sleep through the night? And playing with coins, you can still play with them upright? If he hadn't indeed detected the yin aura on the boy, one would have to think the kid was blowing awesome. The only way to know the horrors of spirituality is to experience it firsthand. It was a gloom that loomed all the time. The human body is yang and ghosts are yin. Yin and yang are inherently 2 extremes. The body of a living person, but whenever it touches a place where a ghost is located, an infinite fear unconsciously arises within it. This is the body's instinctive response and will not be under its own control. That's why many of the deaths of those who have hit a ghost present an undisguised horror. Originally, Jiang Chu thought he was calm enough to face the ghost. Now look. This kid. He's the one who's really good. Stupid people get stupid, and stupider than seems to be the case. Old Jiang, I now know that you are truly capable. You must help your buddy this time. Lin Wei said seriously. I thought you didn't care? I'm fine with it, but I think my mom and dad are kind of scared in case something happens to them in. Jiang Chu was stunned, then grinned. He was fatherless, but he knew the feeling. Okay, let's take me to meet your parents first. Okay. Brother Jiang, please. The car was traveling down the road. It was only then that Jiang Chu spoke again. Why, when did this situation in your family start? Lin Wei thought carefully for several seconds. Hands in the air, I don't build them. You don't even know what you're thinking. Jiang Chu resisted the urge to give him 2 mouths with his slippers. This kid's emotional value pulls right through you. Lin Wei also felt that not knowing anything was too much of an appearance of incompetence. He hurriedly said, although I don't know, I have heard some rumors. It seems. It's something to do with some of my dad's early experiences. Old Jiang, I won't hide anything from you. You also know that my father started out as a thug. Chapter 21, The 5 Sacred Temples, the 5 Tongues of the Gods. Being born to pay the debt. Jiang Chu nodded. Didn't really care. There are a lot of boomers out there, but like Lin Wei's dad, he was able to have this life and still keep this fortune afterwards. And getting bigger and bigger is also something. You go on. And the thing about our family. It should just have something to do with my dad's history of making a fortune. From what my dad told me, when my dad was a kid, our family was still living in poverty until he was 27 years old, when my grandparents became ill and died and my dad was destitute. Once went to a temple, and inside the temple he once made a wish to become rich overnight. After that, there is no need to talk about our family. Hearing Lin Wei finish, Jiang Chu raised his eyebrows. If you go to a temple and wish to be rich, you'll really be rich? Is that a good thing? What temple did your father go to? Which god did he worship? The Temple of the 5 Saints, the Pentatonics. Jiang Chu drifted off. Wu Tongshan, also known as the 5 Rampant Spirits, is in fact the 5 Ghosts. This 5 is a collective term, and there are more than 5 gods. Rather, any of them can be called a pentacle. They have temples, but they are evil gods and not orthodox. Or even simply some mountain spirits and wild beasts in disguise. Entering the Temple of the 5 Passes and worshipping the god of the 5 Passes, from then on, it is difficult to get out of the netherworld debt for 100 lifetimes. This kind of temple is worshipped as a temple of wealth by many living people, especially those who are fishing for a side hustle. Even more so. But there is no such thing in the world. Worshipping the Wutong god for wealth is less like begging and more like borrowing. Only borrow the money for the rest of your life and the wealth of your future generations of children and grandchildren. And the interest rates are even higher. But whenever you borrow this so-called fortune, you will have to bring a large amount of offerings every year thereafter. Life and death, children and grandchildren, can never stop. Otherwise, the wait will be endless torture. But these are also known as legends. I didn't realize I'd really come across it. It seems that the fact that Papa Lin Wei was able to amass such a fortune shows that he was truly blessed with wealth in the latter part of his life. It's just a shame he didn't make it to that point. That's all I know. And when it comes to the specifics, it's better if you ask my dad after you meet him. It was almost 40 minutes or so from the school to the Clearwater Villa area. Soon time. Lin Wei's car had stopped right in front of the door of their family villa. Just get out of the car. Jiang Chu then felt an evil aura that was hard to hide, spreading the villa in front of him. This breath carries an endless stream of filth, death, and evil thoughts, like maggots attached to the bones, and seems to be forever entangled in this place. Of course this aura is only for the living. To Jiang Chu. But great. He's a purple-robed stiff king. Essentially that's a zombie. Or a zombie in a purple robe that can swallow heavenly thunder. Both of Jiang Chu's eyes were glowing at the moment. The smell. It's nice. It felt even better than this cup of cold lemonade in her hand, and only a little worse than the aroma emanating from the veins on Su Wan-Air's neck. Jiang Chu took a deep breath. Soothing. Lao Jiang. What's wrong with you, Lao Jiang? Lin Wei, who was on the side, could also see that Jiang Chu seemed to have become refreshed in an instant. Eyes still bursting with brightness. Although the person was still Jiang Chu, but the aura on his body seemed to have completely changed at this moment. Like a flooded beast that sees its prey. Jiang Chu withdrew his gaze, shaking his head gently. It's okay, go inside. Lin Wei was still uneasy. Why does Lao Jiang think you're hungry? Why don't you eat something first? You're welcome, I'm just eating. Entering the villa of the Lin family, Lin Wei's mom and dad then welcomed him out. You're Jiang Chu, Wei's classmate, aren't you? I'm little Wei's father, Lin Dali. Lin Dali had a smile on his face and took the lead by extending his hand to shake Jiang Chu's. Only just touched. Lin Dali was stunned as he subconsciously looked at Jiang Chu's palm. It's so icy, so cold. There was not the slightest hint of warmth. Is this really the hand of a living person? Lin Dali, who had originally still been a bit unimpressed with Lin Wei's claim that Jiang Chu was capable, immediately put away his contempt. As a well-known entrepreneur in Jianbei, Lin Dali had seen too many people. Eyesight is definitely not bad. He could sense that the Jiang Chu in front of him, it wasn't simple. Uncle Lin, Auntie, how are you? Little Chu is just polite, much better than Wei, and much better looking. The beautiful woman on the side, Lu Hong, greeted her warmly. Lin Wei? Oh, mother's love is gone, is it? What would Chewy like to drink? Juice, or a drink? Willow Red continued to inquire. Jiang Chu didn't push back. Juice will do. Willow Red turned and went to get ready. And Lin Dali was also smiling. Xiao Chu, go sit inside first. I also invited a master from the Jiangbei Feng Shui Association. Don't blame Uncle Lin. Jiang Chu nodded his head and smiled. Don't worry, it won't. Even if it wasn't said, Jiang Chu knew that the reason Lin Dali had invited himself was afraid that 80% of it was because of Lin Wei. After all, Lin Dali had never seen himself, and he was also too young, and as the saying goes, you can't do anything without hair on your mouth. With such a big thing happening at home, Lin Dali naturally wouldn't be reckless enough to put all his hopes on himself. But it was enough that he was able to tell it frankly. With a walk into the living room of the villa, Jiang Chu then saw an old man in his 50s with a goatee sitting on that sofa. The old man was wearing a feng shui Taoist robe, which was rather immortal. However, after seeing the cultivation level of this old man, the corners of Jiang Chu's mouth twitched. This Yuan Qi. It wasn't even as good as the Zhou Zhang that he had killed earlier, and it was quite a bit worse than that old yellow-skinned man. It's a good thing I came. Otherwise, Lin Wei's family would really be in a bad way. Master Mao, sorry to keep you waiting. Lin Dali arched his hand at that feng shui Taoist and compensated with a smile. Then he pointed at Jiang Chu. This is my son's classmate and a high-ranking person who has come here to help. Hear that? Only then did that feng shui Taoist open his eyes and frown imperceptibly upon seeing Jiang Chu. But instead of saying more, he held a taiji seal. I'm Maoshan Mao Qing. I don't know what sector school little brother is from. Jiang Chu shook his head. There is no sect. Oh, then I wonder if little brother has a teacher? Neither. When Mao Qing heard this, his brows finally furrowed as he looked at Lin Dali and said in a cold voice, Boss Lin, are you looking down on poor Taoist by hiring a little brat who knows nothing? The smile on Lin Dali's face tightened some. He didn't expect this Mao Qing to be so direct. Although he had begged this Harry Green, he was still spending money in the end. Lin Wei's eyes even glared. Old mongrel. What do you mean? Jiang Chu, however, had a smile on his face. He reached out and stopped Lin Wei. Lin Wei was stunned. Jiang Chu then faintly said, Who says I don't know anything? Disgust appeared on Mao Qing's face. You're only 17 or 18 years old, and you have no sect or teacher. What do you think you know? If you want to rely on your connections to cheat money, I advise you to die before it's too late. Chapter 22, half of July, 5 rampant ghosts come to the door. Jiang Chu's smile disappeared. His figure moved almost instantly. At the same time, the cold hairs on Mao Qing's back exploded in a flash. An unparalleled danger struck. He hasn't even responded yet. A slender palm had clutched his neck. Straight away, he lifted him up. He subconsciously urged the Yuan Qi in his body, but no matter how much he moved, the palms of those hands all looked like giant pincers. The feeling of suffocation filled him. I don't have a good temper, and I'm looking at Uncle Lin's face today, but with your three-legged cultivation, you'd better get lost and go back. Jiang Chu was telling the truth, since transforming into the stiff king. Although he was no different from when he was alive before, he was in the end full of unimaginable hostility. Naturally both the character and other are subconsciously tainted with some of the ferocity of the stiff king. He was a bit scared of the country, yet this jumped up wasn't worthy of it. Jiang Chu's voice didn't have much rise and fall, but when it fell amongst Mao Qing's ears, it was like a life-demanding yama. Especially when facing Jiang Chu, an infinite fear unconsciously rose up in his heart. That fear comes from deep inside. A wave of pee came over me. Bump! Jiang Chu waved his palm. Mao Qing smashed directly on top of the ground. Mao Qing took a few big breaths like a dead fish, but none of them dared to make any stops, much less make a sound. Climbing to his feet, he lumbered away. I was also able to see a large wet crotch on my pants as I walked away. Lin Dali's pupils contracted for a moment. He was already as high on Jiang Chu as he could be, but I didn't expect. This Jiangbei's Master Mao didn't even last a second in his hands. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Brother Jiang is mighty. Lin Wei was the first to react. Unable to resist the shout, he ran to Jiang Chu in one step, his face filled with excitement. Old Jiang, you're so hung up. This old bastard, what a thing. How dare he pretend to be in front of my brother Jiang? Lin Dali. Lin vigorously glared at Lin Wei fiercely before he apologized somewhat towards Jiang Chu. Little Chu, I'm really sorry. Jiang Chu waved his hand. Uncle Lin doesn't have to be so polite, I understand. Only then did Lin vigorously nod his head again. But by now, he had seen Jiang Chu's skill completely. Take your seat. Lin Dali didn't cover up and spoke directly. Xiao Jiang, I'm sure Wei has already told you something about our family. Jiang Chu nodded, right. He told roughly what Lin Wei had said. Lin Dali sighed slightly after hearing this. Wei is right, it's that 5 rampant gods that are haunting our family this time. And it's not even money that's wanted. It's life, wise life. Jiang Chu's eyebrows also raised when he heard this. According to reason, the 5 rampant ghosts were insatiable and profit-driven, and would never take a life without squeezing the last ounce of value out of the offerer. And Lin Dali is now at the peak of his career, and the wealth of the Lin family is immeasurable. According to Jiang Chu's estimation, there were at least a few $1 billion. Such a large amount of fortune, a lifetime of offering to the 5 rampant ghosts, is definitely worth too much more than a direct life. But nowadays, that ghostly creature still chooses to take a life. Still naming Lin Wei's. It can only mean Lin Wei's destiny. For that 5 rampant ghost, it's much more attractive than this fortune. It looks like Lin Wei definitely has something on him. Lin Wei, who was beside him, stood up even more mischievously when he heard this, his face full of smugness. Nappy? Take my life. This old thing has such a good eye? My many years of hiding my extraordinary temperament, my imposing organization, and my handsome person, it even saw it all. After saying that, he even squeezed his eyes towards Jiang Chu. Dude is awesome? Jiang Chu sized up Lin Wei, who was jumping up and down like a retard. I take back what I just said. He's got a gross thing. The damn thing. Probably really looked away. Lin Dali was also shown his scalp by Lin Wei and coughed awkwardly. I know it's hard to understand, I'm actually puzzled, after all, Wei. There really isn't much of a specialty. Lin Wei was not satisfied at that time. What's old Den talking about? I'm so good, you steal it. Jiang Chu automatically ignored Lin Wei as he inquired. Are the 2 bodies from last night still there? Show me. Lin nodded vigorously, it's on the 2nd floor. With that, he led Jiang Chu towards the 2nd floor of the villa. Just stepped in. Jiang Chu had already sensed something. Directly before a room. It's here, isn't it? Lin Dali didn't wonder, right. Jiang Chu pushed open the room. The evil aura that he had sensed before was even more intense. On the floor of the room, Jiang Chu saw Uncle Zhang and Aunt Lu. Don't you come in. Jiang Chu suddenly spoke. This caused both Lin Wei and Lin Dali to be stunned. They're not dead through and through, I'll fill in. Jiang Chu finished speaking and closed the door of the room. Uncle Zhang and Aunt Lu are indeed still alive. It's because that ghostly aura inside them hasn't dissipated yet. Jiang Chu's nails grew slowly. After advancing into a furry stiff, the bones in his entire body underwent a terrifying metamorphosis. Jiang Chu stabbed directly at Uncle Zhang and Aunt Lu's chests. Pust. Fingernails penetrate the skin and bones as easily as piercing a sheet of paper. The bodies of Uncle Zhang and Aunt Lu, who were originally lying peacefully, began to struggle violently under Jiang Chu's claw. Rolls of black gas erupted from their bodies. Mouths simultaneously let out mournful screams. Who dares to kill God? God? You deserve it? Jiang Chu's face turned cold, and his palm slightly exerted force. Bump! The black chi exploded, and the 2 men's bodies stiffened completely, rotting at a rate visible to the naked eye. Do all that. Jiang Chu reopened the room. At the entrance of the room, Lin Wei and Lin Dali's mouths were wide open. Apparently they heard the voices inside as well. Old Jiang. That's it? Jiang Chu, what else? It's just 2 corpse sneaks infested by that 5 rampant ghosts, it's nothing. He looked at Lin Dali next to him. Uncle Lin, can you tell us more about what happened back then? Lin vigorously nodded, his face somewhat complicated. He pulled a box of 95 out of his pocket and was just about to light it when he saw Lu Hong, who was watching him intently from a short distance away. Lin vigorously stirred, a backhanded and handed Lin Wei and Jiang Chu another one. That's what made Lu Hong withdraw her eyes. Took a hard draw. Lin vigorously said slowly. 20 years ago, after I made a wish in that temple, that night, I had a dream. In my dream, I saw the 5 rampant gods that I had worshipped in the middle of the temple that day during the day. It told me that it granted my request. At the time, I was a little confused and asked what its conditions were. Did it require money offerings? But that 5 rampant god smiled sardonically toward me and said it didn't want money. It wants my future son's life. I wasn't married at the time, but there was no way I was going to trade my son's life for some illusory fortune, so I refused at the time. Speaking of this, Lin vigorously clenched his fists. But that 5 rampant gods, however, told me that since I had already made a wish in its temple, there was no possibility of reversing it. This life it is determined to take. It will come for it the year my son turns 18. Afterward, I woke up from a dream in a cold sweat, but didn't count on it too much. But next, I realized that the dream was real, because every year on the 15th of July, I have that dream over and over again. Just this year, the 5 rampant gods came to me once again, and it told me that it was time to fulfill the agreement, and that it would come to take Wei's life on the day he came of age. Lin Wei was puzzled. Didn't I become an adult last year? Lin Dali was embarrassed for a moment. At that time, in order to fool that 5 rampant gods, I reported you as 1 year older. Lin Wei was even more confused. No, Dad, what kind of operation are you doing? If that damn thing looks for me according to my reported age, wouldn't I have died last year? Lin Dali, it's all a small matter, don't care, you're not hung up. Lin Wei slowly gave a middle finger. Jiang Chu listened to the corners of his mouth from the side. He was now aware of who Lin Wei really followed. Power not only produces miracles, it also produces why. Chapter 23 Old Jiang, why is the magic weapon in your hand cool and smoking black? When is Lin Wei's birthday? In 5 days. Jiang Chu grinned. In that case, no problem. Lin Dali's eyes lit up. Oh? Xiao Chu, do you have a way to be able to help our Lin family survive this calamity? Jiang Chu nodded. Simple, I'll go and slaughter that 5 rampant ghosts tonight and everything will be solved. Lin Dali didn't know how many high-level people he had invited over the years, but these high-level people, no one was like Jiang Chu, who didn't even know people's strength when they came up and said that they had slaughtered them. Young people nowadays, are they all so brave? And what is to be prepared? I'll arrange it now. No, just take me places. The temple of the 5 passing deities that Lin Dali worships, not within the city of Gangbuk. Instead, it's in a place called Lantian County below Jianbei City. This is where Lin Dali's old home is. It's just that his parents died early, and he's been living in the north of the river all these years, and would rarely come back. After having lunch at Lin Wei's home, Lin Dali personally drove the latest model of Cullinan towards Lantian County. The county is still some distance from the city. It wasn't until a little after 5 in the afternoon that the car finally stopped at the base of a hill. Get out of the car. The sun had set in the west in the sky, and the reddish haze cascaded over half the sky. But after this light fell into the mountain peak in front of him, it was like falling into an abyss. All brightness is blocked. The reflection of the mountains was particularly eerie. Old Lin, how did you find such an evil place back then? Bold enough. Lin Wei shivered and said to Lin Dali next to him. Lin vigorously smiled bitterly. 18 years ago, the incense was still strong in this place, and the mountain wasn't like this then. It's because of the incense. The incense is mixed with the thoughts of the living gods, and the more powerful the incense, the more the thoughts of the living gods, and the Een will be covered up. Nowadays, that's what this place really looks like. Jiang Chu spoke faintly from the side. Uncle Lin, you stay here, I'll go to the temple with Wei. Lin Dali froze as he glanced at Lin Wei and nodded vigorously. Alright, then I'll wait for you guys down there. Xiao Jiang, Wei is all yours, if we really can't solve it. I'll think of something, you guys must be safe. Don't worry, with Lao Jiang here, we brothers together will ensure that we demolish the broken temple up there. Lin Wei patted his chest. Jiang Chu didn't say much. Stepping towards this mountain range, he went in. The hills are steep. The roads have fallen into disrepair and are covered with weeds. Both sides were even more thickly wooded. Such an environment is the home of ghosts. It is also a natural place to gather shade. There are definitely a lot of sneaks in there. Ding! The host triggered a system mission, and will receive a large amount of rewards after completing the mission. In the middle of Jiang Chu's mind, the system's voice suddenly sounded. A smile appeared on Jiang Chu's face. The system was indeed on time as usual. It's so damn dark. Lin Wei muttered and took out the flashlight he had prepared long ago. A ray of light, breaking through the darkness, illuminates the path up the mountain. In this atmosphere, the average person has to shiver straight inside. But Lin Wei is no ordinary man. He's excited now. Old Jiang, do you think we can meet 2 female ghosts later, when the time comes? One for you and one for me? I'll let you pick first. Jiang Chu rolled his eyes. With your little body, you wouldn't last 10 minutes if there was really a female ghost. Asterisk 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 asterisk, you looking down on dude? I promise at least 11 minutes. I have to say, with Lin Wei on the side, it makes a mountain road that should feel spooky look like a brow-raising experience. Hee. Officer. At a stream passing a depression. Suddenly a woman's playful voice reached the ears of the two Jiang Chu. It's a tantalizing sound. The 2 men followed the sound and looked over. It was then that he saw a mist rising from the originally calm stream at some unknown time. Among the mist, a few women could be seen, bathing in the water. Lin Wei poked Jiang Chu. Lao Jiang, look what dude said. This can't be the female ghost, can it? Jiang Chu was also amused. It is indeed a ghost, and not surprisingly, it's coming for us. So arrogant? Old Jiang, don't stop me, I have to show them some color today. Saying that, Lin Wei excitedly ran towards that creek. While running he also unbuckled his pants. Jiang Chu? Female ghost in the distance? What's the situation? I haven't even seduced anyone today, why did he come over of his own accord? But after freezing for a moment, the seduction on the faces of those female ghosts increased. Their eyes looked slyly at Lin Wei. Officer, are you coming down to bathe with us? Lin Wei waved his hand. This water is too cold, Miss Ghost, you can't go into the water on such a cold day. This way, I'll add some heat to your water, don't thank me. After saying that, a column of water, drawing an exquisite arc accurately landed on the head of one of the female ghosts, and incidentally also flung it. Even a few other female ghosts were taken care of along with them. This scene showed Jiang Chu's scalp tingling. Why? Robots really can never replace humans. The female ghosts in the middle of the stream were in a daze initially. It was also utterly furious. The originally clear face began to distort in an instant. The Een aura was bursting out of his body. Stinking man, we want you dead. It had been a long time since they became sneaks that they had such a strong desire to kill. Usually when they come across a living person, they are trying to suck the essence dry. But this guy today, they just want to slaughter him. But these female ghosts are fast though. However, Jiang Chu's speed was even faster. On Jiang Chu's wrist, the stiff king hammer had already appeared. A wisp of necrophilia covers it. In a flash, the barbs on top of the bone hammer erupted. Jiang Chu flung it violently, the body of the hammer cutting through space and transforming into white bone chains, and swept it towards those female ghosts. The white bones were surrounded by eerie corpse mist, carrying the power of the most Ying. This corpse artifact, but it was transformed by Jiang Chu's own body metamorphosis. The power contained is absolutely unimaginable. Coupled with Jiang Chu's current cultivation level of hairy stiffness, even a ghostly creature of the same level would be able to directly blow up, let alone them? Bump bump. As the prison-suppressing hammer smashed down, the yin chi on those female ghosts was directly pierced through like rags. Along with them, their bodies exploded into pieces. It turned into a wisp of green smoke and disappeared with a miserable cry. Host kills water ghost *6, gaining plus 900 corpse chi points. The system's slightly mechanical voice appeared in the middle of Jiang Chu's mind. 6 water spirits, providing 900 necrotic points. It's not bad. Jiang Chu was satisfied. Old Jiang. You. What is this thing in your hand? Lin Wei, who had been beside him, looked at the origin bone in Jiang Chu's hand with wide eyes. Spells. Jiang Chu casually explained. Lin Wei's mouth turned away. Don't bully me for being less educated, whose magic weapon is as cool as you are smoking black. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Wei said, Old Jiang. You're not some kind of evil cultivator, are you? Just the kind of cultivator who doesn't work hard and is a brother in 10,000 souls? Chapter 24 I am the 5 passages divine sovereign, and you do not bow down when you see this god. The corners of Jiang Chu's mouth twitched, and as soon as he opened his mouth, it was a damn old novel. He nodded, all this for you to find out? I'll take you for a streamer sacrifice later. Lin Wei's eyes lit up, really? Then with our relationship, it shouldn't be a problem for me to be the leader in there, right? You'll definitely collect a few more female ghosts then. Get out of my way and leave your father alone. Crossed the stream. It's not far from the Wutong Temple. Jiang Chu and the two of them were already able to remotely see the temple that stood on the mountainside. But as it gets closer, it was also getting quieter all around. A strong evil aura that could not be dispersed permeated from above that temple. Buzz. Suddenly, a tremor resounded in the heavens and earth for no reason. Next moment, in the middle of that temple, rolling black mist suddenly burst out. The fog was continuous, like a cloud. In the midst of the clouds, there was a hidden ghostly light manifesting. It loomed toward them. Almost just instantly, the two were already surrounded by a layer of black mist. The light from the flashlight was suppressed. Lao Jian? What's going on? Lin Wei couldn't help but rub his hands together, and there was finally some more awe in his eyes as well. He was only mortal in the end. When faced with this level of spirituality, it's 1 in a million to not pee in fear. Heaven's favorite. You finally arrived. In the black mist, a voice rang out. It sounded like it came from the 9 hells. Raspy, cold, and with a hard-to-conceal excitement. Swish! The black fog coalesced and formed a fogman. Only a glow emanated at the eyes. 5 rampant ghosts. In the moment of seeing this thing, Jiang Chu had naturally recognized it. However, Jiang Chu's eyes fell on Lin Wei's body. The heavenly favors? What's that? A man of God's favor? Jiang Chu raised his eyebrows. Although the 5 rampant ghosts are ghosts, but their ultimate enjoyment of incense and the thousands of living wish, the more absorbed, the deeper the control of human destiny. This was something that even Jiang Chu had no way of comparing. Since it said that Lin Wei was some kind of heaven's favorite, then it's really possible. Come on. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Your heavenly favor. It's enough to fight for me against the wishes of the living for hundreds of years. Let us become one. At that time, we will be the true gods walking the earth. The 5 rampant ghosts' voices grew louder and louder, and their eyes grew more and more excited. Lin Wei's eyes gradually became cloudy. Unable to resist, he moved closer in the direction of the 5 rampant ghosts. At this moment, Jiang Chu's face also sank. Taking my people in front of me. Old thing, you've got some guts. His feet moved forward. It was also between this step that the scarlet light in Jiang Chu's pupils directly exploded. The 5 rampant gods also sensed Jiang Chu's abnormality on the side. Infinite corpse chi bloomed in this instant. Get out! Boom! The voice was like thunder, furious, oppressive, and mixed with an unimaginable majesty. Like a god or devil roaring low. Around Jiang Chu's body, red light erupted. It hit hard on top of that black fog. Bump! The black mist exploded. Even that 5 rampant ghost was directly shattered in the midst of panic. Calm was instantly restored to the surroundings. The scarlet moon shone down, and the temple, which had been there before, still stood in darkness. It's all as if it didn't happen. Only Lin Wei fell into a coma. Jiang Chu's eyes carried no color. The 5 emperor's money cover on his wrist had also been of covering his face. Jiang Chu's palm waved. A necrotic aura wrapped Lin Wei. And he doesn't look back. Looking at that temple of the 5 passages, he took a step inside. Inside the temple, it was quiet. It's quiet as hell. The surrounding area was overgrown with weeds, and it was obvious at a glance that it had been deserted for a long time. Jiang Chu's footsteps landed on the ground with a sasha sound, and the money cover on his face was accompanied by a crisp crash. It's like being able to take in the soul. Jiang Chu wasn't walking fast, and with each step, the corpse fog behind him became 1 point thicker. Buzz off. The main hall of the Temple of the Five Paths also finally began to mutate once again. Violent trembling sounds were continuously coming from above the main hall. A black, ink-like mist was also frantically squeezing out from within the doorway. It was the opposite of the white mist behind Jiang Chu. However, that black fog was not spreading at the moment, but rather condensing. Splat! The doors to the main hall opened. By the color of the moon, a huge sculpture that looked like a god, not a god, and a ghost, not a ghost, could be seen seated high in the center of the temple. Underneath it were a dozen smaller clay dolls. At the pupils of that sculpture, 2 ghostly eyes manifested. It was constantly sizing up Jiang Chu, who was moving forward towards it. You! Who are you? Finally, the statue spoke slowly, with scorn and trepidation. It has set up its temple on this earth for hundreds of years, and has absorbed more than 10,000 wishes of the living. He had also seen a lot of ghosts and evil creatures, even great demon ghost kings. Although it was not a god, yet under these countless years of incense, it was also tainted with some divinity. Ordinary ghosts seeing it was no different than seeing a god. However, after seeing Jiang Chu, it actually began to be afraid as well. It was fear bursting from the heart. It's more like fear emanating from the low meeting the sublime. The Jiang Chu in front of me. Definitely not human. Jiang Chu heard a voice. Indifferent eyes also lifted to meet the statue that sat high within the temple. How dare a little brat ask me? The 5 rampant ghosts were stunned, followed by the entire sculpture shaking. It seemed as if Jiang Chu's sentence had poked its sore spot. I am the Wutong Divine Monarch. It doesn't matter what you are. If you dare to disrespect this godly monarch, then repent for eternity. Ghost servant, come out. With a bang. Above the clay puppets within that temple, it began to tremble continuously. An evil spirit manifested from among those clay puppets. These are all mountain spirits and wild beasts, driven by these 5 rampant ghosts. Take him. The 5 rampant ghosts spoke once again. The hideous eyes of each of those manifested evil creatures landed on Jiang Chu, just wanting to follow their orders. But the moment he saw Jiang Chu, one by one, their pupils were just bursting into contraction, and the hairs on their bodies stood up in sweat. Even the 5 rampant ghosts were in fear at the sight of Jiang Chu, let alone them. These sneaks looked at the pentacle god with some confusion. No, brother, you're not kidding? Take him? Just us? The aura on his body almost scared us to death, obviously a great evil of great magnitude. You can't touch a porcelain like this, can you? Don't do it yet. Do you guys want your souls to fall apart? The 5 rampant ghosts let out another roar. Only then did those mountain spirits and wild monsters harden their hearts and pounce towards Jiang Chu. Jiang Chu's eyes flashed coldly. Something looking for death. The stiff king hammer was also completely activated in his hand. Above the giant hammer, it contained an unimaginable fury. This was the power of the Purple Robe Stiff King's origin. Chapter 25 I see the gods, and the gods need to worship me. Jiang Chu waved his hand. The Stiff King's hammer swept towards those mountain spirits and wild monsters. Bump bump. Wherever they touched, those mountain spirits and wild monsters didn't even have the strength to resist. It was smashed almost in a flash. Host kills Snake Demon *1, corpse chi points plus 400. Host kills Hanged Ghost *1, corpse chi points plus 380. Host kills Rat Demon *1, corpse chi points plus 500. In the middle of Jiang Chu's mind, the system's beeps were ringing continuously. It was almost just a matter of a few short breaths. All the mountain spirits and wild monsters were all killed by Jiang Chu. See this devastating scene. The eyes of the 5 rampant ghosts also shrunk steeply. It is important to realize that these elves and monsters are the ones that it is purposely looking for. The strengths are all considered extremely good. Even ordinary people in cultivation were no match for them. But now, they've been wiped out in a single blow. But Jiang Chu didn't give it a chance to freeze. Above Jiang Chu's arm, endless corpse chi surrounded it. Go! Jiang Chu raised his hand and swung it violently, and the stiff king hammer was thrown straight out by him. It smashed towards the sculpture within the temple. With the force of Jiang Chu's stiff king body, coupled with the monstrous ferocity of the prison-suppressing hammer, it was completely like a breakthrough, piercing through the black mist that surrounded the sculpture. It smashed down heavily on top of that sculpture's head. Bump! The enormous force directly pierced through the sculpture. A scream rang out above the sculpture. Next moment, a green-faced and fanged ghostly creature with a hideous face but only one leg manifested from amongst that sculpture. It didn't even need to be said much to know that this was that 5 rampant ghost's original body. Because of the perennial absorption of incense, the ghostly aura on his body wasn't too strong, but instead carried a bizarre evilness. However, at this moment, this 5 rampant ghost was carrying an undisguised anger. His eyes were dead set on Jiang Chu. Whoever you are, dare to blaspheme. None of you will be able to walk out of my temple of the Wutong god today. Its words fell and it directly sat down in the void. In the next moment, this five rampant ghost's entire body violently began to burst out a streak of golden light. This golden light was not the power of this five rampant ghost, but the last 100 years of incense wishes that it had once again coiled and absorbed. Nowadays, it also knew that trying to deal with the Jiangchu in front of it with its own strength alone was absolutely impossible. He was only able to take out the incense that had been accumulated over these hundreds of years and completely exterminate Jiangchu. Buzz, buzz. Around the five rampant ghosts, the golden light became more and more prevalent. It slowly coalesced into the likeness of the gods carved in the previous sculpture. Rolls of mist swept in as soon as that golden light deity appeared, spread the temple all over. The mist carried a rich sandalwood scent. Incense casts the gods. Gods are meant to be mortal doings, and the power of incense is the source of the gods' power. Now, these five rampant ghosts use incense to catalyze divine power. Even if it didn't have a godhead, what it had condensed was a true god. Swish! The five rampant ghosts' eyes snapped open. That fragrance god also slowly opened his eyes at this moment. Majestic, sacred. It was like a true immortal god had descended, looking down on Jiangchu beneath the temple. Alien, face the gods and bow. Boom! Endless divine might burst forth. The moment enveloped Jiangchu. If ordinary ghosts were covered by this aura, their souls would have been scattered long ago. The power of incense is the natural enemy of any evil spirits. But Jiangchu was unresponsive, even, and a little hungry. He took a greedy deep breath. Rolling mists of incense and fire, like a tidal wave, did not enter his nostrils. Kind of like smoking a big, soothing cigarette. The five rampant ghosts who watched this almost had their eyes nearly logged out. What the hell? This is incense. This is something that only immortal gods can enjoy. Even it could only accumulate and absorb it little by little over the long years. But right now, this guy, he smoked it like a cigarette. No way. This is absolutely impossible. You an evil spirit. How can you absorb the incense and still be unaffected by the divine might? What the hell are you? The five rampant ghosts were almost frantic. Jiangchu grinned. Shin Megami Tensei? His purple robe stiff king's first attribute was to edict the gods of the heavens. What god dared to act as an authority in front of him? The heavenly orthodox gods didn't even dare, let alone a wild god that didn't even have a godhood. Since you want to know, I'll fulfill you. Boom! As Jiangchu finished speaking, the corpse chi that was already raging to the extreme around him became even more terrifying. The red light in his eyes was like blood, and even his hair was skyrocketing. At the same time Jiangchu's body began to appear with roiling purple light, and a purple robe manifested and was draped over his body. Behind him, there was also a blurry ghostly shadow emerging, as if the Rakshasa hell had descended. Almost just a blink of an eye. Jiangchu's entire figure changed completely. He stood in the void, his scarlet eyes looking towards the golden light deity. Worship me. 2 short words. It seemed to carry the supreme heavenly authority. The five rampant ghosts were horrified. That golden light deity it had condensed was unexpectedly no longer under its control. Rise slowly under this majesty. Toward Jiangchu, he knelt down. Silence. The entire temple was plunged into a deathly silence in the middle of the temple. The eyes of the five rampant ghosts even contracted to the extreme. Gods. True worship. At this moment, unimaginable fear as well as incomprehension finally appeared on its face. Obviously, the Jiangchu in front of him is surrounded by purple robes and emits purple light, sacred and unspeakable, but he is a corpse gas, and his money mask is blocking the ferociousness. Either of these two very different powers is unimaginable, and yet it appears on the same thing at the same time. This thing in front of me is completely against the common sense of the operation of the Heaven and Earth Avenue, and should not exist in the world at all. Scatter! Jiangchu's voice once again. Bump! The golden light divine had no warning. A crack began to appear right around its circumference before it exploded with a loud bang. It turned into a roiling breath of incense, frantically converging towards the purple-clothed Taoist robe on Jiangchu's body. It made this purple robe of the Tao shine. The five rampant ghosts spewed out a large mouthful of black blood. The breath also turned shriveled. It couldn't even be bothered to be in awe, turning around to flee. But it hasn't even moved yet. Jiangchu's figure was yet faster. His feet stepped. The five claws were like electricity, and they slapped down towards the head of that five rampant ghost. Boom! That five rampant ghost let out a miserable scream, and his entire torso was also exploded by this slap. Complete annihilation. Host kills 5 rampant ghost *1, gaining 1 corpse chi point plus 1000. Ding! The host seals the incense pseudo-god *1. 2 consecutive system beeps sounded in Jiangchu's head. Chapter 26 Strength Breakthrough. Soaring corpse chi. Sealing the gods. Incense pseudo-gods? Jiangchu was stunned. He looked to his purple dhoti. Sure enough, on the inside of the Tao robe, the extra silhouette of the golden light deity from earlier was seen. It was similar to the ghosts he had sealed in the 5 Emperors' money shield. But, Jiangchu's mind moved slightly. Boom! The numerous ghostly visions that had originally surfaced behind him were instantly squeezed aside. The purple Taoist robes erupted with golden light. That incense wild god that he had just decapitated slowly coalesced. Although it was only one of its gods, its aura was enough to separate itself from those ghostly shadows behind Jiang Chu, making the vision behind him not just a mere darkness, but also the divine light emanating from this wild god. The set-off of Jiang Chu was even more magnificent. Not only that, along with that, he felt that his strength had increased by 10%. It's just as I guessed. Whether it's gods, Buddhas, or demons and ghosts, they will all be turned into nutrients and become part of my background map. Jiang Chu grinned. This is what a purple-robed stiff king should look like. Just for the cool background image, I'll have to catch more deviants in the future as well. But didn't think too much of it. The fact that he couldn't use it himself now could only mean that he hadn't evolved enough. Metamorphosing from a green stiff to a hairy stiff might be an upgrade for an ordinary zombie. But for Jiang Chu, it was definitely an all-around metamorphosis. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task issued by the system and obtaining the reward, 50 years of corpse chi and 2,000 corpse chi points. The system's beep in Jiang Chu's head appeared again. Boom! With that cry, within Jiang Chu's body, berserk corpse chi began to emanate, and Jiang Chu was absorbing it. His evolution points began to rise at a rate visible to the naked eye. A full 10 seconds passed. It was only then that Jiang Chu exhaled comfortably, his breath falling in midair, condensing into frost and falling down. He looked at his attribute panel. Name Jiang Chu. Identity, Purple Robe Stiff King, Unique. Zombie level, 4th order hairy stiff. Degree of evolution, 17%. Treasure, Corpse * Purple Robe, Corpse * 5 Treasures Money Shield. Corpse Technique, Corpse Control Technique, LV. 2. Corpse Chi Points, 6,700, can be purchased from the system mall. The level of evolution increased to 17%. The Corpse Chi Points had even surpassed the 5,000 mark, thanks to those little demons that the 5 rampant ghosts had raised. Go back and you can just upgrade the system mall to level 2. Stretched out. It's all over. Jiang Chu naturally didn't stay. The corpse aura on his body collected and returned to its normal appearance. With a step, he walked towards the outside of the temple. Why, wake up. Jiang Chu walked over to Lin Wei, who was huffing and puffing with a hint of a lewd smile at the corner of his mouth, and raised his hand to reward him with a big mouth. Lin Wei had a wit. Sitting upright from the floor. After 2 or 3 seconds of bewilderment, Lin Wei's face showed surprise. Old Jiang, I'm still alive. What just happened? Why did I dream that something drilled into my body, icy and hot, kinda comfortable, kinda like ice and fire? Jiang Chu? You've got so many words in your mouth. You're going to graduate school? However, Jiang Chu still grabbed Lin Wei's arm and flicked out a strand of corpse chi. But immediately afterward, the corpse chi completely disappeared into Lin Wei's body, and there was no more half reaction. Jiang Chu's eyes widened slightly. One's own corpse chi could be said to be pure to the extreme, and even a trace of it was definitely not something a normal person could withstand. Right now. No? Jiang Chu mused. Wei, what did you feel just now? Lin Wei was bewildered. Feelings? He looked at Jiang Chu's hand on his wrist and then back at Jiang Chu. The face was serious. Lao Jiang, although I admit that you are handsome, but dude is really not good at this. Jiang Chu backhanded a mouthful. Feeling it now? Why was honest then? It hurts. That's fine then, you can't hang if you know it hurts. Go back. I don't know what's going on, but it shouldn't be a problem. After all, even his own necrotic aura was able to disappear, and if there were any other netherworldly creatures, they definitely wouldn't be able to survive. As for Lin Wei's what heaven's favorite, Jiang Chu wasn't even the slightest bit interested. What heavenly favors can be fiercer than him? The road down was fast. Lin Dali had also been waiting at the foot of the mountain. As soon as he saw the two of them, Jiang Chu and Lin Wei, come out. Lin Dali hurriedly greeted him. Chu, how's it going? Jiang Chu nodded his head and smiled. Don't worry Uncle Lin, it's all been solved. That 5 rampant ghost is afraid that if he runs fast, he'll have passed the Yellow Springs Road. Lin Dali then breathed a long sigh of relief. Pulling Lin Wei was about to kneel down for Jiang Chu, helped by Jiang Chu. Lin Dali, Xiao Chu, a great favor goes without saying, you saved Wei's life, it's equivalent to saving our whole family. If you need to use your Uncle Lin in the future, just ask. Lin Wei disdained, old man, what's the point of saying that? Although Lao Jiang and I are brothers, but one size fits all, hurry up and transfer 1,008 million to my brother Jiang. The corner of Jiang Chu's mouth twitched. This kid Pit is Pit understood. Lin Dali also nodded his head, take a middle number, give $9 million well, Xiao Chu you don't mind it too little. Lin Dali was certainly an understanding person. Not to mention Jiang Chu's relationship with Lin Wei, just for the skill of Jiang Chu's, this amount of money wasn't much. As a well-known businessman in Jianbei, he knew a lot of information. It's not a safe world these days. With Jiang Chu in the picture, along with Lin Wei's face, the Lin family would be considered to be tied to a big tree in the future. Okay. Jiang Chu didn't refuse. Anyway, with the Lin family's worth, this amount of money was nothing. He saved Lin Wei naturally not because of money. Even if Lin Wei's family cannot open the pot, the help he will help. Having said that, the three of them didn't linger, and drove directly toward the north of the river. Jiangbei, the outskirts of the city. The night sky was covered by a layer of dark clouds. It seems to be raining heavily soon. Dynasty Casino. An entertainment center with KTV, games, and foot bath. Arguably the most recognizable place in the entire periphery of Jiangbei. The moment. Inside an antique office on the top floor of the Dynasty Casino, a woman with a hot body and blonde waves was sitting there with her legs crossed. She also had a very uncharacteristic smoking gun in her hand, with a puff or two. Not far from her stood a dozen other men and women of all genders and ages. Everyone was looking in one direction. There a civet-sized yellow-skinned human being stood there, his face full of humanizing tears. Third grandmother. You must avenge my family's elders. This yellow skin is the same one that escaped from Linquan Lane before. Its words fell. The faces of those men and women who were standing also showed endless anger. What great guts! How dare he take action against my Huang family? Is he living out of his mind? Right. Is it really true that if my Huang family doesn't make a move, we're treated like sick cats? It's been a long time since we've moved around, and there's still someone in this northern part of the river who dares to take liberties with us. Third grandmother, you quickly give the order. We absolutely must tear that thing alive. Chapter 27 Zombie in Purple Robe? The stiff ancestor couldn't get to that one's dojo even if he came. Chattering sounds rang out. Some of them even started to have demonic auras around them. These people don't need to say much to know that all of them are yellow skins. A nest of weasels is partying. The blonde woman sitting at the head of the table frowned slightly and tapped the cigarette stem she was holding. At once, the whole room fell silent. Among the demonic families, there are distinct ranks. Higher ranks can unconditionally order any lower-ranked yellow skin. And obviously, the woman at the head of the group had the highest status among these people. Wait until the room becomes quiet. It was only then that the woman looked at the yellow-skinned man who had risen up and was not yet able to take form, and spoke slowly. Are you saying it was something wearing a purple Taoist robe, like a zombie, that killed her? That yellow-skinned man sniffed, as if he was also caught up in memories, his pupils showing more fear, then nodded vigorously. Yes, great-grandma. And that zombie, it was also able to spit out human words. It's quite weird. I've lived for many decades and I've never seen such a weird corpse before. It's terrible. The blonde woman's brow was also furrowed. Zombies and their demons can be different. Zombies, to put it bluntly, that is a dead thing, do not pass the will of God, only magical powers and bloodthirsty. But this little yellow skinny guy said that the zombie, however, was still able to spit out human words. Little brat, are you sure you're reading this right? How can a zombie talk? Don't say you've only been alive for a few decades. Even I haven't encountered a zombie like this for over 100 years. One of those standing in the crowd, an old yellow elf, spoke up. Yes, not to mention still wearing a purple robe that is the Taoist masters can only wear. A district zombie still dare to wear a purple robe. Looking for death did not find so. Just the purple robe contains the Taoist chi, not to mention ordinary zombies. Zombie King cannot carry it. I think you, kid, are just too scared and panicked. There was also a yellow-skinned reprimand. The blonde woman was silent for a few seconds, agreeing that it was quite possible. It is too difficult for zombies to open their mouths, unless they are born with a different species. The corpse of some great powers is psychic after death, or else they are the drought among the rumors. But even these things can't be wearing purple Taoist robes. And according to the little yellow-skinned man, that person was only in his late teens in appearance, and definitely not worthy of a purple robe. The biggest possibility is that someone is playing God. At that thought, the blonde woman stood up. No matter what, killing a member of my Huang family is a capital offense, she said, looking down at the group of yellow demons below. Mobilize all the clans in the city and find him. Bring him here. I'll skin him with my own hands. It's the third ant. All of the yellow skins all answered, and one by one, they quickly disappeared. Nowadays, within the city, although it was rare to see yellow skins, there were still many clansmen of their clan, spread out in the corners of the north of the river. It's not hard to find someone. As the silhouettes within the room disappeared, splat, a secret room in the office was opened. The figure of a young man stepped out from the middle of the chamber. This man was probably in his mid-20s, dressed in a designer label. His appearance did not have the slightest feature, only his eyes were constantly flashing with a cold light, like a cold viper. At the moment he had a small smile on his face. Walking over to the blonde, he wrapped his arms around her. What's wrong, Sanguine? The blonde was wrapped in the youth's arms without any struggle. Instead, she even took the initiative to rub herself against the man's body. As a venue run by demons, some of the guests inside were naturally not ordinary people. Mr. Liu, you must help my slave. The youth surnamed Liu, the smile at the corner of his mouth became even more intense. Who messed with your Huang family's head? So ungrateful? Could it be a cultivator? The blonde nodded vigorously, told the story roughly. The youth smiled disdainfully as he heard. Wearing purple Taoist robes? And like a zombie? Somewhat interesting, this kind of thing, not to mention that your Huang clan doesn't know about it, even if I, Dark Abyss, have a wide range of fellow disciples from all over the world. I've never had such a record. The blonde's eyes flashed. Mr. Liu, what if there really is such a thing? The youth's palm crossed behind the blonde's back. Don't worry about it, there's no such thing as an eventuality. The purple closed Taoist robe is only matched by the one from Longhu Mountain. Although I don't want to admit it, I have to say that even I, Dark Abyss, wouldn't dare to act recklessly in that person's dojo. Not to mention something as outrageous as a zombie, yin and yang, heaven forbid. Where that one is, not to mention zombies, even a corpse ancestor would have to make a detour when he comes. I think someone is playing God. In that case, I'll also accompany your Huang family tonight to put this together. Huang Sangu was then completely at ease. That's a big thank you, sir. The youth picked Huang Sangu's chin. But don't thank me. If you want to thank me, thank my master, his old man. When the time comes, don't forget to bring a few more sisters to keep him company. Cluck, don't worry, my lord, I will certainly not let you down. I just have many sisters here. One intersection ahead, turn left 300 meters and that's the neighborhood I live in. Kulanan back row. Jiang Chu said to Lin Dali, who was driving. On the side of Lin Wei muttered, old Jiang, you say you go back to what home? Let's buddies go live house together at night. I'll introduce you to a few girls, thieves hot. Lin Dali also persuaded, yes Xiao Chu, so troublesome for you today, have not eaten a meal together, or go eat something together? In the face of the Lin family's father and son's sincere invitation, Jiang Chu just smiled and refused. He wasn't interested in this young man's stuff right now. It's not as good as going back and organizing your harvest to improve your strength. No Uncle Lin, I have class tomorrow. Lin Wei, lesson? What class? Aren't we on vacation 7 days a week? Lin Dali glared at Lin Wei in a bad mood. Put your mother's ass on the line. Is it a school that takes 7 days off a week? I clearly remember that you're only 5 days a week. Lin Wei looked contemptuous. Old dang, don't you know that times are progressing? What era is it? Only 5 days a week. At a glance you've never been to a proper university. Lin Dali's old face blushed. It seems right, but you can't be too proud. You have to take time to study even on vacation. Jiang Chu. What a niche conversation, completely unplugged. Crunch. Just then, Lin vigorously braked, seemingly bumping into something. It made both Jiang Chu and Lin Wei unable to resist their bodies leaning forward. Lin Wei, hit a man? Lin vigorously, however, shook his head, unbuckled his seatbelt, and got out of the car to poke his head out toward the window for a few moments. It's a yellow pikey. He finished hurriedly, pulling 3 cigarettes from his pocket and lighting them. Bowed to the front. Don't blame the yellow immortal, I didn't mean to. After worshipping, he stubbed out his cigarette on the curb. That's before getting in the car and wondering a bit. Strange, why are there so many of these yellow fairies in town tonight? I've seen a dozen of them along the way, and they're not afraid of people. I haven't seen so many yellow fairies in years. Lin Wei skimmed his mouth. Isn't it just a few strips? See how scared you are. Lin vigorously glared at him. What do you know, these yellow immortals are the most vindictive. When we were young almost any village had a legend about these people. They cannot be messed with. Chapter 28, Corpse * detaining spirits and dispatching generals, can control 10,000 corpses under heaven. Juggernaut. The car stopped in front of the neighborhood. Jiang Chu waved goodbye to the Lin family's father and son. He turned around. Squeak. A slight shriek rang out among Jiang Chu's ears. Jiang Chu looked towards the voice. 2 yellow skins were seen leaping through the green belt in front of the neighborhood. Jiang Chu raised an eyebrow and didn't care. Just walked home. Ding dong. A ring came from the cell phone. Jiang Chu opened it. It turned out that it was Lin Dali who said that the payment had arrived. That was fast enough. Jiang Chu smiled slightly. Didn't care. And then he opened the information interface. A series of several messages appeared. It's all from Suwon Air. Mr. Jiang, did you go out? When will you be back? I made soup. My soup is ready. Picture. Remember to come to my room when you come back. There's also a picture of himself and the soup below. Jiang Chu glanced at the photo. Automatically, he ignored the blackened mess. Surprisingly, the neck is not showing. Poorly reviewed. Back. Jiang Chu returned a message. The message hadn't been dropped for more than 10 seconds. Duck duck duck. A knock had sounded at the door. Jiang Chu opened the door to the room. A little bare pajamas, hair still a little wet, obviously just after the bath. Suwon Air has already appeared in front of him. Seeing Jiang Chu, Suwon Air had a light smile on her face. Good evening, Jiang, good evening. Jiang Chu inhaled a breath. Well declared. As soon as I see her, it's time to remind myself to eat. That's too kind. As he spoke, he skillfully followed Suwon Air into her boudoir. Suwon Air brought the pigeon ginseng and wolfberry soup that was boiled today. Have to say, working hard every day and then seeing your favorite food right in front of you. Very nice indeed. Smelling the fragrance of Suwon Air's body, Jiang Chu Yuanchi dried a large bowl. Beauty Su, your craftsmanship has improved again. Not that I'm bragging, this soup is the best I'd had in the past few days. Jiang Chu fiercely complimented. Suwon Air giggled. Jiang student is too much. I'm just learning. If there are any comments you want to make, I'll improve. Advice? Jiang Chu stroked his chin. There really is one. What opinion? Suwon Air listened obediently. It's that next time you make soup, you'd better do 10 minutes of aerobics before coming to yell at me. Suwon Air was puzzled. Is there anything to say? Jiang Chu nodded vigorously. This helps to bring out the flavor of the ingredients completely. Suwon Air? My head itches like I'm trying to grow a brain. After finishing the soup, Jiang Chu didn't even wipe his mouth. In wiping his mouth would be impolite. He returned home. A brief cold shower. Laying comfortably on his gilded coffin, Jiang Chu looked at his system panel. Name Jiang Chu. Identity, Purple Robe Stiff King, Unique. Zombie level, 4th order Hairy Stiff. Degree of evolution, 17%. Treasure, Corpse * Purple Robe, Corpse * 5 Emperor's Money Shield. Corpse Technique, Corpse Control Technique, LV. 3. Corpse Chi Points, 6,700, can be purchased from the System Mall. Shop the Wave Mall first. The secondary mall can be opened. Now the Corpse Chi Points broke the 5,000 mark. Jiang Chu was also a bit impatient. His mind moved. Immediately, the interface of the System Mall appeared right in the middle of his mind. Ding! It has been detected that the host's Corpse Chi Points have now exceeded the 5,000 mark. Is it refreshing the secondary prize pool? Refresh. Jiang Chu didn't even hesitate. Immediately after that, all items in the mall disappeared. It was several seconds before it manifested again. Ding! The second level mall opens, the mall brushes out the probability of high level items increases by 1%, 10 items appear each time, 0 refresh, individual refresh, 500 Corpse Chi Points, each item, 1,000 Corpse Chi Points, the third level mall, 10,000 Corpse Chi Points opens. The system's beep sounded in Jiang Chu's head. Plain and simple. The price isn't outrageous. Jiang Chu directly looked towards the secondary mall page. Just a glance. A reminder then appeared. Congratulations to the host for refreshing the premium reward, Corpse * Detaining Spirit Dispatcher. After seeing the name, Jiang Chu's entirety froze. A spirit of surrender? This thing, isn't it one of the 8 strange techniques among the rumors in the last life, one person at a time? Can this be brushed out? Gang Chu was making sure he didn't miss it. There was also a look of joy on his face. After all, the great name of the 8 wonders technique was still as loud as thunder. The fact that it carries a corpse in front of it means that it's something he can also practice. Detaining spirits and dispatching generals, the Wind family's best skill, is the ultimate in sorcery. Against all spirits and immortals under the sun. Spirits that can suppress, control, and even devour everything, and gain the abilities on them. I also wonder if the necromancy version of the detaining spirit dispatch has any special effects. Jiang Chu said nothing. Click to buy. Shasta. In the middle of his mind, familiar memories came flooding back towards him. The spirit detainers are divided into spirit detainers, spirit controllers, and spirit swallowers. The corpse law detaining spirit dispatch will have 3 more types on top of the original: detaining corpses, controlling corpses, and swallowing corpses. More variety than the original. Dozens of breaths. It was only then that Jiang Chu reopened his eyes. In front of him, there was an additional introduction. Name, Corpse * Constrained Spirit Dispatcher. Level, LV. 0. Ability, Swallowing Spirit, Controlling Spirit, Detaining Corpse, Controlling Corpse, Swallowing Corpse. Next level, 1,000 Corpse Breath Points, can be upgraded. Looking at the 5,000 Corpse Chi Points he still had left, Jiang Chu didn't even hesitate. System. Raise the level of the Spirit Restraint Dispatch. Ding! The host consumed 1,000 Corpse Chi Points to raise Corpse * Detaining Spirit Dispatch, current level, LV. 1. Beginner. Ding! The host consumed 2,000 Corpse Chi Points to upgrade Corpse * Detaining Spirit Dispatch, current level, LV. 2. Proficient. 2 system beeps in quick succession sounded in Jiang Chu's head. Next moment, the proficiency for Corpse * Detaining Spirit Dispatchers then began to skyrocket. The upgrading of the system was not an ordinary promotion, but it was really like decades of hard training, transmitting all the skill comprehension together. Wait until all the proficiencies are refined. Jiang Chu spoke violently. Detain the spirit and dispatch the general. Boom! An invisible force erupted from him. This power is peculiar. It was as if all the zombie spirit bodies in the world did not have any secrets in front of him, even if it's a sneaky demon. Although it was not in the category of spirits and zombies, it could not escape the suppression of the spirit detaining and dispatching general, even if it could not directly devour it. It also weakens them quite a bit. It's worthy of being a technique among the rumors. It's really powerful. After a slight experience, Jiang Chu put away his divine ability with satisfaction. Having a necromantic version of the detaining spirit dispatch would give him enough power to boost his strength quite a bit. Nowadays, not to mention ordinary hairy stiffs of the first level, even if they were higher level existences, Jiang Chu was confident that he would be able to decimate them. If it was a zombie, even if the head zombie king came, he would have to kneel. Chapter 29, Strength Enhancement. Sneak attack me? Then drive me to extinction. After enhancing his divine abilities, Jiang Chu continued his look at the system mall. Item 1, Magic Blue Balls. Introduction: This is a magic blue ball. After purchasing, just throw the basketball. You can forcibly control a stirring ghost under the 5th order for 1 koan day, and during this period, this stirring ghost can only run the basketball with special footwork, and shall not be detached. Of course, if the host is interested, you can also try to use it for yourself. It's not bad to be able to master a basketball skill. Price: 1,000 corpse points. The corner of Jiang Chu's mouth twitched slightly. Sure enough, the system wasn't a proper system. Whose system could sell something so abstract? But don't get me wrong, he certainly didn't need to learn any basketball skills. He mainly wanted to see how to hard control the knights for 2.5 days. Swish! As Jiang Chu clicked. In his hand, a standard basketball appeared in an instant. Only on top of this basketball, unique runes were engraved, and the runes went in a smooth direction. Forms a fantastic walking chicken. All that's missing is a backpacker's pants. Jiang Chu automatically ignored it, and his mind moved slightly. In an instant, layers of black gas began to emanate from the basketball. Being able to hard control a stirring ghost under the 5th rank is not bad. Jiang Chu slightly played with it twice. Just put this basketball away. Nowadays, he was left with the last 1,000 of his corpse chi points. Also able to buy an item at. He continued his look towards something else. Item 2, Ghost Candle. Introduction: When lit, it attracts all ghosts around it. Generally, it's not really needed. Item 3, The Mask of 1,000 Faces. Item 4, Original Female Ghost Stockings. Jiang Chu's heart moved for a moment, but he still decided that corpse chi points should be spent on steel. After all, earning corpse chi points was easy though. But what if this female ghost is not of good quality? Can't change the batch either. Keep going through all the rewards. Jiang Chu even felt it was almost interesting. Though it was true that the things in this level 2 mall were a bit more advanced than the level 1 mall, but most of them were also ones he couldn't use. Never mind, let's save the corpse points for now. The mall refreshes every day anyway. There's no rush. Finish organizing today's harvest. Jiang Chu nestled comfortably in his coffin. Prepare for a beautiful night's sleep. Suddenly, he frowned. A glance toward the window. Eyes closed. Sleeping like the dead. Tianyuan neighborhood. Phew. A breeze blew through. Interspersed with a faint mist, it quickly came towards the building Jiang Chu was in. Squeak! In the midst of the fog, some shouts could be faintly heard. A full 10 seconds passed. It took those grunts to stop. A few yellow skins scurried out from amongst the mist and quickly disappeared into thin air. Only 2 figures with outlined figures remain, manifesting from among the mist. Identify the target? One of the figures opened his mouth, his voice tinged with hoarseness and a hint of resentment. Living in the building right in front, it's him, there's no mistaking it. He's the one who killed Huang Gu. The other man also spoke out faintly. Very well. Anyone who kills a member of my Huang family, no matter who he is, he must be buried with him. Bring him back to third grandmother. The 2 men's eyes flashed with a ghostly green light. Toward Jiang Chu's building, he walked in. Snap snap. Dull footsteps kept ringing out. They are fast. It's just a couple dozen seconds of work. It had then shuttled to Jiang Chu's door. The gates are hardly a hindrance to them. A light puff of mist. Their silhouettes then already crossed the door of the room and appeared in the middle of Jiang Chu's room. Only, the 2 just walked in, and a cold shiver ran down his spine. It's cold. Where this guy lives. How come it's colder than a ghost cave? The hair on the body of the yellow demon who had opened his mouth before exploded a bit. The icy cold was too piercing. It made it unable to resist manifesting some of its own body. Be careful, we just need to blow this misty smoke into his room to get him to come with us. This guy still has some strength, or else Huang Si wouldn't have died in his hands. The other yellow demon was cautious, and in its hand there was an extra tobacco pouch. It's their weasel's watchword. Use your own cultivation to create ecstasy. Any cultivator, once struck, would be controlled in a short period of time. Having said that, it blew the cigarette stick in its hand gently along Jiang Chu's slit. A yellow mist rose. The breathing inside seemed a little more peaceful. The 2 demonic creatures glanced at each other's eyes. Silently, he approached towards Jiang Chu. However, only just walked into the bedroom. The pupils of the 2 yellow demons were violently wide. Their eyes, which emitted a ghostly light, looked towards the place where Jiang Chu was sleeping. There! A coffin has appeared. The coffin was still glittering with a faint golden light under this moonlight. It was able to see that in the middle of the coffin, a human figure was lying there comfortably. A trace of moonlight in chi emerged from his body. Swish! Jiang Chu also opened his eyes at this moment. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile, 2 sharp zombie teeth exposed. The 2 have a lot of guts. How dare you chase them here? This one. The hairs of the 2 yellow skins all burst open. Zombies. Discovered. Run. They turn around almost without thinking. But it was also in this moment. A hint of darkness flashed in Jiang Chu's eyes. Detain the spirit and dispatch the general. Boom. Almost at this instant, an invisible force erupted from Jiang Chu's body. It turned into a terrifying oppression that directly enveloped those 2 yellow noses. Those two yellow skins only felt as if a heavenly authority had descended. The entire body that had originally fled gave a lurch. The mind explodes with unimaginable fear. Under this kind of fear, not to mention being caught off guard, even if they had already prepared for it, a person's strength would be suppressed by 30 or 40% at least. It was this days. The two yellow skins only felt their eyes go black. The neck had been clenched. Jiang Chu's figure had arrived in front of them at an unknown time. A thin thread burrowed into them. Corpse control. There is the suppression of the spirit of detention and dispatch. Neither of the two yellow skins put up the slightest resistance. The look gradually became blank. Who sent you? Third auntie. Chilliness flashed in Jiang Chu's eyes. Sure enough, these yellow skins are really a big nest to mess with. The two in front of me were surprisingly not the rightful owners either. In that case, then slaughter them all. Where is it? On the outskirts of town, the Dynasty Casino. Take me there. Chapter 30, Yellow Skin Party? Then I can be reckless. Jiangbei. The underground institute where the Yellow Springs Bureau is located. Today, within Jiangbei City, the sudden increase in the number of yellow skins naturally could not be hidden from the Yellow Springs Bureau site. Inside the Yellow Springs Bureau, Xiaofeng listened to a guard's report, and his brows knit. What are these yellow demons trying to do with their sudden activity? That reporting guard shook his head. We're not too sure, but it seems that we've heard. Someone has messed with their yellow demon's head, and these guys, like seeking revenge. Xiaofeng was stunned, and some more anger appeared on his face. Damn, how dare a bunch of weasels seek revenge? If it wasn't for the fact that the above had a covenant with the old ancestors of the Huang clan's lineage, that as long as the clansmen of their lineage didn't cause trouble, they would all turn a blind eye to it, they would have ended them all in one pot long ago. Are they looking for inhumans to seek revenge, or just ordinary people? Xiaofeng inquired. That's unclear for now. Next to Xiaofeng, Yang Jian, who hadn't said anything, stretched out at this time. Captain, I'll lead a visit to their lair? Xiaofeng nodded when he heard this. Good. If it's a fight in the inhuman circle, help if you can if you're a cultivator, and if it's a threat to the commoners, apprehend all those yellow demons. This is also an unwritten rule in the cultivation world. After all, the main thing in this world was still ordinary people, and those cultivators, including demonic creatures and severe ghosts, all controlled powers that far exceeded those of ordinary people. That's why the general laws are of little use to the cultivation world, and are too difficult to enforce. Over time, it has developed, but whenever there is a fight in the cultivation circle, if it doesn't involve ordinary people, even if the head is knocked off, no one cares. Of course, Xiaofeng and their Yellow Springs Bureau are all living people in the end, so naturally, if they encounter a demon fighting with a cultivator, they will definitely favor the cultivator side. Nothing else, a man is a man at all times and a demon is a demon at all times. Yang Tip grinned, don't worry, I understand. The sky was terribly overcast at midnight. The dark clouds above the sky were converging. It's going to rain hard soon. The streets are also sparsely populated with pedestrians. All of this, however, does not affect Dynasty Casino in any way. At this time in the casino, the lights were still on. It was packed with people inside. This is a mall remodel that covers a large area. Outside the casino, Jiang Chu looked at the building in front of him. There is nothing different about the recreational land ahead, but at the very top. But it was a demonic aura. It seems that these have received the summons and have all rushed here. Just as well, it would be nice to take you guys to brush up on your wave of necrotic points. Jiang Chu whispered softly to himself. His palm swung. Corpse chi erupted, and the two yellow skins in front of him instantly exploded. Host kills yellow skin *2, gaining plus 800 corpse chi points. In Jiang Chu's mind, a system beep sounded. Jiang Chu ignored it. With a step, he walked towards the casino. Good evening, sir, welcome. Just walked inside the gates of the casino. A tall woman in a uniform then greeted her with a professional smile. I don't know if Mr. has a reservation in advance? Or do you have a friend in which box? I'll take you there, but first, I'll remind you that some establishments need to keep their cell phones temporarily us. The tall woman is of great quality. He's from a high-end place and he's seen it all. If it were usual, Jiang Chu would have wanted to go and see what secrets there were in a place that didn't even allow cell phones to be brought in. But now he was smiling. I don't have an appointment and I don't have any friends and, take me to your boss, it invited me. Jiang Chu spoke casually, but the tall woman was stunned to hear it. She glanced Jiang Chu up and down. With the eyesight she had honed in such a place she was able to see that the young man in front of her definitely had some strength. Otherwise, in a place like this, the average student couldn't have been so calm. But, even if they were more powerful, opening their mouths and saying they're looking for their boss is still too much bull ********. Especially if it's invited by the boss, how could they not be informed in advance? I'm sorry sir, we weren't informed yet, you'd better give our boss a call. What's going on? As soon as the tall woman's words fell, a middle-aged man in a suit came from a short distance away. The man had a fierce look on his face, and it was obvious at first glance that he was not to be messed with. The tall woman hurriedly and respectfully said, Manager, this gentleman said she was invited by the boss to find him. The manager listened. Waves his hand at the woman. The tall woman then retired. Only then did he look at Jiang Chu and frowned once. Where's the little brat with the hair growing out? Hurry up. The manager of a place like this is, quite frankly, the caretaker. Jiang Chu sighed. Damn, it's so tempting to just set off the psychic and kill it. But it was only a moment's thought before he gave up. This would be too big a target and easily targeted by those guys from the Yellow Springs Bureau. Jiang Chu waved his palm. At his fingertips, corpse light appeared, turning into a thin line, and in the middle of the manager's shrinking pupils, it directly disappeared into his skull. Go! The manager's entire body gave a slight jolt, waiting to come back to his senses. The eyes had become blank. He gave a stiff smile. Master, please. Jiang Chu nodded in satisfaction. That's a much more comfortable attitude. Corpse control techniques could indeed control living people, but after all, it was corpse chi that entered the human body. Even if it is unraveled, the person will have corpse cold in his body, and he will not be finished until he loses 10 or 8 years of his life. It's a lesson for him to know that in the future, when he sees people, don't bark. Following the manager, Jiang Chu walked into a private elevator. Swipe your card to the 7th floor. After walking out, it was only then that the manager spoke in a wooden voice. The top layer is blocked off, only the boss's cronies are allowed to enter. I'm not qualified. Jiang Chu didn't make it difficult. Patting him on the shoulder, go down there and slap enough for one night. Yes. Witnessed the manager leaving. Jiang Chu's eyes fell on the safe passage that was completely blocked leading to the topmost floor. Dense runes were carved around the passage. The rune was able to prohibit the living from stepping in, as well as prohibit all sound transmission. Measures do pretty well. Jiang Chu grinned. Then in that case, I can be reckless. Jiang Chu finished. A layer of white mist covered out from Jiang Chu's circumference. This kind of fog could not be ordinary corpse chi, but rather Jiang Chu's toxin. Jiang Chu was shrouded within a white mist. Stepping towards the topmost floor. Those runes of interception were completely useless to him. Wherever Jiang Chu passed, everything was transformed into Forbidden Land. Casino penthouse. It's so much quieter than the noise on the other floors. From time to time, a greenish light flickered within each room. You were also able to see a few yellow skins weaving in and out from time to time. Obviously, this place has become a demon nest of yellow skins. Chapter 31, Aren't you looking for me? I can come. Inside the office. Huang Sangu crossed her legs. The pouch of tobacco in his hand was still barfing away. Not far from her, the young man surnamed Lu from before was also sitting there with a bland face. Third auntie, there's already news down there. At this time, a yellow-skinned man entered the office and spoke respectfully to Huang Sangu. Hear that? Huang Sangu opened her mouth lazily. Bring it back? 2 Huang clan elders have already traveled there, and they still have the mystic god incense with them, so it won't be long before they return. Very good. A small smile appeared on Huang Sangu's face, and almost at the same time, Zira. The otherwise bright lights around them violently began to flicker. Next moment, a fog began to fill the entire floor with the speed of an outpouring. The fog rolled in. It made the temperature around them drop in a rapid manner. Slap. The tobacco pouch in Huang Sangu's hand knocked heavily against the armrest of the seat. Her entire body had risen. White hairs quickly appeared on the originally snow-white skin. The whole eyes were steeply wide. A palpitation that was hard to hide erupted from the bottom of her heart. Like there was some unimaginable presence in this mist. What's going on? Where did the shadowy mist come from? This is their Huang family's territory. What dares to make trouble in their place? And she had only finished one sentence. A faintly laughing voice had rung out from amongst the mist. A litter of you were not looking for me? I'm coming over now. The voice is not loud though, but it resounded throughout the building. Huang Sangu was stunned, and then her complexion began to change drastically. A dense killing opportunity erupted from the center of his eyes. How dare you? How dare you come to the door? She looked at the young man surnamed Lu next to her. The youth surnamed Lu smiled faintly. Kind of underestimated this guy, but it doesn't matter. I'm carrying the treasures given by my master in my hand, so as long as I'm not an expert amongst the condensed Dan, I'll be able to deal with it. Go out and look. Ding! The host triggered a system mission to eliminate the roots. A large amount of rewards can be obtained upon completion of the mission. A slightly mechanical system voice sounded in the middle of Jiang Chu's mind. Jiang Chu's footsteps landed on the floor of the hallway. It made a crisp ringing sound. Rolling mist swept by his circumference. He was the absolute king in this corpse fog at the moment. Buzz! Buzz! All the rooms in the building began to shake like crazy, and then they all exploded. Among those rooms, a trail of yellow skins with flashing green eyes scurried out. These yellow skins have sprouted white hairs all over their bodies. The demonic power was floating. Almost just in the blink of an eye, a dozen of them appeared. But there are enough of them though. At this moment, however, he did not dare to move in the slightest. The fur on their bodies had exploded, and they couldn't see what Jiang Chu really was at all. But the aura that Jiang Chu carried, even before they got close, made them shiver in fear. These yellow skins were cursing in their hearts at the moment. Nima! Damn yellow crone, what the hell did he provoke? If I had known that my opponent was so fierce, I wouldn't have taken any revenge. Whoosh! A yellow light flashed. The figures of Huang Sangu and the youth surnamed Lu also appeared in the center of these yellow skins. You're the one who killed my Huang clan members. Huang Sangu's eyes were dead set on Jiang Chu. Jiang Chu nodded his head and answered honestly, even the soul was broken up. Don't thank me, by the way. Huang Sangu's face became even more terrifying. If it had been someone else who had barged into her base camp, they would have dared to talk like that. She had ordered the execution long ago. But for Jiang Chu, she was simply too scrupulous. I'm giving you a chance now, kowtow and apologize to my Huang clan members, and we'll settle our grudges. Jiang Chu's palm waved. The stiff king hammer had already appeared in his hand. He grinned, sorry, I don't really need this opportunity, none of you will survive today. Seek death. Little ones, do it. Huang Sangu let out a hostile whistle. Those yellow skins no longer cared about anything else, revealing their own bodies one after another and pouncing madly towards Jiang Chu. Jiang Chu shook his head disdainfully. These yellow noses were all just about the same cultivation level as the two from before, and even worse. With the numbers it might still be able to shake some of the ones with higher cultivation levels. But trying to deal with him? It's a fool's errand. Jiang Chu flung the stiff king hammer in his hand. Bone chain leap. It made a toothsome sound of bones clashing in the air. With the infusion of corpse chi, terrifying ghostly shadows surfaced on the stiff king hammer. Touch! Touch! The two nearest yellow skins were pierced through in an instant. Without even uttering a scream, he was too dead to die. Host kills yellow skin *1, gaining corpse chi points plus 300. The host decapitated the yellow skin. The system voice came in Jiang Chu's mind. Jiang Chu didn't even move. Just a few short breaths. Half of the dozen or so yellow skins were dead or wounded before. The remaining ones one by one retreated, not daring to come any closer at all. Huang Sangu's complexion was unpleasant. But no panic yet. She spoke again. Trade lives with him. I don't believe that his life can be exchanged for all of us. Hearing this, the other yellow skins nodded their heads, and the demonic chi on their bodies instantly coalesced into a rope. It hung down toward his neck. Life-changing technique. This was Weasel's strongest innate aptitude besides creating mesmerizing smoke. However, any yellow skin that is slightly psychic can be used. There used to be no shortage of rumors among the folk of the Northeast, but anyone who messed with the yellow fairy, these things will just randomly find a tree outside their home and hang for dear life. This was an almost perverse karma technique, and was the reason why the yellow immortal clan was rarely messed with. One yellow skin for you won't kill you, but several together. Even higher level practitioners would be jealous, and without special means words, they would almost certainly die. But, after seeing this scene, Jiang Chu's entire face became odd instead. Trade lives with him? Is there a more suicidal way to die? He, the Purple Robe Stiff King, was originally a zombie and not a living person, not to mention that his lifespan was endless. Not to mention these few yellow noses, even if all the weasels under the sky were added together to exchange their lives with him, Jiang Chu would not care at all. Just a moment's effort. There were two yellow skins that had already put the noose that the demonic chi had condensed around their necks. The legs glared, and the breath was gone. Huang Sangu looked at Jiang Chu with a cold smile on her face. Immediately after, Jiang Chu then felt a strange force coming towards him. Then it snapped and instantly dissipated. And his own near-infinite blood bar seemed to have been dinged by a small bite. It was replenished in moments. Ha! Seeing Jiang Chu, who didn't react in any way, Huang Sangu's entire body was dumbfounded. It was important to know that the two yellow skins that had just exchanged lives with Jiang Chu were both yellow demons that had had quite a few years of Dao. Ordinary weasels swap lives depending on the longevity of the other person. Instead, the yellow demons are directly targeting numerology. In this case, not to mention people, even zombies, ghosts and spirits are bound to be affected. However, Jiang Chu did not change in the slightest. It was completely beyond what she understood. Chapter 32, Under the Red Moon, I am the only one who walks alone in the dark abyss. How? The whole of Huang Sangu was also a bit at a loss for words. Have you run out of tricks? Then it's my turn. Jiang Chu wasn't talking nonsense to them. His body's corpse aura erupted. The figure flashed. Almost in a flash, he appeared directly in front of those remaining yellow noses. At this moment the stiff king hammer in Jiang Chu's hand erupted with ghostly light. Toward those yellow noses was a strike down. Die. Boom. A violent explosion spread out. All the yellow skins all screamed miserably. The body was directly blasted. Host kills yellow skin *6, gains plus 2,100 corpse chi points. The system beep sounded in Jiang Chu's ears. Jiang Chu's eyes glanced at Huang Sangu. Huang Sangu was scared silly at the moment. She hurriedly called for help towards the young man surnamed Lu who had been as transparent as a person not far away. Lord Lu Ming, help me. Lu Ming then stretched his back. Unhurriedly, he took a step toward the front. Friend, stop it. Give me a few points. The words came out. Jiang Chu's entire body was stunned. How much do I owe you? Who the are you? Do retards really go out and talk like that these days? Who are you? Jiang Chu swept a glance at Lu Ming. Lu Ming smiled confidently. I see you're not a man of the right path either. I'm sure you should also know that under the red moon, the dark abyss alone is famous, right? Jiang Chu was confused here. The old man knows nothing. I've only been a zombie for a few days in total. And under the red moon? Solo in the dark abyss? How does it sound as middle-aged as the previous Yellow Springs Guardian? Are they from the government too? But this kid doesn't look like much either. Jiang Chu shook his head. I really haven't heard of it. Lu Ming's smile froze. Cheeks twitched. What's with this kid? With his strength, he was able to kill so many yellow skins in such a short period of time. Must have been practicing for a long time. And it's got cool black smoke coming out of it. One look and you know it's not a good person. Since they are not good people, how come you don't know the name of their dark abyss? Lu Ming spoke out again. I come from the dark abyss. Jiang Chu nodded hesitantly. Then are you protected by the law? I mean the laws within Disya. I don't recognize other countries. Goddamn legal protection. Lu Ming's face was finally gloomy. When I, dark abyss, act, there is no one under the heavens who can restrain me. The words came out. Jiang Chu breathed a sigh of relief. Evil way. Scared me. Since it's not protected by the law, that's a good thing. You've got a hairy face, get lost. Jiang Chu waved his hand. Kid, dare to insult my dark abyss. Do you really think that just because you have some strength, you can be reckless? Lu Ming couldn't hold it together any longer. He touched towards his arms, and immediately in his hand, a skull appeared. There was also a talisman attached to the top of the skull. Lu Ming directly uncovered that talisman. Shasta. A terrifying ghostly aura erupted. Above the head, a fierce ghost gradually appeared. This severe ghost's skin was covered with dense black lines. Roar. Letting out a growl as it appeared. A ghostly aura that was terrifying to the extreme thumped out. Fourth order ghosts. After feeling the aura of this ghost baby, Huang Sango's body trembled, clearly in awe. A fourth order ghost, to be too much stronger than her. It simply wasn't something she could fight against. Anything that was able to step into the fourth rank was invariably a strong party. Even if it was placed amongst their demonic creatures, it could be called a great demon. And naturally, Lu Ming's thing was not something he had refined himself. Rather, it was bestowed by that master behind him. Immediately afterward, though, her face showed delight. With this fourth order ghost in place, definitely able to decapitate this guy in front of him. But Jiang Chu was amazed. He had never encountered anything of the same rank as him since he transformed into a stiff king. Even that pentacle god was not this strong if he relied on his cultivation alone. Only that false god it had summoned with its incense had reached this level. Of course the core of that incense false god's power was incense and fire, and could not be converted to a regular realm. He didn't expect that ordinary fourth order ghosts to be so weak. It seemed that this purple-robed stiff king of his own was really a bug at the same level. After this ghost appeared, Lu Ming also had a bit more of a sardonic smile on his face. Making me use a fourth-rank ghost spirit, boy, you can't get away with it today even if you want to. I'll let you know what happens when you offend my dark abyss. Kill him. Lu Ming gave a cry. That fourth-order ghostly spirit, scraping up a cloudy wind. The space around it was twisting. Shoo! Its figure transformed into a terrifying black aura, and with a terrifying speed it rushed right toward Jiang Chu. With endless tyranny. Compare me to the mean? Jiang Chu smiled disdainfully, his eyes bursting with demonic red light. Then I'll show you which one of us is more fierce. Roar! A low roar erupted from Jiang Chu's throat. The corpse fog that was originally terrifying on him was completely unleashed. Faint purple robes were hidden. The five emperor's money cover among his wrists clashed slightly. A terrifying ghostly shadow and the incense pseudo-god that occupied the sole half of the room manifested in unison. Almost just for a moment. Countless pupils all poked over from behind him, their icy cold eyes not bearing any godliness as they looked towards that fourth-order ghostly creature. The fourth-rank stern ghost that had been ferocious a second ago suddenly saw all of this. The whole eyeballs almost glazed over. Not buddy? Are you a ghost, or am I a ghost? Is this really something you'd expect from a good guy? Especially that incense false god. Although that thing was just a shadow, it still made this fourth-rank ghost creature feel an unimaginable threat. But Jiang Chu didn't give it a chance to freeze. The stiff king's hammer was already swinging. Corpse chi poured into the stiff king hammer. Towards that fourth-ranked ghost creature was a strike that smashed down. Boom! A popping sound swept out. The entire hallway was chafed by this terrifying force. That fourth-ranked ghost creature barely even reacted as its body directly burst into pieces. Dead can't be dead. The host kills a fourth-order ghost spirit and gains plus 1,200 corpse chi points. The system's voice, as promised, sounded. It all happened really fast. It was so fast that it left both Lu Ming and Ma Sango completely unsuspected. Dead? This fourth-ranked ghost spirit. He was blown away by a single blow? Slap. Until the skull in his hand cracked into pieces. It was only then that Lu Ming came back to his senses completely. His body was trembling slightly. Deadly, he looked at the hidden purple Taoist robes on Jiang Chu's body. Zombie? You really are a zombie. And a zombie who wears a purple robe, has an autonomous consciousness, and is able to disguise himself no differently than a living person. This is impossible. There are countless records within the entire Dark Abyss, and there has never been an alien like you. Jiang Chu rolled his eyes. What a fuss, you think you're an imperial master, you haven't seen much. Lu Ming gritted his teeth. Almost without thinking, he slapped his palm on Huang Sangu's body. Huang Sangu was caught off guard, in the midst of shock. Directly slapped by this palm, he flew towards Jiang Chu. Lu Ming, on the other hand, turned and ran. Chapter 33, Sucking on Yellow Sanguine, Ghostly Eyes Yang Jian. A thing that was able to kill even a fourth-order ghost with a single blow. It was simply not something he could fight against. And this thing was a zombie in purple Taoist robes. If the news of this place was reported to the master, I'm afraid that the entire Dark Abyss would boil over. One is also able to receive unimaginable benefits. Seeing my true form and still wanting to leave? Roar! At the corner of Jiang Chu's mouth, 2 zombie teeth appeared. It also completely galvanized his ferocity. A direct bite on Huang Sangu's white neck. The blood was like a fountain. In the middle of Huang Sangu's horrified gaze, her flesh and blood melted away at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was only a short 1 or 2 breaths before he became a dry corpse, being directly pinched and exploded by Jiang Chu. Following, Jiang Chu's figure flickered. Almost in a flash. It came right behind Lu Ming. Toward Lu Ming's chest, he grabbed down. Lu Ming was almost scared out of his wits. You can't kill me. My master is in Jiangbei. If you kill me, my master will never let you go. And master? Then let's kill them all together. Jiang Chu didn't even bother. A nail as sharp as a razor blade pierced through his skin in an instant. Pust. A muffled sound. Lu Ming's entire heart was pierced through, letting out a mournful scream. The head tilted, killing him instantly. The host inhaled a third-order yellow demon and gained 40 days of corpse chi. The host kills third-order yellow demons and cultivators, gaining plus 1,000 corpse chi points. Ding, due to the host inhaling food that is too low grade, resulting in no appetite for 3 days. In the middle of Jiang Chu's mind, the system's voice appeared. It made Jiang Chu's eyes clear then. What the hell? No appetite for 3 days? No. Is that okay? Inside Jiang Chu's body, Huang Sangu's blood transformed. 40 days of corpse chi didn't enter his body, but immediately after, an anorexic feeling came right down Jiang Chu's throat, like eating something dirty. Nima. It turns out that for outsiders one is immortal, but you can still get a bad stomach? The corner of Jiang Chu's mouth twitched, but didn't really care. With his current realm, it didn't matter if he didn't eat for even 3 months, not to mention 3 days. He scanned the yellow-skinned corpses that remained in the middle of the corridor. After determining that there are no more survivors, there was no continued stay. Go home. Outside the Dynasty Casino, 2 special SUVs from the Yellow Springs Bureau were parked a short distance away. Sitting in the middle of the car was naturally Yang Jian, who had come from within the Yellow Springs Bureau. In the center of Yang Jian's brow, a vertical eyeball slowly opened. That eyeball is oozing. A weird light burst out and looked right toward the Dynasty Casino. Just a quick look though. Yang Jian was then surprised. What the hell? What heavy blood? And those yellow demons' breath is gone. A guard next to Yang Jian was also stunned when he heard this. Lieutenant, you're not mistaken? Most of the yellow demons in our Jiangbei city have gathered here tonight. How could there be no scent? Young Tip was disgruntled. Nappy, don't believe me? Come on eye for you, see for yourself. He said he was about to gouge out the eyeball on his forehead. That guard hurriedly shook his head. Don't, I dizzy eyes. Only when Yang Jian stopped did he continue, has something changed? Yang Jian shook his head. I don't know, go in and take a look. The group got out of the car and quickly entered inside the Dynasty Casino. In order to avoid causing unnecessary trouble, they did not alarm the ordinary people inside. Directly into the top floor of the casino. Just as he entered, a rich blood rush went straight to his nose. Before those guards frowned, after taking a good look at everything in the middle of the aisle, the men's eyes widened almost simultaneously. The body. All corpses. Along with that, Young Tip's entire body became grave. Statistics. Also hack into the casino's surveillance and investigate any suspicious people who enter the place. His sentence was uttered, and the other guards immediately began to work. A full 3 or 4 minutes later, a guard quickly reported, Vice Team, the statistics are out, a total of 12 dead demons, including 11 yellow demons at the peak level of the second order, 1 yellow demon of the third order. The identity has been confirmed. It is the boss of the Dynasty Casino, but also the commander of the Yellow Demon clan of the northern part of the river, the Yellow Three Nuns. On top of that, we also found the body of an Abyss member. And there were fluctuations of 4th order power on his body. 4th degree? The strength of the 4th rank, even if one looked at the entire Jiangbei, it was still at the top level. Surprisingly, killed just like that? Yang Tip raised an eyebrow. Show me. That guard did not dare to be slow, hurriedly led Yang Jian, and went towards the depths of the corridor. There, it was where Lu Ming's body was. After seeing this body, Yang Jian frowned. It's really these damn things, I didn't expect them to show up here. Lieutenant, what's the situation? Could it be that these yellow skins are going to deal with this Dark Abyss member? Young Tip didn't answer. The ghostly eye on his forehead opened, looking toward the middle of the hallway. After a full 10 seconds or so, the ghostly eyes closed anew. Yang Jian's complexion was then gloomy. No, this scum of the Dark Abyss and these yellow demons all died under the same kind of power. They are definitely not enemies, and are probably even colluding together. What? A crowd of guards were astonished. These yellow demons dare to collude with the Dark Abyss. They are looking for death. Apparently the name Dark Abyss touched their red line. Yang Tip looked towards the Yellow Springs Bureau member who hadn't said anything and was holding a computer that was constantly tapping away. Did you pull up the surveillance? The member nodded. Lieutenant, it's all been screened, and based on the time of death of the bodies, only one has been found so far. One suspicious person. His face turned odd as he said this. And, this is a man that we've all still seen. Seen it? Yang Jian was stunned. Which senior has entered here? Being able to have the strength to kill a fourth-order strength being. Absolutely all of them are masters in the cultivation world. That Yellow Springs Bureau member opened his mouth, somewhat unsure of what to say. He handed the computer in his hand to Yang Jian. Lieutenant, see for yourself. Young Tip was also attracted to interest toward the video on the computer for just a moment. The whole eyeballs widened a bit. Just see the video in the middle. A teenager, handsome to the core, was looking up and smiling towards the camera's bearing. Then he turned around and stepped within the 6th floor. It's him. Not only Yang Jian, but also several guards recognized Jiang Chu's identity in an instant. No way. I've just seen it this afternoon, it's hard not to recognize it. Lieutenant, you just said that an existence capable of killing a 4th rank. It can't be him. Young Tip, after being surprised, pulling a cigarette out of his pocket, he lit it and took a drag. As of now, he is indeed the only one. What a surprise. This little guy who just became an inhuman. Surprisingly, he is hiding so deeply. Killing a 4th rank. This is something that even a heavenly spirit body just awakened can't do. His secret, it's bigger than expected, it seems. Need to see him again. Let's go back first, and bring the corpses of those yellow demons as well as the members of the Dark Abyss and thwart them. Yes. Chapter 34, The Secret Hidden in Jiang Chu's Body. Corpse detaining spirit dispatch will be a small success. Jiang Chu was naturally unclear about what happened after that. His figure gradually materialized outside the cell door. Ding! Host completes the task issued by the system, obtaining 40 years of corpse chi, 1000 corpse chi points. The system tone for completing the quest sounded. The familiar corpse chi began to surge within him, pushing his evolutionary level in an ever-increasing way. A few breaths later, Jiang Chu then opened his eyes. He looked to his system panel. Name Jiang Chu. Identity, Purple Robe Stiff King, Unique. Zombie level, 4th order Hairy Stiff. Degree of evolution, 31%. Treasure, Corpse * Purple Robe, Corpse * 5 Emperor's Money Shield. Corpse Technique, Corpse Control Technique, LV. 3 Mastery, Rigid King's Ascension to Heaven, 1 Robbery, Corpse * Detaining Spirits and Dispatching Generals, LV. 2 Mastery. Corpse Chi Points, 8,700, can be purchased from the system mall. The level of evolution was successfully raised to 31%. Along with that, the corpse chi points, which were all about to be depleted, increased to 8,700. This satisfied Jiang Chu. In raising the level of detaining spirits and dispatching generals, Jiang Chu did not hesitate. Ding, does the host consume 4,000 corpse chi points to raise the corpse * detention spirit dispatch? Yes. Jiang Chu nodded. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully raising the corpse * detaining spirit dispatch, current level, LV. 3, minor success. Boom. In Jiang Chu's mind, the corpse method of detaining spirits and dispatching generals senses naturally increased along with the system's voice, waiting to come back to his senses. Rumble. The sound of muffled thunder is also resounding in the sky at this moment. Drops of rain fell from the sky. The rainy nights of late fall have gotten a little more cool. Jiang Chu didn't care. Letting the raindrops fall on his body, he headed towards his home on this cold, rainy night, by the light of the neighborhood. It is now 1 in the morning. After last night's events, there were no longer any pedestrians in the neighborhood. There was only the occasional yellow-robed delivery boy riding by on an electric bike, and nothing more. Gangchu loved the night. Now the rain was making him even more comfortable. Sniff. Jiang Chu suddenly sniffled. In the middle of this moist air, a faint odor of water filled the room silently. Jiang Chu raised his eyes. He saw that not far from him, a black-clad figure had appeared at an unknown time. The man in black is weird. No umbrellas either. And with his head down, he walks in a weird way. It's like mechanical in general. His entire body was soaked and constantly oozing. It was from his body that the watery odor permeated earlier. Evil spirits? Jiang Chu could tell at a glance that this thing in front of him was not human. Neither are ghosts. Some of them look like corpses, undergone a mutation. Ah ha ha ha. Just then, a mournful scream pierced the night sky. Jiang Chu withdrew his eyes and frowned towards a building. It disappeared without a trace. Wait until he manifests again. Already, he had come to the floor of the building where the screaming had taken place. Already in this building a number of occupants of the next room had run out, toward the source of the sound. Inside the hallway, a delivery boy is seen collapsing to the ground in shock. Across from him was a room whose door had been opened. Jiang Chu looked along that gate. The floor of the entire room was seen to be wet, and in the middle of the living room, two figures lay softly. The house still smelled like water. The water smells bad here though, like stinking mud rotting at the bottom of a river. Jiang Chu raised his eyebrows. It didn't even need to guess to know that the dead people here should be moved by the thing he had just encountered. Even yesterday, showed up in their neighborhood 2 nights in a row. These damn things. Still really living. I'm going to check out the Rink Water Bridge tomorrow. What the hell is going on? Leave through the building. Back home. Jiang Chu didn't tarry any longer and lay down into his coffin. Slowly fall asleep. The next day there were no classes in the morning and 3 in a row in the afternoon. So naturally, Jiang Chu woke up only an hour before class. Simply washed up. Originally Jiang Chu was still in the habit of pulling out his own zombie cans wanting to have a bite of meaning. Turns out the can hadn't been opened yet. His mouth then instinctively resisted. Jiang Chu's cheeks jerked hard before he remembered that he had no appetite for 3 days. Damn, I didn't realize it was all zombies and anorexia. Opened the door. Toward the school. It rained hard all night last night. The weather temperature dropped quite a bit today. But Jiang Chu couldn't feel the temperature at all. Senior Jiang Chu just entered the school building. Around a corner, Jiang Chu heard someone shouting his name. There was something familiar about the voice. He turned back to look. He saw a young girl in a plain-colored dress not far away smiling and waving at him. Chen Miaoyi. Jiang Chu also immediately recognized who the young girl was. The woman who inexplicably greeted herself yesterday. Lin Wei also said she was a Taoist nun. However, it had to be said that Chen Miaoyi's looks were absolutely nothing to write home about. It was in no way inferior to Su Wan Air. And the body carries its own aura of immortality. It's schoolgirl Chen. I can't believe I saw schoolgirl Chen smile. Mom, I'm in love. Rolling, you're in love. You'd better wear your strappy pants more often to play basketball when you have time. Can't you see that schoolgirl Chen is shouting at someone else? Who is that boy? If he looks like that, I'm afraid that even when I'm at my peak, I'll have to avoid the front line for a while. This person cannot be underestimated. He'll be a formidable enemy on my way to wooing Miss Chen. Dude, are you bragging harder than you are now? Whispers rang out on both sides of the building. Jiang Chu was completely indifferent. As a veteran sophomore, he didn't know how many of these arguments he had heard. Especially when some girl with a thin waist and long legs and big thunder chases him for contact information for a date. There will always be some sour words. However, Chen Miaoyi had only just enrolled in school after all, and her face was slightly flushed. But still, he walked quickly to Jiang Chu's front. Senior Jiang, remember me? Jiang Chu nodded his head and smiled, of course, school sister Chen's name, wanting to forget it. Jiang Chu's gaze unconsciously fell on Chen Miaoyi's neck. Bump bump. His heartbeat and the beating of Chen Miaoyi's neck sounded at the same time. He subconsciously covered his chest. Damn, it smells so good. This is another delicious meal? Didn't we say we were in the middle of anorexia? You're anorexic and you're anorexic, aren't you? Jiang Chu's insides jerked hard. Senpai. Chen Miaoyi also noticed Jiang Chu's gaze. The cheeks reddened a little more. Only then did Jiang Chu hurriedly and with difficulty avert his own gaze. Damn. Never stare at someone's neck again. Women are fine, but if you meet a man who whets your appetite later. Jiang Chu winced. When zombies. It's dangerous. Chapter 35 Brother, is the old Heavenly Master's purple Taoist robe any good? Great evil. He squeezed out a smile. Sorry, something just came to mind. Jiang Chu decisively lied. After all, it's easy to be taken for a pervert when you stare at someone's neck on your second meeting. Chen Miaoyi didn't care. Just smiling at Jiang Chu, he said, Senior Jiang, Elder Daoxian asked me to ask you, did he give you the purple clothes Taoist robe to help you with your troubles? Ah. The words came out. Jiang Chu's entire body froze. Dogen. Uncle Shifu? Purple robe? He stared wide-eyed. You said that the one on Dragon Tiger Mountain who doesn't want by. That old-timer is your senior? Chen Miaoyi couldn't help but cover her mouth with a smile when she heard Jiang Chu's words. Nodding vigorously, yeah. Then your master's father is Taoist master or immortal nun? Our Spirit Moon sect only has female cultivators. Spirit Moon sect? Jiang Chu's face suddenly looked odd. He thought back to those days at Lung Fu Shan when he had inadvertently peeking into some little secrets. You wouldn't be a disciple of the Spirit Moon sect Spirit Moon realist, would you? Right. Chen Miaoyi replied. Jiang Chu finally couldn't help but laugh. He himself was on Longhu Mountain those days, although he said that he was very much in tune with that old man. But He was furious as he thought about his experience. Before he left, he was also pitted by that old boy for 10 strips of wazi as well as the cost of food for most of his life. Senior John, you also know the matter between my senior and Master Daoxian? Chen Miaoi guessed something when she looked at Jiang Chu's smile. Jiang Chu quietly said, secretly told you, that old boy a drunk loved to take his young time that thing bragging, but also straight pat on the chest, said that he to your master that is the love of the true feelings, are to blame for his young time do not know what to do. If you give him another chance, he'll definitely kneel down. Really? Chen Miaoi's 2 eyes lit up. I made up the last 2 sentences, but I can tell that's what he meant. Chen Miaoi was also amused. A little more small talk. It was only then that Chen Miaoi inquired, Senior Jiang, you should be a cultivator now as well, right? Jiang Chu pondered for a moment, sort of. Chen Miaoi froze, sort of? Didn't Master Daoxian pass on all the Tianqidu to you? Jiang Chu. Celestial Master Degree? Jiang Chu was confused. He naturally knew what the Celestial Master Degree was, and it was said to be the inheritance of successive generations of Celestial Masters from the Celestial Master's mansion. Simply obtaining the Celestial Master Degree was equivalent to instilling all the divine abilities in the Celestial Master's mansion into one's mind. But, I don't really have that myself. I'm a zombie, how can I know Taoism? Chen Miaoi could see Jiang Chu's confusion as she explained. The purple clothes Taoist robe is the carrier of the Heavenly Master's Degree. Once you put on the purple clothes Taoist robe, it's equivalent to obtaining the Heavenly Master's Degree. Didn't Elder Daoxian tell you that? Tell me about it. Jiang Chu suddenly remembered that before he died that day, he had indeed awakened another system in his mind. However, due to his own death being too dry, the system didn't have time to be completely bound, so it was forced to be upgraded to the current Purple Robe Stiff King system. Dead early. Although I'm not a cultivator in the traditional sense, my strength today is still quite impressive, so if you need something, just say it, don't be polite to me. Jiang Chu was naturally able to hear Chen Miaoi's meaning. Although that old Celestial Master's purple robe still hadn't saved himself, it wasn't his fault, and this favor was definitely recognized by Jiang Chu. Otherwise he wouldn't even be able to get the purple robed rigid king status right now. Now that old boy told Chen Miaoi about his relationship with him. If there was a need, Jiang Chu would naturally not refuse. Not to mention, he's really strong now. At least within the 4th rank, it was absolutely impossible for something to be his opponent. Even if it was the 5th rank for Jiang Chu, as long as the firepower was on, it wasn't impossible to fight. Chen Miaoi sniffed. After a slight hesitation, he still smiled and nodded. In the last week a senior of our Taoist sect deduced that a great evil will come out in 3 days at the Mountain of Mass Graves in the north of the river. The great evil of the Mountain of Mass Graves? Jiang Chu frowned. Himself. Didn't you come out of that mass grave? I've never heard of a mass grave before. A big one? Fiercer than yourself? Any idea what it is? Chen Miaoi shook her head. I don't know, no one dares to go near this thing before it appears. But what is certain nowadays is that there will be a chance after this great evil appears. Jiang Chu became even more curious. What chance? Chen Miaoi's face became grave and complicated. It's a dragon. Dragons? Jiang Chu was shocked. Is this what the world has become? Even dragons? But, that said there is still some craving to try it. Well, a dragon vein to be exact. Chen Miaoi continued, this dragon vein has now been proven to be alive. It is alive, and there is still a trace of dragon chi, and that great evil is in the position of the reverse scale of that dragon vein, being nourished by that dragon chi. And after that great evil comes out, this dragon vein will be equivalent to being completely dead, and at that time it will disperse the last of the dragon chi in its body, which is a supreme treasure for any cultivator under the 5th rank. You can enhance your talent and build a strong foundation. So bullish? Hearing this, Jiang Chu was understanding. Are you trying to join forces with me to fight for this dragon chi? Yes, this is also what Master Daoxian meant. He said that this dragon chi will be of great use to you as well. Jiang Chu was touched for a moment, not expecting that old man to have benefits or think of himself. No thanks to the fact that I was handing him cigarettes every day at the time. Next time, when you have time, send him a couple of inflatable goodies. It must be lonely up in the mountains all by yourself. Just don't thank me. No problem. Jiang Chu nodded his head, although he might not necessarily be able to use the dragon chi himself. But it's nice to be able to trigger a quest. Chen Miaoi smiled sweetly. Then I'll trouble Senior Jiang. The two added contact information to each other's. Jiang Chu also returned to his class and began to teach. Of course, when you say you're in class, it's totally just a different place to play on your phone. With his current status, learning is impossible to learn. You can't let the Purple Robe Stiff King graduate to screwing screws in a factory, can you? But Jiang Chu didn't waste any time. He searched the internet about the location of the paranormal event he was traveling to tonight. Linshui Bridge. There has been a lot of information on the internet about the Linwater Bridge in the last few days. Most of them are reporting on the progress of the case of the serial car crashes that occurred on that day at the Linwater Bridge. Through understanding, Jiang Chu was aware of a general information. Linshui Bridge car accident is the cause of an off-site travel to the north of Jiangbei. People carrying a bus traveling through the Linshui Bridge when suddenly out of control, rippled to the bus next to the three sedans rushed out of the bridge, fell into the moat in the middle of. Chapter 36, Dragon Tiger Mountain Heavenly Master Degree. I am the Jade Emperor, his nephew. This one accident resulted in 49 deaths. All the living people on board, none of them survived. This kind of thing would have been absolutely remarkable news in a previous life. However, for the present day, since the red moon has appeared in the world, it has not been able to cause any sensation. The red moon descends, bringing not only eeriness, but even more so, bringing the whole world into a slump. It's as if everyone is starting to get muddled and become unconcerned. This is not a good sign. Because it's more like the whole world is going late. Perhaps it won't be long. All the living will be transformed into stern ghosts. The moment that thought popped up, even Jiang Chu was startled. But the more I think about it, the more likely it seems. In another time when he was still alive, he might have worried. But now, Jiang Chu felt that it didn't matter. So what if the 10,000 ghosts revived? He's a zombie king anyway, and that doesn't change anywhere. Shocking event. The Linshui Bridge was filmed last night with the out-of-control bus as well as the cars that had fallen off coming out from under the water, and it seems that these vehicles were looking for something. As he swiped, Jiang Chu saw a video. The almighty internet is really capable of finding anything but math problems. Jiang Chu clicked on the video. The video isn't very long, only about 10 seconds. The shoot took place in the wee hours of last night and it was still raining heavily. In the first few seconds, the video shows nothing but a lone bridge standing under the rain. But suddenly, a thin layer of mist began to rise from the river at the base of the bridge. In the fog, a few lights appeared. Immediately afterward, a car was seen traveling out from under the water in that mist. But the direction varies. The 10 seconds or so of footage ended in the blink of an eye. At the end of the day, all that was photographed was that the cars disappeared under the rainy night. Different directions? Strange. Do these ghosts that fall into the middle of the river still have a mind? Jiang Chu frowned. He remembered the man he had met last night in the middle of his neighborhood. If it was a good guess, that man would have been one of the cars. Forget it. What do you care? Just go check it out at night and exterminate it altogether. Jiang Chu put away his cell phone. The bell had also rung for the end of class. After greeting a few familiar classmates, Jiang Chu walked out of the classroom. Looking at a laughing college student, his mood was unconsciously better. It is true that the vigor of young people is a light in the midst of the world no matter what time of the day it is, even if the world is in the midst of decay. Stepping out of the school door, Jiang Chu thought about whether he should go home and lie down for a while or go find something else to do. Drip. As he pondered, a car beside him honked its horn toward him. Jiang Chu raised his eyebrows. The car had rolled down its windows. In the main driver's seat, a skinny young man waved his hand toward him and smiled. Hello, Mr. Jiang, get in the car, let's have a chat. Jiang Chu. Nappy, what is it about today's day that people keep talking to themselves? You think I'm a chaperone? But this skinny youth he also recognized. The one sitting beside himself at the Yellow Springs Bureau yesterday. It was also the one that gave Jiang Chu the feeling that among the Yellow Springs Bureau, it was the most dangerous one. He pulled open the door and got in the car. My name is Yang Jian, the Yang of Yang Jian, the tip of the three-pointed, two-bladed spear. In my past life, I was the famous Erlang god Yang Jian, and now I'm the vice captain of the Yellow Springs Bureau in Jiangbei. Yang Tip smiled and introduced himself to Jiang Chu. The corners of Jiang Chu's mouth twitched. Well, this guy is 80% not quite right in the head either. He and Lin Wei should be able to talk. I wonder what Lieutenant Yang wants to see me about. Yang Jian pulled out a cigarette and threw it to Jiang Chu, after lighting it, before continuing. It's not a big deal, I'm not like that deadbeat guy Xiaofeng, so you don't have to be too wary. Whatever you're hiding, my instincts tell me that we're not enemies, or even, we are friends, or perhaps, when I see you, I always want to give you a bow. Jiang Chu was amused by this opening statement. Lieutenant Yang is still in good humor. Yang Jian, however, suddenly put away his jokes and looked at Jiang Chu in a complicated manner. What I said is true. In fact, I'm also wondering, after all, in my previous life, the Jade Emperor was my old uncle. The relationship is very hard, even in the heavenly court. There are not many with a higher status than me, so how could I have such thoughts? If he didn't know Yang Jian's identity, Jiang Chu would want to make a call to the Jiangbei Psychiatric Hospital right now and pull him in for treatment. Do you really think this is a mystery novel? Okay, let's not talk about it. Young Tip waved his hand. This time, I'm looking for you purely to ask, did you kill all those yellow skins in the Dynasty Casino last night? Jiang Chu didn't have much to hesitate about. When he entered the Dynasty Casino last night, he knew that the people from the Yellow Springs Bureau would definitely find out. After all, he had annihilated a full house of yellow skins in one breath last night. It couldn't be a government organization if the Yellow Springs Bureau didn't intervene to investigate something of this magnitude. Nice. What about that member of the Dark Abyss? Also, Young Tip nodded. Okay, inquiry over. That's the end of it? Young Tip laughed. Of course, it is not just killing a nest of people and a wanted criminal of the Dark Abyss. Originally there is no need to report, it is really that your strength is a little beyond our expectations. The captain asked me to inquire about it. And that wanted man of the dark abyss is still worth 200 points, or 2 million. But let me tell you, for a ghost harnesser like you who doesn't have a sect, it's best to go with the points, because the points can be spent on the Yellow Springs app, which was co-founded by our Yellow Springs Bureau and all the major practitioners organizations in Dacia, to purchase some of the exotic treasures that people in the cultivation can use to enhance their strength. Points? App? Jiang Chu also came to be interested. With the $9 million given by Lin Dali, Jiang Chu wasn't short of money right now. I'll go with the points then. No problem, bring your cell phone over here and I'll sign you up for an ID account. Jiang Chu didn't hesitate and handed over his cell phone. Yang Tip pulled out a chip from his pocket and stuck it on the back of his cell phone. It was just a little over a minute before he retrieved the chip. Here, you're now a 4th-ranked ghost harnesser, and your authority is already considered top-notch in Jiangbei. The 4th order is the top? Jiang Chu was surprised. Yang Jian rolled his eyes. You think everyone is as perverted as you, just awakened, and is able to become a 4th-order ghost harnesser, that's comparable to a Dan condensation expert among cultivators. There are only a dozen or so 4th order that exist in Jiangbei nowadays. That's a good one? Looks like you're a lot stronger than you thought you were. After all, the 4th rank was not the limit of his strength. Chapter 37, The Mandate of Heaven? When I'm around, it's the fate of heaven. The 3 realms and 6 paths, Zhuge Wuhou. He retrieved his cell phone. Just saw the page of the phone, an additional software named Yellow Springs. Jiang Chu nodded in satisfaction. Thank you Vice Captain Yang, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave as well. Push open the door and get out of the car. Young Tip disappeared from sight with a kick of the gas. Jiang Chu also did not delay, and bought a cup of icy and sour honey Snow Ice City small sweet water back home. During this time Su Wanner wanted to invite Jiang Chu to savor her boiled deer whip soup again. Jiang Chu really didn't have an appetite. He was only able to make Su Wan air gulp down the sweet scent emanating from her body after 20 minutes of aerobics in her yoga pants at home. Stayed until 10 o'clock at night. Jiang Chu locked the door to his room and walked out. Work. 10:40. Jiang Chu's figure appeared above the Linshui Bridge. At this point, the evening rush hour has passed though. But the bridge is still full of traffic. It still seems to have come a little early. This moat is too long. It's a bit hard to find the source of this paranormal event. Jiang Chu's eyes flashed with a hint of scarlet light. Look down to the water below. The good news is that he does see in from this water. The bad news the whole moat does. By the way, I have spells. Jiang Chu thought of the Een-seeking compass that he had purchased from the system mall earlier. This thing is claimed to be a sure way to find a ghost if you use it. Jiang Chu did not hesitate. From his bosom, he pulled out that Een-seeking compass. Just as Jiang Chu was about to use it, suddenly a voice was heard. Handsome, are you also here to solve the Linshui Bridge bus mission? Jiang Chu was stunned. Raising his eyes toward the voice, he saw that not far away from him, a sweet young girl wearing a duck-tongued cap and sportswear was curiously surveying the Een-seeking compass in his hand. Yuan Tao? Jiang Chu raised his eyebrows, another cultivator. And it's still never been seen before. Are there so many existences with cultivation in this world? In just a few days, it was more than he had encountered in the previous 18 years combined. Nice. Jiang Chu nodded. The duck-tongued girl's eyes lit up. Truth be told, that's what I'm here for, to work together or not. Jiang Chu sniffed and shot a glance at the duck-tongued girl. Cooperation is fine, but you always have to prove your worth. He was able to sense that this duck-tongued girl's cultivation should be at the level of the 3rd level. There was no threat to him. Don't worry, I won't drag my feet. I see you're holding this Een-seeking compass because you're trying to look for the traces of those sneaks in this moat, right? There are a lot of ghosts drowned in this river, and it's not easy to find your target when you only have a compass. The duck-tongued girl's words were justified. After all, the moat is just too large. The Een-seeking compass also has limitations. You have an idea? Jiang Chu looked at the duck-tongued girl's appearance and opened his mouth to inquire. Sure. The duck-tongued girl smiled confidently. My name is Zhuge Spirit. I am the 37th generation disciple of the Zhuge I sect of the Taoist family. Our Zhuge family is best at Qi Men Bagua and the heavenly arts. Under my Zhuge Qi Men, no evil spirits can hide. The corner of Jiang Chu's mouth twitched. Blowing what blowing, you stand in front of one, also did not see you see out. However, the Zhuge family name. It's still very much in the realm of credibility. This one's ancestor is the legendary Zhuge Wuhou. Just because of that name, Jiang Chu decided to give Zhuge Ling a chance. My name is Jiang Chu, since I'm so powerful, let me open my eyes. As soon as Zhuge Ling heard this, he nodded vigorously. Good. But it can't be cast here, there are too many ordinary people here. We need to find a place where no one's around. Jiang Chu shook his head. No need. Who's going to go to a deserted place with you alone? How much it affects one's corporeal virtue to spread the word. His palm swung. A faint necrotic fog then began to emanate. Directly, it enveloped the space around it. In his corpse mist, ordinary people could not see the situation inside at all. Zhuge Ling was startled by the sudden corpse fog. One eye was wide open. She carefully looked at Jiang Chu twice, and only reacted when she confirmed that the one in front of her was not a ghostly creature. You're a ghost master? In the inhuman realm, only the ghost harnesser is able to release yin qi. Jiang Chu replied, sort of. Zhuge Ling didn't say anything else. With the corpse fog covering her, she had absolutely nothing to worry about. She was seen extending her index finger to the tip of her nose. A blue light began to bloom on his body. Zhuge Qimen. Rise. Buzz. Buzz. Shasta. A 9 palace and 8 trigrams chart overlaid and pressed out. Cover the perimeter. However, when this 9 palace 8 trigrams diagram arrived at the location where Jiang Chu was standing, as if the water ripples had touched the reef, all of those blue lights automatically circled away from Jiang Chu's body. Fear of avoidance. See this scene. Zhuge Ling's entire little mouth fell open. Like he had seen a ghost, he looked at Jiang Chu incredulously. How did this happen? Zhuge Qimen was a kind of Qimen layout, not a so-called common divine ability. The Qimen Bagua formed under her feet was also just an orientation map of the place Zhuge Ling was in. All things in heaven and earth, as long as they are still on earth, are bound to fall among the Qimen Bagua, because the Qimen Bagua is heaven and earth. This was also her first lesson when she first practiced Zhuge Qimen. Available at. Now what is this? Why? One's own Qimen orientation. Will avoid Jiang Chu. Even the place where Jiang Chu was. His own Zhuge Qimen couldn't even encompass it. Obviously Jiang Chu was there, but it was as if the place he was in had automatically become an unexplored area. In that unknown region, she also felt an unimaginable terror. It was as if there wasn't a human being there at all. Rather, it's an ancient, flooded beast. Cold sweat had appeared on Zhuge Ling's forehead. Jiang Chu was also curiously surveying the blue Qimen around himself at the moment. This is the art of the transported man? It's kinda peculiar. As for why this 9 palace orientation chart is afraid to come near you, Jiang Chu naturally knew that. The purple-clothed Taoist robe he was wearing was shielding all heavenly chances, coupled with the attribute of his purple robe stiff king. Not to mention Zhuge Ling, even if the old ancestor of their Zhuge clan, Zhuge Wuo, came, there was no way to pull himself within his Qimen. Jiang Chu waved his hand towards Zhuge Ling. Alright, don't be surprised, I have a secret treasure on me, so your Zhuge Qimen doesn't work on me, you don't need to pay attention to me, just perform your normal means. Hearing Jiang Chu's explanation, Zhuge Ling's face darkened. You really think I'm stupid? Still secret treasure, my Zhuge family's strange art. If just rely on a secret treasure to be able to block, then my Zhuge family has long known how many times to be exterminated. But nowadays, she knew it wasn't the time to dwell on that. There are hidden secrets in everyone. Zhuge Ling collected his mind. Once again, he catalyzed the 9 palace orientation under his feet. Her figure suddenly shifted. Azimuth shift. Then there was a dainty cry. Zhuge Qimen. Can character, swimming dragon chasing soul. Swish. In that 9 palace direction, the side representing the Kan character direction suddenly lit up. Kan is water. Next moment, a swimming dragon coalesced into a wave of water, then manifested in heaven and earth. After getting a good look at the traveling dragon, Jiang Chu's face darkened. You call a ing water snake not much bigger than a worm a dragon? The jutsu don't sell well though. But that swimming dragon, after appearing, he was violently heading towards the bottom and then disappeared. Jiang Chu, follow. Zhuge Ling greeted Jiang Chu. Footsteps. The whole person directly jumped from the Jiangbei bridge. The movement was numb to the extreme, and the figure lent its strength in the air. The slender jade legs landed on the surface of the water with a flip. The Qimen glowed brightly beneath her feet, and she did not sink into the water. Instead, they tread the river and move quickly. Jiang Chu smiled slightly. This is the world of cultivators, much like the anime in my last life. And he didn't delay. With his cultivation, he didn't need to waste his strength so much. A scarlet light flashed across his body. The figure instantly dissipated in place. Along with the corpse fog around him, it also disappeared. Like it never existed. Follow that water dragon. The two didn't travel forward for long either. Just a few hundred meters away, the dragon went under the water. And at the moment, the in-seeking compass in Jiang Chu's hand also began to rotate frantically, eventually pointing to the direction where the water dragon didn't go into the water. This is it. The two men stopped in their tracks. Look around. This is not far from the bridge though, but there is less of that earthly life above the bridge. The whole water was cloudy and quiet. Even the sound of cars disappears completely. It gives a very strange feeling. It seemed that these short hundreds of meters traveled through time and space. Toad. This time, Zhuge Ling's face suddenly changed. Jiang Chu raised his eyebrows lightly. He really didn't know much about this aspect of the contraption. After all, the time he had spent becoming a purple-robed rigid king was just too short. It's only been a few days since I've been exposed to the circle of practitioners. Seeing Jiang Chu's doubts, Zhuge Ling spoke. The so-called toad is a special ability awakened by some evil spirits, similar to the ghost beating wall, but much more advanced than the ghost beating wall. It can isolate an area, and inside this toad, no matter if it's a person or a ghost, they can't escape. If we can't solve the worm's source ghost creature, we will all be trapped here, becoming the source ghost creature's ghost slaves and being manipulated by it. It was my big idea, sorry. Zhuge Ling apologized a bit. She was responsible for leading the way, but she didn't expect to bring Jiang Chu to such a dangerous place. There's nothing to apologize for. Jiang Chu shook his head. Since we've entered its treacherous spirit, it means we've found the right place. Didn't we come here to slaughter this thing? As long as we kill it, won't everything be solved? So simple and brutal. Chapter 38. As strong as it can't be as strong as me. Look, it's coming out. But the evil spirits that possess the toad are all very strong. I'm not sure. Jiang Chu laughed. Don't worry, it can't be stronger than me even if it is. Zhuge Ling? No, are young people so arrogant nowadays? But looking at Jiang Chu's confident appearance, he also recalled the scene when he had performed the Zhuge Qiman earlier. Zhuge Ling's throat moved slightly, although she wasn't really sure of Jiang Chu's exact cultivation level either. But a warlock's intuition told her that it was still possible. She nodded. Now that we've entered into that thing's treachery, it is aware that we've come, but this evil spirit has not appeared. It is probably trying to take advantage of our defenses and sneak up on us. It must be found first. Then she was a little embarrassed. This river. It's really too deep, and the scope of this worm is unknown, so trying to find out the source demonic creature hidden in the worm will definitely consume a lot of time. Jiang Chu, let's take one side and split up to look for it. It's faster that way. There's no need to go to so much trouble, you'd better rest. Jiang Chu shook his head and refused. Who had the time to play hide and seek with a ghost? Before Zhuge Ling could react, his step was already on the edge of the moat. Jiang Chu crouched down. A hand slowly reached out into the middle of the river. In his eyes, scarlet flashed. Come out. His palm slammed down in the water. A corpse chi that was terrifying to the extreme erupted from Jiang Chu's palm. Boom! Deafening explosions rang out. Hundreds of meters of river surface, in a moment thumped and exploded. Large swaths of silt churned up at the bottom of the river. It's like being nuke-washed. Zhuge Ling's entire body was jolted, staring at this with wide, dumbfounded eyes. Is this really something a human being could do? And after that blow, the original endless river, a fog began to rise at a rate visible to the naked eye. The mist didn't coalesce in midair like ordinary fog. Instead, it emerges directly from the bottom of the river. The temperature around them also began to drop steadily. A few lights rushed out of the water. Jiang Chu stood up and said faintly, look, it's coming. Jiangbei, Crescent Mansion, rooftop. A cool midnight breeze blows. An old man's figure dressed in a tang suit stood on top of the rooftop. Opposite him also stood a young monk with a dignified appearance and a smile on his face. The monk still had a trace of undried blood at the corner of his mouth. Amitabha Buddha, scholar witch, I heard that your disciple was killed during last night's time. The old man in the tang suit heard this. An old face sank. Master Pureheart is really well informed. The monk who was called Pureheart smiled slightly. It can't be helped, as the young monk practiced the Tathagata method, he would always know that much more. Oh, does Master Pureheart know who the murderer is? The old man in the tang suit inquired with a frown. Monk Pureheart shook his head. Amitabha Buddha, I don't know. Doesn't your Tathagata claim to be able to listen to all the hearts around you with a single thought? If I'm not mistaken, you should have dabbled in the Huang clan's territory yesterday as well. Pure Heart Monk did not deny. The smile on his face remained. Yes, so this is more my curiosity. The little monk yesterday is indeed not far from the direction of the death of your disciple, but after that, I used his heart to pass the law, swallowed 5 hearts in a row, did not find any relationship with the person who entered the clues. No, it's not that it wasn't found. Rather, those people's hearts simply don't seem to be able to carry the memories of each other's existence, and this is the second time the young monk has encountered such a situation since he practiced this technique at the age of 3. For the first time. Still, not long ago, I was in the temple, and I encountered the 1 you monarchs in the dark abyss. The young monk would like to know which titanic king your disciple has offended? If a monarch level that has opened the divine bridge of heaven and earth appears, you can forgive the little monk for not accompanying me on this trip. I don't have the courage to face a monarch head-on. The face of the old man in the tang suit also changed slightly. But then he shook his head. Don't worry, this time our whereabouts are absolutely secret. Jiangbei won't have this level of great power sitting in the town. Those top existences in Dexiao are trying to figure out how to cope with the next Red Moon recovery. As for who killed that punk Lu Ming, although I don't know yet, the compulsion I gave him at that time has noted down that person's scent, so as long as he appears, I'll recognize him. Interesting. Amitabha Buddha, when the time comes, I still hope that Shifu Wu will leave him to me. I would like to see what he is capable of to circumvent my divine ability. Good, but I have some things to take care of before then, so I'll take my leave. I'll see you at the Mountain of Mass Graves in 3 days. After all was said and done, his figure flickered and disappeared in a few rises and falls. Wait until he leaves. In the darkness, a figure cloaked in black quietly walked out. The figure was surrounded by a faint layer of bloodlight, and only the hair tied in a bun on top of his head was able to tell that he was supposed to be a Taoist. Upon seeing this Taoist, monk Pureheart scorned quite a bit. Amitba Buddha, the young monk has met Taoist brother Xuanji. The middle-aged Taoist nodded his head and smiled, looking somewhat disdainfully in the direction where the old man in the tang suit had left before. This fool, he really thought that we would share the chance with him equally, a craftsman who came out of the lower 9 streams, if not for some means, who would have brought him? At this time there is still a mind to collect women. What a colorful mind. This is good, now even his own 4th order parasites have folded in, and the weasel hasn't gotten any sleep yet. Monk Pureheart also spoke, although his cultivation is not as good as you and I, the Lupin technique he controls. It's still somewhat useful, we still need him to hold back that thing in the mountain of mass burial, and when we get it, killing it is the way to go. Alright, Pureheart, nowadays you and I are both on the same path. After joining the dark abyss there will be no turning back. This time will be our chance to soar to the heavens. Hee, don't worry, Taoist brother, the young monk understands. Linshui Bridge. Riverbank. The rolling fog had completely enveloped the shore. Drip. Drop. The sound of a bus honking swept away from the midst of the fog. Jiangchu and Zhuge Ling then saw a large, 3 small, and 4 large cars coming out from underwater and hurrying towards them. Zhuge Ling's face changed. The Zhuge Qi men under his feet lit up once again, but neither waited for her to make a move. Swish! A blinding white light struck. Zhuge Ling subconsciously closed her eyes. Wait in the open. There was a sudden cacophony of voices on the otherwise silent riverbank. Zhuge Ling was stunned. A hurried look around. She was seen appearing on a bus at some point. The compartment was full of passengers. Chapter 39, Snake-born Dragon Phase. A snake also dares to take a shot at me? This is. That's right, where we are now is on the bus that crashed, and these people, too, are the passengers who died inside the bus. Jiang Chu's voice came. Zhuge Ling hurriedly looked towards the car window. It was pouring rain outside the bus. The raindrops don't want to be paid to slam down on the windows of the car with a crackling sound. In front of the road, you can vaguely see the bridge deck of the Linshui Bridge. No good. This is the illusion of the toad. We've been tricked. We have to get out of this bus before it falls into the water. Otherwise, we will fall into the water just like these people, and this car has already been transformed into a yin car. By then even we can only be buried under the water. Zhuge Ling's face changed slightly. Said to Jiang Chu. Jiang Chu, however, interrupted, don't worry, I think the source of this incident is not this bus, but something else. Zhuge Ling didn't understand. Because the mission she was given, from start to finish, the only vehicles that had produced psychics were these ones, and nothing else. But with Jiang Chu's words, her eyes fell on the passengers as well. Most of these people are in their 40s and 50s. There are even some older people who are of age. Their bare skin was able to look at the deep grooves, and it was clear at a glance that their work was not easy. But these people had smiles on their faces that were hard to hide. It's finally the end of being able to take a trip home after working so long. Yes, from the new year out, but the majority of the year did not go back. I do not know, my family's youngest child has grown taller. Thanks to running into a good boss this time, this year's wages are more than last year's for the whole year, so I'll finally be able to stay at home with my children for a while longer. 7 voices rang out from their mouths. A peculiar mood prevailed all over the carriage. They are not ghosts. The reason why they haven't dissipated after their deaths and are able to control this bus to appear at midnight every day is because of their strong wishes, or to be precise, their obsessions. They didn't want to do any harm, they just wanted to go home. But on the contrary, they were controlled by the real evil spirits towed in this river, causing them to have been unable to detach themselves, which led to the apparition. And if it's as straightforward as what you did just now, it will instead completely galvanize these people's ferociousness, making them truly severe ghosts. Jiang Chu said to Zhuge Ling. Even though he was a zombie, he wasn't much interested in the obsessions of these people after death. As for purposely provoking these people and turning them into stern ghosts on the chopping block, then Jiang Chu could do even less. It's easy to see from their experiences that they died when they least wanted to. Without the evil spirits in the river, the most these people might have been able to do was to return home to see their families after death. Then dust to dust. Dissipate into heaven and earth. Jiang Chu was a zombie and was already ferocious. It's even if you actively kill some ghosts in normal times, if you don't even spare ordinary innocent souls. It's not much different from those stern ghosts. Regardless of his identity, Jiang Chu still wanted to retain his human side. But if we don't kill them, then how are we going to get out? Zhuge Ling hesitated. Jiang Chu laughed, don't worry, that thing will appear soon. Let me see what the hell is going on before I leave. Jiang Chu finished. The bus had also traveled over the bridge by this time. Outside, the rain, it seems, has gotten even heavier. Phew. Suddenly, an overcast wind blew from nowhere. The driver of the bus, who was originally driving, his eyes snapped into a daze. Immediately after, the steering wheel jerked in his hands. Along with the car's gas pedal, it was a foot to the floor in a flash. The bus hit 3 cars in a row at a terrifying speed and went off the bridge. Everyone in the car was completely unresponsive to this sudden scene. The brain is all blank. Even Zhuge Ling subconsciously grabbed Jiang Chu's arm in a death grip. Only Jiang Chu, whose pair of eyes had looked through the glass of the bus, looked under the bridge. Under that water, there was also a pair of terrible eyes meeting his. The corners of Jiang Chu's mouth hooked. So it's you. On him. Endless corpse chi skyrocketed. Jiang Chu threw a punch and slammed it down towards the carriage of the bus. Rumble. The moment the bus hit the water, a loud burst. Dazzling light rises. Wait for the light to dissipate. Zhuge Ling then realized that she had returned to the bank of the river from before. The fog is still spreading, but a large hole shattered in the middle of the mist. From that hole you are able to see outside. The toad was broken open. Not yet. Jiang Chu's voice echoed under this night. Zhuge Ling froze. Following that, they looked to where the bus that had just rushed out from under the water was parked not far ahead of them. Inside the carriage, a single ghostly figure emerged, twisted, mad, and with a terrible obsession. But it was just after Jiang Chu finished his sentence. Those originally frantic ghosts and shadows, in unison, also looked beyond the mist. All of these ghostly shadows were stunned. Following that, the entire bus seemed to come to life. A roaring sound rang out, and instantly rushed towards the outside of that fog. Just moments before this bus was about to cross the fog. Roar! A hissing sound violently resounded from the originally calm river. Immediately afterward a ghostly light rushed out from the depths of the fog, pointing straight at the bus. Jiang Chu's eyebrows raised. Get out! His figure flickered. A punch exploded that ethereal light directly, with Jiang Chu in the way. The bus also finally left from the midst of this fog. The ghostly creatures inside the original bus also left after those few short breaths. The ghostly aura on his body all dissipated. It slowly returned to the human face that Jiang Chu had seen earlier in the middle of the illusion. These silhouettes fell to their knees in unison inside the bus, bowing respectfully towards Jiang Chu, then disappeared into the night. Who? Deep within the fog, the hissing voice sounded once again. Only this time with endless anger. Bump! The water of the moat stirred up waves, split down the middle. A behemoth stood upright in the water. It was clearly a giant snake the thickness of a water tank. Only this giant snake's pair of eyes were glowing with black light, and a bulge was born on the top of its head, like a horn of flesh. The snake is born with horns and the sound of a cow. It's the sign of a transforming augur. Boa! It's a boa. At Jiang Chu's side, Zhuge Ling's body trembled slightly. Recognized the thing for what it was. Chapter 40, Have you ever seen a zombie, brother? The kind that wears purple robes. As the saying goes, a snake cultivates for 100 years to become a python cultivates for 200 years to be able to become a boa, and a boa needs 500 years to be able to walk through the water and turn into a jiao. Although this boa in front of him had not yet become a scaly dragon, it had already had at least 300 to 400 years of Dao. Cultivator. Leave this seat's territory. Otherwise you will be buried under this water forever. The boa's mouth slowly spat out human words. Meanwhile on it, a terrifying to the extreme demonic aura was released. It enveloped towards Jiang Chu and Zhuge Ling. Zhuge Ling stared at the boa with a somewhat pale face. Damn. A peak third-order demonic creature. And it's already half a foot into the 4th rank. Together with the toad that it controls, I'm afraid that an ordinary 4th rank may not be a match for this giant boa. Panic. Beside her, Jiang Chu rolled his eyes. I thought that the one I encountered this time was also a 4th-order demon, but after half a day, it was only the peak of the 3rd order? If it weren't for the fact that this thing is in the water and has a natural home base for land, it would be something like this. Jiang Chu had already plugged it to death 800 times. Let me be buried under the water? You really have a big face. Jiang Chu spoke out faintly. A long worm, plotting against so many lives, today your life is at an end. The words came out. The boa's pupils erupted with 2 terrifying rays of light. Human cultivator. You seek death. A dense black gas erupted violently around it. This black aura spread towards the surrounding water. Jiang Chu and Zhuge Ling only felt a chill under their feet. The river, which had been some distance away, had spread to their calves. Gobble gobble. Underneath the water, a bubble kept rolling up. Immediately after, a rotting corpse floats out of the river. After these corpses reappeared, they all opened their eyes in unison. Towards Jiang Chu and Zhuge Ling they looked. Drag them under the water. In pieces. The boa's voice once again. And those rotting corpses had a creepy smile on their faces. Come stay with me. Come stay with us. The sultry voices surrounded them from all sides. Gradually it lunged toward them. Jiang Chu, one of us is on one side. These rotting corpses are quite numerous though. However, Zhuge Ling was not the least bit afraid, and was even a bit eager to try. At her feet, the Zhuge Chi man had risen. Jiang Chu heard this. A slight shake of the head. Just take care of yourself. Zhuge Ling was stunned. But immediately after, a rotting palm snapped out of the water beneath her feet and was about to claw down at her leg. Zhuge Ling's expression was cold. On his toes, he darted to avoid it. At the same time the slender jade finger had been placed on the edge of her mouth. Zhuge Chi man, can character, water explosion. At her feet, the watery light coalesced and formed a cannonball that smashed down on the carrion. Jiang Chu withdrew his sight, because more carrion was already lunging towards him. Don't know what the hell is going on. Corpse chi erupted from Jiang Chu's body. The stiff king hammer had appeared in his hand. Although with Zhuge Ling by his side, he was not able to manifest the stiff king's original body. Can his cultivation? Even in human form, they were far from being comparable to these ghostly creatures. He reached out and swung the stiff king's hammer. It slammed down towards the carrion that approached. Bump! Wherever the stiff king hammer fell, those carrion corpses barely had any resistance and were directly smashed and exploded. Host kills a rotting corpse at the bottom of the river *1, corpse chi points plus 200. Host kills river bottom. A familiar system beep sounded in Jiang Chu's head. Almost just a split second. The 6 or 7 carrion corpses that were around him had been cleared out. Just stay here by the river, I'm going to meet that long worm. Jiang Chu spoke to Zhuge Ling. Zhuge Ling had only just killed the rotting corpse that had sneaked up on him earlier. Hearing Jiang Chu's voice, he hurriedly tried to remind. However, Jiang Chu's footsteps directly plunged into the fog, heading towards the giant boa in the river. This reckless man didn't know that in the water the boa has the power to turn over rivers, right? He doesn't know how to lure it up. Zhuge Ling stomped his foot. She had never seen someone as reckless as Jiang Chu. Other people who deal with paranormal events and know the types of hauntings go out of their way to avoid each other's strengths. Look for the weakest spot to attack. This was the best way to deal with the creepy demons. And Jiang Chu, from start to finish, he goes wherever it's dangerous. This guy, they're not afraid to die? But she had no time to split up at the moment. Around her, once again, a few carrion were making their way towards her. It wasn't just Zhuge Ling who hadn't expected it. Even that giant boa did not think for a moment that Jiang Chu would directly enter the river to hunt it. But just for a moment, human mockery surfaced on the boa's face. Death-seeking human. Do you really think that just because you have some strength, you are able to fight against this seat? Then I'll show you. In the water, this seat is the true master. Roar! The boa's words fell. Its entire body snapped into motion. Black light flickered. A layer of ghosts instantly enveloped Jiang Chu, completely isolating Jiang Chu from the outside. It was as if the entire heaven and earth were left with only that giant boa and Jiang Chu. Whoa! The surface of the water blew right up. A huge snake tail that was more than 10 meters long, wrapped in waves of water, emitting a terrifying demonic aura, and lashed down towards Jiang Chu. This strike it has mobilized the water vapor of this moat. It was confident that even an average 4th-order cultivator would definitely not be able to block it. However, facing this terrifying blow, instead, it realized that Jiang Chu, who was not far away, was completely unresponsive. Instead, he just held out a hand in front of him to stop him, with a wry smile on his face. Little longworm, and thanks for covering for me. Ah! Anaconda wondered. But the next moment, in its pupils it then saw the originally human-looking Jiang Chu, its eyes exploding with 2 scarlet rays. His nails were going crazy. Bump! The huge snake tail smashed on top of Jiang Chu's palm that had changed into the body of the stiff king. A terrifyingly loud vibration was emitted. The surrounding water was shattered by the aftermath. However, it was that strike that was capable of crushing a 4th-stage condensed Dan cultivator, but it was as if it had struck an ancient meteorite iron. It didn't shake Jiang Chu in the slightest. Instead, the boa felt a pain in its body. It turned out to be Jiang Chu's nails, which resolutely chipped its snake scales drilling into its body. Stiff. Zombie. You're a zombie. The boa was horrified. This was an outcome it had not anticipated at all. Jiang Chu, however, didn't pay the slightest attention. Strength is not bad, but, comparing strength with me? Then I'll let you see what a purple-robed stiff king is as well. An extremely bad feeling erupted from the boa's heart. It subconsciously tried to draw back the snake's tail, but it was completely immobile. Next moment, it violently felt an unimaginable force burst from above its tail. The boa's pupils shrunk violently. Its body was yanked up from the water by this huge force in a flash. In front of Jiang Chu, its size was completely inadequate. Chapter 41, Dragon Transformation? Slaying the boa demon, the corpse turns over. Jiang Chu once again exerted his power, grabbed the boa and slammed it towards the water. Boom! Boom! Almost every stroke smashed a tens of meters of water wave on the surface. It was loud and quite intimidating. Zombies are known for their flesh and bones, and Jiang Chu can be said to be the ultimate in strength. For those evil spirits he encountered in the previous times, he basically rarely used his physical body, and he directly crushed them with his corpse chi. And it was this time that he truly revealed the zombies' rage. On the periphery of the river, Zhuge Ling didn't know exactly what was happening in the center of the river though, but she was still able to sense the successive explosions and the shocking waves on the river. At the moment she was all open-mouthed, completely dumbfounded at this. So much movement. Why did it feel like Jiang Chu wasn't fighting with the snake demon? Instead, he was in a physical fight. In the middle of the battlefield, the ferocious aura on Jiang Chu's body grew stronger and stronger. All he felt was unprecedented relief. None of those things he had encountered before had been able to last this long under his stiff king body. With just pure cultivation, it was enough to crush. But this boa, it's really resistant to being beaten. This feeling of close combat was much more enjoyable than using divine powers. Boom! With another pop, the boa was smashed out viciously. At this moment, it no longer looked the same as it did before. Above the huge body, the scale armor was broken and full of wounds. A trace of crimson blood was flowing out. The intense pain also caused the boa's eyes to fill with fear. This guy in front of me is really too strong. The aura emanating from him was also too terrifying. It made this boa not even dare to look at it more than once. Let me off the hook. I will never appear from the river in the future. The boa began to beg for mercy. Release you? Jiangchu smiled disdainfully. What kind of famous sect do you think I am? Seeing me, you will surely die today. Stinking zombie. Really think I'm afraid of you? In that case, then I'll show you my Jiao clan's divine ability. The giant boa's body was covered in spurts of demonic aura. The entire river began to vibrate like crazy. At the same time, at the top of its head, the looming sarcoma began to shimmer with a terrifying light. Turn the river, the boa hissed. Its tail lifted and slammed down hard towards the water. Boom! The whole moat is rioting. Dozens of meters of river water rose to the sky. It turned into a monstrous wave. It smashed down towards Jiangchu. This is a unique aptitude of the water tribe. No, to be precise, this was a skill that only the dragons had. Although this giant boa was still extremely far from transforming into a dragon, but it had also been able to get some preliminary control over the skin of water control. This was also in the water. It was confident that even the fourth order condensed Dan great cultivator was no match for it. In the distance, Zhuge Liang was inspired by the change in the water. The whole face changed drastically as well. Hurriedly, he wanted to enter the river to help Jiangchu. However, the entire river was blocked by this giant boa's toad, and she simply couldn't break through. And the vibrations of the fight inside were completely beyond her imagination. Damn! This is the power of a fourth stage condensed Dan. I wonder if Jiangchu can resist it. She knew though that Jiangchu should be strong, or at least stronger than her. But third to fourth order is a threshold. Jiangchu didn't look any older than her, and she was already a genius in the cultivation world today. River Central. Facing that monstrous wave, Jiangchu's nodded in satisfaction. This power is not bad. But alas, not even close. Who? A suppressed growl resounded. Jiangchu, who had originally only transformed his fingernails, had two zombie teeth that had also appeared. A ray of purple light erupted, and purple Taoist robes manifested. The previous appearance of a living person had completely disappeared, leaving only a stiff king clad in a purple Tao robe emitting monstrous ferocity. Jailbreak. Jiangchu held the stiff king hammer in his hand. Corpse breath coalesces. It was a smash down against that huge wave. Boom! The giant wave was broken in a flash. Shoo! Jiangchu's body swayed. At a speed invisible to the naked eye. It appeared right in front of the boa. His eyes were scarlet. The giant boa kept falling back, terrified to the core. You, what do you want to do? Do what? Jiangchu licked his zombie teeth. Of course, to take your life. With his palm, he grabbed down towards the 7 inches of the giant boa. The boa's scales stood upside down. No matter what kind of snake it is, 7 inches is a dead giveaway. It tried to resist, but Jiangchu's power was completely beyond its ability to fight. Pust. Blood splatters. A large heart was cupped in Jiangchu's hands. Slightly harder. Bump. The heart explodes. The giant boa let out a miserable scream and its body instantly collapsed. Congratulations to the host for killing the 400-year-old demon boa and gaining plus 800 corpse chi points. In the middle of Jiangchu's mind, a system tone appeared. Above his 5 emperors copper coin cover, the appearance of a giant boa gradually manifested. Puzzle +1. Jiangchu, however, didn't pay any attention to it. Instead, he dashed to the head of the giant boa. The palm of his hand clawed down once more at its raised fleshy horn. Sure enough there is. Jiangchu sketched a smile. Next moment, a quail-egg-sized crystal clear bead appeared in Jiangchu's hand. This bead is the inner elixir of this giant boa. It contained an extremely rich aura on it. Stupid person. Jiangchu directly swallowed the inner elixir. If it were an ordinary cultivator, of course he wouldn't dare to do so. This was because the inner dan of this giant boa didn't just contain a massive amount of spiritual chi, it was also mixed with the demonic chi and some memories of this giant boa. If you swallow it casually, you'll go off the deep end, or you'll die. So the best way for a practitioner to refine an inner elixir is to make it into a potion. Either that or spend a lot of time absorbing it little by little. However, none of this is utilized efficiently. It's not as fast as just eating it. As for the demonic energy and memories contained in the inner elixir, a beating will make you honest. Corpse chi erupted within Jiangchu's body. Straight away, he tore apart the inner dan of the giant boa. A full dozen breaths and it was all over. Gangchu hiccuped. It tastes weird, Kind of like peanuts. Ding, congratulations to the host for devouring the inner Dan of the demonic boa and transforming 10 years of corpse chi. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the demon boa's natural aptitude. Corpse asterisk pseudo-turn river, LV. 0. Corpse asterisk pseudo-turnover, LV. 0 inch. Description, boa demon's innate divine ability, using the divine ability, can briefly have the power of turning rivers. Water use this divine ability power increased by 300%. 2 more system beeps appeared in quick succession. Chapter 42, Explosion of Strength, Lord of the Water, controlling 10,000 zephyrs. Ah! Jiangchu's entirety was stunned. A look of joy came over his face. 10 years of necrophilia or whatever is nothing. I didn't expect to obtain a divine ability. Although this river overturning needs to be in the middle of the water in order to maximize the power. Some limitations. But Jiangchu was completely indifferent. The avatar of the white whore, don't take it for nothing. In the future, it's safe to say that as long as he's standing at the water's edge, that's his home turf. Mezzo. 10 years of corpse chi was refined by Jiangchu. It made his cultivation increase a bit as well. Jiangchu looked at his system attributes. Name Jiangchu. Identity, Purple Robe Stiff King, Unique. Zombie level, 4th order Hairy Stiff. Degree of evolution, 38%. Treasure, Corpse asterisk Purple Robe, Corpse asterisk 5 Emperor's Money Cover, Stiff King's Prison Hammer. Corpse Technique, Corpse Control Technique, LV. 3 Minor, Stiff King's Ascent to Heaven, 1 Robbery, Corpse asterisk containing Spirit Dispatch, LV. 3 Minor, Corpse asterisk Turning the River, LV. 0. Corpse Chi Points, 12,100, can be purchased from the System Mall. A demon boa inner Dan had increased Jiangchu's evolutionary level by a mere 7%. Corpse Points, however, had broken 10,000. That's a big gain. 10,000 Corpse Chi Points had been able to unlock the level 3 Mall. Jiangchu. Right about this time, an anxious call came from the distance. With the death of this demon boa, the treachery that had shrouded this moat had also disappeared. Zhuge Ling hurriedly walked towards Jiangchu. Her feet shifted oddly and she landed firmly on the water. Jiangchu, are you alright? She gave Jiangchu a somewhat worried look. Jiangchu shook his head. Don't worry, just a 3rd stage boa demon can't hurt me. Hearing this, Zhuge Ling was relieved. Where's the boa? In the back. Jiangchu pointed towards the boa demon corpse behind him that was almost sinking into the water. Zhuge Ling looked in the direction he was pointing. The whole body trembled. Wide-eyed. This. She hurried over, taking a closer look at the boa demon's corpse. Only then did he say in shock, Jiangchu, did you kill it alone? The corners of Jiangchu's mouth twitched. Nappy. I can still be half a man, can't I? Right. Jiangchu nodded. Zhuge Ling was shocked for several seconds before she jumped to her feet in excitement and pulled on Jiangchu's arm. Asterisk. Jiangchu, you're so powerful. This is a boa demon at the peak of the 3rd stage, and its strength is comparable to that of a Dan condensation cultivator. I didn't expect. You were able to kill it. Could it be that you are also a Dan condensation cultivator? No, you ghost harnessers should be of the 4th rank. Jiangchu did not reply. Just contemplating. Jiangchu, why don't you say something? Zhuge Ling tugged on Jiangchu's arm again. Jiangchu made a false gesture. Zhuge Ling was stunned, his expression instantly serious, carefully sensing the surroundings. But after a few dozen seconds, there was still no sign of any change. Only then did Zhuge Ling finally ask in disbelief, Jiangchu, what's wrong? Is there danger? Jiangchu shook his head. No, I just want to experience the feeling of being crushed by a mountain peak. Zhuge Ling? Zhuge Ling was once again confused as she looked at Jiangchu's arm and then looked down at herself. Swish! His face instantly exploded red. As soon as he did, he threw away Jiangchu's arm. Jiangchu, you took advantage of me. Facing Zhuge Ling's stern questioning, Jiangchu expressed his innocence. Don't slander me, I didn't move from start to finish, you're the one who dragged yourself hard. The boa demon's body was propped up. Jiangchu was a bit puzzled. Zhuge Beauty, what are you doing with this corpse? Jiao meat is lewd, it's not good to eat. Jiangchu was telling the truth. Any snake or augmentation or anything like that is born that way. Eating their flesh, it wouldn't take an ordinary person a moment or 3 to die of lust. Zhuge Ling's pretty face reddened once again, but still spoke. Didn't you also come here after receiving a mission from the Yellow Springs app? It's hard to believe that you don't know that after completing a quest, you can submit it near you? And the boa demon's corpse can also be sold for points. Still? Jiangchu was surprised, though it was said that young Tip had given him that whole Yellow Springs app in the afternoon. However, Jiangchu didn't take it seriously at all. I didn't realize that I would be able to take on quests. Waiting to go home to see. The two made small talk for about 10 minutes and became quite familiar with each other. During that time Jiangchu also learned that Zhuge Ling was originally a college student as well, and it's right next door to them not far from the Jianbei Art College. That place was familiar to Jiangchu for a long time, and it was said that there was roast chicken inside that was very delicious. Zira. Above the riverbank, there was the sound of brakes being applied. Jiang Chu and Zhuge Ling rose at the same time. The man they were waiting for arrived. Just see it in the middle of the darkness. 20 to 30 warriors dressed in combat uniforms with real guns and ammunition in their hands ran down quickly. These warriors, after seeing Jiang Chu and Zhuge Ling, one man suddenly spoke up. Salute! This battle gave Jiang Chu a fright. It was Zhuge Ling who explained, they are all peripheral personnel of the Yellow Springs Bureau, and if they encounter a spirit, they all usually rush to the front line, responsible for dealing with the aftermath, as well as blocking off the scene. They're all ordinary people, they can't do anything to exterminate the spirit demons and ghosts, and saluting us is a way for them to show their respect. Immediately after, from behind those fighters came two men from the Yellow Springs Bureau. They quickly examined the boa demon's body. To Zhuge Ling and Jiang Chu, the complete corpse of a boa demon is worth 800 points, plus the quest, for a total of 1,200 points. I don't know if you two have any comments. Although Jiang Chu didn't know exactly how much this thing could be worth, he thought that the Yellow Springs Bureau still had some reliable ones. 1,200 points, that's 12 million. Gives quite a bit. He nodded, no problem. Okay, in that case, both of you open the app and we'll settle up on the spot, no returns once sold. Jiang Chu, use yours. I didn't help much with this mission, you solved it all. Zhuge Ling opened his mouth. Jiang Chu didn't hesitate and opened his cell phone, clicked on the Yellow Springs app. A fourth order certified symbol manifests first. As soon as I see this, those two members of the Yellow Springs Bureau, their faces also changed slightly. Toward Jiang Chu was a fist clasp. Senpai. Zhuge Ling also saw this certification. A look of dawning realization appeared, stealing a few glances towards Jiang Chu. It's really fourth order. Collected 1,200 points. The Yellow Springs Bureau's people then lifted the boa demon's corpse and quickly left, and Jiang Chu directly transferred half of it to Zhuge Ling. Although it's true that this ninny didn't help much, but it's still a team together anyways. Back on the bridge over the waterfront. Originally, Jiang Chu was going to directly turn into fog and leave, but with Zhuge Ling around, he was only able to take a taxi, called a cab. The two weren't far apart, so they were on their way. Master, University City Mall. The driver glanced at Jiang Chu from among the rearview mirror, and then at Zhuge Ling. Can't help but mutter. Good cabbages really let. The little white boy has gone. The sound is small though. But Jiang Chu and Zhuge Ling were not ordinary people, so of course they heard everything. Jiang Chu's face darkened at that moment, while Zhuge Ling couldn't help but smile. He silently pulled up the sleeve of his shirt, and a faint necrotic aura emanated. The car wasn't driven for 10 minutes. The driver was shivering and wondering at the same time. Boys, do you feel the cold? I've got the air conditioner on warm, huh? Jiang Chu shrugged and raised the sleeves of his shirt up some more. Nah, it's pretty hot. Is it? Could it be my illusion? It can't be. The driver had some self-doubt. Forward again for 10 minutes or so. The car finally came to a stop on the curved street. The crown of the driver's teeth chattered. 1,000 meters ahead is the destination. I won't charge you. Get off and walk on your own. My hands are freezing. Jiang Chu was just about to pull open the car door. The driver finally spoke again, trembling. Boys, you guys really aren't cold. Jiang Chu shook his head and grinned. Really not cold, old brother. This day to turn on the warm air or frozen like this. You have a problem with this body. I have heard, only hit a ghost will be so afraid of cold. Your business often runs at night, you have to be careful. After saying that, Jiang Chu left in style in the driver's horrified eyes. What a kind zombie yourself. Spare him a dog's life. It wasn't until he was far away that Zhuge Ling laughed out loud. Jiang Chu, you're so damaging. Jiang Chu spread his hands to show his innocence. I didn't do anything, and it's not my fault he's scared. Chapter 43, Second Talented Avatar. The Corpse Rising. 9 Dragon Ring. Separate at the intersection. Jiang Chu then returned to his own neighborhood. Due to the succession of deaths, there are still police officers patrolling the neighborhood tonight. Quite a few people have moved away. Makes the neighborhood all that much cleaner. Jiang Chu had just walked to the door of his room. Splat. Just listen to the house across the street being opened as well. Immediately afterward, a timid voice rang out. Mr. Jiang, you're back. Jiang Chu looked back. It was a moment of joy. Beauty Sue, what are you doing? Just look at Sue Wanna wrapped in a layer of quilt, quietly poking her head out. Hearing Jiang Chu speak, Sue Wanna's mouth instantly fluttered, then she vigorously patted her robust chest. I was watching ghost movies at home at night and thinking about our neighborhood, and the more I thought about it, the more scared I got, and you weren't home, so I'm going to die of fright. That's okay? Jiang Chu pondered. Why don't you sleep at my place at night? As good classmates who help each other, you buy me soup and I buy you sleep, fair enough, right? Sue Wanna's eyes lit up, but hurriedly remained vigilant. What do you want? Nope, I have a bed next door, it's for you to sleep next door. Only then did Sue Wanna reserve herself for a few seconds. That's fine. I'll carry the quilt over. After she finished speaking, she hurriedly ran into the house and hugged her bedsheet and quilt and followed Jiang Chu in. The first time she entered a boy's room to sleep, Suwon-air was still a little embarrassed. When he entered the door of his room, he said goodnight to Jung-chu and turned off the light. Jung-chu didn't really care. Lied down on the bed. The host completes the system mission and receives the reward, 50 years of corpse chi, talented aptitude * corpse spirit. The system's prompting sound rang out almost simultaneously. Jung-chu after hearing this voice, the whole baffled. Following that, his face was a delight. Not only was the corpse chi rewarded enough, but it even awakened another innate talent. It's still about the toad aspect. That's good. Swish. A large pile of memories surged from the middle of Jung-chu's mind. A layer of indescribably bizarre power began to permeate around Jung-chu's body. Anyone who was wrapped in this power, it was as if he had disappeared from reality in an instant. And 50 years of necrotic energy was driving his evolution. Wait until Jung-chu had engulfed all the corpse chi. He looked at his panel once more. Name Jung-chu. Identity, Purple Robe Stiff King, Unique. Zombie level, 4th order Hairy Stiff. Degree of evolution, 59%. Treasure, corpse * purple robe, corpse * 5 Emperor's money cover, Stiff King's prison hammer. Essential aptitude, Stiff King's ascension, first fate, corpse spirit, beginner. Corpse technique, corpse control, LV. 3 minor, corpse * containing spirit dispatch, LV. 3 minor, corpse * pseudo turnover, LV. 0. Corpse chi points, 12,100, can be purchased from the system mall. The level of evolution directly skyrocketed by 20 percentage points, allowing Jung-chu to already begin his metamorphosis towards a higher level of flying stiff. Strength had skyrocketed by a large margin. He looked to his newly awakened talent. Natal talent, corporeal spirit, elementary. Ability, after casting, it can cover everything within a radius of 1 kilometer, and in the midst of the corpse, the host can revive his own sealed ghosts, and enhance the host's corpse energy by 50%. And you can revive all the ghosts you've sealed? Boy. Then it could be said that wherever one's corporeal spirit enveloped the area, it would be a truly terrifying revival. All of the sneaks Jung-chu had killed so far had been quite a lot. Corpse toad. Open. Jung-chu's eyes flickered with ghostly light. At once, a fog began to rise around him. In the midst of this mist, Jung-chu realized that he could change his position at will. Immediately after, in the mist, a single sneak began to appear. The yellow skins before, and those human devils, and then the 5 rampant gods and demon boa, all flashed by among the corpses. Each one carried a terrifying aura. Just the ghostly creatures I was able to revive within the corpse spirit are enough to overthrow an average 4th order cultivator. This is still just the primary corpse spirit. When I evolve some more, it's absolutely unimaginable, and maybe even at the peak, with a single thought, I'll be able to open it as if I were opening the ghost gate. Jung-chu exhaled. Retrieve the corporeal spirit. The rolling fog instantly disappeared. See these abilities through. Jung-chu still decided to go ahead and brush up on the system mall. His direct click detected that the host's corpse chi points now exceed the 10,000 mark, refreshing the 3rd level prize pool. A familiar system tone appeared in Jung-chu's mind. The mall's interface began to shift and lasted for several seconds before manifesting again. Ding, the 3rd level mall opens, the mall brushes out the probability of high level items increases by 1%, 10 items appear each time, 0 refreshment, individual refreshment, 2,000 corpse chi points, each item, 3,000 corpse chi points, the 4th level mall, 50,000 corpse chi points opens. Level 4 mall requires 50,000 points of corpse chi. That's not a huge number though, but for Jung-chu, it's not that little. After all, he still had an aptitude that needed corpse chi points to strengthen. It would take some time to accumulate such a sum. Jung-chu directly looked towards the level 3 mall page. Item 1, Corpse Weapon * Phantom Claws. Introduction, made from the front paw of the 500-year-old underworld ghoul tiger. After wearing it, it can enhance the wearer's explosive power by 30%. But be careful, this tiger's paw is infused with the soul of the underworld ghoul tiger. Be careful, it will pick open your heart at night. Price, 3,000 corpse points. Nice corpse weapon, but it wasn't much use to Jung-chu. Ignore. Item 2, Female Ghost Maid. Introduction, a ghost servant with the strength of the 3rd order, not only powerful, but also a big woman. I think you also want to have a servant who can be used at will, right? Price, 3,000 corpse points. The corners of Jung-chu's mouth twitched. Nima. Any weird is stuffed into the mall. Do you understand the stuffing? You can't be a good ghost servant, you have to be a big girl. The system is going to be whole live. However, it was also able to be seen from the level 3 mall that the rewards for the items in here were still quite good. A 3rd order ghost servant is a pervert, though. But at least the strength is good. Having a ghost servant like this, even an ordinary person would be able to ignore most of the spiritual dangers. It was only 3,000 corpse chi points, a good deal, but Jung-chu wasn't buying it. A few more items in quick succession. Finally, on the last item, Jung-chu's eyes lit up. Article 10, 9 Dragon's Ring. Introduction, a newest style of low-level storage ring, with 50 cubic meters of space inside, you can carry anything you want, so that some of your special hobbies won't be easily discovered. Price, 3,000 corpse points. 50 cubic feet of space is more than enough. Without saying anything, Jiang Chu directly clicked to buy. Chapter 44, The Terror of the Purple-Robed Rigid King. The Might of Turning the River. The country captures people. Shasta. On his hand, there was just one more tiny ring. Above the ring, 9 corpse dragons were carved. The molding is great. At the same time, Jiang Chu also realized that he had some special sensory connection with this 9 dragons ring. Jiang Chu's mind moved. Shasta. He only felt his eyes blink and his sight entered another side of space. That's a lot of space. A full 50 cubits. It was obviously the inner space of the 9 dragons ring. After a brief test, the bedside cabinet was included within the ring. Swish. Among the space of the 9 dragons ring, there were immediately more cabinets from before. Jiang Chu once again moved his mind slightly, and the cabinet returned to its original position. It's great, no wonder space rings are a must-have in novels. With this, I'm just going to rob a bank now and won't be discovered by anyone. And it's loaded enough. Jiang Chu muttered to himself, but quickly dismissed this dangerous thought. He was a purple-robed stiff king himself, how could he still have such a lowly hobby? That's the end of today's trip to the mall. Upgrade the necromancy again. Corpse * pseudo tumble, LV. 0. Ability, activate the power of the river turning power, and increase the power of this avatar in water by 300%. Next level, 1000 corpse points. Jiang Chu still had 9000 corpse chi points left today. System, directly raise flip-flop to level 3. As Jiang Chu's voice fell. Ding! You have consumed 1000 corpse chi points to upgrade corpse * pseudo flip-flop to LV1, beginner. Ding! You have consumed 2000. Ding! You have consumed 4000 corpse chi points to raise corpse * pseudo flip-flop to LV3, minor achievement. 3 system prompts rang out in succession. Buzz. In Jiang Chu's mind, the mastery over the flip-flop avatar began to burst forth. A feeling of free control over the water vapor between heaven and earth arose from Jiang Chu's heart. Although this was only a pseudo-river flipping, it already had some of the power of a true river flipping divine ability. It lasted a full dozen breaths. It was only then that Jiang Chu thoroughly absorbed the epiphanies in his mind. Corpse * pseudo flip, LV. 3 minor. Ability, activate the power of the minor accomplishment of overturning rivers. The minor accomplishment of the divine power can be performed even on land, and the power of rainy days increases. The power of this divine power in water is increased by 300%. Next level, 8000 corpse breath points. The attributes haven't changed much, but the power is absolutely incomparable. With this divine ability, it made Jiang Chu's strength even better. Sleep, sleep, sleep. Jiang Chu didn't look on any further. Cover your own coffin. Slumber. Day 2. Entered into the school with Su-Wan air. Jiang Chu realized that there were quite a few luxury cars parked in front of the school today. Like whatever the girls' favorite critters are, they're almost all there. Jiang Chu was a bit puzzled. What's the situation? Why did so many people come to school today? Su-Waner, who was at the side, ate a mouthful of donuts and stuffed her mouth to the point of bulging and slurring. It's because those old Chinese doctors from the Chinese Medicine Association will be attending an event at our school today and will continue to consult with the students for 3 days. Ask for a diagnosis? Jiang Chu raised his eyebrows. Is this really a consultation? Jiang Chu's eyes searched for a familiar figure amongst those luxury cars. That's the Yellow Springs Bureau car. If it's really an ordinary old Chinese doctor coming to see a patient, the Yellow Springs Bureau shouldn't have come along, right? How this is kind of like large arrest scene. But Jiang Chu didn't care. The state has some acting schemes of its own in the end. It has nothing to do with him either. Here's an announcement, since the school has organized a healthy Chinese medicine consultation, every department will participate, and our department has been assigned 2 periods later. Please get ready. Classes had just started in the afternoon when the counselor, whom I hadn't seen in a long time, appeared out of nowhere. After the notification, it disappeared again quickly. Like an NPC. Chinese medicine consultation? It's a bit interesting. I heard that I'm not afraid of Western doctors smiling and laughing, but I'm afraid of Chinese medicine practitioners with low eyebrows, and I don't know if I'll be able to diagnose a couple of those who bring their kids to school. Bringing your kids to school? Outrageous. Everyone has safety measures in place now. Oh, I'm sorry, there's no number as big as mine, so I don't usually use it. I'll have to unbuckle my belt and put Sable down then. The corner of Jiang Chu's mouth twitched. Nowadays, college students are just heavy climbers. Climbing on everything will only hurt you. Instead of caring, he opened the Yellow Springs app and began to study some of the features inside the app. As a certified fourth-order existence, his authority was still quite high. After 2 sessions of study, Jiang Chu had seen pretty much everything. Chapter 45, 5 Candles of Evil, Hell is Empty. Then I'll just have to suppress this hell. The content area of the app is pretty simple, just a variety of tasks, as well as some group chats and posting pages. but it's full of paranormal events from all over the country. Jiang Chu flipped through some of them and realized that almost everyone in there was discussing one topic. That would be the second Red Moon recovery. There's a second Red Moon recovery? Jiang Chu muttered. The first Red Moon recovery happened just 5 years ago. Those days at that time Jiang Chu but remembered very clearly. The first thing is that all over the country they are broadcasting heavy red rain from the sky. Immediately afterward, major experts came out and debunked the rumor that it was a normal rain phenomenon, only coincidentally becoming red. This heavy rain continued for 3 days in succession, and continued to fill the air with fog for 3 days. What's bizarre about the bias is that if you go by the usual amount of precipitation, not to mention 3 days of heavy rain, even for just a few hours, with the city's drainage system, it would definitely cause serious waterlogging. But after these 3 days of blood rain, the water level inside the lake didn't even rise much. After the rain of blood stopped, everyone noticed it on the first night, when the moon turns scarlet outside. An eerie glow covers the earth, reflecting the entire city like purgatory. Then came various expert disproofs. It says that the appearance of the red moon is only an isolated phenomenon that lasts for a few days at most before disappearing. And then, over the past 5 years, everyone has gradually adapted to the changes in red moon. After, there are more and more paranormal events of all kinds on the internet. It gradually evolved into what it is today. Even now, there are still a lot of people who have different opinions about the rain of blood from the sky and can't come up with any answers. However, while Z was in the middle of this Yellow Springs app, Jiang Chu saw the full name of the blood moon advent 5 years ago. The red moon is revived, and the weirdness is near the earth. It's true that there is an inevitable relationship between the appearance of the red moon and the weirdness. Although they had all been guessed long ago, Jiang Chu still sighed a little. The first red moon revival has already caused such serious consequences. If there's a second resurgence, what will become of this world? A world of 5 turbid evils. Will the world be like a prison? Jiang Chu's eyes were twinkling. But, instead, he realized. He didn't seem to be in any discomfort. Instead, he was also vaguely excited. Crap, almost forgot, one seems to be much more vicious than those so-called evil spirits. Jiang Chu wiped his sweat. Been a human for so long, almost brought it in, bad habit, next time. Having figured this out, Jiang Chu was really in a much better mood next. As a purple-robed rigid king, those creeps are the ones who are my good buddies, and killing these good buddies will not only provide me with corpse chi points, but will also allow me to become stronger. Alas, they are all a bunch of good ghosts. Sacrificing oneself for a corpse is praiseworthy. I can't be a saintly mother and let them down with this good intention. Let's see which mission is suitable first, and then we'll go make nice with them tonight. Jiang Chu was about to order his troops to be fair and dominant. Suddenly a message was received on the app. He clicked on it. The sender's nickname on the chat box, Erlang Jinjuan Yang Jian. Jiang Chu, are you there? The kid really played himself into it. I also don't know if there is one called Chi Tian de Shang Sun Yukong. In. Jiang Chu replied. Although he didn't know what the old boy was doing by messaging himself, he was an acquaintance anyhow. I just can't spare the effort for the past 2 days, and I'd like to ask you a favor. Ask yourself a favor? Jiang Chu raised his eyebrows. Psychic incident? Yeah, would it be okay to take a call? Okay. Jiang Chu didn't say much. Quietly, he slipped out the back door. Young Tip's call came through as well. Hello. Click to answer. Yang Tip's slightly gravely voice rang out. This incident is a bit dangerous, and I should have handled it myself, but I received an urgent mission and had to temporarily leave Jiangbei for 2 days, so I was only able to think of you. Dangerous? Jiang Chu yawned. So tell me, have you ever heard of the Book of 7 Arrows on the Head of a Nail? Young Tip opened his mouth. The Book of 7 Arrows on the Head of a Nail? Jiang Chu was slightly stunned. How could he not know the great name of this thing? The most famous use of the 7 arrows of the nailhead was when the ancient immortal St. Lu Press was rumored to have nailed the famous god of wealth, Zhao Gongming, to death. Sure, this also only exists in some fairy god rumors. The true book of the 7 arrows of the nailhead originated in the Book of Luban, the ancestor of craftsmen in the spring and autumn period. The Book of Luban is divided into 2 volumes, the upper of which contains the laws of ordinary craftsmen. The next volume is the real centerpiece of the Lupin book. And the 7 arrows of the nailhead is the pressure-winning technique among this next volume of the Lupin book. Still one of the top pressure winners. Only the lower volume of the Luban book has long been lost. After so many years of historical changes, it is even more unheard of. I didn't expect. I was surprised to hear that name from Yang Jian's mouth. It can't be that this time around. It has something to do with this book of 7 arrows of the nailhead, right? Yang Jian nodded. Not bad. It's related to this nailhead 7 arrows book. To be precise, it's someone who has been hit by this book of 7 arrows of the nail's head. Now it is already the 6th day. So far, including the 3 guards within our Yellow Springs bureau who went to deal with it, all of them failed and returned, and there is even a guard who accidentally got hit, and his life is now hanging by a thread. And this weird? Being able to kill someone with the book of 7 arrows of the nailhead? Kind of interesting. Jiang Chu grinned and suddenly became interested. I don't know. This book of 7 arrows of the head of a nail, can it nail itself? Wanted to try it. Tell me the location. Jiang Chu directly inquired. The words came out. Yang Jian also froze for a moment. Are you thinking about it? After all, this mission is still quite dangerous. Don't use it. Jiang Chu shook his head. It's dangerous for others because others only have one life. But for himself, he can't even be killed, so what's the point of being afraid of the 7 arrows of the nailhead? Not to mention the 7 arrows, even if Jiang Chu was pierced through a sieve, he would still be able to live and breathe. Alright, in that case, I'll notify our Yellow Springs Bureau holdovers right now, and someone will contact you at around 7 o'clock in the evening. Okay. Jiang Chu hung up the phone, sneaking back into the classroom again. With this matter, it would save him the trouble of looking for another mission. Stayed up until the end of school in the afternoon. Counselor Lu Jing reappeared. Class, line up and follow me to the playground. One by one, the students were quite excited. It's a lot more fun to have a hustle than it is to go to class. Chapter 46, Ranks in the Cultivation World. What? You know I'm a zombie. Follow the counselor and head towards their class's assigned location. Just got to the playground. Jiang Chu then saw a whole row of clean-cut old Chinese doctors. There were far more of these old Chinese doctors than Jiang Chu had imagined. There were dozens of people, and each of them was followed by a man who was wearing a white coat though, but at a glance one is able to tell. An entourage with a very special temperament. It's those peripheral members of the Yellow Springs Bureau. Jiang Chu instantly recognized it. After all, they had only met them last night, and the aura on them was far from being comparable to ordinary people. Lao Jiang, I'm coming. Lin Wei, who hadn't been to class for 2 days, burrowed out of some corner. Excitedly, he ran towards Jiang Chu, like a husky that had seen its master. Jiang Chu rolled his eyes. You boys know to come back? Lin Wei gave a flirty toss of his bangs. But I have gotten my father's gossip that this so-called Chinese medicine consultation is not as simple as it seems. And these people are not traditional Chinese medicine practitioners. They've all been trained by some special department before coming here. The purpose is unclear for now, but there's definitely a big problem. Jiang Chu heard this, nodded. Not too far off from the guess. This one tested fast. In just 10 minutes' time, Jiang Chu and Lin Wei were standing in front of the 2 herbalists respectively. Reach out. The old herbalist's words are simple and clear. Jiang Chu held out his own arm. He probed his hand and put it on Jiang Chu's pulse. The originally expressionless face gradually began to look puzzled and bewildered. He looked up at Jiang Chu. Seemingly in a bit of disbelief, another hand changed to rest on Jiang Chu's wrist. For a full 10 seconds. It was only then that the old Chinese doctor spoke with a trembling voice. Young man, where's your pulse? Swish. With this sound, all the gazes of everyone around them all looked over. The records officer behind that old Chinese doctor subconsciously touched his waist. Jiang Chu touched his nose. This pulse thing. He really doesn't have one. Should we let him probe a little more and get the whole general's order out? However, Jiang Chu thought about it, decided not to do so. He had pretty much figured out what was going on. There's no need to be nervous. I'm a Yellow Springs 4th Order certified person. It's normal that you can't detect it. Jiang Chu opened his cell phone. Sure enough. After seeing the certification, the old herbalist breathed a long sigh of relief. I see, I was rude. Your name is Lin Wei, right? Please cooperate with us by stepping on a drop of your fingertip blood. Jiang Chu just left his seat. Hear the voice next to you. Jiang Chu looked over. Then I saw Lin Wei alertly say, no, old angel, what do you want my blood for? I don't have any AI, any May, right? Also, I've heard that blood can still be cloned, so if you guys want to clone me, remember to make me a bit more handsome, only if I start at 30 centimeters below. That old Chinese doctor's cheeks jerked hard. I've seen strange ones, but I didn't realize there were such strange ones. What the hell are you going through as a college student? Don't worry, we don't have such a hobby, we just want to check it out a little further, said the old Chinese doctor as Silver Needle was stuck down. Steady and accurate but also ruthless. You don't need to see it to know it's intentional. Lin Wei wailed before he could respond. A single drop of blood has been collected. Okay, you go, next. Lin Wei glared hard at the old man, cursing and walking towards Jiang Chu. Old Jiang, do you think he's jealous of my good looks? The hand is too hard. That old thing. Don't let me catch him, or he'll suffer the old sin. Closed mic. Okay. Only then did Jiang Chu speak. Your physique. It should be a bit special. I expect someone will contact you in the next 2 days. Although Jiang Chu couldn't see anything special about Li Wei, but he remembered clearly the words of the Pentacle God on that day. The heavenly favorites. Don't know what the hell it is either. Lin Wei was stunned. Could it be that I'm a 1 in a million genius? Not sure, but it's possible. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I told you I've been different from the crowd since I was a kid, so it was waiting for me here. I'm going to tell my dad about this, and I guarantee that I'll double my allowance next month. Lin Wei was excited when he slapped his thigh. Old Jiang, I slipped away. When I inherit Lao Deng's estate, then we brothers will be rich together. After saying that, Lin Wei ran out of the school like the wind. Back home. It was already 5 in the afternoon. Su Wan-er didn't have classes in the afternoon and had already opened the door and was waiting. Seeing Jiang Chu return, Su Wan-er said with some embarrassment, "Jiang Chu, can I sleep in your room from now on?" Saying this, she hurriedly explained, "I didn't mean anything else. It's just that I think it's nice to sleep next door to you, and I could have paid half the rent, so wouldn't I have been able to be a little more frugal that way?" "Jiang Chu, you're addicted to whoring? It's not good for a man and a woman to be in the same room every day, even though it's not the same house, right? How would it affect his reputation to spread the word that he was a big yellow male corpse?" Jiang Chu pondered for a moment. "Moving in is fine, but you have to pay half the rent, $2,800 a month. It's reasonable for you to offer $2,000, isn't it?" "Ha? Isn't half of 2018 1,014? Su Wan-er was confused. "The other 600 is for my loss of reputation." 7 o'clock in the evening. Outside, the red moon rises. The scarlet moonlight illuminated the city. Jiang Chu received a strange phone call. "Hello Jiang Chu, I am the Yellow Springs Bureau Guard Tangfrost. Today will be me to take you to the location of the mission. May I ask if it is convenient for you now?" Upon answering, the woman on the phone identified herself. Jiang Chu stretched. "It's finally here. Free, what location am I waiting for you at?" "I'm right outside the gates of your neighborhood." "Wait a moment then." Jiang Chu hung up the phone and walked out straight away. Before the gates of the neighborhood, a special Yellow Springs Bureau car was already waiting. Jiang Chu wasn't polite either. Pulled the car door open and got in on his ass. "Hello Gang Chu." The woman's voice from the previous phone call rang again. Jiang Chu raised his eyes and saw that on the driver's seat, a very capable woman wearing a leather jacket reached out her hand towards him and opened her mouth with a smile. The woman wasn't too old, she must have been 25 or 26. The body is tall and the look is unmistakable, a proper chilled-out type. However, Jiang Chu keenly detected some color of worry on her brow. "Hello." Jiang Chu also extended his hand to shake hers. After a brief courtesy, Tangfrost kicked the gas and drove the car in one direction. "I can't believe that you are the 4th rank expert that Vice Squadron Yang specially invited. I thought it was one of the old-timers, but it turns out that you are so young." In the car, Tangfrost smiled. By studying the Yellow Springs Bureau today, Jiang Chu was now also finally able to roughly figure out the realm divisions of cultivators in today's cultivation world. There are 2 types, of which the guard is simply the first to the 6th order. As for those traditional practitioners, they also have an ancient name called air refiners. Chapter 47, Ghosts Capable of Destroying a Country. My life is tougher. The division of the realms of these people is much more complex and complete. The first level is refining essence, collecting the essence of heaven and earth into the body. When the essence of heaven and earth is quenched and refined to perfection, the body will produce yuan qi, which is refining qi. Waiting until the refining of gas can be perfected in death quenching of the spirit, to the refining of God after the body has been perfected as one, you can be in the dantian among the Jin Dan, is condensed Dan. And then condensing the Dan for 9 revolutions, you can break the Dan to turn the yuan qi in your body into a C, and achieve the realm of the spirit C. At this level of the spirit C, one was already a top expert among the ancient air refiners. In the future it is to build 9 destiny towers from within the spirit C, which is the destiny palace, comparable to the 6th order guard. In today's cultivation world, this realm is filled with old-timers who rarely walk out into the world. It's also the pinnacle of the open realm now. As for whether or not there is a realm behind it, that's definitely there. However, that level was simply too high and was no longer within the reach of ordinary cultivators. In addition, within the Yellow Springs Bureau, a set of grades has also been divided out for evil spirits, 1st order murderous souls, no fatal ability, 2nd order evil ghosts, 100 people level, 4th order stern ghosts, 10,000 people level, 4th order ghosts and spirits, town slaughtering level, 5th order ghost generals, city destroying level, and 6th order ghost kings, country destroying level. Of course the extermination here refers to some small countries, not a big country like Dacia. And this division was all based on actual grounds, because there really were small western countries that had been overrun by 6th order ghost king level deposits. At that time, Jiang Chu was also shocked when he saw it, because even he could not have imagined that at a time when ordinary people in Dacia hadn't even noticed much danger yet. Surprisingly, small countries have already been exterminated. By virtue of this alone, Dacia deserved to be called a pure land by many cultivators from outside countries. I was merely lucky. Jiang Chu replied with a smile as well. Seeing that Tangfrost was still very chatty, the two of them hadn't been idle all the way, and they had gotten quite familiar with each other. The vehicle traveled for more than half an hour, gradually approaching its destination. Tangfrost finally couldn't help but ask, "Jiang Chu, this Nailhead 7 Arrows book, are you sure you can break it?" "What? The person who got hit has something to do with you?" Tangfrost nodded her head in worry. "Right. The one who got hit this time was my aunt Tang Hong, who is also the president of the Jiangbei Chamber of Commerce today." "So dignified?" No wonder he was able to directly invite Yang Jian, the Yellow Springs Bureau's vice squad, to personally make a move. Jiang Chu nodded and smiled, "Don't worry about it, 100%. Ha!" Looking at Jiang Chu with such confidence, Tang Frost couldn't help but stare. This pressure to win technique is very special. Even their Yellow Springs Bureau knew very little about it. So the incident was out for days and no one was able to deal with it. She didn't expect. Jiang Chu had actually said that he was 100% sure. "Have you also learned the art of pressing for victory?" Don Frost was curious. Jiang Chu shook his head, "I haven't learned it, but life is harder. Goddamn hard life." The car pulled into a private sanatorium on the outskirts of Jiangbei. Tang Frost showed his credentials and passed through 3 doors before entering completely. Looking at a building that was like a villa, and a variety of rare plants and trees, the corner of Jiang Chu's mouth twitched. These rich people really know how to enjoy themselves. Nursing home. I've only seen this stuff on TV before. I didn't realize that reality is far more luxurious than TV shots. Eventually the car stopped in front of Sick Bay 88. "Get out of the car." Tang Frost led Jiang Chu straight in. The whole sick building is quite large. The lights are on. There were a good 20 to 30 paramedics in there. All the way through. The two came before a room on the 3rd floor. The door to the room opened. Immediately a woman in her early 20s with an outstanding temperament and good looks appeared. The woman was wearing a simple turtleneck sweater and a half-length skirt, but some of the logos on it could tell that the price was definitely not cheap. As soon as the woman saw Tang Frost, her face became more than a little joyful. "Frost." Tang Frost also revealed a smile. "Xiaolian." The two hugged. It was only then that Tang Frost took the woman's hand and introduced her. "This is Jiang Chu, a high-ranking person that our Yellow Springs Bureau Vice Squad helped anti-invite." And then Tang Shuang said to Jiang Chu, "This is my aunt's only daughter, Yilian." A tall man? When Yilian heard this, her gaze also fell on Jiang Chu's body. Her pupils flashed with surprise. As the only daughter of the president of the Jiangbei Chamber of Commerce, she also had Tang Frost as her cousin. She naturally knew about the Yellow Springs Bureau. Ordinary members of the Yellow Springs Bureau are far beyond the reach of ordinary people. The vice captain of the Yellow Springs Bureau, that is, even with her mother if not because of the early years of some of the reasons, but also simply do not know on the big man. I didn't expect. This young man in front of me was actually a high-ranking person invited by that vice captain himself. However, her surprise only flickered before she hurriedly extended her hand towards Jiang Chu. "Greetings, Mr. Jiang." "Mr. Jiang. You're welcome." Jiang Chu shook her as well. Tang Frost also spoke up at this moment. "Go inside, let Jiang Chu take a look at Auntie's condition." Walk into the ward. The entire ward could be described as having everything. A full 70 or 80 pings. In the center, on a large bed, lay a middle-aged woman in her early 50s. The woman's appearance was very rich, with some resemblance to Yi Lian, and she was lying there at the moment, like she was asleep. The circumference, on the other hand, was covered with various instruments. But these instruments invariably show normal on them. Within Jiang Chu's pupils, there was an imperceptible flash of scarlet. The eye of the stiff king has been opened. An icy and terrifying aura emanated from his surroundings. It caused Tang Shuang's body, who was following Jiang Chu, to tremble slightly. She gave Jiang Chu a complicated look. Jiang Chu had acted casually all this way. Coupled with the fact that his age was simply too young, Tang Frost had always had a hard time treating Jiang Chu as a 4th-rank senior. But now, the sudden realization of that terrifying power. She just realized. This is really strong. With a flashing red light. This time, Jiang Chu was looking at the lying Tang Hong. As far as I could see, her eyes and limbs were all stuck with a black arrow with black gas. It is not the physical body of a person that this arrow nails, but the soul. Under this black arrow, Tang Hong's soul was trembling, extremely painful, and, at this moment, there was already a black gas manifesting in her chest. Obviously, the final arrow of this nail-head 7 arrows was already coalescing. Chapter 48, Substitute Life. The King of Stiffs is on his way, 7 arrows? Roll. Jiang Chu withdrew his eyes. The cold atmosphere in the room disappeared. Only then did Tang Frost inquire, "Jiang Chu, what needs to be done?" "It's simple enough, you go ahead and get 2 scarecrows, and on those scarecrows put 2 more notes." Tang Frost froze, somewhat confused. What's the use of this? "Go ahead and do it, you'll understand later." Hearing this, Tang Frost didn't pursue the matter. Hurriedly, he and Yi Lian went to get ready. In 20 minutes or so of work, a box had been delivered. Tang Frost opened the box. Instantly, 2 lifelike scarecrows had appeared. "Is this okay?" "Jiang Chu, yes, you now go and pull out 3 of your aunt's hairs, and write your aunt's birth date on a slip of paper." Hear this. Tang Frost also understood something. "Jiang Chu. What are you doing? You're not thinking of substitute for life." Jiang Chu snapped his fingers, "Guessed right. Replacement order means simply this. It's a life for a life. To be precise, it's a change of destiny. Fate is the root of a person and where the soul of a person's life lies. Evil magic harms people, even this so-called nailhead 7 arrows, can't do like a frontal hacking general, kill the flesh, absolutely impossible to have a second person to die for you. Their underlying principle is to follow the characteristics of the fates and shatter them. This has a way of circumventing it. If Tang Hong's birthdate was written on the scarecrow, then Jiang Chu also wrote down his own birthdate. Finally articulated with special genjutsu. This way, Tang Hong's destiny would then become Jiang Chu's for a short period of time. But likewise, the damage Tang Hong had suffered would be presented to Jiang Chu. This was the method Jiang Chu had thought of after hearing about the so-called 7 arrows of the nailhead. That's why he dared to say that it was 100% broken. After all, with the immortality buff, if he wanted to kill Jiang Chu, even he didn't know how to do it, let alone the so-called evil art. No! After Tang Frost was startled, he hastily refused. This is too dangerous. In case something happens and a 4th-ranked ghost harnesser is folded in, it's a major loss for Jiang Bei. A 4th-order ghost master, casually handling 1 or 2 paranormal incidents, saved hundreds of living lives. Before human life, any other must give way. Jiang Chu raised his eyebrows. Don't worry about it, I'm more life-thirsty than you are, and I can't be pressed by this half-assed victory pressure technique. Looking at Jiang Chu's attitude, it's not clear where he gets his confidence from though, but Tang Frost could only nod his head. Fine, but once anything goes wrong, it's still your own life that's the main concern. After all was said and done, and she didn't delay, walked over to Tang Hong who was lying on the bed, pulled off 3 strands of her hair and handed them to Jiang Chu. Again, on the note he had prepared earlier, he wrote Tang Hong's birthdate, and Jiang Chu did the same. But he was slightly embarrassed when it came to some birthdates, torn between whether I should write about the days when I was born, or the days when I metamorphosed into a purple-robed stiff king. To be on the safe side, he wrote both. The note was taped to the scarecrow's brow. Relative placement. And Jiang Chu moved a chair and sat beside Tang Hong. You guys go out for a minute and wait a few minutes before you come back in, Jiang Chu said to Tang Shuang and Yi Lian. Then be careful, Tang Frost commanded. Taking Yi Lian with her, she gently closed the door to the hospital room and retreated. In a moment, only Jiang Chu and Tang Hong were left within the entire room. Jiang Chu looked at Tang Hong's hair in his hand, grinning, let me feel if the 7 arrows of the nailhead are as powerful as rumored. Having said that, his palm swung. Tang Hong's hair gently drifted down onto the scarecrow's brow. Swish! Almost at the same time, a dent began to appear in the otherwise smooth scarecrow. It was like someone had taken a nail and pierced the body through. Jiang Chu's nail scratched, and 3 strands of his hair flew out as well. A trace of necrotic energy burst from his fingertips. Not. The hair instantly hit an unbutton and linked up with Tang Hong's. The 2 scarecrows fused almost instantly as well. Next moment, the image inside Jiang Chu's eyes changed. In the middle of his vision, the 6 invisible arrows that emitted a thick black aura pierced directly above his body with a lightning-fast speed. The arrow didn't hurt his body, but went through his flesh and tried to nail through his soul. But immediately after, pop, snap, a series of 6 crisp ringing sounds came through Jiang Chu's mind. The 6 arrows seemed to have been nailed to the 1,000-year-old basalt iron. The arrow burst instantly. What the hell? The arrow exploded? Such a turn of events was completely unanticipated even by Jiang Chu. I know my destiny is fierce, but you don't have to be so fierce, do you? Don't scare the guy on the other side. If he doesn't zap down the last arrow and just run away, who else will be able to help me lead the way to chase him there? Jiang Chu gave a helpless jerk. What's with the 7 arrows of the nailhead and this crap quality? Jiang Chu, are you ready? Tang Frost outside the door sensed something strange. Come in. Splat. The door to the room opened. Don Frost couldn't wait to get inside. After seeing that Jiang Chu hadn't changed in any way, Don Frost breathed a sigh of relief. Well, did it work? Halfway there, Tang Frost was confused. What do you mean? Jiang Chu said helplessly, I did take your aunt's life, but that nailhead 7 arrows seems to have been played with by me. Chapter 49 Purple Robe Manifestation, 10,000 Ghosts Retreat. A heavenly chance. In the meantime, Jiangbei, within a hidden manner, Mr. Woma, don't worry, as long as I can get rid of Tang Hongnat tonight, I will grab all her shares as fast as I can, and then everything within the group will be what I say it is. I'll give you all the payment you need, and that kind of thing with both hands. A middle-aged man was speaking with a pleasing face to the 3 old men in tang clothes who were enjoying 3 young girls in revealing outfits not far away. The middle-aged man looked at the delicate-looking young girls. Unable to resist, he gulped, a hint of greed flashing in his eyes. And naturally, that old man in the tang suit was the one who had appeared on the rooftop of the Crescent Moon Mansion earlier. Wichmo nodded expressionlessly. Don't worry, after being hit by my nailhead 7 arrow book, she is already surely dead. Wait for tomorrow, you can send your daughter to serve this seat. If you please, this seat, there will be no shortage of benefits for you in the future. Yes, to be able to have her serve you is definitely a blessing from her previous life. The middle-aged man was full of smiles. Okay, go back. Then I will not disturb your rest, sir. After saying that, the middle-aged man carefully exited the room and turned to leave. Master, the way he looked at us just now had evil intentions. Should we kill him? At this time, a young girl who was serving spoke softly, and a trace of black markings appeared on her body while a black aura emerged like a spider. Wu Mo glared at her. Put it away. Don't you know that this seat can't bear to see anything of mixed colors on a woman's body? The young girl had a jolt. Russia's restored. Master atone, master atone. Mo waved his hand in disgust. Let's call it a day, all of you go down to forage for food. Now that those guys from the Yellow Springs Bureau are keeping a close eye on them, remember to move a little less. Yes, master, don't worry, master, all that food came here on its own, absolutely no tails. Aha. Wait until all the women leave. Wu Ma also walked quickly to one of the side walls of the room. Immediately afterward, his palm pressed on an organ. Crunch! The walls open. A dark room appears. This dark room is hundreds of square feet in size, and what comes into view is the imprisonment of a dozen or so unclothed young women. After seeing Wu Mo come in, all of these women's bodies trembled tremendously, revealing a look of fear. However, Mo did not look at them. Instead, he looked straight toward the center of the dark room. There was a huge pool of blood, and in the center of the blood pool, a blurry ghostly figure was constantly roaring. A terrifying aura emanated from its circumference. And in that blood pool you can still see a lot of women's corpses and bones churning, and from among those corpses and bones, there are still some 3 or 4 feet of centipedes and scorpions that are constantly climbing. These things come together. It may look like it has no rules, but if you look closely, one would be able to notice that a special layer of runes had been constructed on these things, the pattern connected by these runes, like a blood-red gate. Those things in the blood pool, it's more like a sacrifice. And at the moment, the blood-red gate seems to have shown signs of vaguely opening one. A haunting aura was emanating. See this scene. A cold smile also appeared on Wu Mo's face. Pure heart-bald ass and Xian Ji Nubizi really think that this seat is here in this manner just to enjoy beauty? This is a passageway that connects to a corpse pit trapped spirit land. As long as I can open this trapped spirit land, at that time, all the ghosts here will be at my disposal. No matter what opportunities there are in the mountain of mass graves, they will belong to me alone. However, just as his words fell, bump! In the depths of this secret room, an explosion suddenly came from it. Mo's entire complexion was stunned. After reacting, the whole face changed drastically. His eyes looked in the direction of the voice. An offering table was placed there. 2 oil lamps are placed on top. There was also a small bow made of mulberry, which was engraved with dense runes. There was also a peach branch arrow with a shimmering black light on the bowstring. In front of these things, there stood a scarecrow. The scarecrow was already filled with 6 arrows. But at the moment, those 6 arrows, however, burst open flat. It turned into pieces and scattered all over the ground. After seeing this, Wu Mo's eyes widened a bit. What's going on here? He was a little incredulous. He was originally a craftsman from Shangdi, and he was not an ordinary craftsman. Rather, they are the ancestral craftsmen of the Sankyo Gates. It is said that his ancestor once followed Lu Ban, the legendary ancestor of craftsmen. And from him, I learned a lot of pressure-winning techniques from the next volume of Lupin's book, although many of them are lost. However, this book of 7 arrows of the nail's head had always been the root of their lineage's peace of mind. For thousands of years, there has never been any mistake. Especially now that the demons had revived, this pressing victory technique of his was even more powerful. He had even once nailed a peak condensed Dan cultivator to death with these 7 arrows of the nail head. He was later hunted down by the forces behind that practitioner before joining the Dark Abyss and practicing a number of evil techniques. But his strongest tool has always been the pressure-winning technique. With this technique, even in the Dark Abyss, he had some status. But it never misses wherever it is used. He had even received praise from a monarch level, claiming that his current nailhead 7 arrows could not necessarily be blocked by even a 5th-rank Spirit C-grade cultivator who had transformed his den into a C, for fear. But now, the arrow that he had nailed on. Why did it explode for no reason? This has never happened before? Mo's entire figure flickered. Shakti appeared beside that offering table. He strangled the spell in his hand and mouthed the words. Then he fiercely pointed towards the broken peach branch arrow. Congeal. A ghostly light struck. It instantly landed on the broken peach branch arrow. Bump! At the moment of falling, the ghostly light instantly exploded. Mo's face went white and his body swayed slightly. This is a backlash. His eyes widened. The appearance of a backlash means that the 7 arrows of the nail's head have really been broken. I don't believe it. Woma's face glowed with ferocity. How can a mere ordinary person block my pressing victory technique? He copied the small bow on the offering table as soon as he could, then took that last peach branch arrow in his hand. Biting through his middle finger, he applied it directly on top of the arrowhead of the peach branch arrow. And then he respectfully bowed 3 times towards the scarecrow that was placed in the center. Draw the bow like a full moon. Now that the 6 arrows have passed, I don't believe it. Under the 7th arrow, it won't take your life. P.S. Today's debut Brother Meng. First count-out, for the greats who see this, please give a 5-star review. Kneel down and thank you. Guaranteed never to stop updating, debut is important. Please, please, please don't feed the book. Don't feed the book. Every day, give a read, give a review, give a rush. Thank you. Chapter 50, Supreme Fate. How dare a mere mortal shake the heavens? Shun. Swish. He let go of the bowstring. The peach branch arrow turned into a stream of light suddenly shot down towards the scarecrow's heart at a lightning speed. The heart is a dead center. Even without the first 6 arrows, only hitting the big points in the chest was enough to nail an ordinary person to death. Today the arrows are still coated with his blood. Not to mention ordinary people, even if it was a peak 4th stage cultivator, he was confident that he would be able to seriously injure the other party. The 7 arrows that nail the head of the nail are the destiny. No matter how strong an existence was, it was impossible to use the fate to fight against the book of 7 arrows of the nailhead. However, right at the moment when that 7th arrow didn't enter that scarecrow's chest, buzz. In Wuma's ears, there was a violent buzz. His vision became blurry almost instantly, and he seemed to be pulled into the middle of an illusion. Next moment, what was originally nothing more than an ordinary scarecrow changed shape in his eyes, gradually transforming into Tang Hong's appearance. However, behind Tang Hong, a terrifying silhouette clad in double-dragon purple-clad Taoist robes and wearing an emperor's money mask rose up. That virtual shadow took over the entire void in almost an instant. The stars of heaven and earth seemed to surround him. Fear, an extreme fear stormed up from Woma's heart. The cold hairs on his body stood up densely. That peach branch arrow was impartial and slammed into the chest of that purple-robed figure. It's like a mole cricket shaking the sky. Without any surprise, the blast burst into pieces again. Put. Which Mo sprayed out a mouthful of blood. The whole thing fell on its ass. But he ignored his injuries. Just panting heavily, cold sweat still dripping from his forehead. Changing lives. His lips trembled, recognizing the tactic. But, give her. Change her life. What in the world? What is it? A monarch? No. Even a monarch doesn't have such a terrifying aura of destiny. He froze for several seconds, before finally reacting. It can't go on any longer. Just now, although I don't know if he noticed. But that thing is definitely not something I can mess with. He smashed the offering table in front of him with a slap. A mouthful of blood sprayed out of his mouth once again. The breath shriveled up quite a bit. Forcibly interrupting the book of 7 arrows of the nail's head was hard to bear even for him. Recover from your injuries first. The blood sacrifice has to be faster as well. I need to completely break through the trapped spirit land as soon as possible. Wuma's eyes were fixed on the shivering young girls. Covering his chest, he slowly walked over. In the nursing home, Jiang Chu, who was talking to Tangfrost, suddenly closed his eyes. A fierce light manifested from his body. When Tangfrost and Yi Lian saw this scene, their mouths instantly closed. The two of them then saw the void suddenly tremble. An arrow, aimed at Jiang Chu's chest ran through it. The arrows also carried an obscure and shadowy aura. It's the 7th arrow of the 7 arrows of the nailhead. As soon as he saw this, Tangfrost immediately understood what was going on. The 7 arrows of the nailhead book is more powerful than one arrow. The last arrow is also known as the Yama sticker. When you get hit with the book of 7 arrows of the nailhead, you never live to tell the tale. She looked nervously at Jiang Chu. And then you see. The arrow. Snapped. Neither is close enough. It just directly turned into pieces and disappeared. Ha! Tang Lian's little mouth was open and her eyes were contracting. No. It's over. This is really the rumor. A divine ability used by immortal saints? How come it's not as good as a mosquito bite? The moment that arrow exploded, Jiang Chu's eyes also snapped open as he grabbed the scattered long arrow. Took a look. What a familiar aura. It seems to be somewhat similar to the ghostly thing that Lu Ming kid took out at the end. He can't be the Lu Ming said master. A smile curved his lips. It's really a narrow road, to be able to run into each other even here. Count your blessings. Jiang Chu. What are you talking about? Tangfrost's voice rang in Jiang Chu's ears. Jiang Chu shook his head. Get up from your seat. I have already blocked the book of 7 arrows of the nailhead for your aunt, and now that the 7 arrows of the book of 7 arrows of the nailhead have passed, I am going to leave first. Hearing Jiang Chu's words, Tangfrost was stunned, then also reacted. Jiang Chu. You're not thinking of going to that person's lair, are you? Jiang Chu nodded. Not bad. I still have a bit of a personal grudge against him. He had slaughtered someone's disciple himself, and now that he had met his master, it wasn't like he was going to kill him cleanly in a straightforward manner. Otherwise you have to wait for the other side to take revenge. How troublesome. One is doing him a favor. There aren't many zombies in this society nowadays who are as zealous as yourself. Then I'll go with you. Tangfrost said this and hurriedly added, even if I don't need my help, I won't drag you down. And I want to see who is trying to harm my aunt, and it's easier for you to do your job with me as the Yellow Springs Bureau. Hear that? Jiang Chu nodded with a little thought. Indeed. Tangfrost was an official after all, having her there saved her from causing some trouble after slaughtering that old boy. because he seemed to have detected some anger among the perceptions he had just glimpsed. Apparently, there were living people around Wichmo. What's more, this was really Tangfrost's family's business. People paid money, the Gold Master could go wherever he wanted. It also has absolutely no effect on yourself. Then let's go. A wisp of ethereal light emanated from his hand and disappeared onto that previously broken peach branch arrow. The eyes had sensed a place through the peach branch arrows. The Yellow Springs Bureau car pulls out of the sanitarium. Tangfrost followed the route given by Jiang Chu. Her face at the moment carried some shock. Jiang Chu. Are you saying that the people behind this one might be from the Dark Abyss? The organization of the Dark Abyss, but any Yellow Springs Bureau should not be too familiar with it. This is because every local Yellow Springs Bureau has information focusing on the Dark Abyss after joining. Jiang Chu nodded, 9 times out of 10. Then it's basically a sure thing. Tangfrost frowned, if it's the Dark Abyss, do you want me to call out more people? That's not necessary, I'll make a move, he can't run away. Jiang Chu opened his mouth casually. With his current strength, unless he was a top 5th ranked being, it was absolutely impossible for even an ordinary 5th ranked expert to leave alive from under him. If it was really the peak of the 5th order, I'm afraid that even if the Jiangbei Yellow Springs Bureau came out in full force, they definitely wouldn't be able to take it. Unless it's that young tip who puts up a fight, there's still a bit of a chance. Chapter 51 Dark Abyss Monarch. Meet the Red Moon Recovery. There is no good or evil in the law, and there is good and evil in people. Hearing Jiang Chu's words, Tangfrost opened her mouth. But when he thought of Jiang Chu's appearance when he had just faced the Nailhead 7 arrow book, she also did know that the strength of this young man in front of her, perhaps it really was as strong as he said. By the way, what kind of organization is this Dark Abyss, and why does the mention of the Dark Abyss make even your Yellow Springs Bureau so nervous? Jiang Chu was also finally asking his curiosity. Originally, Jiang Chu just thought that this was some kind of evil sect, but from Yang Jian's attitude towards the Dark Abyss before, to Tangfrost being able to see it, it seemed that this Dark Abyss was not simple. After all, ordinary evil devils and crooks wouldn't let the Yellow Springs Bureau directly kill them without even asking. And opening his mouth is a direct shakedown of the siege. It was important to know that the Yellow Springs Bureau, as an official organization, was absolutely huge and boundless in Dacia. It was absolutely impossible for an ordinary organization to shake a behemoth like the Yellow Springs Bureau. You don't know? Tangfrost was stunned, not expecting Jiang Chu to ask such a thing. However, she hurriedly spoke again, and her face became grave. Dark Abyss is just a collective name for them. To be precise, the full name of this organization is called Dark Abyss Alliance. Alliance? Jiang Chu raised an eyebrow. Those who could be called an alliance naturally couldn't be a party force. The Dark Abyss is spread all over the world. It can be said that as long as there is a country with cultivators, there are people from the Dark Abyss present. In Ardashia, they are also called evil ways. Of course other countries call them differently. The West calls them heretics. The two, evil and sideways, are not the same. The sidetracks are those outside the orthodox, and the evil ones that are proper villains. My Dacia is a large land with many cultivators, so the power of the Dark Abyss is also large in Dacia, and according to our investigations over the years, the grades divided amongst them are also very strict, with the highest level being called a monarch, and there is more than one of them. After that comes the general's head, and below that it's divided into 1 to 6 levels of Dark Abyssal messengers, with 5 being the highest and 1 the lowest. The Lu Ming you killed last time was a 2nd grade Dark Abyss envoy. Lu Ming is the 2nd grade? This was a bit of a surprise to Jiang Chu. Although Lu Ming's strength was very crotch-pulling, it was still at the level of stepping into the 3rd rank. Surprisingly, it's just the bottom of the barrel in the Dark Abyss. It seems that this Dark Abyss is indeed stronger than he thought. That's not enough to scare even the Yellow Springs Bureau, is it? Tangfrost shook his head. It's not that simple. If it was just those dark abyssal evil paths within the Great Summer, they would have been exterminated by us an unknown number of times. But the reason they're called the Dark Abyss Alliance is because these people are a whole. They all lurk in the shadows and wreak havoc in different countries, but they also all share a common goal, which is to welcome the Red Moon Recovery. Of course I'm not sure what exactly exists in the specific Red Moon Recovery. It's not something I have access to yet, and it's precisely because of this common purpose that all the world's Dark Abyss are one family, and once a large-scale siege is carried out against any party, it will trigger a counterattack by almost all of the monarchs of the Dark Abyss together. In fact, even if that's the case, I, Xia, am not afraid in the slightest. If we're talking about the top battle power, my great Xia's base has no qualms about being at least in the top 3, not to mention the first place. But the biggest concern is still because the members of the Dark Abyss are too deeply hidden. Even many famous sects have people secretly joining amongst the Dark Abyss. After all, there is no good or evil in the law, there is good and evil in people. Everyone has a dark side in their hearts, and no one can do anything to be able to probe the hearts of the people. So in order not to cause shocks within the great Xia, and also to better cope with the calamity brought about by the recovery of the Red Moon, that's why we haven't made a move. But there's a rule from above that once you run into a member of the Dark Abyss, you don't have to report it. You can kill them all. Listen to all of this. Jiang Chu then realized. Welcoming the Red Moon Recovery? What a bunch of lunatics. Jiang Chu shook his head. The Red Moon Revival was the bane of the world's mutation today, and those evil spirits came because of it. It was too late for ordinary people to try to avoid them, but they took the initiative to greet them. No wonder it's become a street rat. An hour later, Tangfrost's car gradually came to a stop next to a forest on the eastern outskirts of Jiangbei City. All that could be seen ahead was the dense forest at the base of the mountain. The forest is under this red moon. It seemed secluded and eerie, with a thin layer of mist shrouding the forest above, and the occasional chirping of insects and birds. When blown by the wind, it also made a sashaying sound. Jiang Chu, is it in this position? Dawn Frost got out of the car. The face was a bit stony. She could feel the heavy energy of the forest. Not yet, but it's not far enough away to need to go through this forest. Jiang Chu shook his head. The special sensation of that nail-headed book of 7 arrows had been intense here, but not yet the final destination. Cars can no longer drive in this area. Only able to cross on foot. Dawn Frost nodded. From among the trunk of the car, a broadsword. The knife was over a meter long, larger and wider than a regular knife. Compared to Tangfrost's slender body, the sense of contrast was drawn out. This is the stranger's sword? Jiang Chu was surprised. Tangfrost nodded and smiled. Not bad. My family's ancestor was a stranger sword general during the Li Tang period. The stranger sword blade technique was passed down from our family. This stranger sword was also passed down from my ancestors, and now that I've practiced it, it's easier to cut down ghosts than people. Bull-bye. There are still such generals, long time no see, but on top of that stranger's blade, Jiang Chu did feel a very strong baleful aura. This kind of bane is not an ordinary bane, but a military bane. A faint layer of chakra would hang above it. This kind of chi can absorb the haze and the fury, leaving only the pure and ferocious fury. It is true that generally only the battlefield can be condensed, because this chi is, so to speak, the luck of the nation. It was only when Li Tang had long since perished that the national fortune was transformed into ordinary chi. But even so, the ferociousness that existed on this stranger's sword was a heavenly grudge against the sneaks. It was no less than a high-level magic weapon. Go! Jiang Chu also withdrew his gaze after a glance. Stepping within this dense forest, on his body, a red shadow loomed. It was none other than the married sister that Jiang Chu had taken in earlier. Whatever is taken in by him is available to him. Although this grafted schoolmate only performed, it was enough. Jiang Chu was only using her figure to hide his corpse chi. The aura of the fourth order spread. The creature in the middle of this dense forest sensed Jiang Chu's arrival. One flew back. There was still some horror on his face. Chapter 52, Reincarnation? The people I killed aren't qualified to pass on to the next life. Jiang Chu. There are so many sneaks here, and if you look at their figures they don't seem to be modern people. Rather, they've been dead for a long time. By all rights, these souls of theirs should have been reincarnated to the next life a long time ago, but yet they are gathering here in large numbers. I'm afraid there's something odd about this place. Tangfrost looked at something deep in the dense forest. The more cautious you are, when things go wrong, they go wrong. This applies to both humans and ghosts. There are indeed some problems. Jiang Chu was able to detect more than Tangfrost. He was able to vaguely sense. Something seemed to be hidden in the depths of this forest, but it was isolated. Not only that, this entire forest seemed to be affected, which is what caused a number of ghosts to gather here. Once again, it was forward for several minutes. The two of them, Jiang Chu, also walked to the end of this forest. View from here. Not far away, at the foot of the mountain, a small manor had unexpectedly appeared. The manor is decorated in an extremely modern way, but it was dark and there was no light. This is it. Jiang Chu spoke faintly. Tangfrost frowned tightly as she took out a special map. Strange, there's nothing special here, only this dark abyss stinker. How could he build a manor here? What's the point of thinking about it so much? Just go in and find out. Jiang Chu was indifferent, stepping right up to the door of the manor. As he got closer, a strong scent of blood hit him. At the same time, the sound of what appeared to be chewing could be heard on the property. Jiang Chu, let's go over the wall, don't startle the guys inside, Tangfrost said and was about to move. Jiang Chu shook his head. There's no need, they've come, can they still run away? After saying that, he directly kicked the iron gate of the manor. Boom! With an explosive sound, the entire gate was directly exploded with a foot. The loud sound swept out under this night. The chewing sound from earlier came to an abrupt end. The manor became extremely quiet. The corner of Tangfrost's mouth twitched. This guy. Are they all this reckless? Inside the secret room deep inside the manor, that loud sound also caught Wu Mo's attention. He had the bodies of 3 young girls lying at his feet at the moment. There was still some undried blood at the corner of his mouth. Someone came in? Which Mo's brows furrowed, and there was some bad premonition in his heart. It can't be that thing from earlier, can it? He still had a hard time to this day about the thing he had nailed in his previous nailhead 7-arrow book nail, but he then just clenched his teeth. Whatever. So what if it's really that thing? His fateful aura is strong, but there's absolutely no way he can be in existence above the 5th rank. As long as I'm given some more time to open up the passageway connecting to the spirit trapped land, there's no fear of him. And if I can take him down as well, perhaps it would be a heavenly chance for me. Which Mo's complexion was once again icy cold. Riches and riches. Let's try something first. He fished a bright green flute out of his pocket. Put it to your mouth and blow it up gently. A special sound rhythm transformed into a black rune and dissipated into the air. Do it all. Which Mo directly came to the side of that blood pool and sat down on his knees. The pool of blood began to churn, and that central portal was becoming clearer at a rate visible to the naked eye. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the system mission successfully. Upon completion of the mission, you will be rewarded with a reward, 50 years of Corpse Chi, Corpse Dharma drawing gift pack *1. In Jiang Chu's mind came the familiar system mission quest voice. Corpse Law gift pack? Jiang Chu's eyes lit up. This was good stuff. He withdrew his mind to look inside the manor. The whole estate wasn't too big, but it's definitely not small, as it gets deeper and deeper. And the smell of that blood got stronger. Damn! Just how many people has the scum of the Dark Abyss killed? Surprisingly, there's such a strong aura of blood. Tangfrost carried the stranger's sword in his hand, a bit grumpy. He shouldn't be an ordinary cultivator. Jiang Chu suddenly spoke. Tangfrost was stunned. What do you mean? Jiang Chu pointed to some manor houses already not far from them. There are things inside these rooms, and not a few of them, and none of them are alive. Jiang Chu's words fell. Bump! Sure enough, rattles came from all those rooms. All the doors to the rooms opened in a flash. Darkness. A pair of blood-red eyes probed. Like a single lantern, they looked right toward Jiang Chu and the two of them. What the hell? Tangfrost's face changed. What had been a one-handed sword became a two-handed one. And at this moment those figures finally manifested. The moment she saw these figures, Tangfrost's eyes burst into contraction. Just see the moonlight. It's the figure of a young girl. Only at the moment these young girls are no longer capable of being called people. Instead, they were on all fours, with more or less mutations in their bodies. Some had an extra barb like a scorpion behind them, while others had a long, thin leg sprouting from their abdomen. Like a spider. Their mouths were left drooling as they looked greedily at Jiang Chu and Tangfrost. Seed compulsion technique. Tangfrost recognized the origin of these monsters. Her already icy complexion became even more ghastly. I can't believe I'm using people to plant parasites. Planting a parasite? Hearing that name, Jiang Chu was also dazed. The so-called planting of parasites, this is a special technique in Shangdi. The three most famous things in Shangdi are corpse catching, parasites, and the woman in the cave of falling flowers. And this compulsion is known by its name. It is the planting of a parasite within the body of something else. Of course, people can be used as this container. These kinds of compulsions were also a taboo for all Shangdi practitioners. After all, to plant a parasite with a human being, that was no different from killing someone, and it was still the most brutal method of killing. This is because the parasite will be inside the person's body, devouring the person's internal organs. It then completely replaces the person, and normally takes human form. And when you eat, you manifest your body. It's also what it looks like in front of you. It seemed that this person of the Dark Abyss was also a Shangdi compass master. Woohoo! At this time, a special tone rang out. Not good. It's a means of manipulating these parasites. They're going to attack. The words came out. Hiss. Those young girls who were still just watching from the darkness. A hiss was emitted, and the aura on his body became tyrannical. Then it lunged towards Jiang Chu and Tangfrost. Around Tangfrost, Yuan Qi erupted. A layer of milky white light enveloped her stranger's blade. Her entire aura changed with it. The young girl, who was originally a bit thin and weak, seemed to have become a female general. She leapt to avoid a scorpion tail that shot toward her. Then he swung his sword down towards the nearest companion. When the imagined scene of a knife in the flesh did not occur. Instead, there was also the sound of gold and iron clanking. However, Tangfrost's stranger's blade still repelled the compounder. What a strong physical body. Jiang Chu, you have to be careful. None of them are ordinary parasites. These parasites are of a very high grade. Tangfrost couldn't help but remind Jiang Chu. However, she had just finished. Just as violently, he heard an explosion from not far away. Tangfrost was stunned. Looking back, it was then that they saw two puddles of crushed flesh appear in front of Jiang Chu's body at an unknown time. And his body flickered again. It appeared in front of the other spider compound man. None of it is fancy. A fist slammed down towards the head of that spider compound man. That spider compound man also sensed the danger. From her tail, a spider web erupted. The spider was as tough as steel wire and had a greenish liquid on it. It doesn't even take a guess to know that it's definitely highly toxic. Bump! The compound man, who was still indestructible in front of Tangfrost, had his head burst open in a flash under this punch from Jiang Chu. Even the spider web was clutched by Jiang Chu. The intense poison on it corroded his cuffs in an instant. However, it was on Jiang Chu's arm, like cold ice meeting blazing fire. Shakti dissolves. And then Jiang Chu's palm exerted a little force, and even the spiderweb was ripped off like rags. Chapter 53, the finger flicks to destroy the whole family. 10,000 parasites kneeling. It's your bad luck. Jiang Chu frowned as he looked at his corroded cuffs. A bunch of trashy things that have ruined their clothes. That's hundreds of dollars over the counter. A glint of red flashed in his eyes. A wisp of the stiff king's aura was released. Boom! The aura swept around in a flash. Those companions, who were ferocious last second, sensed the aura. Each one's eyes suddenly became clear, as if they had seen some terrifying natural enemy. All of them prostrated themselves in an instant, their bodies still trembling. Didn't even have the strength to resist. And Jiang Chu was not polite. The figure flashed, and almost every time he threw a punch, a companion would be blown away. Just a dozen breaths. All the parasites were cleared away. It only left a puddle of broken flesh on the ground. Host kills compassionate man *17, gaining plus 3,800 corpse chi points. The system's beep sounded as promised in Jiang Chu's mind. 3,800 corpse chi points? That's good. Count on you guys paying for my clothes. At the side, Tang Frost's eyes were almost looking straight. She knew that Jiang Chu was very strong. After all, this was a 4th level ghost harnesser, available at. This is also a little too strong. He clearly hadn't even used the power of the night ghost just now. He actually blew up these parasites with his bare hands. And those parasites at the end. Surprisingly, none of them dared to resist. Allowed to be struck down by Jiang Chu. You can't do that even if you're meeting your own father, right? Completely unreadable. However, Jiang Chu didn't care. These parasites should be nothing more than a test run. Jiang Chu's eyes looked into the depths of this manor. Just for a moment, he sensed that it seemed that a special kind of power had begun to spread. And the power is terrifying. It's the energy that sealed off those sneaks in the middle of the forest before. It seems that the reason why that old thing doesn't want to leave is that he's playing with the idea of this place. If I don't come, maybe I'll really let him have his way. Count him unlucky. Jiang Chu said to Tang Frost. Let's move on. Tang Frost hurriedly nodded his head as well. She gathered up her stranger's sword and slung it over her shoulder. The two of them traveled quickly towards the depths of the manor. Some parked cars can still be seen on the road. It was obvious that a number of people had entered the area. Jiang Chu, then the front should be the core of this manor. But I always feel that something seems different here. Forward for 6 or 7 minutes. Tang Frost pointed at the small 2-story building nestled in the middle of the darkness and spoke to Jiang Chu. This small building covers a large area. It's at least 1,000 square feet. And here it is. Even Tang Frost felt something different. Because that whole little building was visible to their naked eyes though. But it doesn't feel like it's in the same time and space. It made Tang Frost a little fearful for no reason. There is also unprecedented scorn for this place. Should we stop first? I think it's dangerous here. Tang Frost spoke his mind. Then Dawn Frost. Jiang Chu, on the other hand, was indifferent. No matter where it is, it's not likely to kill him. It's all immortal. A little recklessness makes sense, doesn't it? There's no need, if you're scared, just wait here, and when I go in and level the place, you can come and have a look. The words fell. Jiang Chu took a direct step in. Looking at Jiang Chu's back, Dawn Frost stomped his foot. Reckless. Then rushed to follow as well. The secret room. After Jiang Chu and Tang Frost entered into this, Wu Ma then had already noticed. So fast. Which Mo's face was a bit gloomy. The portal in the middle of the blood pool in front of him had already manifested for the most part. But there is another part that remains hidden. Must be holding them back for some time. Wu Ma's eyes twinkled. He took out the flute he had taken out earlier. Hands slammed it into powder. Then a sprinkle toward the middle of the blood pool. The pool of blood that was already churning. It was like adding boiling oil. Large bubbles of blood were surfacing. Blood bubbles explode. From it, a single compulsion with a strong poison began to appear. Wu Ma slapped another palm on his heart. Put. A large puddle of blood spurted out of his mouth. But that blood hasn't hit the ground yet. It just starts getting absorbed. For in that blood and water, there also appeared a man with tiny pincers and a pair of wings sprouting from his back. Bugs the size of a fingernail. The bug was born weird and ugly, like a corpse, but with 4 lines flashing on its body. After absorbing Wu Ma's blood, the eyes snapped open. Then there was a hiss that didn't fit the size at all, and a horrible aura emanated. After hearing the hiss, those parasites that emerged from the blood pool all looked like they had seen the king. Start creeping. This is Wu Ma's native compulsion. As a compass master, one would choose a compass to cultivate as one's own destiny compass since one's childhood. It could be said that the vast majority of a compass master's power came from this innate compass. After releasing the instinctive compulsion, Wu Ma's face paled a bit. But open your mouth anyway. Go! Kill all the living who enter here. With which Mo's words, that insta-compassion of his flapped its wings. A mist began to rise around them. Anyone who came into contact with some of the corpse's vegetation that came into contact with the mist withered instantly. The parasites were wrapped up and swarmed towards the outside of the chamber. Jiang Chu was also rapidly passing through the lobby of the small two-story building at the moment. His eyes surveyed within this lobby. Even Tang Frost, who was next to him, was constantly looking around. Jiang Chu, why do I feel like this place is like a giant corpse pit? She sensed something. Speaking softly to Jiang Chu. Jiang Chu nodded. He naturally noticed something different about the place, although covered by houses. But the pattern here has not changed much. Phew. Right about this time, a faint mist began to manifest around them at an unknown time. It enters the nasal passages as a person breathes. Not good. It's poisonous miasma. The moment it touched the mist, Dawn Frost then reacted. The yuan qi around her was released, enveloping herself. Zip, zip, zip. In the midst of the poisonous miasma, there were pattering and crawling noises present, and in great numbers. Almost instantly, it then enveloped towards Jiang Chu and Tang Shuang from all directions. Compulsion again. Just by hearing the sound, Tang Frost already knew what was coming. Come stay with us. We died a horrible death. At this time within the poisonous miasma, a ghostly and mournful voice resounded. Immediately afterward, 3 blood-stained figures were seen manifesting. But if you look closely, you'll be able to see it. Where is this man? Instead, it's a single compost pileup. Cohesive people. Chapter 54 King of Zombies subdues the hell. The 18 layers of hell opened wide. When it opened its mouth, it was even densely packed with parasites. Anyone with an intense phobia who takes a look at it is afraid that they will all just pee in fear. A third turn compulsion. And it's still equivalent to a late third stage cultivator. This is a tactic that only an expert amongst the companions can utilize. Tang Frost's face changed drastically as he looked at the figures coalesced by these parasites. These things could be so much stronger than the human compulsions they had encountered before. Late third order. Even she couldn't necessarily deal with it one-on-one. He's trying to slow us down and buy himself some time. Jiang Chu had already sensed the purpose of that old dark abyss thing. Tang Frost was stunned. It was also immediately clear. She took a deep breath and gripped the stranger's sword with both hands. Jiang Chu, I'll help you hold one back. You make quick work of it. Jiang Chu shook his head as a hint of killing chance flashed among his eyes. No need. These things can't stop me. Tang Beauty, back off a bit. Tang Frost was stunned. She hasn't reacted yet. One could see Jiang Chu's entire footstep. Towards the silhouettes condensed by those 3 parasites, he charged. His palms had transformed into a stiff king-like shape. It slammed down on one of the parasites. Boom! One punch down. The compulsion that was comparable to a late third stage was instantly blown up. Tang Frost's eyes widened. Another punch. Nappy. This guy. Is he really a ghost master? Who's a ghost hunter with a physique as strong as this? Is it the ghost in the wedding dress? Has the effect of exercising the body? Just for those 2 short seconds, Jiang Chu had already gone down with 2 more punches. Those 3 compo-type silhouettes exploded in response to the sound. But Jiang Chu raised an eyebrow, because the figure that burst open was not dead. Instead, it transformed into countless parasites. Almost in the blink of an eye it coalesced once again, and this time it even coalesced 6 of them. And this ability? Jiang Chu was surprised for a moment. With such a special means, it was feared that an ordinary 4th-order cultivator would have a hard time dealing with these 6 things. And that's just one split. Hell knows how many times these things can split into pieces. If it came 2 or 3 more times, even a 4th-stage condensed Dan cultivator would be killed. Sure, this kind of tactic was useful against others. Jiang Chu wasn't that fancy. A stream of light flashed from his wrist. Next moment, in his hand, the stiff king hammer had appeared. Jiang Chu's figure moved once again. He held the stiff king hammer in one hand. A wisp of corpse chi erupted, and the power belonging to the 4th rank was added to the stiff king hammer. The bone hammer directly smashed down. Die. And the silhouettes made up of those 6 parasites were all completely unresponsive. It was then once again completely crushed. Along with the parasites, they all exploded into blood. Buzz off. In those parasitic silhouettes, suddenly a tremor sounded. Jiang Chu was stunned. A bug, like a corpse cake, was seen vibrating its wings. As its wings trembled, a special power emanated. Those parasites that had all burst unexpectedly began to regenerate at a rapid pace. Intrinsic compulsion. It's still a 4th turn level intrinsic compulsion. This guy has actually taken out his own original life compulsion. Tang Frost exclaimed in shock. The essence compass was the root of a compass master. Easily won't manifest. This was because once the native compulsion was damaged and died, the compounder would be crippled even if he didn't die. A 4-rotation life compulsion? Hear that. Jiang Chu also raised his eyebrows. The level of the parasite is similar to that of a cultivator as well. It is also divided into 1 to 7 turns. The 4th turn was equivalent to the 4th rank among cultivators. No wonder it's so resistant to beatings. So it's all because of you, little thing. A smile appeared on Jiang Chu's face. Find the source, then it's a good solution. Take a hammer from me and see. Jiang Chu didn't hold back this time. Jailbreak. The skill attached to the stiff king's hammer was instantly activated. Above the entire body of the hammer, a layer of terrifying scenes began to emerge. Layer upon layer of hell's gates were opened, but all these portals of hell were crushed by a giant hammer above them. It seemed that this giant hammer had the power to subdue the 18 layers of hell. It directly covered down towards that four-turn instinctive compulsion. That four-turn instinctive parasite that was still continuously stirring its wings suddenly sensed the aura of the stiff king's hammer. The whole body was stagnant. But immediately after, hiss hiss hiss, a hoarse shriek came out from the mouth of that insta-compassion. Around its circumference, those 4 circles of light also began to flicker. For curtains of light erupted, and a terrifying aura was released, trying to block this hammer from Jiang Chu. But obviously, the power of the stiff king's hammer was completely beyond its imagination, plus the skill release of the town jail. Almost just a split second, those 4 curtains of light were then torn apart. Boom! The stiff king's hammer landed heavily on the body of that fourth-turn instinctive parasite. The entire ground lifted with a pop. The houses shook with the terrifying power. That four-turn instinctive compulsion was directly crushed. An invisible shadow disappeared into the copper coins on Jiang Chu's wrist. The host kills the fourth-turn corpse cash compass, gaining plus 800 corpse chi points. In Jiang Chu's mind system, beeps appeared again. Jiang Chu looked at his panel. Name Jiang Chu. Identity, Purple Robe Stiff King, Unique. Zombie level, 4th order Hairy Stiff. Degree of evolution, 59%. Treasure, Corpse * Purple Robe, Corpse * 5 Emperor's Money Cover, Stiff King's Prison Hammer. Essential aptitude, Stiff King's Ascension, First Fate, Corpse Spirit, Beginner. Corpse Technique, Corpse Control Technique, LV. 3 Minor, Corpse * containing Spirit Dispatch, LV. 3 Minor, Corpse * Pseudo Turnover, LV. 3. Corpse Chi Points, 6,300, can be purchased from the system mall. Just a short while, the necrotic points had skyrocketed to 6,003. Jiang Chu was still satisfied. With the death of that autobiographical natal parasite, the blood parasites that had originally coalesced also seemed to have lost all vitality. All was silent again. Jiang Chu. Tangfrost came towards Jiang Chu with quick steps at the moment, but her eyes kept looking in one direction, with some panic. Jiang Chu also returned to his senses at this moment. Following Tangfrost's eyes also noticed that place. It was a room deep within this small 2-story building. At the moment, a layer of black gas was constantly rising from the room. The black air carried some damp, muddy, and rotting smells. And that whole room, it began to fade. It seemed to be going straight out of this world. At the same time there was a throbbing aura manifesting. Go! Jiang Chu said nothing. Toward that room it went quickly. In a few steps, he had already made his way to the door of that room. Kicked the door to that room. Chapter 55 Earthly God, Fallen. The tomb where the gods are buried. But after arriving here, Jiang Chu still didn't stop walking. Instead, he came to one of the walls of this room. And the dark room? After this dark room, I think it must be the dark abyss person's lair. Never mind, Jiang Chu, you have to be careful. Tangfrost's expression was grave as she spoke to Jiang Chu. Judging from the previous four-turn origin compass, the target this time around was definitely a 4th class level as well. And he was stalling for time as he preferred to release his own life compulsion earlier to block their way. It's very likely. What they were about to face in there was even more terrifying than that 4 revolutions origin compass. It was completely out of her league as far as events were concerned. If it weren't for Jiang Chu, that 4th revolution's instinctive compass alone would have been enough to strike her down. So she's also very sensible. Jiang Chu nodded, don't worry. Having said that, he pushed the walls of the dark room open with a slap. Rolling black gas spread. Almost instantly, it enveloped everything. Jiang Chu's footsteps stepped out of the range of the black chi without haste. Next moment, his eyes had landed on a silhouette. The figure. It was none other than Wuma. Only at this moment, which Mo was panting blood from the corner of his mouth. The body was even more dried up. Even the breath dropped quite a bit. Obviously with the death of the previous instinctive compulsion, although he didn't die a direct violent death, he was also greatly injured in his vitality. But Jiang Chu's gaze only looked at Wuma. It landed right on top of the pool of blood next to him. In the middle of that pool of blood. Instead, a portal was combed out of thin air. The portal doesn't fit in with its surroundings. Although it stood there, it was more like being in another time and space. It reeked of decay, gloom, and eeriness. The scent was familiar to Jiang Chu, because there was this power manifested throughout the small building. Only here is the source. And after that portal, it was already vaguely possible to see that there seemed to be a venerable figure inside. They come with madness, oppression, and extreme mania, as if they are trying to come through the portal, towards reality. This is a land of trapped spirits. Tangfrost's entire pupil began to explode upon seeing the portal. Goosebumps were densely packed on his body. Even the hand holding the stranger's sword appeared sweaty, and it was clear that she was terrified. The land of trapped spirits. It's also called another tomb. Ordinary cemeteries, where the living are buried, are young tombs. And this nether tomb, the meaning is well enough explained. It's a burial mound for the dead. It's also the burial mound of the night's ghost. All the ghosts and spirits that entered the land of trapped spirits were absolutely unable to break free, only to be buried in it for eternity. In a place like this, even a ghostly creature would be driven mad. The hostile and resentful ghostly aura on his body was also far too much stronger than that of an ordinary stern ghost. If an ordinary person mistakenly enters the land of trapped spirits, the end is not much better than going to the 18 layers of hell. Even a cultivator wouldn't even dare to set foot in such a place. Because the spirit-trapped land was only accessible, no one knew exactly how many evil spirits were hidden inside. It is a no-go area for the living. But this kind of place formation is also extremely demanding. It's inconclusive up to now. Some people say that it's because the trapped spirit land belongs to a special kind of field, and the magnetic field inside is able to affect the severe ghosts, which is why they can't escape. However, the oldest rumor is that the trapped spirit land is the place where some of the recorded Yin gods of the Yin division of the Earth's capital have fallen in the Yang world. The laws of Yin Chao that they carry with them spread in the Yang world before forming the land of trapped spirits. And know about the trapped spirit land. Swish, which Mo's gaze also swept towards the Jiang Chu duo at this time. His eyes fell on Jiang Chu after. There was a sudden blush. It was you. It was you who killed that punk Lu Ming. He sensed in Jiang Chu some of the aura of the subdued head compulsion he had bestowed on Lu Ming that day. Jiang Chu heard this. A smile on his face. Not bad, it's me, old thing, surprise. Good. I didn't expect you to come to my door by yourself. Which Mo's eyes carried a strong killing intent. Then let you be the first sacrifice after I open this trapped spirit land. Wuma, you're crazy. Once this trapped spirit land is opened, the severe ghosts there will enter the earth. Do you know what kind of consequences it will cause? And those ghosts don't have the will of God. Even you will die then. Tang Frost reprimanded with an icy expression. The land of the trapped spirit is treacherous. The severe ghosts inside are even more ferocious. God's mind is only to kill. Will kill every living thing it sees, if it is allowed to appear. It was a catastrophe for the whole of Jiangbei. Which Mo sniffed. A crazy smile curved the corners of his mouth. The Yellow Springs Bureau? You guys are really as saintly as ever. Don't you worry. Since I dare to open this place, I naturally have a way to manipulate the ghosts here. The words came out. Don Frost hadn't even said another word. It was seen that Wumo's palms fiercely slapped down towards the door in the middle of that blood pool. Crunch. Which Mo's hands fell. The portal that had been closed tightly finally made a sound. A toothsome rattling sound emerged from above the gate. A wisp of a seam spreads. It was almost at the moment that the gap spread. Buzz. The entire chamber shook. And it's not just secret rooms. Rather, even this manor is still completely plunged into another time and space. It was clearly felt, including by Jiang Chu. The laws of their original world seemed to disappear. In its place is a world of obscurity, madness, and depression. This scent. It's so cozy. It made even Jiang Chu grunt. Jiang Chu, this is really bad. There's going to be a big disaster here. You are strong. You go quickly. Leave this manor. Go contact our Yellow Springs Bureau. The events here are no longer something we can handle. It's imperative that everything around us is completely blocked from above, or else the consequences will be unimaginable once we let something from this spirit-trapping land escape. Tang Frost clutched the stranger's sword in a death grip and firmly opened his mouth to Jiang Chu. They have to report back on the events here. And the probability of her being able to get out alive was naturally far less than Jiang Chu. At a juncture like this, it's important to get the bigger hopefuls out. Wanna go? Which Mo's grimace intensified. His palms flared once again. To push that portal open completely. Through the cracks. Already able to see countless stern ghosts in the middle of that trapped spirit land with their blood-red eyes open, roaring continuously. They squeezed frantically beyond the doorway. Some of them were half squeezed out. The entire small two-story building was also completely cut off from reality as the portal slowly opened. Today, the laws of the land of the trapped spirit have overridden reality. You guys. None of you can leave. Chapter 56, Jiang Chu who exploded at full strength. I killed a bit too much. Don't be afraid. Which Mo's icy voice sounded once again. Tang Frost hurriedly tried to pull Jiang Chu toward the back to retreat. It was because this trapped spirit land also needed time to manifest completely. The farther away you get, the better off you'll be. However, Jiang Chu only raised an eyebrow at this moment. Above his palm, a wisp of corpse chi emanated. Then a violent stroke was made towards the void. Jab. The air suddenly rang like a rag. The laws of reality shone in. This sudden voice caused both Woma and Tang Frost to all be stunned. Immediately after. It was then that I saw Jiang Chu speak out. You leave first, go inform your bureau, leave this place to me, but tell them to hurry up, or maybe I'll kill a little too many. Don Frost? Tang Frost hadn't even responded yet. Jiang Chu had already pushed her into the channel of reality with one hand. Buzz. Crack closure. Throughout the space. Only Jiang Chu and Wu Mo were left. You even managed to leave. Wuma's eyes widened. This secret room had pretty much belonged to the center of this trapped spirit land, even if this trapped spirit land had not yet been fully opened. However, the power leaked out. Even if it was a normal 4th stage condensed Dan cultivator, it would definitely not be able to break through. But Jiang Chu even casually scratched it and opened it. Jiang Chu stretched and also finally revealed a smile. Old thing, someone before, let you this pussy pretend. Come on, quickly open your what trapped spirit ground, I have to wait. Wu Ma looked at Jiang Chu's reckless appearance. After a slight freeze, the whole thing exploded into a rage. This kid, all so arrogant. Young man, what a mouthful. Since you seek death, I'll let you go. Trapped spirit land, open. His palms fired again. Bump. The portal that stood above the pool of blood finally opened a gap large enough to pass through. And also almost instantly, terrifying fog erupted from the middle of that portal. A hideous ghostly figure burrowed out of the trapped spirit ground with hardly any hesitation. Only after appearing. Instead, their bodies entered that pool of blood first. Inside the pool of blood, one by one, the parasites that had been waiting for a long time ago had disappeared into those ghostly shadows in an instant. Wu Ma saw the scene, almost too excited for words. It worked. Above his head, a parasite born with 8 claws appeared violently. This compulsion was similar to the aura emitted by the corpse-collecting compulsion from before. Kill him, which MO gave an order. Those first dozen or so of the compulsion-controlled stern ghosts that stepped out, almost in a flash. Then they looked at Jiang Chu in unison. Then with a growl, he charged towards him. A double-life instinctive compulsion? Jiang Chu immediately recognized the origin of that 8-clawed parasite as well. In fact, when that corpse collector had been killed, but Wu Ma had not died, Jiang Chu had already made some guesses. This guy should have more than one insta-compass. Because if there is only one native compulsion, if the compulsion dies, the person will also die. And now, he could be considered to have thoroughly understood Wu Ma's scheming. That 8-clawed compulsion was certainly just like the corpse-collecting compulsion from before, able to manipulate other compulsion insects. And the reason why Witch Mo chose to open the gate of the trapped spirit land here was because the sneaks there did not have divine will. Once it appeared, it would surely disappear into this blood pool. And the ghosts there, entering the earth for the first time. Even with the laws of the trapped spirit land enveloping them in advance, there would definitely be a short period of discomfort. It was these few seconds that were enough for Wu Ma to control the ghosts with compulsion. Thoroughly manipulate all the sneaks in this territory. I have to say, that's quite a plan. If he was allowed to complete it, maybe this guy would really leap into a great power capable of manipulating countless terrifying ghosts. At that time, not to mention a 4th order cultivator, even a 5th order great cultivator would not necessarily be able to be his opponent. But that didn't include Jiang Chu. At this moment, Jiang Chu's entire eyes lit up. So many ghosts. How many necrotic points should this be? If we could kill them all. This 4th level mall of his own, he was afraid that he would be able to open it directly. A proper overnight success. In Jiang Chu's hands. The appearance of the stiff king's hammer Herculean. Without Tangfrost, Jiang Chu wasn't concerned and directly opened fire. Detained the spirit and dispatched the general. Boom! An invisible aura appeared from his body. Towards those ghostly creatures, it directly covered them. His corpse law of detaining spirits and dispatching generals is only capable of detaining corpses and controlling spirits though. It doesn't work as dramatically for the night ghost as these two. But now that this divine ability had reached a small level of success, it also had a natural suppression of ghosts and spirits. And after, Jiang Chu's figure also moved. A corpse-like aura surged through his body. The stiff king's hammer swung. Jailbreak. The vision manifests and hell emerges. A hammer and fall. Boom! Terrible vibrations exploded. The ground was directly smashed out of a large pit of several feet. Under this hammer, the dozen or so ghostly creatures were hammered to death. The host kills the spirit of trapped spirit *7 and gains plus 2,700 corpse chi points. A system tone appeared in Jiang Chu's mind. 2007 for a hammer. This time it's really hairy. Turn the river. Jiang Chu did not hesitate. The other avatar activated as well. The waves surfaced, and there seemed to be a dragon running amidst the wind and waves. Boom! The popping sound came out again. Host kills trapped spirit soul *6, gaining plus 2,300 corpse chi points. Just 2 hammers. The first wave of ghostly creatures had been all but destroyed. Beyond the small 2-story building, Tangfrost's figure rushed out of the middle of the small building with quick steps. Her eyes misted with some water. Somewhat disoriented, he looked back in the direction of the small building. With the trapped spirit land completely opened, the entire small building had been enveloped in a special halo of light. Hidden in the midst of reality, like a mirage. Jiang Chu. She pronounced Jiang Chu's name. In the back of her mind, she couldn't forget that it was Jiang Chu who pushed her out at the end, giving her the chance to live. Once you enter the trapped spirit land, it can be said that there is no way to survive 10 deaths. I'm afraid that this time, it will be goodbye forever. Jiang Chu, don't worry, our Yellow Springs Bureau will definitely avenge you. Tang Frost's eyes became resolute. She pulled out her own cell phone and directly dialed the number of the Yellow Springs Bureau's headquarters. Hello, Yellow Springs Bureau Jangbei branch, guarding Lord Tangfrost. Hello. The voice of the Yellow Springs Bureau operator came from the other end of the line. Tangfrost took a deep breath. In the eastern suburb of Jangbei, a trapped spirit place is opened. Please tell the captain. Come quickly for support. A brief sentence was opened, but it made the operator on the other side of the room freeze. What? The land of trapped spirits? Chapter 57. I'll give you time. Shout for someone. The corpse revives. Tai. He rose straight from his seat, unable to stifle a gasp of surprise. The sound, too, attracted all the others almost instantly. Even a lot of the guards had to cast their eyes over directly. One by one, their hearts stuttered. Swish! A silhouette flashed by quickly. Xiafeng had already appeared. He picked up his communicator. Hello, Tangfrost, what's your location at this moment? A newly built manor 5 kilometers to the east. This manor was built by the Dark Abyss Bandit. He has opened the trapped spirit land hidden in this mountain. Jiang Chu is blocking it, but he's already fallen in. Tangfrost spoke quickly. Xiafeng's face was as gloomy as water, but he still rushed to say, Good. I'll bring someone there right away. You must ensure your own safety. Do not let the spirit spread. Having said that, he hung up the communication straight away. Contact all members immediately. Gather in the eastern suburbs. Yes. Inside the small 2-story building. This. Wuma's eyes were almost glazed over at the moment. The throat was welling up. 2 hammers. Nima. Just 2 hammers. Those dozen or so stern ghosts that were comparable to those of the 3rd rank. Just like that. It's gone. This kind of terrifying battle power. Was it really just a teenager who unleashed it? Even if he had known that Jiang Chu was definitely already at the 4th rank. But whose 4th rank Condensed Dan could be so fierce? An existence at the peak of Condensed Dan couldn't do anything to kill a dozen or so 3rd rank Li ghosts in 2 hits, could it? Jiang Chu shouldered the hammer. Hurry up, I'll give you time. You continue. No one is allowed to leave until we die clean today. Wu Ma. One of Wu Ma's old faces immediately turned red. Older people blush more than anything else. Don't get me wrong, of course, it's not shyness, it's irritation. He felt humiliated. On top, I don't believe that you can still kill your way through this spirit trapped land all by yourself. Wichmo waved his hand. Another dozen or so sneaks roared in. However, the ending is still not the least bit surprising. Under Jiang Chu's almost perverse battle power, those severe ghosts didn't even have a chance to get close to Jiang Chu. They were all crushed by the prison hammer. His 5 Emperor's money cover was also blowing. Absorb those stern ghost puzzles. The host kills the spirit of trapped spirit *17, gaining plus 5,600 corpse chi points. Jiang Chu looked at his attributes. Name Jiang Chu. Identity, Purple Robe Stiff King, Unique. Zombie level, 4th order Hairy Stiff. Degree of evolution, 59%. Treasure, Corpse * Purple Robe, Corpse * 5 Emperor's money cover, Stiff King's prison hammer. Essential aptitude, Stiff King's Ascension, First Fate, Corpse Spirit, Beginner. Corpse Technique, Corpse Control Technique, LV. 3 minor, Corpse * containing Spirit Dispatch, LV. 3 minor, Corpse * Pseudo Turnover, LV. 3. Corpse Chi Points, 17,800, can be purchased from the system mall. The Corpse Chi Points had jumped close to breaking the 20,000 mark. Still, this place experience swish is cool. Wichmo's face darkened even more. Boom boom. Suddenly, a riot came from the gate of the land of trapped spirits. Several sneaky auras that were far more terrifying than before squeezed over from the depths of that spirit-trapped land almost savagely. The other stern ghosts, one after another, dodged. Those ghostly creatures in the land of trapped spirits had no sanity though, but there was still some instinctive fear when facing a high level of existence. 4th order? Jiang Chu and Wu Ma laughed at the same time. Finally, it's time for something of a higher grade. Sure enough, as those scents rapidly approached, 5 ghostly creatures that were clearly twice as large as the other stern ghosts could already be seen coming out from amongst that portal. Who? After the emergence, all of these sneaks let out a growl. Wu Ma didn't dare to slack off. He quickly made a seal and maneuvered those parasites to swarm towards those 5 ghost spirits. Those ghostly spirits were also far more difficult to control than the previous ones. They seemed to sense the danger and want to flee, but there was nothing they could do at all about the sudden change in the law. Just a moment's delay. The parasites had all disappeared into them. All of the ghost spirits' bodies trembled violently. Wu Ma's couldn't hold back his laughter any longer. His eyes were fixed on Jiang Chu, his eyes filled with hatred. Aren't you a very capable fighter? Then this seat will see if you're still this strong. Go! Tear him apart. I'll break his soul. He almost shouted out in a yell. Those ghosts were all roaring as well. The 5 4th-order ghost spirits, as well as the dozen or so stern ghosts that had appeared during the gap just now set off an unprecedentedly terrifying cause towards Jiang Chu. The ghosts in the land of trap spirits could all be far stronger and more ferocious than ghosts of the same rank. 5 fourth-order ghost spirits. That was almost comparable to a late-stage condensed Dan expert. Even these ghost spirits couldn't kill Jiang Chu. At least it was able to delay it. As long as he was given a certain amount of time, then he could just organize small ghost dynasties. At that time, even if Jiang Chu was strong, he would be surrounded and die. Jiang Chu looked at the ghost spirits. Greedy took a deep breath. That's mean enough, it's all great. Then I'm welcome to it. Corpse toad. Rise. Boom. On Jiang Chu's body, a layer of terrifying ethereal light suddenly began to flicker. As the ethereal light manifested, layers and layers of corpse fog drifted into this trapped spirit land almost in an instant. The entire space began to be shrouded in mist. This is the toad that belongs uniquely to Jiang Chu. It was also the domain of a purple-robed stiff king. In his mind, there was no way to stop even this trapped spirit land at all. It's a worm. Wuma also felt the changes around him at the first moment. One of his eyes was wide, because the toad is not an avatar that belongs to the living. This is a domain that only ferocious creatures can unleash the realm. You're not human. Wuma's body was trembling. Guess right. Jiang Chu grinned. Among the mist, his entire body changed with it. On his body purple light rose up to the sky. Terrifying corpse chi thumped out. In Wuma's horrified eyes, a familiar figure was seen. Purple robes were draped over his body, and his face was covered with copper. A monstrous aura emanated from his body. Behind him, countless stern ghosts appeared, and there was also a god emitting divine light and differently looking into the void. Who? A suppressed low roar resounded through space. Purple-robed. Stiff King. Chapter 58, Piercing the Spirit-Trapped Land. Kill. 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 Ghost Tide. Wuma's lips trembled as he spat out 4 words. However, Jiang Chu didn't pay any attention to it. His pair of scarlet gazes had landed on those rushing sneaks. Originally, one of the ghostly creatures with madness. It was more like seeing a ghost at the moment. Ordinary sneaks might only be afraid when they saw Jiang Chu's true form, but it was far less fearful than the ghosts that came out of the spirit-trapped land, because they don't have a godly mind in the first place, just with instinctive bloodlust and madness. Nowadays, the manifestation of Gang Chu, the purple-robed rigid king's power flowed. That almost supreme aura made their souls tremble. It was as if the Jiang Chu in front of him was like a monarch in charge of everything. Run! Those night ghosts were retreating frantically. Compared to facing Jiang Chu, they even felt that even staying within the spirit trapping ground would be good. However, Jiang Chu wasn't going to give them a chance. The whole body flashed. Terrifying corpse chi was released from his entire body, coalesced in his hands. Towards those ghostly creatures was a slapdown. Boom! Corpse breath churned. Extinguish! Those sneaks didn't even dare to resist. Directly blown to pieces by the corpse gas. With a miserable cry, he turned into a wisp of green smoke and disappeared. The host kills the spirit of trapped spirit and gains plus 4,000 corpse chi points. Cool. Jiang Chu ignored the voice in the middle of his mind. Instead, it was another blow, a direct one that completely opened the door that had not yet been fully opened. Rolling in fury, spreading out from within that gate. It was possible to see that there wasn't the slightest bit of light inside. It's not just the light. Not a single one, even the ghosts? No, not for nothing. Instead, it was those severe ghosts that were originally supposed to be gathered behind that gate. All of them were frantically retreating at the moment. One still carries unimaginable horror. 1 or 2 of the ghostly creatures had even poked over the edge of the gate. But after seeing Jiang Chu, and fled back in unison. Well, see this scene. Jiang Chu was directly dumbfounded. No, dude, didn't you say you were fierce and not afraid to die? What are you running for? This door is open. Didn't you guys dream it up? Jiang Chu's face darkened, feeling that he might have exposed himself early. One should not have manifested the body. Otherwise a good score swiping extravaganza wouldn't have ended so quickly. And next to that portal was Wuma. Now it's even more difficult to say a word. He opened his mouth wide. No. This is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Fake. It's all fake. The ghosts of the land of trapped spirits. How could they be afraid of him? Come out. Come out you guys. Wuma yelled frantically as he pulled on the doorframe, but let him call out as much as he wanted. Those severe ghosts fled faster than rabbits. No response at all. Jiang Chu waited for half a day before finally recognizing this reality in front of him. Ghost. It's really gone. Old thing, you're really trashy. You say you, after messing around for half a day, you came up with this pile of garbage. All that whole feverishness for the old man? And this is it? Jiang Chu was angry. This feeling of a tiger's head and a snake's tail was quite hard for him to bear. It's like a warrior who's just getting ready for a big fight and realizes he's next to a pseudo-maiden. Wuma heard Jiang Chu's words. Originally an old face, the whole suffocated red. Such humiliation, coupled with the failure of his plot, it made him forget even his fear of Jiang Chu. It's my fault. This is the land of trapped spirits. Do you understand the spirit trapping ground? If it weren't for you, this seat would have already manipulated the 100 ghosts in the spirit trapping ground. At that time, I'll still be able to control the entire sky and earth. It's all because of you. I want you dead. Wulma yelled angrily. He hated to tear Jiang Chu apart. Jiang Chu was stunned. Had he hurt him so much? How dare you talk back to yourself? Hate me that much? Well then, it just so happens that I have no intention of letting you go. The lurid corpse aura around him burst out once again. The terrifying aura covered towards Wulma without reservation. Wulma was jolted. It was a moment of clarity. This guy in front of him. It's simply not an existence he can fight against. Didn't see even those brainless ghosts in the trapped spirit land, after this guy showed up. All scared like a dog. The gates are open and I'm afraid to come out. His eyes were flickering. Escape. He hardly thought about it. Above his head, the 8-clawed parasite let out a hiss. Shasta. That pool of blood also suddenly exploded. Within the blood pool, countless blood parasites swarmed towards Jiang Chu, and Wulma took advantage of this opportunity, turning to flee. Jiang Chu naturally had long since seen his intentions. He shook his head slightly. Escaping in front of me, you're really whimsical. Get out. Jiang Chu let out a deep cry. The entire corpse toad instantly rioted. The countless ghostly creatures floating amongst the corpse toadies opened their eyes at the same time, looking towards the blood parasites that were surrounding them. Even the incense deity that hadn't had any manifestation all this time was bursting with divine light at this moment. Boom! An unimaginable force field swept across the room. It was as if countless ghosts and gods were descending in anger at the same time. Those blood parasites almost in a flash. Then it directly exploded into pieces, and the blood and water in the sky scattered in all directions. Jiang Chu's figure also moved. In the midst of his necromancy, he is in charge of everything, so to speak. Wulma, who was fleeing in panic, only felt his neck tighten violently. Next moment, a giant palm condensed from corpse chi had directly lifted him up. Even the instinctive compass above his skull was struggling desperately. There was endless fear in his eyes. But no matter how much it hissed, the power of the fourth turn, under this corpse gas. It's like a mole cricket shaking the sky. It's completely useless. The choking sensation exploded from Wulma's body. Don't kill me. I can tell you a big secret. It has something to do with Dark Abyss's plan. Wichmo is fighting for his life. Secret? Jiang Chu raised an eyebrow. Sorry, I'm not interested. The words fell. Bump. Jiang Chu's palm exerted force. Wichmo's entire body directly exploded into pieces. Along with it, there was also the fourth turn instinctive parasite that burst open. Outside the manor, a Yellow Springs Bureau vehicle came quickly from the distance with flashing lights behind their vehicle. It was also followed by a large number of medical vehicles, as well as a military man with a real gun. Wait until the car stops. Xia Feng's figure had already leaped out. One by one, the other Yellow Springs Bureau members all appeared as well. The battle was in no way smaller than the previous search for Jiang Chu. A trapped spiritual place manifested. The dangers of this are self-evident. One bad move, and that's enough to set off a wave of ghosts that will wipe out the city. And it's not alarmist, because among the records of the Yellow Springs Bureau, Daxia had once had an incident in a remote area in which the severe ghosts of a trapped spirit land had come out. And due to untimely processing, 5 or 6 villages were wiped out and thousands of lives were destroyed. It's a good thing this is in a remote place. If it were downtown, that number is capable of being multiplied by at least 10 more times. The ghosts in the land of trapped spirits had no humanity to speak of. All they had was the most basic madness and ferocity. It was classified as extremely dangerous by both the Yellow Springs Bureau. So after hearing about the trapped spirit land, Xia Feng didn't even dare to have any slack. Come as fast as you can. Chapter 59, The Yellow Springs are coming. Don't stop me. I'm going to kill in and flatten it. Captain. Tangfrost's voice rang out from outside the manor. Xia Feng and those guards quickly walked to Tangfrost. How is the situation now? Did any of the ghosts from the trapped spirit land come out? Facing Xia Feng's inquiry, Don Frost shook his head. Not yet, but a riot has just occurred in the spirit trapped domain. Now the entire manor has been completely pulled into the trapped spirit domain. Currently, only Jiang Chu is still inside. I'm guessing that it should be Jiang Chu who fought to the death to temporarily stop those severe ghosts. Tangfrost's eyes dimmed a bit as she said this. Xia Feng sniffed and looked towards the manor. Just see, the whole estate is like a dream, constantly overlapping between reality and illusion. He patted Tangfrost's shoulder. The Yellow Springs Bureau, will take note of this merit of Jiang Chu's. He deserves our admiration for being able to guard the living in spite of himself. When the events here are over, I will personally tell the headquarters about his deeds. But nowadays, we still have to go deeper into it and completely close the entrance to the spirit trap land before we can do so. Tangfrost also knew the importance of lightness. She nodded vigorously. Captain, you guys come with me. I'll take you there. The host killed the Dark Abyss Evil Cultivator and gained plus 600 corpse chi points. The host kills the fourth turning instinctive compass, gaining plus 800 corpse chi points. Jiang Chu's mind system voice appeared. Rubbish, people aren't worth as much as comp. Jiang Chu spat disdainfully, but did not care, because Wu Ma was never his focus. His focus was still on the gate to the land of trapped spirits. Do you really think that if you hide inside and don't come out, you'll be safe and sound? Jiang Chu licked his lips. The eyes revealed the light. In that case, why don't I just go in? Jiang Chu finished. The corporeal spirit around him thumped and exploded. Almost in an instant, the rolling fog spread from the surroundings towards the portal that had been standing above the blood pool and invaded. It was obvious that he was going to use his own strength to directly level this entire spirit-trapped land. The corpse fog and the special power of the trapped spirit land collided. Boom! The entire void let out a pop. The air was twisting. It seemed that Jiang Chu's brutal approach had caused this trapped spirit land to recoil. What's the situation? Didn't you say that the spirit-trapped land can be entered? How come it's still not happy when I just released the corpse spirit to go in and explore the path? Jiang Chu frowned. He was forgetting that other people who entered the spirit-trapped land were basically mistakenly entering or trapped in it. And Jiang Chu was directly maneuvering his domain to forcefully kill in. Could it be that this so-called trapped spirit land is really rumored to have been created by the registered gods of the netherworld who fell to earth? There are still some residual consciousnesses of their own? In that case, all the more reason for me to go in and take a look. If I'm able to capture a netherworld divine shelter, it'll be a considerable boost to both my strength. Jiang Chu's expression brightened. Up and down the circumference. The power belonging to the fourth rank started to burst out without reservation. Since breaking through the fourth order, he had never completely unleashed all of his power while displaying his main body. The necromancers began to riot. The sneak and that incense god that Jiang Chu had housed within the corpse toxin opened their eyes once again. Enhanced on top of the corpse spirit, it crashed down towards the sleeping spirit land. Along with Jiang Chu's entire body, he also followed the corpse fog to completely squeeze into the trapped spirit ground. Buzz! Buzz! It was also at this time. It was also as if the entire sleeping spirit land had sensed the danger. Make a buzzing sound. Back off! A low cry violently erupted from the depths of that trapped spirit land. Immediately after, the entire trapped spirit land was glowing. In the middle of that dark world, a shadow of light burst forth, emanating a sneaky power that clearly did not belong to anything Jiang Chu had ever seen. Stretching from within the trapped spirit land, blocking Jiang Chu's invasion. What's going on here? The members of the Yellow Springs Bureau within the manor, who were continuously moving towards the center, had also noticed some changes. They could clearly perceive it. The power of this trapped spirit land was getting stronger. And the rate of getting stronger is quite exaggerated. It was almost just a matter of seconds before it reached palpitating proportions. Not good. There's a change in this place. Tang Frost speed up. Xiafeng could not afford to be cautious at this moment. Tang Frost sniffed. And don't dare to slack off. With a footstep, his figure moved quickly. Xiafeng and the others all quickly followed behind him. In just a minute, the group had entered the small two-story building in the center. Captain, this is where the portal to the trapped spirit land is located. Tang Frost pointed at the wall of the secret room he had left and spoke out gruffly to Xiafeng. The words came out. Xiafeng took a deep breath. Gentlemen, I don't need to say much about the dangers of the land of trapped spirits. If we want to stop the spirits of the spirit trapping ground, a number of us are bound to sleep here for a long time. But, since we joined the Yellow Springs Bureau, we have long since put life and death at risk. Still, anyone who violates my great summer's land will die in the Yellow Springs. Xiafeng waved his hand. On guard. Immediately everyone all released their aura. He walked over to the wall of that dark room, pushing it away violently. And just at the same time, boom! An explosive sound came out violently within the entire chamber. The terrifying power almost made everyone subconsciously close their eyes. Ah. Immediately after that, there was another scream that didn't reach everyone's ears. Not even waiting for the crowd to react. The original eruption of the trapped spirit land vision was regressing back at an extreme speed. Even the ground beneath their feet was made real again. Xiafeng and the others finally got a good look at the situation ahead. Just see. A handsome young figure stopped just outside of a law-built portal. There was also a shard of something unknown clutched in his hand. All the while yelling towards the portal. Asterisk. Don't go away. Dude, you come out. Big deal, I'll let you have 2 moves. You can't be such a wimp as a ghost. You'll be laughed at if you do that. However, let his voice be. The darkness in the middle of the portal remained silent and unresponsive. Only the power that extended out of that was rapidly reeling back. Bump! The door that opens, closes at a speed tens of times faster than when it was opened. It seemed to be afraid that if they slowed down a bit, the guy outside was going to come in. Boom! The gate blew up. The runes in the sky dissipated. The entire chamber, in these few short seconds, had already been restored to its original appearance. No more visions manifested. Xiafeng, Dawn Frost, a group of members of the Yellow Springs Bureau. Who am I? Where am I? What is this? Chapter 60, Zhang Chu. This person is as terrifying as he is. He must not be an enemy. Quiet. The entire chamber was plunged into dead silence. Everyone's eyes widened. Without blinking, his eyes looked toward Zhang Chu in the void. Exploded? The entrance to the spirit trap. It just exploded. And, how does it feel? That gate. Or something inside the trapped spirit land. It blew itself up. Here. What the hell is going on? Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a corner of the unknown mutilated law. In the middle of Zhang Chu's mind, the system's beep sounded at this moment. Zhang Chu was stunned. Unknown crippling law? And a dime? Ding. This crippled law corpse is ready to be devoured, and it has detected that the host does not have the environment to devour it for the time being, so the devouring has been put on hold. This time, the system beep sounded once again. Zhang Chu nodded. Indeed. Now is not the time to blend these. He had also sensed someone coming long ago. Zhang Chu. Outside, Tang Frost was the first to react and called out Zhang Chu's name. Zhang Chu also instantly returned to his senses. He looked in the direction of the voice. Just saw a large group of Yellow Springs bureau guards all standing not far away. One looked at him as if he had seen a monster. One's own strength. Forcibly stopping the invasion of the severe ghosts in the land of trapped spirits. No, not just stopping. This guy. Straight up, he's playing autistic with all those stern ghosts. Even the passageway was destroyed by the ghostly creature in there itself. It was only at this moment that everyone finally reacted as well. Xiaofeng hurriedly said, Team 1, Team 2, quickly check the surrounding situation. Let's see if there are any remaining ghosts. Yes. The officers who received the order did not dare to do anything. Spread out toward the perimeter. Zhang Chu shook his head. Don't bother, there won't be any complete ghosts here. Remnants? Do I look like someone who would waste a necrotic point? The corner of Xiaofeng's mouth twitched. However, he also bowed to Zhang Chu. Zhang Chu, on behalf of the Yellow Springs Bureau, and the living people of Jiangbei, I thank you for this time. This favor of yours, I, the Jiangbei Yellow Springs Bureau, will keep it in mind, and in the future, whenever there is any need, you can always ask the Yellow Springs Bureau. Xiaofeng's words were also from the bottom of his heart, and even his address changed. Not to mention that if Zhang Chu hadn't blocked the entrance to the spirit-trapped land this time, I'm afraid that right now, within a few kilometers around, the area would be filled with severe ghosts. And this is still a suburb of Jiangbei, just 20 to 30 kilometers away from the city center. Even they couldn't afford the consequences if it got out of hand. What's more, Xiaofeng glanced at Zhang Chu in a complicated manner. By myself. Hit no one trapped spirit land. This should. How strong it is. One should know that even in the weakest trapped spirit land on record, there were at least dozens of stern ghosts. But judging from the screams from the depths of the last trapped spirit land portal and the terrifying yin qi lingering in the air, this trapped spirit land was definitely not the weakest kind. The more this happened, the more it accentuated Zhang Chu's terror. Even though Zhang Chu's rank certification was already a 4th order ghost master, but Miao, whose 4th ranked ghost harnesser could be as strong as this. You have to know that Zhang Chu was only less than 20 this year. This kind of combat power. Not to mention Jiangbei, even if we look at the entire Yellow Springs Bureau plus those within the Great Sects, we are afraid that there are not many that can match it. Zhang Chu instead smiled indifferently. Captain Xia, don't be polite, I'm also a member of Jiangbei, it's everyone's responsibility to eliminate demons and devils. Xiaofeng was stunned, then laughed out loud. That's right, it's everyone's responsibility to cut down the demons and get rid of the devils. Alright, Captain Xia, I'll leave the follow-up work here to you guys. The situation is clear to Tangfrost, I still have class tomorrow, I'll go back first. After saying that, Zhang Chu looked at Tangfrost again. Your aunt's place should have already woken up, so I won't go over there. Don Frost nodded vigorously. Good. When my aunt recovers, I'll be sure to thank her in person then. Zhang Chu waved his hand. With a ghostly flash on his body, he turned and left. Until Zhang Chu's back disappeared. Only then did Xiaofeng exhale a mouthful of turbid air. He looked back at Tangfrost. Tangfrost, tell me everything that happened tonight. Hearing Xiaofeng's inquiry, Tangfrost didn't hide anything and told all the information from the sanatorium to this manner before. After listening, Xiaofeng frowned. You mean, that guy Yang Jian? He even asked him to deal with the Book of 7 Arrows of the Nailhead? This kid. I can't believe he didn't report back. But even the Book of 7 Arrows of the Nailhead has no effect on him. It seems. Zhang Chu has far more secrets on him than I thought. The reputation of the Book of 7 Arrows of the Nail's Head is not blown out of proportion. Rather, it's a name that's really been killed in the course of history. But anyone who has been hit by this technique, unless the difference in cultivation is too great, has never heard of a survivor. Zhang Chu not only survived. Along with that, he was also unaffected. That would be completely unheard of. Captain, we've cleared the battlefield all over. A guard came from the distance, but his face was wonderful. The statistics. Somewhat beyond our expectations. Xiaofeng waved his hand bluntly. Abrasive, What kind of big scenes we have not seen, say. That guard then spoke. A total of countless compulsion breaths have been detected, and preliminary estimates are no less than 100. There are also third-order ghosts. 58, fourth-order ghosts. 7 and all of them are mid-ghost spirit existences, as well as the corpse of the fourth-ranked member of the Dark Abyss, Wumo. Xiaofeng originally wanted to play it cool, but after hearing this, the entire eyes couldn't help but widen. Third-order night ghosts. 58. Fourth-order ghost spirit. The seventh dignity. Nima. Gobble. Xiaofeng's throat moved slightly. He looked around himself at his manpower. This guy. It's equivalent to directly regimenting a municipal Yellow Springs bureau in this moment of effort. Moreover, from the time Tangfrost reported towards them to the time he and the others arrived, it was only 20 minutes in total. In just 20 minutes, he killed dozens of ghosts. Even the fifth rank didn't necessarily have such a terrifying speed, right? I know. After saying this, Xiaofeng pondered for a moment. In the future, when our people see Jiang Chu, they will all salute him. If we meet in the future when dealing with spirits, we absolutely must not argue. An argument? The corner of that guard's mouth twitched. With that kind of strength, we must also dare to argue. Yes. Chapter 61, Obtaining a Peerless Level Divine Ability, Corpse *5 Thunder's Positive Technique. Bad, I'm really going to be invincible. For what's going on here? Jiang Chu naturally didn't know. He is at this moment lying at home. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the system mission and obtaining the reward. 50 years of Corpse Chi, Corpse Law Random Draw Gift Pack *1. In Jiang Chu's mind, the system beep had appeared. As the voice fell, 50 years of necrotic aura erupted from his surroundings. It began to strengthen his body. It made his body glow. A dozen breaths later, all the corpse aura was hidden as much as possible. Jiang Chu looked at his attribute panel. Name Jiang Chu. Identity, Purple Robe Stiff King, Unique. Zombie level, 4th order Hairy Stiff. Degree of evolution, 76%. Treasure, Corpse * Purple Robe, Corpse *5 Emperor's Money Cover, Stiff King's Prison Hammer. Essential aptitude, Stiff King's Ascension, First Fate, Corpse Spirit, Beginner. Corpse Technique, Corpse Control Technique, LV. 3 minor, Corpse * containing Spirit Dispatch, LV. 3 minor, Corpse * Pseudo Turnover, LV. 3. Corpse Chi Points, 26,000, can be purchased from the system mall. This time, he had absorbed 50 years of Corpse Chi, allowing him to reach 76% of evolution at the Hairy Stiff level. According to the division, it was already in the late stage of the 4th order Furry Stiff. It was only a little short of being able to step into the 5th rank Flying Stiff level. Flying Stiffs. The beginning of the zombie metamorphosis, so to speak. Even ordinary zombies at this level were already able to fly. Not to mention Jiang Chu, who was a Purple Robe Stiff King. Jiang Chu was still looking forward to this realm. The only pity is that the Corpse Chi points have only just been brushed up to 25,000. I thought that this time I would be able to directly open the 4th level mall, this session of Night Ghosts. They don't give a damn. Jiang Chu sighed. Much to my chagrin, I manifested my true form too soon. He vowed to absolutely hold back the next time he came across a nice place like this. Showing weakness to the enemy and fishing to enforce the law is the way to go. Otherwise it scares the hell out of your good buddies, who's going to deliver the necrotic points. Forget it, you can't be too greedy as a stiff. Let's use the second reward first. Jiang Chu looked towards the Corpse Law Drawing Gift Pack as stated amongst the system quests. This is the first time this reward has come up. Corpse Law Random Drawing Gift Pack. Inside there exists a large number of corpse laws, which are divided into black iron, silver, gold, diamond, and matchless, 5 grades, and after using it, you can randomly obtain a corpse law of any grade. The presentation is also very concise and clear. 5 levels? It's time to spell out the body parts. Jiang Chu didn't hesitate either. Use. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully using the Corpse Technique Drawing Gift Pack and obtaining a Peerless Level Divine Ability, the Corpse *5 Thunderbolt Positive Technique. To claim or not to claim. Corpse *5 Thunder's Orthodoxy. Jiang Chu's entire eyeballs steeply widened. How could he not expect? This Corpse Law lucky draw had actually directly exploded a big wave for himself. Unparalleled rank Corpse Law. And it was also the famous 5 Thunderbolts of legend. It's the method of suppressing the mountain of Lung Fu Shan. It is also the only divine ability under the sky that can edict the heavenly thunder. No one would know the terror of thunder better than Jiang Chu. Because he was really struck by lightning. The division on its rank alone was also enough to see how powerful this Corpse *5 Thunder's orthodoxy was. I've been to Longhu Mountain, and the purple closed Taoist robe is on me, and now there's also the 5 Thunder's orthodox law, so who will be able to tell the difference between me and the great heavenly master of Longhu Mountain in this future? Jiang Chu blushed oddly for a moment. Can't even begin to think about how pulled together I'll be when I'm covered in cool, bubbling thunder later on. It's just how it feels weird. Jiang Chu suddenly thought of what Chen Miaoyi had told him earlier about the heavenly master's degree being in his possession. There was also the playful look that the old man in the Dragon Tiger Mountain had given himself before he left. Forget it, what's the point of thinking about it, you'll draw it anyway. Try it first. He spoke out directly. Pick up. Under this cry. Boom. Memories of the corpse *5 Thunders orthodoxy began to rapidly appear in Jiang Chu's mind. This memory inheritance was even more tedious and certainly more terrifying than all those divine abilities Jiang Chu had acquired afterward. It was only after a full 10 minutes that Jiang Chu completely absorbed the corpse *5 Thunders orthodoxy. At the same time, he also detected some differences between this corpse technique of his and the 5 Thunders orthodox technique practiced by living people. The 5 Thunders are the 5 innate airs of the human body, that is, the human heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. It is only by bursting out the yuan qi from among these 5 organs, and then making these 5 qi united, that the 5 Thunders are the correct method. In the 5 Thunders Zhang Fa, there are 2 types of Yang 5 Thunders Jiang Gong, and Yin 5 Thunders Water Viscera. Those in the body of a child can cultivate the wide open Yang Thunderbolt, while those with broken bodies can only cultivate the Yin Thunderbolt of Yin and weird and strange changes. But Jiang Chu could be different. His corpse 5 Thunders orthodoxy was systematized and could unite the 5 Thunders of Yin and Yang. It can also completely control the 5 Thunderbolts of Yin and Yang. Moreover, although Jiang Chu had 5 viscera, what he had condensed was not yuan qi, but corpse qi. That's why the thunder he bursts out can also be called corpse thunder. Corpse *5 Thunders, LV. 0, heaven and earth are divided into Yin and Yang, and 5 thunders are used to punish the heavens. Corpse *Yang 5 Thunders, LV. 0. Next level, 5,000 corpse chi points. Note, remind the host that the Yin Yang 5 Thunders can only be practiced separately. Corpse *Yin 5 Thunder, LV. 0. Next level, 5,000 corpse breath points. After seeing the flurry of data, Jiang Chu's cheeks jerked hard. Good. Although he had already had a feeling that the difficulty of practicing this corpse 5 Thunder orthodoxy should be quite a bit harder than the corpse method he had obtained before. But I didn't expect, surprisingly, 5,000 corpse chi points to start with. And that's just one type of Thunder Dharma practice. It added up to 10 times more than even the detaining spirit dispatching general, which was one of the previous 8 wondrous techniques. However, even if the number of corpse chi points needed was even higher, Jiang Chu could not possibly give up. System. Add points. Give me a hard increase. Jiang Chu made a sound. Ding. Congratulations to the host for consuming 5,000 corpse chi points and raising corpse *Yang 5 Thunders successfully. Current level, LV. 1, beginner. Ding. Congratulations to the host for consuming 5,000 corpse chi points and raising corpse *Yin 5 Thunders successfully. Current level, LV. 1, beginner. 10,000 corpse breath points down. 2 system beeps were exchanged. But also just after the system voice fell, Jiang Chu violently felt a terrifying power begin to erupt within him. Around him, a thunderous light began to flicker. Even above his entire physical body, thunder could be vaguely seen pulsing. Yang 5 Thunder. Jiang Chu waved his hand. Zira. In the center of his palm, a ball of tyrannical thunder manifested. Only, normal thunder should be milky white with some purple halos, while the thunder in his hand was miserably white. The whiteness was a bit oozy, as if Ray had been dead for many days. However, the aura emanating from it was still thrilling. Even if Jiang Chu's current thunder technique was still only at the lowest level, Jiang Chu was able to perceive that the power it contained was far stronger than any technique he had ever seen. Jiang Chu pondered slightly. Stretching out a finger, he touched it above the thunder in his own palm. Zira. Jiang Chu trembled. *******, one of your own electrifies? Chapter 62 Thunder Method that rises 3 levels in a row. Strength skyrocketed. Jiang Chu shrugged it off. His purple robe stiff king body at the hair stiff level today could definitely be described as unimaginable. The strongest thing a zombie can have is a physical body. According to Jiang Chu's speculation, although his current battle power was almost only equivalent to a 5th order cultivator, if there was an existence that surpassed the 5th order beating himself without the power to fight back, then he would be able to discover the real surprise, as his own fleshly body was definitely not something that an ordinary person would be able to pierce through. And this was able to make him tremble with just the beginner's Yang 5 Thunders. It was enough to illustrate the power of this lightning method. Fierce enough, worthy of being the Taoist ancestral land's mountain suppressor. Jiang Chu had a bit more of a smile on his face. His other palm, too, suddenly swung. Within that palm, there was also an additional unimaginable aura. A mass as black water pulsed in his hand. This black water was slimy, slippery, and just by looking at it, it was as if one was placed in a 9 ghosts mud pool. Yin 5 Thunders, water dirty. Although the Yin 5 Thunderbolts were not as rigid and tyrannical as the Yang 5 Thunderbolts, the power contained within them was equally terrifying. And Jiang Chu felt that this Yin 5 Thunders seemed even more suitable for him than the Yang 5 Thunders. It was as if this thunder, by nature, should be controlled by himself. Very good, the power of this thunder spell is not inferior to my innate divine ability anymore. Jiang Chu was in a great mood. He put away the thunderbolts in both hands. Look at the panel properties again. Corpse * 5 thunders, LV. 1 beginner, heaven and earth are divided into yin and yang, and the 5 thunders palm heavenly punishment. Corpse * yang 5 thunders, LV. 1. Next level, 10,000 corpse chi points. Note, remind the host that the yin yang 5 thunders can only be practiced separately. Corpse * in 5 thunder, LV. 1. Next level, 10,000 corpse breath points. As expected, the number of necrotic points needed has also doubled. It was good that Jiang Chu still had 16,000 corpse chi points left today, enough to raise a lightning method in a level. System. Upgrade the Yang 5 thunders. Jiang Chu didn't have any entanglements. This avatar should definitely be boosted to full level anyway. It doesn't matter who gets promoted first. Ding. Congratulations to the host for consuming 10,000 corpse chi points to upgrade corpse * yang 5 thunders successfully. Current level, LV. 2, proficient. As this system voice fell. Boom. In Jiang Chu's mind, familiar memory sensations surged forth. Wait until it's thoroughly absorbed. Jiang Chu exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. With this thunder technique avatar, my attack power will also increase greatly, allowing me to increase my strength by several times at least. The current me wouldn't be the least bit afraid of even an average 5th stage great cultivator. Jiang Chu muttered to himself. After finishing upgrading the corpse laws, he didn't forget about the so-called unknown law fragment that he had gotten for himself at the end this night. This thing was also forcibly torn from its body after he fought with an unknown thing deep within the trapped spirit land when he forcibly invaded the trapped spirit land. Now that I have the time, it's only natural to do some research. Unknown Tattered Law's Corner can be absorbed and integrated into the host's innate talent, corporeal spirit, to raise the corporeal spirit's level. It can be absorbed? Jiang Chu, this came to be of interest. He took out the so-called crippled law. Absorb. Buzz. The law trembled slightly. Then it turned into a stream of light that directly disappeared into Jiang Chu's body. Next moment. Around Jiang Chu's body, the corpse spirit began to spread out autonomously. Among the corpses, as that law was incorporated, the whole thing is starting to boil over. The silhouette of a ghostly creature could be seen emerging, and the bodies of those ghostly creatures were solidifying, as if they were going to come to life and truly manifest themselves. At the same time, the corpse toad's aura became even more ethereal and terrifying. Covered by this corpse spirit, it seems to have appeared the same scene as when the trapped spirit appeared before. The realities of the world are blurring. It was like being pulled into another time and space. A full 10 minutes. All visions fade away. Ding. Congratulations to the host on the successful evolution of his innate talent corporeal spirit. Current level, intermediate. Corpses, intermediate. Ability, after casting, it can cover all things in any 3-kilometer radius, and wherever a corpse spirit passes through, it will be isolated from reality. In addition, the host's ghost in the corpse spirit can be resuscitated to gain 10% of its pre-birth strength and enhance the host's 10% of the corpse energy. Special skill, blinding time and space. In front of Jiang Chu's eyes, the corpse spirit's interface appeared. The domain that was originally only a primary level was promoted to an intermediate level. The range covered by the corporeal spirit has also tripled, and it is able to revive the ghosts among the corporeal spirit. It's only 10% of what it was in life, but it's not bad. And the corpse spirit also had an additional special skill, obscuring space and time. Finish organizing these. Overall, this harvest tonight was definitely the biggest gain Jiang Chu had made in such a long time. Done with that. Jiang Chu did not fall asleep. Instead, he glanced at the system mall. It's now past 0. The mall has been refreshed long ago. Today there are still the last 6,000 corpse gas points left. There's also enough to buy 2 level 3 mall items. Take a chance. Item 1, Christmas Elf. Introduction, Special Christmas Elf. After using it, you can get a Christmas Elf blessing once, and in the next month, Fortune plus 10. Corpse gas points, 3,000. Fortune plus 10? That's good. Not sure what this mere plus 10 fortune does though. But the blessed fortune is a nebulous thing, and it is not at all possible to increase it whenever one wishes. Only a zombie himself, and I don't know if it's useful. Tentative for now. Item 2, Universal Prying Eye. Item 3, Exquisite Female Zombie Bib. Jiang Chu swept around. It eventually rested on top of an item. Item 8, 100% Hit Stone. Description, a stone without any characteristics, but is able to hit any enemy 100%. Of course the damage caused by the stone may not be strong, but isn't the insult great? Corpse gas points, 3,000. Ignore the T-talk introduced by the system. 100% hit. Jiang Chu was directly shocked for a moment when he saw this number. Anything that can be brought to 100% is definitely going to be anticlimactic. I didn't expect that a mere level 3 mall would be able to swipe out something like this. Awesome. Jiang Chu didn't even hesitate for a second. Click to buy. Shasta. His hands just sank. Jiang Chu let his eyes look around. It was seen that in his hand, there was an additional stone the size of an egg. The stone was smooth, something like a pebble. There is no pattern on it either. It really is just like the most ordinary stone. Jiang Chu held the stone in his hands and kept observing it. Even the pupils had a scarlet glow flickering in them, trying to get a thorough insight into what's different about the stone. Kan looked at him with sore eyes and didn't study the place any differently. It's really a mediocre rock. Chapter 63, Shocking Reward. Blood tie sway. Eat it and live forever. Red and white crash fury. Jiang Chu took it in his hand and waited a few times. Suddenly opened the window, looking to the signal tower of the downtown building that was extremely far away from him. I'm going to hit that cell tower. Jiang Chu finished. A wave of the hand was thrown. Straight away, he slammed the rock out of his hand. That signal tower was less than a dozen kilometers away from him according to Jiang Chu's speculation. If it wasn't for his stiff king eyes, he wouldn't have been able to see that far. At such a distance, not to mention a thrown rock, even a sniper rifle may not be able to hit. Jiang Chu then watched as the stone he had thrown, after it had detached itself from his hand. There was no falling downward due to inertia. Instead, it turned into a stream of light and traveled a distance of more than 10 kilometers. Bump! A muffled sound spread. That signal tower was instantly smashed out with a huge gaping hole, sparks flying everywhere. Voorhees! It's really pointing where to hit. Immediately after, Jiang Chu then once again saw that after hitting the signal tower, the rock reversed a direction and quickly came towards him again. 10 seconds later, the stone fell back into his hands. Jiang Chu was overjoyed. It can also be automatically recycled. Not bad, not bad. This necrotic energy point is worth spending. He was just about to pick a target in to have a go at that. He saw the signal tower that he had smashed earlier start flashing red warning lights. The corners of Jiang Chu's mouth twitched. Almost forgot that they all have cameras now. And the thing you smashed yourself into. It still seems to be the States. He hurriedly closed the window. Tighten the curtains. Everything has nothing to do with me. It's a bit similar to the legendary God Striking Stone. It should be great to use it to shoot a few pheasants when you're not doing anything. Jiang Chu put away the 100% hit stone. Stretched out. The evolution value is still short of the last few, so I'll work hard tomorrow and try to break through the 5th rank when I enter the mass burial mountain with Chen Miui the day after tomorrow. I always feel that when I was transforming into a stiff before, it seemed that something did look at me, so I guess it's not simple. Jiang Chu recalled the changes he had made in that chaotic burial mound earlier, only that he had just died at that time. Revenge is all that comes to mind, so I didn't really care about the rest. But even if that was the case, to be able to conceal some of his perceptions, it was bound to be something that was not ordinary to be able to do so. Since he was going to enter there the day after tomorrow, Jiang Chu naturally wouldn't be careless. He pulled out his own cell phone. Prepare to randomly select a lucky person from the Yellow Springs Bureau app for your own sack death tomorrow. But just as I opened the app, I saw a message in the background. Ding dong! Greetings, 4th Order Ghost Harnesser Jiang Chu. You have completed the 4th Order Peak mission within the Yellow Springs Bureau, suppressing the sleeping spirit ground, and since you completed the mission alone, you are entitled to 100% reward. Reward issued, 1,000 points, 1 chance to exchange any treasure under 1,500 points, 1 Yellow Springs Bureau Level 3 Sequence Honor Medal. Wearing it will allow you to enjoy Yellow Springs Bureau Level 3 honorary treatment, and any haunted place under the 5th Order can be entered by presenting the medal. Also, medals can be synchronized on the app and the title of Nightmare Terminator is awarded. Give that much? Jiang Chu was also startled when he saw this message. 1,000 points, that's a solid 10 million. And it's easy to exchange points for money, but it's hard to exchange money for points. After all, some big families don't lack money. Take it to the black market and you'll be able to get 12 million less. There are also the so-called treasures under 1,500 points to choose from, and the items within the Yellow Springs Bureau are all useful to practitioners. Ordinary people simply can't buy it even if they offer more money. It's not even a sight to behold. These rewards alone can almost be worth $30 million. As for the Yellow Springs Bureau's third-class medals, Jiang Chu clicked on it and glanced at the introduction. The Medal of Honor of the 3rd level sequence. The Medal of Honor of the Yellow Springs Bureau is divided into special sequences in levels 1 to 6, with the highest level 6 and the lowest level 1, of which there are only a total of 100 medals of the special sequences, which need to be recognized by the 10 giants of the Yellow Springs Bureau before they can be enacted, and other medals are given in accordance with the contribution, and the hosts of the Medal of Honor of the 3rd level sequence can receive 100 Yellow Springs Bureau points per month, freely enter and exit some special regions of the Yellow Springs Bureau and enjoy priority in tasks. The grading is simple and straightforward. Not much use. But don't take it for free for nothing. Every month how to say is also $1 million salary at oneself. This is also counted as the first monthly million zombies. As for the final Nightmare Terminator designation, Jiang Chu shook his head straight as he watched. There were definitely heavy online game enthusiasts within the Yellow Springs Bureau, and their status was definitely not low. Otherwise they wouldn't have designed this mess. Click the item to pick it up. Jiang Chu nodded his homepage. Sure enough, there was a tiny Nightmare Terminator subtitle added to his main job title, along with a gold-plated note on it. 3-level sequence. The overall look is very much a product of the non-mainstream prevalence era of 20 years ago. According to this speculation, the top management within the Yellow Springs Bureau is 80% the yellow-haired boy from that period. In addition to these, the points were given 1200 points to Zhugeling 600 for the Boa Corps last time, plus the previous quests, and the rewards from this one. The points figure has come to 1900. That is, $19 million, which is also a relatively large amount for Jiang Chu. Let's keep it for now. When we save up 2000 next time, we'll spend a wave together. I don't have much use for the points anyway. Jiang Chu didn't forget his business after glancing at it. Found the section of available tasks. Feel free to rummage around a bit. Immediately, I saw a more appropriate task. Zhangbei Nanhua Group Xie family Xiaolaoqi's only first grandson was weak and sickly since childhood. In order to prolong the life of this grandson, Xiaolaoqi had paid a sky-high price to buy a blood taiyu, to nourish his body with blood taiyu blood. But not long ago, Xiaolaoqi, the first grandson of the wedding day, but died on the spot, along with his wife also died, great joy into great sadness, and he has been nurtured by the blood of the year also do not know where to go. Even more horrifying, in recent days, whenever midnight approaches, a terrifying scene of red and white crashing deaths will startle around the Xia family, which has already caused 58 deaths and 37 mysterious disappearances. The task is extremely dangerous, and it is recommended that the recipients team up to go there and handle the situation with caution. A blood Tei-Yukai? Red and white bumping into each other? After seeing these two names, Jiang Chu was also slightly stunned. The Tei-Yukai thing is definitely something he knows about. Tai Sui is also known as flesh Ganoderma. Nowadays, scientific research has shown that taiyaki is nothing more than a product born from the combination of a large fungus. Of course, this is the kind of thing that people just listen to. There are many rumors about Tai Sui according to what has been passed down in folklore. Eating it is said to have the effect of immortality. It has always been regarded as a treasure. Chapter 64, The Ghost King comes out. A call from the underworld. Neither can the Empress. Only Tai Sui this thing, no one knows how to birth, want to get her all depends on luck. And there are also some rumors that Tai Sui is not an auspicious omen, but represents bad luck. What most people refer to as a bad year and a fateful taiyue has a lot to do with it. But it mentions blood taiyaki. That's something I've never heard before. And the red and white crashed the break. This is much more interesting. The red and white bumping break was originally a form of feng shui. A great joy and a great sorrow. This is the most extreme two things collide together. Even ordinary red and white collision break are greatly inauspicious. It also happened to be the red and white collision break that was created when the bride and groom died on their wedding night. This is messed up. There will be a ghost king coming out. Jiang Chu muttered. I also wonder how this ghost king compares to his own stiff king. I've heard that all the female ghosts that hit the brakes are very pretty, so I'm sure they're delicious, and I want to try them out. Jiang Chu clicked to claim it, then lay down in his coffin and was about to fall asleep. Ding, ding, ding. The ringtone of the cell phone suddenly rang. Jiang Chu was stunned. It was the middle of the night. Who picks this hellish hour to call? He pulled out his cell phone and looked at it. Lin Wei's. Dog, I'm getting ready to go to bed. You're going to have to say you can't give a reason, and next time I'll see if I'm done ing you. Jiang Chu clicked answer and opened his mouth without a good mood. Papa Chu. It's really urgent, help. I'm dying. Jiang Chu heard the urgency in Lin Wei's words. Raised an eyebrow. Spare his life first. What's wrong? I'm being haunted by a female ghost. Father Chu, come quickly. If I don't come, I'm going to die in this female ghost's bed soon. There was so much information at one time that Jiang Chu couldn't figure out if what was being said was human or not. Jiang Chu's brain was on dry standby for 2 seconds. Are you sure you mean a female ghost? For sure. And this female ghost is here to seek revenge on you. Remember that old Yakuza from the Feng Shui Association that you beat up at my house that day? This female ghost was sent by him. He didn't know the address of your house, so he found my house, wanted me to show him the way, and was going to use this female ghost to seduce you. I thought about what kind of person my Chu father is. You wouldn't want a female ghost, not to mention a female empress, so I tortured him for you first, but it turned out I overestimated my fighting ability. Now she's going to torture me severely. Wei Gengzi, don't hide in the bathroom, I'm coming. A sweet voice came into the phone right after. Lin Wei had a jolt. Papa Chu, come to my rescue. I'm in room 888 of the Hilton on 100 Flowers Road. Wait. I'll go by myself. Don't pull on the leg. The cell phone's voice hangs up. Jiang Chu was stunned. A prince? You're playing him? Good boy. Are all male college students so ruthless nowadays? Knowing that it's a female ghost can also play so? But it does fit the character of Wei, the stupid. Ding! The host triggers a system mission. Upon completion you will be rewarded with corpse chi. The system quest beep sounded in his head. Jiang Chu's eyes lit up then. He got up from the middle of the coffin on his ass. Triggered the mission. As for the so-called revenge seeking? What revenge seeking? Have you ever seen revenge seeking that gives you experience points and corpse energy points? They're all good people who help the stiffs and no one short of quests, and they're randomly refreshing them for me. Evenings were meant to be active times for Jiang Chu. It doesn't matter at all if you sleep or not. He searched the Hilton's address from his phone. It's still a little ways away from him. But that was nothing for Jiang Chu. He pulled the window open with one hand. Open up Gordon's map and put your foot down. The figure disappeared into thin air. Jiangbei. A private tea house. This is the gathering place of the Feng Shui Association of Jiangbei. The moment. 2 half-hundred-year-old men and a middle-aged man were drinking tea in their hands prettily. In the center of them, amidst a watery shadow, there was also a reflection of the images in room 888. One of them, naturally, was Mao Cheng. Mao Cheng was still wearing his own Feng Shui Taoist robes with a smile on his face. This kid. What a loser, but sticking around until now to call for help is brotherly love. The other triangular-eyed old man next to Mao Cheng faintly said. But don't give him to play dead, we still have to ask his old man for money. Lin Dali, but just this one only son, usually spoiled not, have long wanted to do it to this guy, did not think also give Mao Cheng old brother such a good reason. This time we must ask him for $300 or $500 million, and we'll do something big too. Mao Cheng immediately smiled and nodded. Lin Dali, this guy is considered to be out of luck, what to buy and what to earn over the years, but a lot of people are greedy for him, 3 to 500 million or less, at least 1 billion. Not even a hair less. Of course, this $1 billion for me and brother Sue. He looked again at the middle-aged man at the head with a goatee dowager's outfit, and there was more respect in his eyes. There's also an equal share together with the chairman Sama, as a way of thanking the two of you for being willing to stand up for my little brother. It was only at this point that the middle-aged man gave a shadowy smile. No harm done, since you dare to offend my Jiangbei Feng Shui Association, naturally you can't let it go easily. Jiangbei Feng Shui Association. The name is a lofty one, and frankly, it's a civic organization. It's full of people from all walks of life and everything. Because if you have money and pay your dues, you can all get in. But the Feng Shui Association isn't all charlatans. There are still some in there who know something. These people have ancestral so-called goddesses, godly men, or the disciples of some of the great immortals who worship them. Then there are the peripheral disciples of the major sects. This peripheral disciple, of course, is just a mouthful, and no one knows the specifics. Almost all of the people who really have a legacy are among the Yellow Springs Bureau app. The formation of the Feng Shui Association is just a means for masters who know some three-legged kung fu to warm up. On weekdays, with this name, they were able to receive some business, and even big bosses would look for them if they had family emergencies. And Mao Cheng indeed used to stay above Mao Shan for a few years, and then was expelled from Mao Shan because of his poor character. He didn't have the surname Mao before either, and only changed it after he was expelled from the mountain in order to give himself an identity and appear more orthodox. With this last name, in addition to the previous means of Mao Shan High School, he was also considered to be in a good position in the Jiangbei Feng Shui Association. I've come into contact with a lot of rich and powerful businessmen. His fame has grown over the years. It is also considered to earn a lot of money, and naturally developed the character of no one in sight. Chapter 65, Feng Shui Association President. Sweep away your Feng Shui Association today. That day Lin Dali found him, it was a multi-million-dollar business. Instead, he was cut off by a young kid and humiliated in public. Where did this leave Mao Cheng? He had been thinking about how to retaliate for the past few days, but Jiang Chu's strike that day had also cast a considerable shadow on him. He knew that with his own strength alone, trying to deal with Jiang Chu wasn't safe. So he contacted these two men, the triangular-eyed old man who was an out-of-the-horse disciple named Su Guanshan. Originally from the north, he later traveled to the north of the river, and his family worshipped a long immortal. The strength in the Feng Shui Association is considered upstream. As for that middle-aged man, listening to Mao Cheng's address, he could also hear that he was the vice president of this Jiangbei Feng Shui Association, LV Ping. Don't look at his age, although he was the youngest of the three, but his strength was unfathomable, far stronger than the two of them by quite a bit. It is said that he was born with yin and yang eyes, and as a child, he studied under a master of the Yinshan sect. A skill of driving out ghosts and mastering ghosts is very scary, only that it does not follow the right path. Most of the Yinshan disciples practiced in the wild mountains and the fierce places of graves. Weekdays are hard. Lupin had been fascinated by the bustle of the city after he had followed his master once by chance into the city to deal with a psychic. After that he started secretly taking on some business on his own alone and made a lot of money. Once he had the money, Lupin was even less able to live in the graveyard and spent his time in the city almost whenever he could. But the paper couldn't hold the fire, and his master had sensed these outbursts of anger to abolish his cultivation and expel him from the division. Lu Ping was panicking at the time. He knew very well that the only reason he was able to make money was all because of the skills taught by his own master. If you don't have the skills, I'm afraid that when you get to the city you'll only be at the bottom forever. So he swore then that he would never come out of the mountain again. But his heart, after all, had been hooked on the city long ago, and after months of enduring it, he just couldn't live like this. However, he was afraid that his master would find out and abolish his cultivation. Lu Ping is also a ruthless person, simply do not do anything, strike first, sneak attack killed his own master, and even his master's soul was refined into a severe ghost for him to drive. And it was by virtue of his master's soul that he had made it to the position of vice president. The lecherous man who haunted Lin Wei was driven by him. The three of them can be described as a nest of snakes and rats, and none of them are any good. About 4 or 5 minutes of work had passed. In the center of the trio, the image reflected in the water suddenly trembled. Lupin raised an eyebrow. Coming. Pretty fast. Inside room 888. Lin Wei was currently sitting on the sofa in the living room with his eyes mesmerized and a smile on his lips. Beside him, a woman of about 25 or 26 years of age, heavily made up and coolly dressed, was constantly pouring wine for him. Between the woman's knitted brows and her smile, she is all kinds of flavor. At first glance, you can tell that you should never cook like this without 8 or 10 years of experience in making roast chicken. But the woman was puzzled at the moment. Strange, an ordinary living person, being sucked like this by me, 10 lives would be lost, this guy. Why does it feel like there's an unending source of yang qi in his body? Even I can't withstand it somewhat. She is a third life whore ghost, who died in the middle of a greenhouse in all 3 of her lifetimes. There are no few men who have sucked the yang energy out of them. It's the first time I've encountered this. Then the music was played, then the dance. Lin Wei drank to his heart's content and shouted. Then took out his cell phone. This is a good section, the angle is tricky, take a video first, and send it to Lao Jian later to take a look. His vision had long since been clouded by the whore, and the image in front of him was the greenhouse. Outside the hotel, Jiang Chu's figure was already standing in front of the door. He looked at the shadowy aura rising from the room. This yin qi also carries a special fragrance. It seems to be able to tickle the deepest desires of the heart. Jiang Chu sniffed. The smell is quite nice. Originally I thought it was an ordinary female ghost. I didn't expect. This female ghost still has some Taoist skills. That dog Wei, he won't be sucked to death, will he? Ghosts are just insurmountable to ordinary people. Especially female ghosts, but with a little means, in a few moments we'll be able to suck a living person's body's yang energy dry. But thinking about the first few minutes, that Lin Wei kid was still mid-air, so he shouldn't be able to die. Bump! The door to the room was kicked open by Jiang Chu. His vision flickered. Immediately after, the scene in front of me changed. The aroma was all around and a whole bunch of girls were going back and forth. Especially on the center stage, there were 5 or 6 young girls dancing wearing only a light veil. The dance was flirtatious and seductive, and from time to time, she even struck a few enchanting poses. Good. This jump's burning. Heavy reward. Wash them all and send them to my house later. An excited voice rang out. Jiang Chu's face darkened. Don't even have to look, I know it's doggy Lin Wei. You're having a good ing time. New mail, what would you like to drink? We have everything here. Just then, at Jiang Chu's ears, someone spoke. Hear that? Lin Wei at the front was stunned, then furious. Nappy. Isn't this place monopolized by this young man today? Which one of you is still here? He turned back. Upon seeing Jiang Chu, his anger disappeared instantly, changing his face like turning over a book. Old Jiang, you're finally here. Quickly, come and enjoy the female ghost selling burns. I was just saying I'd take a video of you over there. Jiang Chu wasn't polite either. Sitting on his butt next to Lin Wei, he raised an eyebrow. You know it's a female ghost and you're still looking at it with such vigor? Lin Wei spread his hands. That can't be helped. I can't beat them, and I can't escape. Anyway, I've come here. Besides, I've often seen women dancing, but it's the first time for a female ghost to dance. It's very novel, isn't it? Nice one coming all the way. You're not mesmerized? The moment he entered the room, Jiang Chu sensed that this place was an illusionary realm for people to sink into. Not to mention an ordinary person, even a cultivator would be hit if they were not careful. Wine, sex and money, the most difficult thing for men is the female sex. But Lin Wei, surprisingly, he's still awake. No, if it weren't for my failing body, I'd be high and low enough to fight them for another 300 rounds. You're really playing with a girl ghost. As for why Lin Wei wouldn't be mesmerized, Jiang Chu didn't look deeper. He just looked at the illusion. Okay, time to get down to business. Chapter 66, Koi Swallowing Heaven Bureau. Swallowing heaven? I am that heaven. He finished. The palm of his hand pressed toward the table. A wisp of necrotic aura erupted. Bump! The entire illusory realm burst into flames. The room returned to its original form. Only the female ghost let out a scream. This illusion was created by her yin qi, and the illusion being torn apart was equivalent to her yin qi being torn apart as well. But the female ghost was not the least bit flustered, and seemed to be bottoming out. It just glared resentfully at Jiang Chu. Stinky man, you're finally here. Someone is waiting for you. With that she turned and ran. Watching the female ghost speak so loudly, Jiang Chu was all stunned. You're so brave for a piece of trash? It's really an old lady drilling into her quilt and giving her master a whole laugh. Before that female ghost could dissipate into a shadowy mist, one palm had already gripped a handful of her hair, gathered her whole body. The intense pain caused the female ghost to let out another scream. She looked up and saw Jiang Chu looking at her with condescending indifference. I don't need you to lead the way, slaughter you and I'll find them. Only then did fear begin to show on the female ghost's face. Bump! However, Jiang Chu had already not given her the slightest chance to open her mouth. A punch blew her head right off. The host kills the whore ghost and gains plus 300 corpse chi points. A system beep sounded in Jiang Chu's head. He ignored it. The eyes went to the mirror in the hotel room. He grinned toward the mirror. Mirrors? Don't look, we'll send you all to the afterlife together later. The mirror exploded. A drop of water fell from the middle of the mirror. It was clutched in Jiang Chu's hand. Until this is done. Lin Weikai hugged Jiang Chu's thigh. Old Jiang, hello, I like it so much. Jiang Chu kicked him aside and rolled his eyes. Get as far away as you can, you'll pay for the door and the mirror later, I'll go ahead and do my job. Lin Wei waved his hand and casually said, no need, this hotel is all my family's, it's fine if you just tear this down. Caught off guard and let him mount it again. Jiang Chu walked over to the window and he sprinkled the water droplets in his hand towards the air. That water droplet turned into a stream of light, and Jiang Chu's figure leapt. It also went quickly in one direction. Mirroring, a low-level spell. You can use water as a medium and a mirror as an eye to view where you want to see. But just as well, those with advanced cultivation can see through the reflection to see exactly where this mirror is. Not far from the hotel in the middle of a private tea house. The water screen in front of Lu Ping's trio had also shattered, only splashing out tea and spilling it all over them. Lupin wiped a handful of water droplets from his face. The whole face was even more shadowy. Death-seeking thing. President. That kid is beating down the door? Mao Qing gulped. Again, he remembered the fear of being dominated by Jiang Chu before. In front of that young man, he didn't even have the strength to fight back. Lupin snorted coldly. What's the panic? It's not him we're looking for, and now that he's come to the door on his own, doesn't that save us the effort? That's just it, old brother Mao. What about a young junior in the district who doesn't have a background yet, even if he has some talent? With the two of us plus Lord Chairman, as long as it's not a fourth-order Dan condensation grade cultivator, we'll all be able to deal with it. If Lord President takes out his killer weapon, we can also touch the 4th rank. You don't think that kid can reach the 4th rank, do you? Ha 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 ha. On the side, Su Guanshan laughed out loud, his triangular eyes flashing coldly like a poisonous snake. Hearing the words of the two, Mao Qing calmed down quite a bit. Indeed. Even if this kid was outrageous, he couldn't have reached the 4th rank level. Alright, the visitor is a guest. Let's let our Feng Shui Association have a good time with this kid. Call out to the people. Set up a formation and blockade the tea house. Not even a mosquito can escape tonight. Yes. The night was a little chilly in the northern part of the river. Temperatures have also dropped quite a bit due to the previous heavy rain. Under this midnight red moon, the streets are all cold and empty too. There was only some movement from wild cats and dogs from time to time. Jiang Chu walked down a secluded street. The feet landed on the ground with a dull thud. His eyes went to a 4-story tea building not far ahead. The name of the tea house is Listen to the Wind. The droplet that was there before, that's where it flew to. Inside the tea house at this moment, the lights were still bright. Only the light was like a window screen. Makes it hard to see. Yo, there are still formations. The old bastard is quite well prepared. He doesn't even need me to cover it up. Jiang Chu nodded. He stepped right over the layer of the formation. Walked inside the Hearing Wind tea house. The tea house still looks like an upscale place. Although the outside is nothing special, the inside decoration is extremely luxurious retro. A small tea house with wigwams and streams, bridges, and corridors. There were also these 2 golden koi carp weaving under that cloister. The bright moon in the sky shone down on the water, making the stream below sparkle. Feng Shui? Jiang Chu didn't know much about this, but he could see some of the doorway. The so-called feng shui, naturally, should have wind and water. And it must also be able to harbor wind and hold water. These represent shipping. The better the feng shui, the better the luck of the living people living in it. Not to say that the heart wants what it wants, but it can go as smoothly as it wants. It's called the koi swallowing the moon bureau. A faint voice sounded from the back of the wigwam. But there were no silhouettes. Apparently it was still akin to a mirror general technique. Koi swallowing the moon can become a heavenly dragon. This is a feng shui together very high attainments to be able to set up the big picture. Not only the water should be used in the boundless water, the carp should also be used in the Tianshan carp. Anyone who enters this feng shui, even a third-order cultivator can't get out. The voice seemed to be very proud of its feng shui bureau and couldn't help but open its mouth to explain. Wait until it's all said and done. It was only then that he turned suddenly icy. You're Jiang Chu, right? Jiang Chu nodded. The voice continued, you injured my Feng Shui Association's people, now I'm giving you a chance. Apologize to my Feng Shui Association at the door and kowtow 3 times, and compensate for all the damages and get out of Zhangbei. We can spare your life. Pust. Jiang Chu couldn't help but burst out in joy after hearing this. What a bunch of stinky tomato rotten bird egg. Do you really think you're somebody? Spare my life? Don't worry, today I'm here to sweep away whatever mothball association you have, so as not to lose the face of learning feng shui by talking about it. The words came out. There was a pause in the voices around them. Following, behind the wigwam came the sound of a violent rage. Looking for death. Sweep away my feng shui association? Let's see if you have the skills. Rise and shine. The words fell. Boom. That otherwise calm water. It exploded violently. The stream, which was originally just a few feet in size, turned into a wide river almost in a flash. The stars are bright in the sky. The ground river is choppy. The wind was even more furious on both sides of the river. Wind and water intersect. In that water. And two behemoths leaping out of the water. Heck, it's the two koi. Chapter 67, pushing across 3,000 states with just one hand. Please, Immortal Dharma. Elder Immortal Master Lu. Only at this moment, that koi had turned into a dozen meters in size, with lofty scales and armor, just like an ancient beast. They let out a roar and roared up to the sky, as if they really wanted to devour the moon. However, their target at that moment was Jiang Chu, who was standing on the surface of the water. Jiang Chu stood still, not even dodging, with a hint of disdain on his face. Using feng shui against me? Do you know that wherever I am, the feng shui is all great evil? Zombies are extremely mean, but wherever there is extreme mean, even good feng shui will be contaminated. Not to mention this purple-robed stiff king of Jiang Chu. To put it mildly, but wherever he went over, it was an extremely mean road. Around him, no matter what kind of superb feng shui bureau, it would turn into a puddle of death in an instant. Jiang Chu's eyes flashed with scarlet light. Get out! A low gulp came out. The sound was like a thunderclap and a heavenly condemnation, sweeping across the entire void. Bump! In an instant, the river breaks and the gale stops. The two giant things that were transformed into koi carp also thumped and exploded with endless fear. It seemed like a long time, and then it seemed like an instant. The stream resumed and everything seemed to be no different than before. Only the stream, which was originally clear, blackened at a rate visible to the naked eye. The koi in the water that were swimming in the last second also turned over their bellies in a flash and died. Jiang Chu picked one up casually. It smashed towards the wigwam. Koi swallowing the moon? Swallow your mom's head. Boom. The wigwam was also smashed. Jiang Chu didn't even look at it. Toward the top of the building it went. Ah! Inside the box on the top floor of the tea house, the three Mao Qing people, including Lu Ping, all stared steeply. There was more than a little shock on his face. Broken. So fast. This koi swallowing heaven bureau was carefully constructed by their feng shui association. Not only is it able to swallow wealth, but it is also able to resist strong enemies. In the past, there had been quite a few third-order experts trapped. But now, it was broken open in an instant. No, this isn't a breakthrough, but he should have a great evil secret treasure on his body. It's capable of restraining feng shui. Otherwise, the stream below wouldn't have turned black. Lupin frowned and analyzed the situation. Secret treasure? Su Guanshan's eyes lit up. Anything that could be called a secret treasure was definitely not ordinary. It was much more precious than any ordinary magic weapon. Lu Ping also revealed a greedy smile. This guy has more goods than we thought. It's worth my effort. You two take the others and go ahead and stop him for a while. I'm going to harness the ghost. Upon hearing Lu Ping's words, Su Guanshan and Mao Qing simultaneously revealed joyful expressions. Harnessing ghosts. This was the strongest tactic of this vice president of theirs, who had once been able to repel an early fourth-order condensed Dan cultivator. It was also with this means that he became the vice president of the Feng Shui Association. There is even a good chance that he will inherit the position of the next president. Yes, Mao Qing Su Guanshan nodded. And there was no hesitation. Straight away, he got up and headed out of the box. Wait until there is no one else in the box. Lupin's eyes snapped shut as well. His hands began to form seals. A ghastly wind erupted from within him. Outside the door of the box, a dozen people from the Feng Shui Association had already gathered. These people were dressed differently. There were those in Taoist robes, those cloaked in yin and yang vestments, and even a few bald monks. All of these people have some tricks up their sleeves, too. He was taken in by Lu Ping as a member of his inner circle. He did his best to stand up for Mao Qing. After seeing Su Guanshan and Mao Qing come out, they all cast glances. Su Guanshan waved his hand confidently. President Liu is preparing and executing a surefire strike. We just need to stop that kid for a while. You guys return to your original positions and stabilize the formation. As long as that brat enters the middle of the formation, he'll be left to me and old brother Mao Qing. Yes. The crowd nodded. Yet not before they left. Gaze. Gaze. Stare. A rhythmic footstep came from the direction of the stairs. It's not fast, but it was like stepping on a person's heartbeat. Su Guanshan, who had been very confident a second ago, was also a bit more nervous for no reason. Have you discussed tactics? A faint voice came. Everyone then saw that there was an additional young teenage figure in the hallway. His expression was casual, like he's got the opposite side all to himself. Jiang Chu. Haters will be glad to see each other. Mao Ching spat out these 2 words through clenched teeth. Jiang Chu laughed slightly. Old mongrel, last time I let you off the hook at Boss Lin's home, this time you won't be so lucky. How do you want to die? I'll give you a satisfying death. Mao Ching's entire face skin jumped hard, and Su Guanshan patted Mao Ching's shoulder. Elder brother Mao, calm down. When he finished speaking, he looked at Jiang Chu. Brat, how dare you be reckless in my Feng Shui Association's territory? You are already not alive today. Open the formation. This great immortal will meet him personally. Swish. The other ones retreated. One by one, they quickly disappeared into the boxes of the tea house. Following. Inside the box, there was a rune flashing. Directly the entire floor is covered. Those rays of light eventually converged at the foot of Suguan Mountain. It made his breath skyrocket. On the contrary, Jiang Chu seemed to be suppressed by this formation. Fancy. Jiang Chu didn't even care. That bit of suppression had little to no effect on him. With his strength, it was a bit too bullying to deal with these third-rate folk magicians. But, Gang Chu likes it. Isn't the point of raising one's strength to be better at killing people? Arrogant junior. Should have been swallowed alive by Lord Changxian. Su Guanshan felt the strength that had been boosted by the formation, and a sardonic smile appeared on his face. He flipped his hand and took out 3 sticks of sandalwood incense. The incense had been lit with a tremor. Curls of green smoke rose. Su Guanshan's face became grave. Dark shadows rose from his body, and his mouth chanted. The sky is green, and the earth is spiritual. The fragrance leads the way, shining in all directions. Today out of the horse disciple Su Guanshan, respect to Changxian, Master Lu. Get on top. At the last sentence, he almost growled. It was also at the fall of this cry. The incense flame that had been burning normally in his hand plummeted by half in a flash. Rolling smoke. And Su Guanshan's original triangular eyes also turned thin and bizarre almost instantly. A huge python could be seen vaguely disappearing into his body from amongst the smoke. Then a sharp intake. The incense turned into 2 swimming snakes that burrowed into his nostrils. Jia Jia. A wry smile of satisfaction crossed his face, still muttering shrill voices to himself under his breath. Kid, who are you calling on this great immortal to kill? Then his voice was changing, transforming back into Su Guanshan's previous appearance. Lord Changxian, that's him. Chapter 68, Catching Spirits and Dispatching Generals. Let's show you what a true god is. Su Guanshan pointed towards Jiang Chu. Jiang Chu yawned. If it wasn't for this kid's words about inviting the immortals, it made him want to try the power of detaining spirits and dispatching generals. Otherwise, with such a long forward swing, I would have blitzed you 8 times already. The moment that long immortal saw Jiang Chu, the original grimace closed then. The narrow eyes also became vibrating for a moment. You. On you. Why does it have the aura of my long immortal clan? The 5 emperor's coins collided on Jiang Chu's wrist. Is that what you're talking about? Boom. Behind him, a giant boa rose into the air. The pupils of that long immortal, who was already vibrating, exploded. Anaconda. You actually have a boa. Not all snake demons are capable of transforming into boas. Anaconda is an alien. It must require a bloodline chance to be missing. Far too much stronger than an ordinary snake immortal bloodline. Therefore, after seeing this boa, that long immortal was also not aware of a trace of fear. No. This boa is already dead. You refined its demonic pills. Nagasen sensed something. Its eyes flashed with greed. Great. If I swallow you, I might be able to transform the boa too. Hiss. It threw back its head and hissed. More black mist furiously surged into Su Guanshan's body from all directions. Almost in an instant, the clothes on Su Guanshan's body were bursting. All of his flesh and blood began to mutate, and a sheet of snake scales coiled around his body. Grand Master. Grand Master can't increase his power anymore. My fleshly body won't be able to hold up anymore. Su Guanshan exclaimed in horror as he noticed the changes in his body. He stepped in to invoke the immortals, and was only able to invoke part of the immortal's power. But nowadays, the elder immortal that he worshipped was actually trying to force all the demonic power into his body. However, let him call out as much as he wanted. That long fairy doesn't even care. This scene changes. It made all the people in the Feng Shui Association, including Mao Qing, drop their jaws. What's going on here? How is it that before you do anything, your own people do it first? Immediately afterward, everyone saw Su Guanshan's flesh explode in the midst of his miserable screams under the convergence of that demonic aura. From within him, a giant python burrowed out. It's ontological. Arrived. Kid. For you but wasted one of my disciples. I'll take your life in exchange. The python spits out human words. Rolling demonic winds swept through, and it lunged towards Jiang Chu with impatience. Jiang Chu grinned. I can wait. Ah. The heart of that lunging python began to tremble tremendously once again. And the trembling was unprecedentedly violent. What's wrong with this? Its eyes began to look confused. But none have it figured out yet. Ahead of it, voices had rung out. Detain the spirit. That long immortal only felt his eyes blink. The Jiang Chu in front of it had already changed its appearance. It was as if the teenager, who was still just an ordinary boy, had transformed into a god. It was a god that was speaking toward it. No. Not true. It's trying to pull back. But then he realized that his body was completely out of control. At the same time, the divine might on that god had already fallen on it. Dispatch. Boom. The sound was like muffled thunder, exploding in the ears of that long immortal. In an instant, its sanity was completely shattered. The demon's soul in his body was drawn out in an instant, crushed into a small ball. It fell into Jiang Chu's hands. Jiang Chu opened his mouth and directly swallowed it. Aki. Ding. The host devours all of Long Fairy's cultivation and grows 8 years of corpse chi. In Jiang Chu's mind, the system beep sounded. And this boosts corpse energy? Within his body, 8 years of corpse chi burst forth. It was then instantly refined by Jiang Chu. Jiang Chu glanced at his system panel. Name Jiang Chu. Identity, Purple Robe Stiff King, Unique. Zombie level, 4th order Hairy Stiff. Degree of evolution, 80%. Treasure, Corpse * Purple Robe, Corpse * 5 Emperor's Money Cover, Stiff King's Prison Hammer. Essential aptitude, Stiff King's Ascension, 1st level, Corpse Spirit, Intermediate level. Corpse Technique, Corpse Control Technique, LV. 3 minor, Corpse * containing Spirit Dispatch, LV. 3 minor, Corpse * Pseudo Turnover, LV. 3, Corpse * 5 Thunder's Positive Technique, LV. 1. 5. Corpse Chi Points, 3000, can be purchased from the system mall. Cultivation increased by 4 percentage points. A proper surprise. Originally, he was only thinking of experimenting with the power of the divine ability. I didn't realize that would work. Truly worthy of being a spirit detaining dispenser. Such a late 3rd stage immortal was able to be directly decimated without even needing to do anything. And it's not even a waste, even the soul can be swallowed. Jiang Chu's eyes lit up. This is going to be a trip to the old northeastern woods for myself later on. Wouldn't that come out invincible? Flop. A dull thud awakened Jiang Chu. It was seen under that formation. Mao Qing sat down on his butt with a shudder. The pants were wet again in a big puddle. He was now on the verge of a breakdown. If it was an accident that the Feng Shui formation blew up before, then now he watched with his own eyes as Su Guanshan's own invited long immortal propped up and exploded. That's not even the most outrageous thing. The most outrageous thing is that honorable long immortal. When facing Jiang Chu, he didn't even touch his clothes. Just get eaten. Eaten alive. It's not just him. Those people from the Feng Shui Association who were laying the array next to them, one by one, had also been dumbstruck. Who am I? Where am I? Was what I just saw real? Pissed Master Mao again? Jiang Chu revealed a smile. Mao Qing desperately backed away, his mouth still begging for mercy. Jiang Chu. Elder Jiang. It's all a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. I won't seek revenge on you. Really. I concede. I'm a coward. You spare me. Spare me. I'm willing to give you all of my family's fortune. Jiang Chu. Nima. Why is this old den chickening out like this? How can you be a Feng Shui master with that? Originally, Jiang Chu wanted to play a little longer. Now that he saw Mao Qing wimp out like this, he completely lost interest. Zira. His fingertips snapped a thunderous flash. Just a hint though. But that tyrannical to the extreme power of thunder exploded directly in the middle of the air. Go! Without looking, Jiang Chu pressed down towards Mao Qing. Mao Qing's trembling body abruptly tensed. Rifa. No, big brother, you even used lightning on me. Bump. Thunder ran through Mao Qing's body. His body directly exploded. Dead can't be dead. The host kills a peak 2nd order cultivator, gaining plus 200 corpse chi points. Chapter 69, breaking through the peak of the gross stiffness. The terror of the Yin 5 thunders. Total annihilation. Happy New Year. A system beep sounded in Jiang Chu's head. Inside the hall, those other Feng Shui masters who were still alive were all dumbfounded. The throat moved slightly. For the first time, I felt bewildered. You and the others were. They were actually dealing with an existence that could cast lightning spells. Thunder technique. This could be said to be the pinnacle technique in the entire cultivation world. Regardless of which family's thunder law, that was not something that could be compared to them, these third-rate magicians. Elder, we were all hoodwinked by Mao Qing. We don't even know the grudge between you can't kill us. We are also citizens of Daxia, protected by the law. Legal protection? That's kind of hard to do. Jiang Chu frowned. He withdrew his thunderbolt. Those Feng Shui practitioners were delighted and were just about to let out a long sigh of relief. It was then that they saw Jiang Chu's palm flip once again. The tyrannical thunder from before disappeared. In its place was a puddle of black water. He smiled warmly. In that case, I'll pulverize your corpses into powder, and then I'll make sure that the gods won't be able to restore them even if they come. Won't that be fine? Is this human language? Those people from the Feng Shui Association haven't reacted yet. Jiang Chu had already moved, and his 5 fingers spread out. A sweep toward the perimeter. Those black waters in his palm were swept out by him. Yin 5 Thunder Law. Dirty water. Touching it is like sucking the bones and extracting the marrow, dissolving everything. It was just palm-sized black water that landed on those warlocks in a matter of moments. Those people were horrified to find that their entire body, in contact with those black water in a moment to become numb and soft, even the body's vital energy are annihilated by this black water. Only able to watch that mass of black water, skyrocketed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just one breath, it directly wrapped their entire bodies. Blast! Jiangchu snapped his fingers. Bump! There was a muffled sound in the black water. Wait until the rattling is over. The dozen or so lives that had just been alive had completely disappeared from this world. There wasn't even a bone crumb left. The host has killed 13 low-ranked cultivators and gained plus 2,100 corpse chi points. The system tone appeared again. That tough? Jiangchu was also startled by the power of the Yin 5 thunders, though he had expected it, but also did not expect that under the Yin 5 thunder, even the bones could not be found. Another one? Jiangchu suddenly sensed something. The figure flashed. Bump! The door to the box that Su Guanshan and Mao Qing had come out of earlier directly burst into pieces. Inside, LV Ping, who was sitting on a plate, had a black aura surrounding his body. At the first moment the door burst open, he also opened his eyes and looked at Jiangchu, who had appeared, in shock. You, how did you get in here? Faced with such a question, they all gave Jiangchu a dumbfounded question. Walked in? Are you blind? LV Ping seemed to have guessed something, and he pinched the spell in his hand even faster. This exorcism of his is much harder than invoking a fairy. Especially since this ghost he had invited was also his previous master, who had originally hated him with a passion. Trying to force the ride takes a lot of time each time. He was now at a critical moment and couldn't help but shout towards Jiangchu, if you have the ability, wait for me for 2 minutes. After 2 minutes, we'll fight to the death. Jiangchu nodded vigorously. No problem, hurry up, you're not human if you don't wait. In the face of such a vicious and poisonous oath, Lu Ping let out a long sigh of relief and hurriedly gathered his mind. However, his spell had only just been activated again. All he felt was a cold wind blowing towards him. He subconsciously opened his eyes. Pust! An arm had already pierced through his heart. Lu Ping stared blankly at Jiangchu, who was close by. You! Didn't you swear you'd wait for me? Jiangchu grinned. That was a lie. I didn't expect you to be so easy to fool, hee hee. Lu Ping's face changed, but the intense pain had made him unable to speak. NM. Jiangchu didn't even wait for him to finish, and crushed his heart. Lupin's head lolled and he couldn't be more dead. The host kills a peak third-order cultivator, gaining plus 500 corpse chi points. Jiangchu wiped the blood on his hand and spat. Even such a silly person can cultivate to the peak of the third rank? In terms of cultivation, Lu Ping was the strongest existence of the Feng Shui Association within this tea house tonight. Available. What's with the feeling of not having enough brains? Ding! The host completes the system mission and receives the reward, 30 years of corpse chi, 2,000 corpse chi points. Jiangchu's mind. The beep for completing the system mission had appeared. Boom! Inside him, 30 years of corporeal power began to burst forth. Reflections of his entire physique began to glow. Wait until he had absorbed all the corpse chi. Jiangchu felt as if he was on the verge of reaching a bottleneck. Breakthrough. It is not far off. Name Jiangchu. Identity, Purple Robe Stiff King, Unique. Zombie level, 4th order Hairy Stiff. Degree of evolution, 94%. Treasure, Corpse * Purple Robe, Corpse * 5 Emperor's Money Cover, Stiff King's Prison Hammer. Essential aptitude, Stiff King's Ascension, 1st level, Corpse Spirit, Intermediate level. Corpse Technique, Corpse Control Technique, LV. 3 minor, Corpse * containing Spirit Dispatch, LV. 3 minor, Corpse * Pseudo Turnover, LV. 3, Corpse * 5 Thunders Positive Technique, LV. 1. 5. Corpse Chi Points, 6,800, can be purchased from the system mall. The level of evolution had heated up to 94%. Just the last 6 points. I hope that event tomorrow doesn't let itself down. Just trigger a random quest. He himself would be able to completely break through the flying stiff. Go home. The next day. Early in the morning Jiangchu climbed out of the coffin. He stretched. Simply washed up. It's already Friday. Hold on for one more day, and you won't have to be an early 8 stiff tomorrow. Suwan Air, the roommate who slept next door, presumably didn't have class in the morning. Jiangchu still vaguely heard her light snoring when she arrived at the living room. That clear? Jiangchu glanced in the direction of the voice. Eyes widened a bit. Unlocked door. Nappy. Living under the same roof with herself, a flowery, beautiful stiff king who had just turned into a corpse for 5 days, a lone corpse and a widow. She had the audacity to just be so reckless. Sooner or later, I'll eat you. Isn't that a bad thing for me to do? It feels like voyeurism. Jiangchu wanted to withdraw his gaze, but on second thought, this is my home. Peeping is definitely not okay. I'm looking at it squarely, so that's okay, right? With that thought, Jiangchu looked even bolder. Through the doorway, he could see a pair of snow-white jade legs being laid out across the printed sheets. Those legs. It's thin and long. It's definitely good for 2.5 years. And Su Wanner was still wearing a nightgown, and with Jiang Chu's 8.0 eyesight to say the least, he was vaguely able to see places he shouldn't have been able to see. Pink with a bow. Good taste. Jiang Chu gave a slight nod of approval. The mood is great. Out the door. P.S. Happy New Year brother Mang, New Year's fortune. In addition, I beg to read, I beg to urge more, I beg to comment, I beg for 5-star reviews. I also have a free gift to cast a vote. Chapter 70, The Hidden Secrets of the Purple Clothes and Taoist Robes. You don't want others to know your secrets either, do you, schoolgirl? Nibbling on his own can of zombies, Jiang Chu then entered the school. It was colder in the morning. The college girls coming and going were all dressed thickly, poorly reviewed. While at this time, a group of female students who were supposed to be aviation majors passed by Jiang Chu, chattering. Seeing as they were wearing black silk, Jiang Chu was quite comfortable listening to them. Jiang Chu, just past the obligatory cafeteria, Jiang Chu heard a girl screaming. The voice is kind of familiar. He looked back. Just see a tall woman with a high ponytail, even wrapped in a down coat. The delicate young girl whose figure was not affected at all was waving towards herself in surprise. Zhuge Ling? Jiang Chu recognized who the young girl was. Zhuge Ling trotted quickly to him and said happily, Jiang Chu, I really didn't expect such a coincidence that I could meet you here as well. Jiang Chu also laughed. Indeed, it's a coincidence. Aren't you from the art academy next door? Why did you come to our school? Zhuge Ling smiled and spoke, because my good sister is in your school. I don't have class today, so I came to accompany her to class. After saying that, Zhuge Ling also winked towards Jiang Chu. This sister of mine can still be the school flower of your school. Do you want me to introduce you to it? Schoolgirl? Jiang Chu blushed oddly for a moment. You're not talking about schoolmate Chen Miaoi, are you? To be able to get to know Zhuge Ling, the eldest miss of the Zhuge family. 80% of them were also cultivators, and with such a status as schoolgirl, it was almost obvious. Zhuge Ling was surprised. You recognize it? Jiang Chu smiled and nodded. Not bad, that is, I just met you 2 days ago, to put it mildly, just a few hours before you. Zhuge Ling seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes steeply brightened. Jiang Chu, you can't be the one that Myriad Clothes said had inherited the old Heavenly Master's predecessor's purple robe, right? Right. Jiang Chu graciously admitted. Before Zhuge Ling could open her mouth her cell phone rang with a voice call. Zhuge Ling rushed to look at it. It's Miaoi calling. Jiang Chu, I have to go first. Jiang Chu nodded. And not much more. Toward his classroom. Zhuge Ling also picked up the phone. A few minutes later, Chen Miaoi's figure arrived beside her. Chen Miaoi was still a plain white dress with a pair of loose pants. There was no powder on her face, but she was still beautiful beyond words. Miaoi, look at you, I bought you a whole bunch of cosmetics and you just don't use them. Otherwise, what are the 4 school beauties? You're the only one. Zhuge Ling took Chen Miaoi's hand and beamed. Chen Miaoi smiled and didn't care at all. I'm not used to it. Zhuge Ling obviously also knew the character of this sister of hers. She then smiled mysteriously. Myriad, guess who I just ran into? Chen Miaoi seemed as if she would never be affected by external objects, and only replied faintly, who? Zhuge Ling stared at her delicate face and spat out 2 words, Jiang Chu. Hear the name. Chen Miaoi's eyes finally gained some more color, and her tone intensified. Senior Jiang? Zhuge Ling nodded vigorously and said arrogantly, moreover, I also told you about the matter with Dragon Tiger Mountain. Ah! A hint of redness violently surfaced on Chen Miaoi's snow-white pretty face. Ling, are you? Zhuge Ling laughed out loud. I'm lying to you. Look at how nervous Chen Big Beauty, who is known as the Frost and Snow Fairy in our cultivation world, is. I thought you wouldn't blush at men. Chen Miaoi's handsome face was getting redder and redder as she bit her lip and said in a hateful voice. Any more nonsense and I'll spill the beans about your sneaky padding too. Zhuge Ling glanced down at her chest and couldn't stop laughing then. The two fought for a while. It was Zhuge Ling who quietly inquired, Miaoi, isn't the bottleneck of your spirit moon sex gong method only capable of the Dragon Tiger Mountain purple robe? Harmonize yin and yang? You didn't tell Jiang Chu about it? With your looks, he would definitely agree 100%. Chen Miaoi once again blushed under her cheeks and glared fiercely at her. I haven't agreed yet. Shui. Jiang Chu, who had just arrived at the classroom, sneezed. He rubbed his nose. Nappy, who's been talking about me behind my back? Face-to-face one-on-one if you can. For the morning session, Jiang Chu hid in the very back by the window. Skillfully, he pulled out his cell phone and hit 3 tense and exciting shovels. The Chinese medicine consultation outside continues today. Compared to yesterday, there are more old herbalists here today. And by the students talking. Jiang Chu was also informed that this questioning was carried out in one school after another. I also don't know how the state actually determines whether or not ordinary people have the talent to cultivate. Jiang Chu didn't worry about this. Due to a full day of classes, he didn't come home from school either. Just plopped down at my desk to catch up on my late nap. Only halfway to bed. Jiang Chu suddenly smelled 2 faint aromas. It smells good. His eyes snapped open. Then he saw that in front of him, he didn't know when 2 young girls were standing. Schoolmate Chen, Zhuge Ling, what brings you here? Jiang Chu looked at the two women in front of him in surprise. Zhuge Ling giggled and handed a cup of milk tea from behind her. Meow, we said you like to drink this, we sent it to you specially, touched Jiang Chu. Jiang Chu looked away. Taro paste bobo milk tea, less ice, and also half sugar. His spirits lifted and he took a sip with no ceremony at all. It's been hard on both of you, come sit casually and make yourself at home. Jiang Chu patted the spot beside him. Chen Miaoyi and Zhuge Ling also sat down obediently. Sit down. Chen Miaoyi's mood also looked good as she smiled at Jiang Chu and said, Senior Jiang Chu, tomorrow is the time for us to enter the mountain of disorderly burials, don't forget. Jiang Chu nodded and looked at Zhuge Ling, you're going too? Zhuge Ling immediately nodded arrogantly, of course I'm going. This time the one who speculated the time of the emergence of that great evil in the mountain of mass burial was my grandfather. Jiang Chu then thought of that day when Chen Miaoyi had said that this time's event was being projected by a Taoist senior. Zhuge Ling's grandfather must be the head of the Zhuge clan. From the previous Yellow Springs app, Jiang Chu but see. The Zhuge family also belonged to the first-class forces in the entire cultivation world. The Chi-Men techniques among the family had even been ranked first in the cultivation world for the last 1,000 years. That's gold enough indeed. Zhuge Ling then said with another gloomy face. But yesterday, my grandfather told me that it seems that there are some more changes in the mass grave mountain this time, and besides us, there are some other people who might have gotten involved, so let's make sure we're careful. And he is still deducing the identity of the great evil that is perched on the dragon vein of the mountain of disorderly burial, and will tell us as soon as there is a result. TSK. Having a backstage, it's a damn nice smell. Chapter 71, Having a baby with a zombie? Seek the dragon and divide the gold to see the tangled mountain. The head of the southern school talked to both women until class was almost over. With Zhuge Ling as a living treasure in the room, the three of them became quite familiar with each other. Moreover, Jiang Chu keenly noticed that Chen Miaoyi and Zhuge Ling were both looking at themselves in a strange way. Can't say, but it's familiar again. These two nymphets aren't coveting my corpse's color and wanting to sleep with me, are they? Jiang Chu stroked his chin, and it didn't matter. It's not like you're losing out anyway. I just don't know if there are any species restrictions when you become a zombie. If you get pregnant, will the child you give birth to be a human or a corpse? In the afternoon, Jiang Chu was not continuing the game. The main thing is that 3 in a row were 8th in the morning. It almost made him want to go straight down the net and kill the 21 that were ahead of him. He turned on his cell phone, searched for locations where tasks needed to be accomplished tonight. By the way, let's see what this Xie family's oldest 7 is really like. It's a shock not to see it. Manhwa Group is located at Shannon Road, Jiangbei. It is a large group that ranks among the top 5 in the entire Jiangbei, and even in Jiang province. He has handled numerous businesses, including large shopping malls and real estate. However, Jiang Chu had seen some little tidbits of information. It says that this Manhwa Group first started out as an antique, and that the so-called Xie family, 100 years ago, it was the Tufu of the southern school. And there's still a small reputation amongst the southpaws. This Master Xie Qi, it was the leading member of the Xie family's later generation at the time. His real name was Xian, and he was over 70 years old. He is also known as Master Xie Qi by the Jianghu. Legend has it that his handful of methods of observing mountains and looking at Qi to explore caves have been divine. Just stand at the top of the mountain and let your eyes look around, and you'll know where the big tomb is hidden. It was also from his generation that the Xi family went from being little known to being completely rich. Later, as times changed, the Xi family managed to clear their name, established what is now known as the South China Group. Seeking dragons and splitting gold to see the entangled mountains? Or an inverted one? Jiang Chu raised an eyebrow. No wonder he was able to get his hands on something like a blood teyukai. Turns out there is a doorway. Dealing with such dead people all the time, or large tombs that are often hundreds or thousands of years old, it would not be surprising for something like this to happen in the family. Grave robbing is an extremely sinister business, and it is also detrimental to the morality of the underworld. Even if they were fine when they were young, none of them would be fine when they were old. But there's no excuse for this kind of thing. It's a craft after all. Existence is justified. It was their own business to have retribution, and it had nothing to do with Jiang Chu. At the end of the school day, Jiang Chu's cell phone suddenly rang. A call came in from the Yellow Springs Bureau app. Without even having to guess, Jiang Chu knew that it was someone from the Xie family who had come to call. Hello. Jiang Chu clicked to answer. Hello, is this Master Jiang Chu Jian? On the other side of the phone, a slightly tired old voice rang in Jiang Chu's ears. Though so, but he was also able to hear that there was majesty in the voice. It's me. Jiang Chu nodded. Inside the Xie family's old mansion, an old man, not very tall and somewhat thin, was dialing the phone. I could tell just from the aura he had on him. This old man must have been in a high position for a long time. And naturally, he was the helmsman of the Xie family of the South China Group, Xian, the 7th Master Xie. At the moment, Shi Yan rubbed his brow. A small smile squeezed out of a face full of sadness. Master Jiang, when do you have time to come over? I'll personally go greet you. Xian's attitude was respectful, giving Jiang Chu enough face. As a family of grave robbers, Xian naturally knew many things that ordinary people did not know. The quests on this Yellow Springs app were also privately ordered by himself. At the time Jiang Chu received this mission yesterday, he also saw Jiang Chu's rank and title on the app, 4th Order Ghost Harnesser, and there's also the Yellow Springs Bureau Level 3 serial medal, as well as the title of Nightmare Terminator. How could Xian not be clear about the meaning of these three things combined? The Nightmare Terminator title alone. This is obtained by slaying at least 100 night ghosts. And Jiang Chu also has the serial medal, which is bound to be a big contribution. With a guy as old as Xian, he figured it out almost instantly. Perhaps it was in the midst of one incident that Sequence Lord killed 100 night ghosts. It was only possible to get all this glory, decapitating 100 ghosts at once. This battle record. It is not for him to be disrespectful. He wouldn't dare to be disrespectful. No need, just send me the location, I'll be able to get there around 7. Jiang Chu refused Xian's kind offer. After all, he was a 70-something-year-old man anyhow. It's not enough of a hassle to have him make a run for it and be on a dead-end road. Good. Then I'll trouble Master Jiang. Shi Yan nodded immediately. Hanging up, he posted a location on the app. Jiang Chu looked away. It's a place called Lakewood Commons. It is at the southern end of the north of the river. That's also where the rich people of Zhongbei gather. A lot of luxury villas, estates are situated there. It's like the place where Lin Wei's mom and dad live is in that same spot. 3 sessions later, Jiang Chu was released from school. Since it's Friday, the popularity of the entire college town neighborhood is also skyrocketing. Couples in 2s and 3s, weaving through the streets. Every now and then, they even exchanged spit with each other. Looking at Jiang Chu was very uptight. Wanted to give them all a poke. Took a cab at the intersection. He went straight to the Lakewood Commons. To the place. Jiang Chu is also considered to have seen a lot of the world, like the villa where Lin Wei himself lived before, and Dawn Frost her aunt's nursing home. But still, he was shocked a bit by the Xie family's bravado. Because this place in front of us covers at least a dozen square kilometers. It's all the so-called Lake Center Mansion. And it had a sign on it. Private residence, no traffic ahead. Jiang Chu got out of the cab. Just before the gate of the public house was seen, there were already a number of figures standing. There are bodyguards and disciples of the Xie family. And in the middle of them sat an old man with a tiger's head cane. 7th uncle, what kind of person has come this time? What a big stance to make you wait here. With your Jianghu status, even if someone comes from the Yellow Springs Bureau, they can't make you treat them like this. Besides Xian, a middle-aged man with glasses said somewhat curtly. He was dressed in an extremely expensive suit, like the big man. That's right, 7th uncle, we'll just wait here, don't get wind cold in your old age. The other slatternly man also spoke. Xian heard these words. A frown. What do you know? Shut up. His voice was not loud, but it was a sound. The man in the suit and the other man who opened his mouth were all silenced instantly. I don't care how much face you have outside, but whoever comes here today, if they dare to offend half the time, Shouchi my family law will serve them. Family law? Hearing this, everyone's face changed. Hurriedly, he straightened up. Yes. Yo, old man, disciplining your grandson? Jiang Chu happened to see this scene and couldn't help but be amused. The family rules seem quite strict, worthy of being a family that can stand for less than a few decades. Chapter 72, Heavy Karma, Jiang Chu, calling dad. The female corpse in the middle of the coffin. As soon as he made a sound, he also instantly caught the attention of the Xie family. Everyone's eyes all looked toward Jiang Chu. After seeing how young Jiang Chu was, they were first stunned and just about to kick people out. He saw Xian, who had been sitting steadily, stand up with a pang. The originally lowered face also turned cloudy in an instant. Leaning on the tiger's head crutch in his hand, he took 2 quick steps towards Jiang Chu. He bowed his hand before asking, "You are Master Jiang?" Jiang Chu sniffled, quite a heavy earthy odor. He nodded, "Thank you master for your politeness." Xian's face was overjoyed when he heard this. I heard before that Master Jiang's voice shouldn't be very old, but I didn't expect to be so young. You are still young and talented, master. He didn't look down on Jiang Chu in the slightest because of his young age. The certification of the Yellow Springs Bureau says it all. And the more Jiang Chu was able to possess such terrifying strength at such an early age, the more hopeful he was that he would be able to settle things in their family. Fallacious. Let's go in first. Xian also nodded, Master Jiang, please. With that he walked over to what looked like a tour bus. Opening the car door, he invited Jiang Chu in. The corners of Jiang Chu's mouth twitched. Hell, the average person is able to walk a few steps from their home and stroll around. It's amazing that this old boy's home requires a car ride. He wasn't polite either. Get in the car. The tour bus starts. Entering into the middle of this lake center public house, the whole public house is not quite a lot, all of them are one single villa. These villas still have onyx hanging in front of their doors. Looks like more than 1 or 2 people died in the Xie family. The car traveled for a good 10 minutes before stopping at a huge compound in the very center. This is where Xian lives. Just get off. Jiang Chu's eyebrows just lightly raised. What a heavy aura. To the common eye, this compound is plain and unimpressive. However, in the middle of Jiang Chu's eyes, it had been completely shrouded by a layer of terrifying black gas. And there wasn't just one black gas. Instead, it's two courses. Just explain. In the case of the Xie family, there were at least two ferocious creatures present. Master Xie Qi, who was next to Jiang Chu, naturally heard Jiang Chu's words. His mind stuttered. Nervously, he looked at Jiang Chu. Master Jiang, can you solve this matter of our Xie family? Jiang Chu smiled faintly. Don't worry, everything is with me, go inside. Of the group, only 5 people followed Xian into the compound. Everyone else waited outside the door. Through a porch court, Jiang Chu was introduced and seated in the main hall of the compound. Immediately after sitting down, tea was served. And Jiang Chu also got right to the point. Master Xie, to make a long story short, tell me everything that happened in your home. Hearing Jiang Chu's question, the smile on the face of Master Xie Qi, who had originally been compensating for the smile, slowly disappeared. He let out a long sigh, full of remorse. I'm to blame for this. It's all because I lost too much in virtue in my early years that my grandson has suffered such retribution. Xiaolaoqi looked at Jiang Chu, somewhat ashamed. Master Jiang, you should also be aware of some of my Xie family's early experiences. Jiang Chu sipped his tea and nodded his head to signal Xian to continue. All the woes of our family start with that blood Teiyu Kai. That piece of blood Teiyu, I found it by chance from the middle of an ancient tomb 40 years ago. Because of my family, I've known all kinds of history books since I was young, and I'm barely a half expert in this area. Xiaolaoqi's words were humble. After all, his family's ancestors had robbed tombs. In terms of the ability to recognize the age of an ancient tomb, even if a real expert came, he would definitely not be able to match him. But even with my eyesight, I can't tell what age that graveyard is, and the whole pattern of the graveyard is very strange. In the ancient tomb, there's only one woman buried in the tomb. The woman was lying in a crystal coffin. Even after being buried in the ground for who knows how long, it's still lifelike. And the blood Taiyu is the woman's burial object. I've seen some scenes, but I've never encountered such an appalling graveyard. I knew that this place was definitely not something I could mess with. So immediately, I exited that ancient tomb and restored everything. Originally I thought things would end here, but I realized that my retribution has just begun. My Xie family has never been prosperous, and by the time I'm here it's already 3 generations of a single lineage, and I also only have one son. When Xiaolaoqi said this, the whole person also had more twilight, and there was no longer any aura on his body, becoming just like many old people. He clenched his fists and sped up his speech a bit. Doesn't seem to want to remember these things. My youngest child, in his 20th year suddenly died for no reason, while at that time my daughter-in-law, already pregnant, but this thing for her also a big blow. She gave birth to the eldest grandson of my Xie family when she was 7 months old, and she also died on the operating table. I named my grandson Xie Peng. I just need him to be peaceful in this life. However, everything went against my wishes. Because of the premature birth, my grandson has been weak and sickly since his birth, and when he was a full month old, he was also found to have a congenital lack of sanity. Jiang Chu. It's indeed bad enough that it's not retarded. It hit me so hard that I went almost crazy all those years, begging all the major hospitals with my grandchildren, but to no avail. Until my grandson was 3 years old, I suddenly met a strange man who traveled the world. That strange man told me that there was a strange thing in the world, and if I found it and gave it to my grandson to eat, not only would it restore his intelligence, it will even prolong his life and make him live a long life. I took out 1,000 taels of gold right then and there and begged that strange man to tell me what that strange thing really was. It was only after my prayers that he said a name, Teo. The next thing, Master Jiang, you should have heard about it. I went back to that ancient tomb, took out that blood Teiyu, and gave it to my grandson, saying to the public that I was asking for it at a high price. And my grandson did regain his sanity because of that blood Teiyukai and grew up to 20 years old in peace. That's the same year I saw that weirdo again. As soon as that weirdo saw my grandson, he just gasped and said that my grandson hadn't moved anything he shouldn't have. I rushed to tell you everything that happened, all of it. That strange man only sighed and told me that even though my grandson had obtained the Tai Sui, he had also formed a heavenly karma, and that in less than 3 years, everyone in my Xie family, including my grandson, would surely die. The only way to dissolve this karma is for my grandson. Marry the female corpse in that ancient tomb. There may still be a chance of survival. Chapter 73 Dark Abyss General Head. In the living territory ahead, 10,000 ghosts retreated. I didn't dare to be negligent, and personally picked the auspicious day of the zodiac to dig up that woman's corpse, so that my grandson could marry her, and then, it resulted in such a tragic situation. I tried to find that strange man, and it turned out that he turned out to be the female corpse in the middle of that ancient tomb. All of this, because I opened her tomb back then, she wanted my entire Xie family to be buried with her. Now our Xie clan members have already died dozens of deaths in these few short days. Listen to all of this. Jiang Chu was also stunned. Just because of a visit to her grave, the whole family has to be buried with her. That's bossy enough. Jiang Chu felt that things shouldn't be so simple. Where was the accident? Jiang Chu inquired. It's in Xiejia town, 50 kilometers outside of Jiangbei city. That's also where my Xie family's ancestors lived. My grandson's marriage is also taking place in the middle of the ancestral home. Jiang Chu immediately got up. Don't delay, take me there, I want to see what tricks she can play. The Xie family's caravan drove out of the Lakewood mansion in great numbers. Jiang Chu also knew from Master Xie Chi's mouth. These people were running around the country on weekdays, busy with the Xie family's industries. It was also because something like this had happened to the Xie family nowadays that he had rushed back. The convoy drove out of Jiangbei city. The neon light was getting farther and farther away from the crowd. The road ahead was nothing but vast darkness. I don't know if it's psychological or not. Jiang Chu even felt that as he moved away from the city. Even the temperature in the air dropped a lot. The Red Moon recovery didn't have a big impact on life among the big cities. But Jiang Chu knew from the Yellow Springs app that the further away from the city, the more terrifying the bizarre revival would be. For within the city, a large number of living people had gathered. Living people belong to the young thousands of ordinary people coalesced together, generating a vast yang qi that is enough to quell most of the ghosts and spirits. It also creates a natural deterrent. Inform other species, whether ghosts or demons, that this is the territory of the living. The convoy traveled for an hour. At 9 o'clock in the evening, the town of She could already be seen from a distance. This used to actually be a larger village. It was only after the Xie family had made a complete fortune that the town gradually formed. The town wasn't too big, only 1,000 families. Half of them have the surname Xie. The main road into town. Through the dim streetlights, Jiang Chu saw that most of the homes in this entire town were draped in white silk. At a glance, like entering a ghost. To this, Jiang Chu was more than able to feel the yin qi rushing through this place. And the source of this yin qi, it's not far inside the town in that direction. Crunch. The sound of brakes rattling. Car, stop. The moon is high in the sky. Inside the girls' dormitory at the College of Fine Arts. Everywhere there were young, shapely teenage girls making their way through the corridors. 314 dormitory balcony. Zhuge Ling finished her shower and leaned against the edge of the balcony. Ding 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 ding. Her cell phone rang suddenly. Zhuge Ling looked at the caller ID of his cell phone. The whole face burst with joy. Can't wait to click answer. Hey, Grandpa, is it you who has speculated what exactly the great evil of tomorrow's mass grave mountain is? On the other end of the phone, an old voice rang out. It has been deduced. But then the old man's tone became extraordinarily grave. Linger, the identity of that great evil on massive burial mountain. It's somewhat beyond imagination. It's no longer something you can participate in, so inform that girl meowing and quit. The words came out. The smile on Zhuge Ling's face froze. Grandpa, what the hell is that thing? A few short minutes later, Zhuge Ling hung up the phone. The expression on his face was also unprecedentedly grave. She seemed to be a little hesitant. But after thinking about it, he dialed Chen Miui's number. Jiangbei. Crescent Mansion. Rooftop. Two figures stood. Wu Ma is dead? Daoist Xuanji frowned as he looked toward monk Pureheart, who was not far away. Pureheart recited a Buddha's name. A slight nod. The manor house where he was located was moved to the ground by the Yellow Springs Bureau the day before yesterday. I can't find his location even with my heart pass, so it's 80% dead. Daoist Xuanji snorted coldly. This punk. Tell him to be more stealthy on weekdays. All the way into the middle of the city and still dares to go on a killing spree. It's not worth it for him to die, but this mass burial mountain is about to open. Pureheart smiled faintly. Amitba Buddha, there's no harm in it, even without him. It's just a matter of being more careful. With the means of Taoist master and little monk, as long as they don't encounter that great evil head-on, there's still a decent amount of certainty. For the sake of the chance there, a little danger is nothing, not to mention the fact that the shogun, he's about to arrive, and this chance is related to his grand plan. There must not be any mistakes. When Xuanji heard this, his entire complexion changed again and again, as if he had deep scorn and fear for this mentioned general's head. He nodded slowly. In that case, let's meet tomorrow at the Mountain of Mass Graves. Ding! The host triggers the system mission. Red and white crash breaks. Upon completion of the mission, you will receive a reward. 60 years of corpse chi, 5,000 corpse chi points. Inside the town of Xiejia, Jiang Chu got down from Xiaolaoqi's car. Inside his head, the voice of the system mission appeared. A trace of a satisfied smile appeared on Jiang Chu's face. 60 years of corpse breath. It could be said to be the most corpse chi rewards he had received since his mission these days. This wave is enough to make him break through the flying stiff completely. Cool. It's energizing to work. He withdrew his mind and glanced towards the front, where the road ahead was filled with a terrifying layer of gloomy mist. The yin qi was churning, and there seemed to be quite a few ghosts and spirits lurking in it. And on the outskirts of this mist, a number of people have already gathered. All of them are Shei's own family. Seeing Xian, a few of these people immediately walked quickly and saluted Xian, and muttered something in Xian's ear to report. Xian's complexion, too, became ugly with it. Wait until the debriefing is over. It was only then that Xian rejoined Jiang Chu. Jiang Chu glanced at him. Is something wrong? Xian nodded vigorously and didn't dare to hide it in the slightest. Yes, Master Jiang, just an hour ago, the ancestral mansion's shrine suddenly rose up in a fog. That mist spread from the ancestral mansion all the way here. Thanks to someone realizing it early, most of them escaped. But there are other homes that were covered in fog when they were discovered. Now they are still alive or dead. Jiang Chu raised an eyebrow. Making such a big commotion, it seems that thing, indeed, is going to drive your family to extinction. Xian was also finally a bit scared as he bowed towards Jiang Chu. Master Jiang, everything depends on you. Chapter 74, 60 Years of Corpse Chi, 5th Order Flying Rigid. Soldiers borrowed the road, and 100 ghosts walked at night. Jiang Chu waved his hand. How far is this place from your ancestral home? About a kilometer to go. Alright, you find 2 people and show me the way. I'm going to the ancestral home to meet this thing. Hearing Jiang Chu's words, Xian didn't hesitate and immediately called 4 or 5 people, then turned to Jiang Chu. Master, I would like to go in and walk around myself. Jiang Chu nodded indifferently. Okay. After saying that, he stepped into the layer of shadowy mist with 1 foot. In just a few short steps, the temperature plummeted quite a bit. It means that the Yin energy is very strong here. Jiang Chu was indifferent, but Xia Laoqi and the few Xia family disciples all shivered. But Xia's family came from grave robbing in the end. The guts are far more than the average person by quite a bit. Plus, with Jiang Chu around, they were considered to have a backbone. Master Jiang, this way. Xian pointed out a road in the middle of the town and led Jiang Chu right towards the place of the ancestral house. Shay is just town though. But this was the face of the Xia family, so the entire town was built quite lavishly. A number of valuable old trees have been planted on both sides of the road. Snap snap. The air was as quiet as a pin, with only the sound of a few footsteps. The gazes of the Xia clan's crowd all looked around in death. With some fear. After all, not too long ago, they had seen this place surrounded by Yin Qi with their own eyes. This kind of supernatural phenomenon is no longer something that ordinary people like them can fight against. We're so dead. At the end of the road where it bends, suddenly a voice reached everyone's ears. The voice was ghostly and grumbling, and carried an indescribable ferocity. Hearing the crowd for a split second, the cold hairs were standing on end. Goosebumps on his back. Even Xian's eyes widened a bit in a flash. The crowd looked toward the end of that road. Just saw that at that intersection, there were 2 more figures at some unknown time. A man and a woman, both old enough. These 2 were crouching in the middle of the road. Beside them, there was a fire pit. An eerie green ghost fire burned inside the fire pit. And in that flame, there was a portrait. The people depicted in that portrait. It's exactly what's left of them. They are the 3rd uncle and his wife. But the time before, the 2 of them, didn't they die? The moment they saw these 2 old men, those clansmen of the Xia clan had already recognized their identities. Swish! The 2 old men seemed to have heard their conversation as well. The whole I still looked over. In the moment of seeing them, a wry grin appeared on both of their faces then. Their eyes skimmed over the ordinary Xia clan disciples and landed on Xian. Xian! We died a horrible death. Come down and stay with us. The hushed words rang in his ears. Xian's entire body was out of control almost instantly. Stepping right toward the old couple. The others almost had their souls scared out of their wits when they saw this. Naturally, it is also clear that Xian. This is an encounter with the legendary ghost covering his eyes. The sound of ghosts crying is most capable of affecting the human mind. Master Jiang. They hurriedly looked in Jiang Chu's direction, to ask for help towards him. However, they had only just opened their mouths when they froze. It was then that they saw that where Jiang Chu was, it was already empty. There was only the darkness of the road amongst the figures flashing by quickly. Almost in a flash, he was in front of the old couple. Old man, after such a tragic death, you still go out at night to scare people? Come, I have a treasure here for you to see. Having said that, Jiang Chu's hand didn't know when, but a sledgehammer made of white bones had appeared. Above the head of the hammer, a ghostly light flickered. It smashed down towards those 2 old ghosts. The ghost couple was in shock. You call this a baby? None of them had any reaction. Bump! The ground let out a loud tremor as the stiff king hammer smashed down. Even the firebowl plus the 2 old ghosts all exploded. Letting out a mournful scream, he disappeared. Host kills grievous ghost *2, gaining plus 300 corpse chi points. In the middle of Jiang Chu's mind, the system's beep sounded. Only 300 corpse gas? Garbage. And with the death of the 2 old ghosts, Xian shuddered. And the feet finally stopped moving up. The top of his head was covered in sweat at the moment, even though his body was out of control just now. But the consciousness is still there. Naturally, he knew what had just happened. He hurriedly thanked towards Jiang Chu. Thank you, Master Jiang. Jiang Chu waved his hand indifferently. Don't be polite, I'm helping ghosts for fun, I should. Xian opened his mouth, but looked at Jiang Chu's hand, the sledgehammer made of white bone. The connection of the hammer handle, still glowing with an ethereal light, seemed like a piece of human spine. The corner of his mouth twitched. It's true that he's a master. Even the weapons are different from those of ordinary people. At the same time, though, his heart was a little more settled. A single hammer was able to kill 2 sneaks, although he didn't know how strong those 2 ghostly creatures were. But it was enough to show Jiang Chu's strength. Let's keep going, old man. Jiang Chu didn't have time to delay and finish his mission early. He still had to go back to make a breakthrough. Shi Yan hurriedly nodded his head. Good. Except for the 2 sneaks we encountered at the beginning. The rest of the journey was surprisingly smooth. Not a single ghostly creature was encountered for 10 minutes. This caused Jiang Chu to be surprised for a moment. You should know that the yin qi within this yin fog is heavy and scary, and the number of deaths within the cage is not insignificant. But today, surprisingly, there are no other spooks. Not a good sign. The only explanation that these ghosts are gathering. Bam! On the verge of approaching the Xia family's ancestral home, the road ahead finally resounded with the sound of panicked footsteps. Someone. At the sound of that voice, the crowd's heartbeat was once again in their throats. Because in a place like this, the stuff you run into, the odds are it's not even alive. No. Jiang Chu, however, suddenly shook his head. Just before the crowd could speak again, a silhouette had rushed toward them in a lumbering manner from afar. Above his neck, a yellow talisman was emitting light, wrapped around his body. It was also because of this talisman. It was only then that he was able to break out of the shroud of this yin qi. At the moment, however, he was being chased by 3 or 4 other things clad in tattered armor. These things also have guns and spears in their hands. Undertaker. These are our yin soldiers. Undertaker Isle. 100 Ghosts Walk at Night. Chapter 75, Marrying a Big Mourner on a Big Day. This female corpse is going against the sun. This is among the records. The most direct description of the Undertaker. Because the Undertaker never appears alone. Once they show up, it's in packs. One of Xian's old faces had almost turned a reddish-purple color. He grew up as a grave robber, so how could he not know the meaning of yin soldiers? It's a nightmare for the living when the Undertaker passes through. Even in the canonical books, this was something among the legends. But he never expected. Today, he would be at his ancestral home, meeting the rumored presence. It's getting interesting. Jiang Chu naturally knew this. A small smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Master Jiang. I'm really sorry, I didn't expect the yin soldiers to appear here either. You can leave first. Let's go out and we'll talk about it in the long run. After Xian reacted, he hurriedly spoke to Jiang Chu. However, he froze after seeing Jiang Chu's expression. Because not only did Jiang Chu not have any panic, instead, he was also vaguely excited. What the hell? Jiang Chu was indeed excited. For others, the appearance of the shadowy soldiers that is almost a certain death. But Jiang Chu won't die at all. He's scared less. And hordes of shady soldiers, isn't that just good necrotic sustenance? He himself is in dire need of corpse chi points nowadays. The Corpse 5 Thunder Orthodoxy's divine ability could still be stuck at level 1, not even level 2. If they were all slaughtered, not only can strength increase greatly, in the future, you can add another piece of the puzzle to your own background picture. He licked his lips. In the long run? Just a bunch of trash, think long and hard. Jiang Chu's entire body flashed. The figure instantly disappeared in place, waiting to show up in. The stiff king hammer in his hand was already swinging. Turn the river. The power of the overwhelming sea surged above the hammer body. Layer upon layer of waves rolled over, energized by Jiang Chu's corpse chi, instantly covering all those yin soldiers. Those yin soldiers didn't react until this moment. However, after feeling the aura on the stiff king hammer, one by one, their faces suddenly changed drastically. Bump! The stiff king's hammer hits the ground. Those yin soldiers instantly burst into pieces. Host kills yin soldier *4, gaining plus 1,200 corpse chi points. A system voice sounded in the middle of Jiang Chu's mind. A wave is a 4-figure corpse point. Cool. And beside him, the silhouette that was being chased by the yin soldiers and frantically fleeing, as well as Xian and the others, their eyes almost glazed over. A hammer. Another hammer. Is this really the legendary yin warrior? Thanks Tatsunan. And at the moment, Xian also recognized the identity of the figure that fled out. The man also came back to his senses from the shock he had just experienced after hearing Xian's words. Master of the house. His face showed ecstasy and some celebration of the aftermath. An ordinary person, experiencing such things as being chased by yin soldiers, probably wouldn't even dream of doing that. Now suddenly seeing a familiar face, he couldn't care less. Hurriedly, he ran to Xian. Xia Chennan? You escaped from inside? Xian inquired. Only then did the middle-aged man named Xia Chennan nod vigorously. There was some horror in his eyes. Master of the house. Ancestral mansion. The ancestral mansion cannot be visited. Let's run away. It's full of ghosts. Jiang Chu also walked over at this moment. Xian glanced at Jiang Chu, who signaled him to continue his inquiry. Only then did Xian's throat move and he spoke hoarsely. Aside from that, what else? Why are those ghosts gathering at the ancestral home? I don't know, I was sleeping well at home, but suddenly I felt my body standing up uncontrollably. And then I walked from my home to inside the ancestral mansion. Luckily, I had this yellow talisman around my neck that I had begged from Ma Shan, and it was what got me out of control. Being too scared, I ran out when those stern ghosts weren't looking. However, I vaguely saw at the end. Young master. He was wearing a big red wedding robe. It seemed that he was going to welcome his bride. Grandson. Welcome the bride. Xian's pupils finally began to contract, and even his heartbeat sped up a bit. Guru. He somewhat wanted to say something, but didn't know how. Jiang Chu nodded. I see what you mean, alright, the front is out of bounds for you people. I'll go see for myself, but Master Xia, your grandson is dead. You should not report too many illusions. Jiang Chu said this, feeling that his words were a bit cruel to an old man. He thought for a moment reassuringly. Don't worry, I'll try to leave your grandson's body intact while I solve the psychic. Xian knew it too. Jiang Chu was already giving himself a lot of face. After all, those ghostly creatures just now, under his hammer, but they were in one piece in the east and one piece in the west, and they couldn't even be put together. Then all is in your hands, master. Without Xian, a couple of ordinary people. Jiang Chu's speed had increased quite a bit. It's almost just a couple dozen seconds of work. He then already had a glimpse of a huge mansion standing in the middle of the gloomy mist. On the plaque of the mansion, the word Xia was written in a dragon-flying script. No need to guess. This is the Xia family's ancestral home. Within the Xia family's ancestral mansion at this moment, there was no imagined dead silence. Instead, it's all lights and colors. Big red lanterns, hanging all over the mansion. In front of that door, Jiang Chu saw from afar, a young man with a few similarities to Xian's eyebrows, sitting on top of a white horse. He was wearing a wedding robe and appeared to be about to welcome his bride. And, inside his body, Jiang Chu felt nothing but a terrifying yin qi. Surprisingly, I also detected a surge of anger. Alive! Jiang Chu's eyes all contracted slightly. Apparently even he didn't expect it. Xia Ping was surprisingly still alive. In soldiers guarding the road, red and white crashing into the fury? Jiang Chu after seeing this scene. Immediately, he thought of the case file he had seen earlier. He originally thought it was just this Xian's grandson who died on the big day. It's only when a happy event turns into a funeral that you get this kind of punchy feng shui. But after seeing Xia Ping alive, Jiang Chu realized that he was mistaken before. This place is literally evolving this feng shui bureau out of existence. Red and white are extremes, marrying those in great mourning on a day of great joy. This thing is trying to return to the sun against the sky. But then Jiang Chu grinned. But count yourself unlucky to have run into me. Serves you right for this. I'd like to see if the realistic version of the feng shui pattern evolution can hurt me or not. Start the sedan chair. Welcome to. Just then, the welcoming party at the front, too, had finally made a move. With that shrill voice, the big red sedan chair in the center of that procession was raised. Everyone had a wry smile on their faces. Neat and tidy, it seemed as if it had been set up like a machine. And Xia Ping, who was wearing a happy robe, pulled the white horse at his hip, toward the back of the ancestral home. The sham shook the sky. This weird as hell procession moved slowly. Chapter 76, where this palace is, all laws are inviolable. Lei Fa. Northern Realm Tsangtun. Big chapter. Master of the house. Listen. There's the sound of a swana. Xian and the others who had already arrived at the periphery of the yin qi also stopped in their tracks at this moment. In unison, they looked into the depths of the netherworld. But the road from whence it came was no longer visible. Foggy. There was vocal music in the midst of the partial fog. Creepy as hell. Cheyenne sighed. It should be the welcoming party moving. I don't know if Master Jiang can solve my Xia family's crisis. He was silent for a moment. Let's leave here first. If Master Jiang is in danger, we'll just resign ourselves to our fate. The procession to welcome the bride was not traveling very fast. Forward for 10 minutes or so. It was only then that he completely left the confines of the Xia family's ancestral home. It was lost within a dense forest. Also almost at the same time, above that welcoming procession, a red light like blood seemed to float up. The scarlet curtain of light spread, and in the depths of this dense forest, another sham sounded. It was a sadder sound to the bone than the sham of the welcoming party. Likewise, in the direction of that voice, there was also a ghastly white glow that took to the air. The light was that extreme white, and layers of paper money spilled from within that white light. A group of people appeared within the light. Only this group of people, all wearing white robes and white hats. More than the smiling faces of those in the welcoming party, they had sad eyes. In the center of their group, a huge crystal coffin was carried out. These two extreme rays of light, after appearing, no party dodged. Instead, they slowly began to meet and collide. Red and white hit the brakes. It's starting. Rumble. The sky, which was still considered calm, violently began to wind up. The surrounding In-chi was also rioting. Jiangchu couldn't help but stretch out as he looked at the scene that appeared above the sky. There's quite a bit of movement. It's time for my hunting moment. His circumference. The corpse erupted. The corpse spirit that had been upgraded to the intermediate level was far stronger by a countless amount than it had been before. The rolling corpse fog filled out from beside him in almost an instant. Even in this land of in fury, corpse fog is also sweeping in. Within the mist, a ghostly shadow manifested and floated, weaving in and out of the mist. As it were, this is a real piece of the underworld. Jiangchu stepped. His entire body was wrapped in the corpse fog, and his figure loomed large. Almost savagely, he crashed into the place where the red and white collided. Buzz off! The red and white curtain of light between the old forest began to tremble. Almost in a flash, that procession of welcoming relatives and funerals all stopped in their tracks. In unison, they looked in Jiangchu's direction. The cold, piercing eyes seemed to pierce everything. But the moment he saw Jiangchu, all of them were stunned. Because the aura on Jiangchu's body, it was even more bizarre than them. It's also more scary. He was clearly alone. But within that fog behind him, pairs of ghostly eyes were opening. Dozens of yellow skins were lying on their backs with a greenish glow as they traveled across the ground. Not only were there these, but there were also 2 tens of meters of giant snakes swimming within the mist. After that giant snake, a god-emitting golden light gradually rose. Boom! The coffin carried within that white fury finally couldn't help but vibrate. It seemed that she also sensed the visitor. In the crystal coffin, a woman's ghostly voice resounded, carrying supreme majesty. Who is the visitor? Dare to trespass on this palace's territory? Jiangchu's pair of eyes. It had also landed on top of that coffin. He grinned. Red and white collide with the fury, and return to the sun against the sky. Not a bad idea, but you killed so many people. You can't take this karma. The words came out. The crystal coffin shuddered violently. The voice inside the coffin also became piercingly cold. Karma. Where this palace is, all karma should retreat. You're an inhuman, a corpse, a ghost and a saint. You also dare to meddle in the affairs of this palace. What a thing again. Her words were harsh, but she was able to read them. She was scornful of Jiangchu. Jiangchu poofed and was happy. He didn't back down in the slightest. Just keep moving forward. What am I? I'm your reward. You won't survive with me here today. The words fell. That coffin once again erupted with a terrifying aura. It seemed to be thoroughly enraged by Jiangchu as well. You seek death. No one can stop this palace. Kill him. This palace will use his head to celebrate my return to Earth. Yes. As the woman's voice fell, the In soldiers escorting the sedan chair and carrying the coffin all responded. One time, a terrifying In-chi was bursting from all the In soldiers. They are armored and armed with spears. 10 people in a group, killing towards Jiangchu. Compared to the ordinary stern ghosts, the strength of these In soldiers was obviously much more terrifying. Even the spears and armor in their hands were In weapons. Their strength was extremely strong at their level, and they even knew some battle formations. This squad of 10 was enough to stall a 4th-ranked great cultivator. But it was not enough to resist Jiangchu. Jiangchu's stiff king hammer was raised in his hand. The corpse fog also enveloped all the In soldiers in a flash. His figure flickered. At the foremost row of those shadowy soldiers, it was a hammer down. Jiangchu was also considered to be on fire. Jailbreak. Stiff king hammer's skill is activated. Terrifying visions emerged from the head of the hammer. Boom! The bone hammer smashed down. The ground was directly smashed out of a huge pit of more than 10 meters. There were 6 or 7 In soldiers inside the giant pit, not even crumbs left. Host kills In soldier *7, gaining plus 2,400 corpse chi points. Within Jiangchu's mind, a familiar system voice rang out. Jiangchu, however, ignored it. He lifted the bone hammer and threw it again in the other direction. Zira. The hammerhead bone chain rippled up and transformed into a single spike, carrying a terrifying corpse chi as it swept across. At that instant, the 10 remaining In soldiers of that first group were all cut and chopped off by Jiangchu. But more shady soldiers were already gathering not far away. A defense array was laid out, blocking Jiangchu's path. Rumble. The red and white fury in the sky erupted into thunder. Jiangchu raised his eyes. Just see halfway up. Instead of disappearing, the scene of red and white crashing into the fury intensified. Obviously, the female corpse in the middle of that coffin is going to be a forceful punch. In the procession to welcome the bride, the groom Xiaping is still moving forward. And that coffin goes on. I told you wouldn't make it today. Jiangchu's eyes also became icy cold. Detain the spirit and dispatch the general. An inexplicable aura rose around him. Towards those In soldiers it was pressed. At the same time, in the center of his palm, a black water began to pulsate. Not only that, there were large strands of black water spreading above his entire body. Almost instantly it covered towards the surroundings. Cold, dampness was bursting through. Wherever the black water passes, everything around them was flooded. Those In soldiers also seemed to have sensed the danger of this black water. One by one, they released the power within their bodies and their spears shot out, wanting to break these black waters. However, they are then horrified. The spears in their hands, the moment they touched those black waters, the spearhead was then already dissolved by that black water. Soundless. And those black waters are still like maggots attached to the bones. Following the spear, it spread towards them. The frightening soldiers who had struck out hurriedly threw away the weapons in their hands, trying to back up and dodge. Jiang Chu's face was permeated with a murderous intent. Trying to run? In 5 Thunder Technique, North Realm Tsantan. Jiang Chu slammed his palm toward the black water. The direct skill of In 5 Thunders was turned on. Boom! Almost instantly, the In 5 Thunders directly exploded, enveloping everything within nearly dozens of meters of the netherworld. Those shrouded In soldiers froze in place almost instantly. Even the expression on his face didn't change at all. The whole world seemed to stand still at that moment. Only the light of the In 5 Thunders was still flickering. Explode! Jiang Chu snapped his fingers. Bump! All the In soldiers covered in black water were all under the sound. Straight up bursts. Within dozens of meters, everything was emptied as if they were cutting wheat. Post kills In soldier *34, gaining plus 8,800 corpse chi points. A system tone appeared. 8,800 necrotic points. Surprise surfaced on Jiang Chu's entire face. A wave nearly broke 10,000. In terms of group attacks, it was true that the In 5 Thunder method was still powerful. He looked to his system panel. Name Jiang Chu. Identity, Purple Robe Stiff King, Unique. Zombie level, 4th Order Hairy Stiff. Degree of evolution, 94%. Treasure, Corpse * Purple Robe, Corpse * 5 Emperor's Money Cover, Stiff King's Prison Hammer. Essential aptitude, Stiff King's Ascension, 1st level, Corpse Spirit, Intermediate level. Corpse Technique, Corpse Control Technique, LV. 3 minor, Corpse * containing Spirit Dispatch, LV. 3 minor, Corpse * Pseudo Turnover, LV. 3, Corpse * 5 Thunders Positive Technique, LV. 1. 5. Corpse Chi Points, 20,400, can be purchased from the system mall. Without realizing it, the Corpse Chi Points had once again broken through the 20,000 mark. Jiang Chu dropped his eyes onto the bodies of the last remaining In soldiers. Those ghostly creatures that were originally fearless of death, one by one, were also shocked to the extreme. Fearfully, he looked toward Jiang Chu. Terrible. It's just horrible. They didn't know what exactly that black water was, but it was able to silently harvest so many of their lives in a single moment. Simply appalling. But Jiang Chu was clearly not likely to let them go. With the Stiff King hammer sweeping out again, the last few In soldiers that blocked the way had also all been killed. Chapter 77 Purple Robe True Body Manifestation. This seed is the head of 10,000 corpses. Red and white reseed. Rumble. Red and white punch the ground. That terrifying layer of red and white light was still fusing. Layers and layers of ethereal light rose to the sky. In the midst of that red and white light, the procession to welcome the bride and the funeral has been getting closer and closer. And the same power rose up in all those of them. The tones of the gongs and drums were exploding. It seems to have completely lost all sense of the periphery. Just immersed in his own world. Great spirit fusion. Jiang Chu was also able to see that at this moment, this red-white charge bureau was already at the end. As long as that sedan chair is thoroughly intertwined with the coffin, the great fury and the great G in the coffin collide. It's the moment when this female corpse reverses her fate. A cold smile surfaced on Jiang Chu's face. He held up his Stiff King's prison hammer, almost just for a split second. The corpse mist had collided with that red and white baneful aura. Jiang Chu's figure. Nature has arrived. Let's see if you can still make this game work with half of it missing. Jiang Chu swung his own Stiff King hammer with both hands. The aura belonging to the peak of the 4th rank was also completely released. Terrifying corpse chi erupted from his body. The power of the Stiff King's prison-suppressing hammer was also completely activated by Jiang Chu. Shin jail. With Jiang Chu's low voice, the corpse chi from his body rolled into the top of the sledgehammer in his hand. The Stiff King hammer emitted a terrifying buzz. Layers and layers of visions also burst forth completely. Far more than in previous times, the vision manifested itself. Jiang Chu stepped on his feet. A hammer slammed down towards Xia Ping. Xia Ping still had vitality in his body though. But Jiang Chu knew that he was actually a dead man long ago, his soul and spirit refined. It was the piece of blood Taiyukai that produced anger within him. And this body of his was also manipulated by that blood Taiyu. As for the previous promise that Xia Ping would try to leave his grandson's body intact, it's also all said is to stay as long as possible. If you can't keep it, break it a little later so that the old man can't recognize it and it's done. With Jiang Chu's strength today, even if he hadn't exploded into his Stiff King essence, the power of this hammer could definitely be said to be the limit of the 4th rank as well. Even an ordinary 5th order Spirit Sea cultivator couldn't block it. Rumble. The sound of a collision that sounded like a thunderous explosion stormed up from under Jiang Chu's sledgehammer. The terrifying power directly tore the surrounding trees of more than 10 meters into smithereens. a time of dust and smoke. However, wait until the smoke clears. Jiang Chu's eyebrows did raise. He dropped this hammer. That red and white crashing halo of light surprisingly didn't break in the slightest. Just a slight wobble. It just went completely silent. Giggle. A laugh rang out from amongst that crystal coffin. Don't waste your efforts. Little man, this palace has really underestimated your strength. However, this red and white baneful situation of this palace is created by the Earth's chi. This palace has been planning for dozens of years. It is not something you can break open. This palace is now giving you a chance. Submit to me. When this palace returns to the Yang world, at that time, I will appoint you as the head of the Great Face. What do you think? The voice carried indescribable mockery and teasing. Jiang Chu's eyes narrowed. He put away the stiff king hammer in his hand. Fatally, he opened his mouth. Submit to you? Damn, you've really been buried in a coffin for too long and your brain is broken. Do you really think that you can be saved by relying on this visionary earth chi? Then I'll let you watch. Before anyone could react, Jiang Chu's entire being then changed. Outside his frame, a purple-clad Taoist robe appeared out of thin air, draped over his body. A long way to go, the purple chi rises up into the sky. The teeth at the corners of his mouth were surging madly, and at his wrists, the emperor's money that had been hanging was transformed into a mask. Almost instantly, in the middle of everyone's eyes, the aura of a living person had disappeared from Jiang Chu's body. In its place was a terrifying figure wearing a purple-clad Taoist robe and a copper coin emperor's mask that manifested between heaven and earth. It became the only color of this heaven and earth. Even the red and white light that filled the sky before seemed to have become a companion at this moment. The female corpse in that crystal coffin naturally saw this scene. Her eyes, which had been asleep, suddenly opened. There was an unimaginable deadness and incredulity in his eyes. How is this possible? She could feel the originally raging earth veins the moment Jiang Chu manifested his true form. Just stop the flow. The entire earth's chi was drying up at a rate visible to the naked eye. It seemed to not dare to be leaking any chi at all. Jiang Chu completely ignored the female corpse's vibrations. Inside his eyes, a scarlet ferocious light flashed. There was a low shout towards the sky. Give it to me, scatter. Boom. The next instant, the purple-clothed Dao robe on Jiang Chu's body violently began to erupt with an unimaginable purple light. Within the purple gas, the twin dragons swam. Almost instantly, it just crashed hard into that red and white halo. Boom. The sky exploded with a concussion that tore at the eardrums. Those two scenes that were originally terrifying to the core. Under this vast purple light, it was directly torn apart hard. It turned into two red and white air masses, like fireworks, and exploded in the void. Transient. Silence. The entire heaven and earth were plunged into an unimaginable silence. Red and white punch. Broken. Ka-cha-ka-cha-ka-cha-ka-cha-ka-cha-ka-cha-ka-cha. Inside that red and white crashing break bureau, the figures that originally greeted the family and sent them to the funeral. As the light in the sky dissipated, above their bodies, an inch of chaffing also began to appear. Including Xie Peng, who was riding a white horse, his entire body was beginning to shatter apart. Within the cracks of his body, it was possible to vaguely see a large lump, like a sarcoma, permeating his entire body. Bump! All the shadows, at the same time, burst. Only the blood-red piece of Teiyukai, and the crystal coffin remained on the ground. The female corpse inside the coffin finally showed fear on her face. Until this moment, it was only when the power of the red and white crashing breaks ended that she felt the terrifying to the extreme corpse chi on Jiang Chu. Purple Robe Stiff King, the head of a million corpses. Before, with the shelter of the earth's energy, she was still able to open her mouth. Now, under Jiang Chu's suppression, she didn't even have the strength to speak. But Jiang Chuna didn't care so much. His feet moved. The entire body reached that crystal coffin. This crystal coffin should be an exotic treasure. Even Jiang Chu felt a warmth from this coffin. Through the coffin, he was able to see a woman wearing a green Luan robe lying inside. Jiang Chu, however, remembered that just now, this female corpse's breath was bigger than her footsteps if she had. With his temper? Can I be spoiled? Without saying a word, Jiang Chu lifted the crystal coffin lid. Lifting his hand, he fished out the woman's body. Straight up a big mouth slapped. Call. Chapter 78, Killed a Female Corpse, End of Mission. Terrifying Harvest. The female corpse stared with fearful eyes. She wanted to run. But in front of Jiang Chu, she didn't have any power of resistance. Out came the crystal coffin. The skin on the female corpse began to age at a rate visible to the naked eye. Almost just a blink of an eye. It just went from being a woman-like woman in her 30s to a crone in her 60s or 70s. Seeing this, Jiang Chu's hands then became even more energized. Before, I saw that you still have some beauty, and I thought that a couple of slaps would be enough. But now, the thought that it was this old crone who had just said that she wanted to be the head of the face? Jiang Chu just gets more and more energized the more he fights. You're a ing asshole. Bump! It was a full 10 minutes of beating. Jiang Chu was in the middle of that female corpse's screen before he completely kicked its head off. The 5 Emperors' money shield flickered. All of it turned into nutrients and was absorbed by Jiang Chu. Within the necrotic fog that enveloped him, vaguely new scenes began to emerge. A welcoming procession in red robes and a funeral procession in funeral hunting clothes were mingling with each other at an eerie pace in the midst of the mist. It made his corpse mist vision a few points more terrifying. Host kills peak 4th order ghoul *1, gaining plus 1,200 corpse chi points. In Jiang Chu's mind, the system beep also sounded. After hearing that voice, Jiang Chu's entirety was stunned. Ghouls and ghosts he knew, which were corpses that were psychic and were transformed by ghosts infesting their bodies. Not a zombie, but far more terrifying. It's just that this old den. Surprisingly, it was also the peak of the 4th rank. One must know that Jiang Chu was only at the 4th rank now, even if his strength is far from being comparable to the same level. But as a peak 4th order ghoul, he was also able to slightly compare that. But from start to finish, that thing was in his hands and didn't even dare to resist. It's just so hard and fast. It seems. It should be the purple-robed stiff king suppression. Jiang Chu thought of his introduction when he was disguised as the purple-robed stiff king, the head of a million corpses. But where the body is, in front of himself, no matter how high the rank, as long as it wasn't an outrageous gap, none of it is likely to be unbridled. It's kinda a waste of time. Turn around and see where there are a few thousands of years old zombies dug up, and it's not bad to collect a little brother. Jiang Chu muttered to himself. Put away the real body. His eyes also landed on the crystal coffin and the blood Teiyuyu. Both of these things are absolute treasures. And it's likely not just any treasure. The piece of blood taiyaki was the size of a basketball. After blowing out of Xie Ping's body, it still seems to be alive and squirming, trying to burrow underground to escape. But how could Jiang Chu give it a chance? With one palm, he grabbed the piece of blood Teiyukai. Ding! Congratulations to the host for discovering an exotic treasure, 1,000-year blood Taiyu *1 inch. The system's beep appeared. 1,000-year-old blood taiyaki? This thing, it's been alive for 1,000 years? Jiang Chu was also stunned for a moment. I didn't realize that in this world, besides zombies and ghosts, there really are things that can live 1,000 years. He couldn't wait to check up on the attributes of this blood Taiyang. 1,000-year blood Tai Sui. By the ordinary Tai Sui in the long years, sucking the blood gas transformed, ordinary people take without the help of practitioners to help refine, although it can be a long life, but will gradually lose their sanity, to become a puppet of the Tai Sui. Cultivators take, refining blood, can enhance the body, life extension of 100 years. The first time a zombie takes it, it can increase the cultivation of corpse chi by 50 years. On seeing here, Jiang Chu's eyes also lit up throughout. I'm Chow. So awesome. Whether it's on ordinary people, cultivators, or zombies, it works wonders. It not only prolongs life, but also enhances strength. It's truly worthy of being an exotic treasure among the legends. This wave made a lot of money. The value of 50 years of corpse chi alone was no less than one system quest. Jiang Chu said nothing. Directly, he put this blood Teiyuyu into his spatial ring. Raised. I'll have nothing to nibble on later to taste how it goes. Collected blood taiyaki. Jiang Chu looked at the crystal coffin again. It's a pretty good-looking coffin. If the space hadn't been slightly narrower, he would have laid himself down in it and fallen asleep. System. View attributes. Jiang Chu wasn't polite either. Look directly into this crystal coffin panel. Special corpse weapon, crystal coffin. Introduction, a coffin that can be used for high-level zombies to lie board. Not only is it beautiful in appearance, it is more comfortable to lie on. Whoever lies on it will know. Note, the host can give it to the little mother stiff, can get the little mother stiff favor plus 30, no little mother stiff can refuse a coffin made of crystal. Jiang Chu. QNMs. What a strange introduction. What do I need a ing zombie's favor? I may be a zombie, but how can I a zombie? Ugh. Jiang Chu spat and continued reading. Ability, space expansion, don't look at just one person coffin, in fact, lying in it to play a 5 black is not a problem, can accelerate the zombie to absorb the essence of heaven and earth, sun and moon, the highest acceleration of 100%, other functions have not yet been developed. That's quite a coffin. Jiang Chu couldn't even help but nod his head. This thing is so much more advanced than even his own golden casket. If he was really an ordinary zombie, he would immediately want to lie down in it now and find a place to bury it for a few hundred years. But alas, he wanted to get stronger and didn't need this at all. And when he didn't change his body, he still preferred the life of the living. The old mansion stiff or whatever, Jiang Chu still forgets about it. Put it away for now, it's all mine anyway. Jiang Chu caressed the crystal coffin. The light of the spatial ring flickered slightly. Immediately, the crystal coffin was also included in the space. Do all that. Jiang Chu swept a glance around. After determining that Xie Ping had been turned into powder absolutely indistinguishable, he picked up the stiff king hammer in a straightforward manner. Turn around and leave. The night was getting progressively darker. The weather wasn't much better at midnight. The red moon in the sky was covered by a layer of dark clouds. Inside the town of Xiejia, All of the Xie clan's disciples, without a word, gathered outside of that shadowy mist. The moment. Everyone's gazes all raised their heads and gazed daggers in the direction of the depths of the ancestral mansion. Rao Xian, the old man among the southern school who grew up among the ancient tombs. Goosebumps were rippling up all over his body at the moment as well. Deep within that ancestral home, red and white glowed, even when they were so far apart. It was also clear to see. But even these. It was also far less shocking than that last purple light that shot straight up into the sky. Under that vast purple aura, it was as if they felt the immortal gods descending. Under that power, everyone is as good as an ant. What the hell is going on in here? Xian's lips were trembling slightly. He knew what was going on in his house, and it might be troublesome, but also did not expect that it would be exaggerated to such an extent. House Master, look! Just then, a vibrating sound appeared in Xian's ears. Ancestral House. The ancestral mansion's gloomy mist. The shadowy mist has dispersed. P.S. One more chapter later, working on it. Chapter 79, Breaking Through the Flying Stiff. Let me put an end to this era of spirituality. The words came out. Everyone, including Xian, rubbed their eyes in unison. Look again at the location of the ancestral home. Sure enough, the layer of fog above the ancestral home that had always shrouded it. After that red and white glow had disappeared, it also began to slowly dissipate. The side of the street, which was only visible for a few meters, was opening up. It was barely more than a few breaths. The entirety of the town of Xiejiao was revealed. At the end of that street, a young figure could still be vaguely seen, casually coming towards them. It's Master Jiang. The moment he saw the figure, quite a few people recognized it. Xian also finally reacted after his initial daze. There was ecstasy on his face, since it was Jiang Chu who came out. Then the incident with their Xie family. Sort of a complete end to it. He walked up quickly. Master Jiang, inside. Jiang Chu nodded. It's all settled. Xie and nervously inquired, then my grandson. Jiang Chu took a look at his appearance. Patting Xian's shoulder, your grandson has long been dead, before the manifestation of just that coffin and the female corpse manipulated by the illusion. Rest assured, I have avenged your grandson. He went. It wasn't painful. Jiang Chu told a little lie. After all, the old man in front of him was a poor man despite his rather high status. At his age, all his sons and daughters-in-law and grandchildren are dead except himself. Xian's body shook violently. That's good. That's good. It was a good thing that he had come to terms with his grandson's death earlier in the day. It just calmed down for a while. Xia Ansai's directness fell to his knees at Jiang Chu. Even all the disciples of the Xie clan knelt down together. The rules of the Jianghu, saving lives, in the future, but whenever Master Jiang has any need, my Xie family will definitely go all out. Xian opened his mouth. Jiang Chu waved his hand. A ghostly light directly lifted Xian up. You're welcome, Master, since you posted your mission on the app and I took your mission, you're also considered my employer. There's no great favor. Xian shook his head. Master Jiang, despite saying so, you saved the lives of my entire Xie family after all. Saving a life is saving a life, not something that can be said about a district mission. However, tonight my Xie family is suffering from this great difficulty. Wait until these 2 days I will finish dealing with all the matters of the Xie family, and then I will definitely come to the door to pay my thanks. Jiang Chu heard this, and not in much of a way. This Xie family's old man is from the middle of the jungle. Their time was also different from today. It's not like you're losing out anyway. No hanging so-called. Talk to Xin some more. Jiang Chu didn't continue to tarry in the Xie family either. Straight into the middle of a Xie family car, toward the city north of the river. The roads were more overcast at midnight. The red moon in the sky was completely obscured by dark clouds. Only a faint scarlet glow shone on the earth. Makes the world seem eerie. It was Xin's chauffeur who drove the car. A burly man in his 40s. Listening to the previous introduction of Xian, or a special forces retired down. Ordinary people can't even get close with 5 or 6 of them. Jiang Chu sat in the passenger seat. The driver uncle handed Jiang Chu a cigarette. Soft China. $70 a pack. It could be seen that this Xie family, even as a driver, earned far more than ordinary people. For Jiang Chu, he had a respectful attitude. No way, he was an atheist before though. There is no for all the so-called demons and ghosts. But the things I've seen from the Xie family in the past few days, it's also reshaped his worldview. There were very few cars on the road at midnight. Only occasionally can you sparsely come across 1 or 2. The sky and the earth were pitch black, with only the headlights illuminating the view ahead. The two of them chatted along the way, and the time didn't pass by too slowly. Master Jiang, aren't there more and more demons and devils in this world? The driver's uncle inquired curiously. Jiang Chu took a deep breath of the cigarette in his hand. Nodded. Yes, nowadays, in this world, ghosts and spirits are rampant. When you have nothing to do, you can go to some famous mountains and temples to ask for some amulets, which are still somewhat useful. The driver uncle snapped and smiled. Those things are precious. I'm just a driver. Where can I beg for those things? I can only listen to God's fate. His words were filled with helplessness and some deep fear. Jiang Chu was also stunned for a moment when he heard this. Indeed, although the driver in front of him was a driver of the Xie family, he was not out of the realm of ordinary people after all. It's obviously hard for an ordinary person to ask for the kind of sneaky things that can be dealt with. Jiang Chu was not somewhat clear until now. Why does the Yellow Springs Bureau keep suppressing information about spirits from getting out? He knew before that, in fact, after every mission event he had undertaken, the Yellow Springs Bureau will always send specialized personnel to follow up. And the result of the follow-up process is using special means to erase the memories of some ordinary people who were at the center of the paranormal event and still survived. Only those with sufficient status, or those who have a record with the Yellow Springs Bureau, can avoid this situation. At that time, Jiang Chu was still a bit puzzled. After all, paranormal events are so serious now that it's better to block them than to let go of the information. But the driver's remark also made him realize the vast majority of this side of the world are ordinary people like drivers. In the face of the severe ghosts and demons, these ordinary people can do nothing but pray that they are lucky enough not to be able to touch them in their lifetime. There would be no other way. If the psychic is made public, I am afraid that everyone will be like this driver, who will be full of despair for the future. The best way to exterminate the haunted is to cut off the spirits completely. Jiang Chu through the car window looked to the red moon in the sky. Sooner or later, I'm going to go up there and either end this psychic era or command the entire red moon. Open the door to the room. Su-won Air is still awake. She made a big pot full of chicken soup. Have to say, after cooking for a few days in a row, Su-won Air's cooking skills are really didn't make a damn bit of progress. Look at the blackened stuff in the chicken soup. It's a good thing he's a zombie, or else Morning Biao wouldn't be able to drink it. Jiang Chu, you're back. Su-won Er looked in the direction of the gate in surprise, like a little cow waiting for her master to return. Jiang Chu smiled back. Walk over to the table and grab the chicken soup on the table. It's just tons and tons and tons of pounding. Just in time for a thirst. Drink it as cool water. Drink it all in one gulp. Su-won Er's eyes narrowed into crescent moons as she patted her great empress chest proudly. Jiang Chu, how's the flavor? Isn't it much stronger than before? I don't think my chicken soup is any worse than the one in the hotel anymore. Jiang Chu couldn't take his eyes off of it and nodded vigorously in praise. It is indeed bigger than before. Much more fragrant. Got a compliment from Jiang Chu. Su-won Er was even more satisfied. I'm off to bed then. I got 2 new sets of bath towels today. Pink for me and black for you. Remember not to use the wrong ones. Oh JBK. Send away the cows. Jiang Chu simply washed himself up. Just couldn't wait to run back to the room. Breakthrough. Break. Chapter 80 Metamorphosis. 100-fold surge in strength. Old Heavenly Master, this kid has played with the purple robe. Ding, the host has completed the system task, Red and White Crash Fury. Upon completion of the mission, you will receive a reward, 60 years of Corpse Chi, 5,000 Corpse Chi points. In the middle of Jiang Chu's mind, the system beep sounded at this moment as well, and also almost in a flash. Boom! Terrifying Corpse Chi burst out from among Jiang Chu's body. An unimaginable force was erupting. Jiang Chu hurriedly opened his eyes. A ghostly light flickered around his body. Purple Taoist robes manifested. Shield all breath in the middle of the room. And only then did he begin his mad metamorphosis. 2 sharp zombie teeth were exposed. Scarlet light also erupted among his eyes. Hairy stiff level, a normal zombie will have a layer of long hair covering its body. But Jiang Chuko didn't. Jiang Chu also felt the position of his shoulder blades at the moment, which seemed to be permeated with power. And then 2 streams of heat converged there. The bones in his entire body also metamorphosed during this evolution. Even Jiang Chu vaguely sensed that within his body, all the acupoints were being flushed open. Those meridians that only a living person could use to contain the Yuan Qi were now also internalized by the Corpse Qi. A full 10 minutes passed. Slap. Jiang Chu's circumference made a sound like an eggshell breaking. Immediately after, an unimaginably terrifying power revived right from Jiang Chu's body. The violet-clad Taoist robes and copper mask that encased his body were both bursting with ethereal light together. Lung Fu Shan. Under the clear and cold night, the entire mountain peak was reflected in coldness. Granted, but if someone were here to take a closer look at the sky, only to find out, the light of the red moon on that day seemed to be blocked by a layer of invisible power after falling into this mountain. Even the red moon, in this place, didn't seem so red. And in this mountain that sits, it was the Heavenly Master's mansion of Lung Fu Shan, which was known as the leader of Taoist sects in the world. The ancestors' hall of the Heavenly Master's palace. An old Taoist priest wearing an ordinary and even somewhat tattered Taoist robe. Being live fortune telling. It is still a female fan who interacts with him nowadays. Taoist Master, I heard that you are a famous master in the Dragon Tiger Mountain. I wonder if you are accurate in telling fortunes. The female fan's voice was whiny, and as soon as she opened her mouth, she smelled the odor of stale green tea. The old Taoist priest said in a serious manner, "It's not that I'm blowing. Looking at the hundreds of miles around Longhu Mountain, I'm ranked first, no one dares to say second. Really? Then you, Taoist master, quickly do the math for me. The old Taoist monk shook his head and smiled in a rather immortal manner. Female monks, you know, heaven's secrets cannot be divulged. His words had just finished. Childish giant sent you carnival *1. Look at the reminder above. The old Taoist's eyes snapped a little wider, his heartbeat sped up by 2 points, and his words turned abruptly. But well, the old man, I usually love to divulge some heavenly chances, seeing as I'm so destined with the female master, then I'll give you a reckoning. Saying that, he made a direct pinch. At the same time the mouth continued to make noises. Your name is Fan Jinlian, you're 29 years old, you're 6'8", you weigh 103 pounds, and your circumference is, so big. The more the female fan listened, the more shocked she became. Taoist. Your math is just too right. It's not even close. Your avatar is me in person. You quickly help me see how my luck is lately. After that another carnival was sent over. The old Tao pretended to tapped on the female fan avatar. Forget it for a while. It was only then that the old Taoist sighed. Female scholar, you haven't had much luck lately. It seems like you've been working day and night every day, and the baby's father doesn't know whose it is, so it's a calamity for you. The female fan nodded her head, more convinced than ever that she was a little scared. Master, indeed it is, or else I wouldn't have come to you to tell my fortune. I wonder if there is a way to break it. Childish giant sent you carnival *5. The old Taoist tearfully accepted the $8,000 with a slap on the thigh. Whoever made us really good together, I'll make an exception and help you one more time. This way, you take a shower later, dress cooler and private message me. I'll personally video with you to help you crack this big murder. Hanging up the connection. Lao Dao looked at the account balance in the background. Eyes were narrowed to slits. Sure enough, this is making money just that much faster. Thanks to that kid helping me apply for a live account, I should have known that I shouldn't have screwed him over so much back then. However, the old Taoist priest said this. It seemed to have suddenly sensed something. The eyes looked in one direction. Asterisk. Master Dao's purple Taoist robe. The Taoist chi on it. How come it's gone? This little. Couldn't have played with the Dao robe. Ding, the host's evolution is complete. Current level, flying stiff. In the middle of Jiang Chu's mind, the system's voice, already, sounded. Jiang Chu's eyes opened. 2 scarlet rays of light erupted. Just the breath emitted made the surrounding air seem as if it was as cold as ice. Finally, a breakthrough. Jiang Chu sat up. Look to your attribute panel. Name Jiang Chu. Identity, Purple Robe Stiff King, unique. Zombie level, 5th order flying stiffs. Degree of evolution, 8%. Treasure, corpse * purple robe, corpse * 5 Emperor's money cover, Stiff King's prison hammer. Essential aptitude, Stiff King's ascension, 1st level, corpse spirit, intermediate level. Corpse technique, corpse control technique, LV. 3 minor, corpse * containing spirit dispatch, LV. 3 minor, corpse * pseudo turnover, LV. 3, corpse * 5 thunders positive technique, LV. 1. 5. Corpse chi points, 27,700, can be purchased from the system mall. The realm successfully broke through the flying stiff level. Nowadays, Jiang Chu's strength definitely skyrocketed dozens of times more than before. He felt the strength of his physique. Now him. Even if he stood and let an ordinary 5th order great cultivator attack, it would be impossible for the other party to break through his defenses. The fleshly body of the Purple Robe Stiff King is truly terrifying. Jiang Chu slightly clenched his fist. Bump! The air exploded in his hands. Of course, the strengthening of the physical body was only the skinny on this breakthrough. Ding! Host breaks through the flying stiff, an 8 talent. Stiff King ascends the ranks for promotion, current rank, 2nd rank. In Jiang Chu's mind, the mechanical system sound reappeared. Ever since this innate talent was acquired, Jiang Chu had never had the opportunity to cast it. No way. The ghosts he had encountered, although not considered weak, were really not enough to look at in front of him. There was simply no need for this natural aptitude to be augmented. And this divine ability was also Jiang Chu's strongest innate talent to date. Just the 1st rank of Stiff King Ascension was able to make him explode with 200% of his power. Now this breakthrough. It's definitely only going to get more anticlimactic. Chapter 81 3rd talent, manipulating time and space. It's broken. I'm really going to be invincible. Jiang Chu's eyes swept over. Stiff King ascending rank, 2nd rank. Introduction, Purple Robe Stiff King's innate talent aptitude, activate the talent, the body is covered with 2 divine lines, strength increase, 300%, duration, 10 minutes, passive, the Stiff King's ascending stage talent is exerted, it can suppress all the living creatures within the surrounding 100 meters, the suppression amplitude is weakened by the strength increase. Jiang Chu's eyes were wide open. The 2nd rank Stiff King ascended the rank, and his strength was once again increased by 100%, and the duration was doubled. It's not just that, there's also an extra talent passive. When cast, it was able to suppress all living beings within 100 meters. 1 increase, 1 unconditional suppression. Against all odds. It's so anticlimactic. and it's only the second order if it's raised again. Even Jiang Chu didn't dare to imagine it. Ding, detected that the host has broken through the flying stiff, the third innate talent has awakened. Ding, detected that the host's current level is too low, the third innate talent is temporarily attached to both hands. In Jiang Chu's mind, once again, 2 beeps appeared. Ha! Jiang Chu raised an eyebrow. What the hell? Too low a level? Awakening half gone? Nima. But then he snapped and felt his back. There was a heat where the shoulder blades were. Almost just a split second. 2 streams of light exploded right behind them. Then it spread over his hands. It made his arms burn for a split second. Almost just a blink of an eye. Jiang Chu then felt his hands change in general. The left hand, though still there, seemed to have traveled through infinite time. Like it's not in the same time and space as reality. The right hand, on the other hand, extended within the void. It was as if a gentle shaking could cross the barriers of space. The host's flying stiff body has gained the blessing of an innate aptitude, allowing it to manipulate space and time. Current level of manipulation, extremely weak. The power of space and time is no longer within the control of the newly awakened you. Abilities, space mastery, extremely weak, time mastery, extremely weak. Manipulating time and space? Jiang Chu's eyes steeply widened a bit. Lean. Knowing that this third innate divine ability was a bit bullish, I didn't expect it to be this bullish. Even time and space can be mastered. No wonder the system said that his level was too low. In the face of the ability to manipulate time and space, flying stiffs were indeed a little too low. Jiang Chu's mind moved slightly. Shuttle. Swish. Jiang Chu's entire body directly disappeared in place. It wasn't a disappearance that was too fast, but rather as if Jiang Chu had seemingly never appeared. Wait until his figure manifested again. Already they came halfway across the cell beyond the room. Transient? Jiang Chu's pupils brightened, though it was said to be only tens of meters away. It doesn't look long. For a fifth-order flying stiff like him, it was just one more breath of effort. But this distance can be a direct disregard for everything in space. Doesn't it mean that there is no more defense under the sky that can limit oneself? And then he experimented with manipulation of time. The twin feathers behind him flickered once again. Jiang Chu then leapt over his shoulder and felt it. With himself as the center, everything within a 50-meter radius was slowing down. There was even a bat in the sky above, crossing over not far from him. At a range of 50 meters out, the bat speed was normal. But upon entering this 50-meter range, the bat speed suddenly decreased by 3 times. No, can't say it's 3 times slower. Rather, time in this area slowed down threefold. Only Jiang Chu was unaffected in this area. He waved. The time field disappears. The bat speed once again returned to normal. The talent is infused above the hands. One hand can be able to control time and the other manipulate space. Awesome. Jiang Chu looked at his palm with more than a little surprise on his face. I just don't know when I have to wait until I can completely awaken this talent. Manipulating time and space. There was some fire in Jiang Chu's eyes. It didn't even take a thought to realize just how terrifying such a thing as manipulating space and time could be. But he also knew it was still early for him to try to control that. Forget it. His figure flickered once more. Back on top of his coffin again. Put the real body away. Following that, he looked to the last thing he had for this breakthrough. Or a piece of vertebrae. But compared to the previous level where he himself had broken through from green stiff to gross stiff, the aura contained within this spine was countless times stronger. If this gets out, Jiang Chu can guarantee it. It definitely won't take long to be able to set off a horrific psychic cataclysm. Even if it's just a portion of the power you left behind. It's also far from being comparable to ordinary spirituality. Jiang Chu flipped his hand and took out his own stiff king hammer. Hum, hammer at the moment of appearance. There was then a humming sound, followed by the section of vertebrae that began to vibrate. Ding, the host's origin stiff king bone has been detected and can be fused. Is it fused? The system voice appears. Jiang Chu didn't hesitate in the slightest either. Fusion. As his words fell. Swish. The vertebrae directly went into the stiff king hammer. The already terrifying stiff king hammer became even more terrifying in an instant. There was a clicking vibration from above. A section of bone spikes were bursting out, and this time, there was also an underworld flame rising above these bone spikes. These meditative flames were like magma, flowing up and down the body of the hammer. Eventually it slowly converged on top of the hammerhead. Just a dozen breaths. The fusion of the stiff king's hammer is complete. The whole look has also changed drastically. The entire hammer was covered with magma-like patterns. The breath also skyrocketed. Under this hammer, Jiang Chu even felt the power of no less than the 5th rank. Stiff King's Prison Suppressing Hammer, a flying stiff-grade intrinsic corpse weapon. Incidental abilities, Xinjie +1, when activated, it can explode the Xinjie power of the Purple Robe Stiff King's Bone, which can open up the first level of the 18 layers of hell to add to the vision. Underworld Fire Blast, the inflammation of the 9 ghosts of underworld fire attached to the Stiff King's Bone has a searing effect on all targets. An extra +1 has been added to the Back of Town Prison's skill, and the first layer of Hell's Power Plus can be surfaced. Before, the prison suppression skill only caused the 18 layers of Hell to surface. Obviously the power has been boosted considerably. And there's also an additional Underfire skill, although Jiang Chu did not cast it. But just from its introduction, you can also feel the horror of this skill. It might even be stronger than the town jail. Sure enough, each of my advancements is an all-encompassing metamorphosis. Just my current strength alone is enough to kill almost all 5th-ranked existences in seconds. Even if I meet a great cultivator of the 6th rank who has built a Fate Palace, it's not like I won't be able to fight. The Fate Palace is already the pinnacle of the realm announced in today's cultivation world, though certainly not the limit. But it's definitely at the rare level at least. Able to rival this level, plus his immortal passive. Jiang Chu thought. You can be as cocky as a crab when you go out yourself from now on. Chapter 82, Drought. 1,000 miles of red earth. Swallowing the blood Taiyan, the 5 Thunderbolt Orthodoxy is proficient. Right. And the blood Taiyukai. Jiang Chu took out the blood Taiyu that he had gotten earlier right from amongst his spatial ring. This thing. It seems to have shriveled up a bit. Jiang Chu glanced at the blood Taiyang in surprise. Than when it was before. The blood Taiyukai seems to be somewhat smaller with the naked eye. Taiyu. It should be a special living substance as well, right? It's something that, as I recall, seems to have to be raised as well. Jiang Chu stroked his chin. Never mind, let's eat a piece first. Jiang Chu felt that he couldn't be too pretentious if he wanted to be his own treasure. Not dead yet, so taste the salt. A wisp of necrotic energy pooled at his fingertips. Toward the corner of the Taiyukai it was slashed. The Taiyukai curled up abruptly, like being in pain. But Jiang Chu didn't care, the pain wasn't his own anyway. He grabbed the small piece of taiyaki meat, sniffed at the tip of his nose. Nothing smells. It should be able to be eaten raw. Jiang Chu directly opened his mouth, swallowed that piece of taiyao meat straight down. He chewed twice. Not very good, not much flavor, should be popped. Jiang Chu smacked his lips to give a pertinent comment. But that was not 2 seconds after the taiyaki meat had just been swallowed. Jiang Chu then violently sensed that in the midst of that tai sui meat, it began to emit an extremely special energy. The energy seemed to be able to work directly into the depths of the body, increase one's longevity. But Jiang Chu asking for longevity didn't help, probably because he realized that energy spread crazily around Jiang Chu. Ding! Congratulations to the host for taking 1,000 years of blood Taiyang meat and gaining 50 years of corpse chi. With the sound of the system, that energy had already been transformed into corpse chi. It began to travel around Jiang Chu's body. Jiang Chu also closed his eyes and refined all the power. It refined his breath once again. Jiang Chu looked at his system panel. Name Jiang Chu. Identity, Purple Robe Stiff King, Unique. Zombie level, 5th order flying stiffs. Degree of evolution, 17%. Treasure, Corpse * Purple Robe, Corpse * 5 Emperor's Money Cover, Stiff King's Prison Hammer. Essential aptitude, Stiff King Ascension, 2nd level, Corpse Spirit, Intermediate, Time and Space Mastery, Extremely Weak. Corpse Technique, Corpse Control Technique, LV. 3 minor, Corpse * containing Spirit Dispatch, LV. 3 minor, Corpse * Pseudo Turnover, LV. 3, Corpse * 5 Thunder's Positive Technique, LV. 1. 5. Corpse Chi Points, 27,700, can be purchased from the System Mall. 50 years of Corpse Chi surprisingly just increased 9 evolution points at the level of a Flying Stiff. Jiang Chu raised his eyebrows. It seemed that to ascend from Flying Stiff once again, it would take quite a bit more than the amount of Corpse Chi needed before. But it's not surprising. After all, Flying Stiffs are at the next level up, and that's a traveling corpse. The traveling corpse is an existence that can swallow the essence of the sun and the moon, and can fly to the sky and hide in the ground. Comparable to the Ghost King amongst the night ghosts. It's enough for me now, too. Realm enhancement complete. Next, that's the necrotic point. A total of 27,000 corpse chi points were left this time plus the quest. In normal times there is no doubt that this is a considerable amount of money. However, after seeing the number of points required for the Corpse 5 Thunder's Orthodoxy, Jiang Chu was honest at that moment. Forget it, this time, let's first thoroughly master the 5 Thunder's Orthodoxy. Minor achievements will wait for next time. System. Upgrade the Yin 5 Thunder method. Jiang Chu didn't dwell on it and spoke directly. Ding, the host consumed 10,000 corpse chi points and upgraded corpse * Yin 5 Thunder successfully. Current level, proficient, next level, 20,000 corpse chi points. Jiang Chu's brain system beeps appeared. With that one sentence. Boom. In the midst of his mind, tides of familiar memories manifested. It took about 10 minutes. Jiang Chu thoroughly absorbed all of this sensation. He opened his eyes. Dirty water. A pitch-black thunderstorm violently appeared among Jiang Chu's palms. Compared to the previous stage where it was only a beginner, the proficient level in 5 Thunders were much greater, and the aura carried on it was even more terrifying. It's like seeing the abyss when you're gazing. 6 or 7 times stronger. The beginner's in 5 thunders, killing the same level is like slaughtering chickens and dogs. This proficient realm is even more invincible. No wonder the old heavenly master in his last life was a bit of whoever he saw. Jiang Chu sighed. Only after practicing the 5 thunders orthodoxy could one understand just how terrifying that old man was. With this hand of divine power, it is indeed difficult to meet an opponent without the immortal coming out. Looking at the 16,000 corpse chi points left, Jiang Chu wasn't continuing to upgrade his other corpse dharma aptitudes. Mainly because of his current strength, normal corpse laws were of little use to him. Might as well save it for upgrading the 5 thunderbolts. Before going to bed, Jiang Chu took another turn in the middle of the corpse chi mall. The items swiped in this one were all fairly moderate, none of which he could use though, so it was decisively abandoned. Cover the coffin. Sleep. The next day. Saturday. No classes, early stiffs gospel. This sleep. Jiang Chu slept until the sun came up. By the time he climbed out of the coffin, it's already 1 in the afternoon. Getting up early in the morning and opening the window puts you in a beautiful mood. Jiang Chu opened the window. The sun was strong outside, shining down on him. It made the upturned corners of Jiang Chu's mouth sink. Nappy. What an outlaw sun. Shine on a corpse of mine that's getting hot. Poorly reviewed. Ding 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 ding. Jiang Chu hasn't washed up yet. His phone was already ringing. Who's on a video call this early? Jiang Chu looked away. Zhuge Ling's. And it has hit several. Only there's no signal in the coffin. Jiang Chu smoothly clicked accept. Instantaneous. 2 exquisite pretty faces appeared right in front of Jiang Chu's eyes. Except for Zhuge Ling. There was also Chen Miaoi standing right next to her. Jiang Chu, you got up too late. It's afternoon. Zhuge Ling shattered. Jiang Chu yawned. Zhuge beauty, it's the weekend. What can I do if I don't sleep? Said a few words. Jiang Chu was a little surprised to find that Zhuge Ling and Chen Miaoi didn't look too good. What's the matter with this? Something wrong with the mass grave mountain? Jiang Chu guessed something. Hearing Jiang Chu's question, Zhuge Linkai nodded gruffly. Not bad. Yesterday, my grandfather had already projected what exactly was buried in the mountain of mass graves. That thing is a bit beyond our imagination, it's just a bit too dangerous. He told us to give up this foray into the mountains. Jiang Chu's sword brows raised lightly. What in the world is it? To be able to make even your family's old man so scornful? Zhuge Ling was silent for several seconds. Only then did he speak slowly. According to what my grandfather said, the place of the dragon vein in the mountain of mass burial. What is buried should be a freshly metamorphosed drought demon. Drought demon? The old watch. Chapter 83 Zombie Patriarch. Made $100 million in one day. Beautiful. Jiang Chu knows too much about the drought demon. The drought demon is known as the ancestor of the zombie, but when the drought demon comes out, it can be able to red earth thousands of miles. If he didn't have the identity of the purple-robed rigid king, Jiang Chu would definitely be scornful of such things as well. After all, the terror of a drought demon was definitely not something that an ordinary existence could mess with. In mythology, both can swallow dragons. But, nowadays, he is truly the head of all corpses. Even the gods of the heavens had to bow down before him. A drought demon in the district doesn't seem like much. And, Jiang Chu was also eager to see it. This drought demon is still fierce in front of himself or not. So, you two are ready to give up? Jiang Chu glanced at them. Chen Miaoi also spoke up at this time. No, Linger and I intend to go over there anyway, but with the ferocity of this incident, we still need to advance. Before she could finish her words, she was interrupted by Jiang Chu. In that case, it's not. What time do we meet tonight? 8:30. Good. Hanging up. Jiang Chu didn't take the so-called drought demon to heart in the slightest. Push open the door to the room. A glance at Su Wan-Air's room across the street. Empty. Looks like it should be up and out. Jiang Chu didn't care. Took a shower. Pull out a can of zombie and eat it while swiping your phone. Your bank card with tail number 7288, transfer amount, 100 million, current balance, 109000582. 2. A direct message popped up. Jiang Chu was seeing this message number. Eyes are looking straight. Nima. So many zeros. He counted. 1 billion. And then came a message from Cheyenne. He said that it was just a small thank you fee, and that he would talk about the rest after he finished dealing with the Xie family. The corner of Jiang Chu's mouth twitched. $100 million? A thank you? What a strange word. What can I do with so much money when I'm a zombie? Jiang Chu scratched his head. Didn't think much of it though, didn't know how to spend it, but at least it looked good. It's easy to make over $1 billion a day. Me juice. Ding dong. This city's emergency news message, located in the suburbs of Jiangbei City, Manhwa Road to Fanlin Road, due to chemical plant leakage, is now an emergency blockade. All vehicles and pedestrians are strictly prohibited. Violators are responsible for all consequences. This time, once again, the main page popped up with a news item. Jiang Chu clicked on it and looked at the location. The eyes narrowed for a moment. because these two sections of the road happened to be the mass graves that he had gone to before. Only the scope is much greater. It seems that the mutation of the mass burial mountain is beginning. Jiang Chu wasn't the least bit nervous. There's just anticipation. After all, he had just broken through the fifth order flying stiff level. He also wanted to know just how strong he was nowadays. I hope this drought demon can last a little longer under me. Jiang Chu revealed a smile. Quite warm. Afternoon. Suwon Air came back from outside. Jiang Chu then realized that today at noon it was their department's turn to conduct Chinese medicine consultations. Jiang Chu, that old Chinese doctor took a drop of my blood, there won't be any problems, right? Suwon inquired towards Jiang Chu with some confusion. Stomped on blood? Jiang Chu was stunned. The last person he knew to get blood stomped on was still that douchebag Li Wei. According to Jiang Chu's own speculation, anyone who was able to have their blood collected should have met the standards of the Yellow Springs Bureau's cultivation. Don't worry, you should also be congratulated for perhaps being able to become a super powerful person as you understand it. Jiang Chu thought about it and still told some Suwon Air the truth. Suwon Air heard it. Somewhat confused, he scratched his pink cheeks. Superpowers? Like the Baralala fairy kind? Or is it Ultraman? Jiang Chu. What a naive thought. Of course not. Jiang Chu waved his palm. In his hands. Zira. A ball of thunder violently surfaced. It made a crackling vibration. The tyrannical might of thunder filled the middle of the entire room in almost an instant. Suwon Air's eyes widened in a flash. Deadly eyes stared at the lightning that appeared in Jiang Chu's hands. Ray. Jiang Chu was satisfied with the effect. He waved his hand and the thunder disappeared. See, that's the kind. Suwon stayed for a long time before she pulled Jiang Chu's arm over with a handful of little stars in her eyes. Wow. Jiang Chu, you can actually do magic. So powerful. You quickly tell me how this magic trick was done. Jiang Chu's cheeks jerked hard. But look after your arm is squeezed amongst a massive soft, whirling sponge. Jiang Chu gave up explaining. Forget it. Better squeeze some milk. Crammed until 7 p.m. Jiang Chu walked out of the house. It's not as nice tonight as it was during the day. Just after nightfall, there was a large convergence of dark clouds. There seems to be a heavy rainfall coming soon. It's also very windy outside. Blowing Jiang Chu's clothes. Walked to the gate of the neighborhood. Just saw a latest model Maybach parked in front of the door. After seeing him walk out, the windows of the Maybach opened. There was a crisp sound from inside. Jiang Chu. Over here. Jiang Chu walked to the car door. Sit straight in. The front row's main co-pilot, naturally, was Zhuge Ling and Chen Miui. Both women shed their bloated down jackets today, changed into tight workout clothes. Jiang Chu's eyes lit up as he watched, especially Zhuge Ling. Awesome. It's not even close to the size of a cow. Suwon Air. But Jiang Chu took one look and averted his gaze. Keep it subtle for the first time. Come on, let's go eat first. Zhuge Ling kicked the gas. The car roared to life. It traveled towards a short distance away. Dinner? Jiang Chu was tempted to refuse. After all, a zombie himself. Eat a gross meal. But now this time, it was also true that it was time for the living to eat. The three didn't go far. It's just a shopping street in a college town, looking for a fried chicken restaurant. This fried chicken restaurant Jiang Chu came to eat when he was alive. It's famous in the neighborhood. It does taste good. The chickens used in the store are practiced for 2.5 years and have great meat. Find a box. Ask for a couple of signature dishes. Jiang Chu put a big bowl full of vinegar in the middle of the two women's staring eyes. Shabu shabu with thick vinegar. Jiang Chu was barely able to eat. Jiang Chu, why do I feel that you're eating strangely? Zhuge Ling observed for a long time and finally couldn't help but speak. Weird? Jiang Chu took a sip of vinegar and said calmly. You don't understand, this is high-end eating. The food isn't authentic. Zhuge Ling will be skeptical. Tried that too. A pretty face instantly turned into a mask of pain, patting himself hard on the chest before swallowing. Then he glared fiercely at Jiang Chu. Liar. A dinner is over. 8:05 p.m. The car was also finally heading in the direction of the mass grave mountain. Chapter 84, Drought Demon? Capture it and make it a pet. I want to suck it every day. 3 shifts are coming. There were hardly any vehicles along the way. It was only Jiang Chu and her group that traveled against the flow. Forward for half an hour. Already, he was able to see a shadow of a mountain peak appearing far ahead, if at all. Rumble. Also almost at this moment, the sky suddenly resounded with the dull sound of thunder. Thunderclouds drifted down, toward the mountain peak's shadow above the cage. Jiang Chu opened the car window, took a look. Even after such a long distance apart, he still felt a terrifying corpse aura. And the quality of this corpse gas is high. It soothed Jiang Chu all over. What a drought demon, it smells so good, I want to grab it and inhale it twice a day. Jiang Chu sniffled vigorously. There was a look of enjoyment on his face. It was the first time he had ever felt an aroma from anything other than a living person. It made him greedy. That drought demon is going to come out. Chen Miaoyi and Zhuge Ling naturally saw this horrifying scene. The faces of the two men also turned extraordinarily grave. The drought demon, that's a creature of legend, even if it's only just out of the world. It was also far beyond their ability to provoke. When the drought demon is angry, the earth is red for thousands of miles. This is not to be taken lightly. Rather, it's really 1,000 miles of dry vapor. What's more, this dry drought demon was also transformed by absorbing the earth's vein of dragon energy. The chi on his body was astounding. It made all those truly terrifying existences fearful, not daring to appear at this time at all. Otherwise, if the dragon vein chi on the drought demon were to backfire, Lightus directly die a violent death, heavy, that can be even with the ancestors' 18 generations of life will be forever in hell. The car moved forward again for 10 minutes. Finally it was a stop at an intersection. This intersection was quite familiar to Jiang Chu. It was right in front of the mass grave where he had previously transformed into a stiff king. The entrance to the place is now cordoned off. Apparently the car couldn't be driven in by the time it got here. Get out of the car. The three didn't delay. Straight across the red line, stepping into the mass grave. Look around at the familiar graves. Jiang Chu felt very kind. There's a sense of old folks meeting old folks. He couldn't help but snort towards some of the surrounding ingrates. But those unjust souls looked like they had seen a ghost after seeing Jiang Chu. There was a flurry of screams, turning, and running. Nappy, what's the point of running so fast? We're buried in the same place anyways. Jiang Chu was dissatisfied. Jiang Chu, don't be so arrogant, be cautious. Next to Jiang Chu, Zhuge Ling, who had already entered a state of alert, saw Jiang Chu's unbridled appearance. Somewhat helpless. This guy. Do you really think the graveyard is your home? What are you afraid of? They're just lonely ghosts. Jiang Chu was indifferent. Zhuge Ling, however, shook his head and whispered, it's not that simple here. A week ago, it was said that a stiff king no less than a drought demon manifested from here. Even the Yellow Springs Bureau was alarmed, all looking for many days have not found, and even I heard that the Yellow Springs Bureau will report this matter, their headquarters, there is a sixth order wizard personally divining, want to track down the location of the stiff king, still no results. And that great sorcerer was also subjected to a heavenly chance backlash, and he asserted that that thing has likely surpassed the 6th rank, perhaps comparable to a king. And this? Jiang Chu's eyes widened. Zhuge Ling was satisfied with Jiang Chu's performance and smiled proudly. Of course I can lie to you, the Yellow Springs Bureau is trying to get my grandfather to help deduce a little, so I know so much, now you know fear, right? Sometimes the more usual place may hide an extraordinary existence. Jiang Chu nodded vigorously. That's right, I'm scared less right now. Right, did the Yellow Springs Bureau say anything else? For example, complimenting that stiff king for not only being strong but also handsome, or something like demon unrivaled, terrifying as hell, or something like that? Zhuge Ling. Zhuge Ling's face darkened then. God damn it, a zombie is good looking and strong. You think it's a compliment? The trio's forward speed was fast. A mass grave in the middle of the night is definitely a no-go area for ordinary people. But to them, it's no different than a normal forest. In just 10 minutes, the area was completely crossed. And after, Jiang Chu then saw, behind this chaotic burial mound, there existed a light curtain similar to a boundary. It was this curtain of light that completely blocked off the place after the mass grave, making it impossible for ordinary people to get close at all. The boundary opens. It's someone? Could it be that there are other forces that know about the chance here? Chen Miaoyi suddenly frowned and made a rare outburst. Zhuge Ling was also stunned. How can it be? This is what my grandfather personally surmised, it's impossible for anyone other than the Yellow Springs Bureau to know about it, and the Yellow Springs Bureau also said that the dragon vein here lets us collect it first, and that they're just here to take care of the aftermath. For his grandfather, Zhuge Ling was 100% trusting. Her grandfather was known as the closest ancestor to Zhuge Wuvo in the Zhuge family. A hand of Zhuge Qimen, moreover, has long been accomplished. There were almost very few people in the Daxian human realm who could match her grandfather in this regard to be. Let's go in first. It hasn't been long since this boundary was opened, and that drought demon will only be able to completely complete its metamorphosis at midnight when Yin and Yang meet. We still have time. Chen Miaoyi is very stable. It made Jiang Chu couldn't help but look at this niece one more time. Not bad for a personal heirloom taught by that old man's lover. This heart alone was not something that ordinary cultivators could match. The three of them also quickly passed through this boundary. Just stepped in. Jiang Chu's eyes just shrank. Behind this boundary, surprisingly, rolling hills appeared. It was surprising that a boundary was able to cover such a square of terrain. It seemed that the person who had laid down this technique was definitely strong in his realm. It was even likely to be a 6th order fate palace, or even a powerhouse that had surpassed the 6th order. And after entering here thoroughly, that terrifying corpse chi became even more violent. And there was an inexplicable heat. All the moisture in the air is evaporating fast. Little spirit, you locate where this drought demon is, Chen Miaoyi said to Zhuge Ling. Zhuge Ling nodded. She pulled out a tattered yellow 8 trigrams bronze mirror right from her bosom. The bronze mirror was engraved with ancient runes. only just appeared. It just exuded a terrifying Tao rhythm. On the back of it are 2 more large letters. Marquee Wu. Chapter 85 Purple Clothes and Taoist Robes Setting Yin and Yang. A single Tao robe was enough to suppress everything. What a powerful magic weapon. Jiang Chu also raised an eyebrow as he looked at the 8 trigrams bronze mirror. Worthy of being a disciple of a great family, he still had such a good thing on him. Mere mutilations are so powerful. If it is complete, I'm afraid it's going to be stronger. After taking out this treasure, Zhuge Ling also let out a chortle. Zhuge Qimen. Rise. Swish. On her body, the familiar 9 palace 8 trigrams had appeared. And after, the piece of 8 trigrams mirror in her hand violently erupted with bright light as well. It directly disappeared into the 9 palace orientation chart at Zhuge Ling's feet. Buzz! The Zhuge Qi men under her feet gave a crazy shudder. Originally, it was only able to encompass a dozen meters. As a result, under the added power of this 8 trigrams mirror, the range of the 9 palace orientation map directly skyrocketed several times. Everything around them was wrapped into the Zhuge Qi men. Only, at the place where Jiang Chu was standing, Zhuge Qimen glowed as if it had entered an endless abyss. Let the Tao rhyme spread. But it could not enter that surrounding in the slightest. It also made this huge 9 palace orientation map, hard and fast, missing a piece. It was as if where he was another time and space. Ha! The pupils of Chen Miaoi, who was not far away from Jiang Chu, shrank suddenly. She was closest to Jiang Chu and was the first to notice this situation. Although Chen Miaoi didn't know much about Zhuge Qimen, but also know Zhuge Qimen but where the starting bureau, that is to encompass the 8 trigrams of the week. This is not really the power of Zhuge Qimen. Rather, heaven and earth are only divided into yin and yang and the 8 trigrams of orientation. Zhuge Qimen was just going with the flow, utilizing the rules of heaven and earth to lay out the situation. But Jiang Chu is going on. He was clearly standing in the middle of the Qimen, but he can be independent of heaven and earth. Zhuge Ling, who was in the distance, naturally felt his Qimen bureau. Another corner was missing. This guy, still as mysterious as ever. Zhuge Ling's heart twitched. It was important to know that this treasure of hers was not an ordinary magic weapon. It was the Zhuge family's greatest treasure. Wuhou Mirror. It is something used by Zhuge Wuhou. Even if it was crippled, the enchantment for Zhuge Qimen was unimaginable. Now her Qimen were no less than some of the elders within the family. But even so, surprisingly, he was still unable to pull Jiang Chu into his Qimen bureau as well. But in the end, with her previous experience, she was okay with it. Jiang Chu, stay away from me. If you're there, there's no way my Qimen bureau can be complete. Zhuge Ling shouted helplessly towards Jiang Chu. Jiang Chu shrugged. This broken Qimen can't give a. Do you think I want to expose myself as special? It's that it doesn't work, so don't blame the road. His feet stepped. The figure instantly left the range enveloped by Zhuge Qimen. The odd fellow's bureau looked like it had penetrated a sharp sword. Wherever Jiang Chu passes, the entire Qimen bureau was sliced straight through. It wasn't until Jiang Chu stepped out that the Qimen's curtains of light converged anew. This one also became completely complete. Zhuge Ling droned out. The foot slammed down. Zhuge Qimen. Qian character, Ting Tian Yu. Buzz. Zhuge Qimen shuddered madly. In that Qian character position, a swimming light burst forth violently. Qian is the heavenly position. It has the effect of searching for the dragon. Fixing the heavenly journey can set the dragon vein. This was a very profound secret technique within the Zhuge Qimen, and one had to cultivate the Qimen to a certain level to be able to perform it. The Zhuge Ling from before couldn't use it either. It could only be done with the blessing of the martial marquee mirror. Sure enough, as that swimming light erupted, the mountains in front of him all seemed to have changed in that instant. In the middle of the sky, a dragon shape gradually began to manifest. But just at this moment, boom! Within those mountains, an unimaginable aura rose up. The light of the fixed heavenly journey began to tremble madly under this aura. Even the shadow of the dragon vein that was fixed was about to dissipate. No good. It's that thing in the dragon vein. It's interfering with me setting out the dragon vein. Zhuge Ling's face suddenly changed. Jiang Chu raised an eyebrow. He naturally saw the scene. His surrounding corpse aura flickered slightly. A purple-clothed Dao robe appeared on Jiang Chu's body. Jiang Chu backhandedly untied his Dao robe. Toward the place where the dragon chi spread, it was a throw. Go! Shasta! On top of the purple-clothed Taoist robes, light and shadows began to flicker. A purple aura rushed out. It directly intercepted between that dragon vein and the void. Purple light is a long way off. It was as if it could cover the sky in this moment. The purple-clothed Taoist robe, but it was a supreme treasure that the system had been transformed into. And even without the system's enchantment, it was the Taoist robe of the generations of heavenly masters in the Dragon Tiger Mountain. The power that lies above. It is not only a symbol of status, but also a carrier of the countless loads of qi of Lung Fu Shan. It was not something that could be shaken by a mere drought demon that had not yet completely emerged. Almost at the moment when the purple-clothed Taoist robes fluttered, The power that erupted from within the mountains had been completely cut off. Chen Miaoi's entire body was stunned after seeing that purple-clad Taoist robe. The eyes were also more than a little strangely complex, and Zhuge Ling breathed a long sigh of relief. On the fixed heavenly swim, the light of that dragon vein once again began to solidify, then fell violently through the void, falling to the ground earth. The entire mountain range fell from the place where the Tingtianyu fell. A light flashed out sharply. The glow stretched from beneath the peaks not far from them to the depths of the mountains. If you look at it from the sky, hurrah! It's a dragon vein, and where the dragon vein scales are, an unimaginably dark force extinguished the light of the fixed sky tour. Found it! Zhuge Ling's eyes lit up. Only then did he put away the Zhuge Qi men and landed on the ground. Jiang Chu also retrieved his purple Dao robe and draped it over his body in a smooth manner. The location is now confirmed, but the drought demon is still entrenched where the reverse scale is. Let's first follow the dragon vein forward and see if we can collect the other remnants of dragon Qi on the vein. The location of the reverse scale, it's best to wait until that drought demon has left before we continue our exploration. Chen Miaoi calmly analyzed it, named the safest option. But this scenario was clearly not what Jiang Chu wanted. He didn't come here for those so-called dragon Qi. Rather, it was the drought demon. He waved his hand toward the two women. There's no need to go through so much trouble, just go straight over there. No other location has as much dragon Qi as reverse scale. As soon as he heard Jiang Chu's words, the two women were stunned at the same time. Chen Miaoi was a bit stunned. Senior Jiang, this is a bit too dangerous. When the drought demon manifests, all the ghosts in this 100-mile radius will also be attracted by the drought demon's aura, especially those corpses buried here. I'm afraid that they have already metamorphosed into zombies under the drought demon's corpse Qi. They have no spiritual intelligence, but they will guard around that drought demon. The closer we get to where the dry drought is, the higher the level of those zombies are bound to be. Plus, that cultivator who entered this place before us, they are bound to come for the dragon Qi as well. It's likely to be where reverse scale is as well. Chapter 86, 10,000 Stiffs Kneel at the Mountain of Mass Burial. Jiang Chu, I am the king here. Jiang Chu's eyes were even brighter after hearing this. That's even better. My instincts tell me that this one shouldn't come from any good people. It's just as well that they've been wiped out in one fell swoop. As for zombies, what kind of a stiff dares to take liberties in front of himself? What a great package of pure necrotic gas. The words fell. Jiang Chu stepped away. Looking at Jiang Chu's back, Chen Miaoi and Zhuge Yu exchanged glances. Zhuge Yu somewhat helplessly bristled. This guy, truly worthy of being the disciple chosen by the old Tianzhi predecessor. Just this Mang look, it's practically identical to the Heavenly Master's mansion described by Grandpa in the past. Especially that old Celestial Master. Back then, he almost toppled the inhuman realm. Chen Miaoi also thought of something, then guffawed. That's true, the Heavenly Masters that come out of the Heavenly Master's mansion, each one of them can be the strongest existence in the inhuman realm. Things that require caution for us should perhaps be nothing at all for Jiang Chu. Come on, let's follow. Deep in the mountains of mass graves, the silence was terrifying. Under a depression, a Buddha and two figures had both appeared. They also had a special cloak over their bodies. The cloak seemed to conceal the figure. These two looked at the increasingly hot air not far ahead. There was also more than a little greed on his face. A drought demon. There really is a drought demon here. Taoist Chuanji's eyes carried a strong excitement. The pure heart monk on the side also revealed a smile. Yes, Lord General had paid a big price for this mass burial mountain before he invited a monarch from the west who can communicate with the gods and foretell something within the mass burial mountain. Originally, we only wanted to compete for this dragon Qi, but now, he finished. From his bosom, he fished out a huge bronze nail that was more than a foot long, 4 square, and wide at the bottom point. A trail of dried blood coated the top of this nail. With a very heavy smell of earth, a look at the long buried in the ground for a long time. It was taken out only recently. Pure Heart's eyes twinkled as he continued to speak. With this drought-striking bone pile that is capable of restraining the drought demon, perhaps, we'll be able to take down even this legendary drought demon. As long as I obtain the blood of this thing, then the most crucial part of my Dark Abyss plan will be able to be completed. With this credit, it's just around the corner for the two of us to achieve the rank of general. Taoist Xuanji nodded. But we can't be careless, the shogun will enter Jiangbei himself tomorrow, and we must settle everything before tomorrow. Let's go. We're going faster. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the system mission, the Wrath of the Drought Demon. Upon completion of the mission, you will be rewarded with 70 years of Corpse Chi, Corpse Law Random Draw Gift Pack *1, 5,000 Corpse Chi points. Just stepped into the middle of the mountains. Jiang Chu's mind then resounded with the system's beep. The Wrath of the Drought Demon? What do you mean? But Jiang Chu also had a satisfied smile on his face when he saw the rewards behind him. 70 years of necromancy, and a necromancy randomization pack. Previously, his own 5 Thunders Orthodoxy was open from amongst this gift pack. Jiang Chu was still looking forward to this thing. Ahead is the end of this Earth Dragon vein. forward for 6 or 7 minutes. Zhuge Ling looked at the dense forest in front of him. The entire forest had been shrouded in a layer of corpse fog. Along the way, they had seen a number of burial mounds that were open. The body inside is missing. Apparently, those bodies had been turned into zombies. It's coiled in the middle of this dragon vein. A terrible oppression was formed. Chen Miaoi heard this, nodding carefully as well. The three of them went inside the corpse fog. It was considered to be a complete arrival at the location where the drought demon was. A wave of heat swept through. The entire air became extremely dry. Even the ground beneath their feet began to crack. Heaven and earth are metaphysical, the root of all air. The body has a golden light that covers my body. Suddenly, Chen Miaoi gave an edict. Around her, a golden light violently surfaced. The golden light stretched out, enveloping both Zhuge Ling and Jiang Chu, completely insulated from the heat outside. A golden light spell? Seeing the golden light on Chen Miaoi's body, Jiang Chu was surprised for a moment. Isn't this golden light mantra thing from Lung Fu Shan? I didn't expect Chen Miaoi to be able to. Chen Miaoi could see Jiang Chu's doubts, so she smiled and said, the golden light mantra is just the basic spell of Longhu Mountain. Back then, Master Daoxin taught it to my master, and my master passed it on to me. Hear this. Jiang Chu drifted off. So it was that old bastard who taught me. The three walked for a while longer. Tick-tock. Right at this moment, the martial marquee mirror in Zhuge Ling's hand suddenly made a ringing sound. In danger. Zhuge Ling's face changed slightly and hurriedly stopped in his tracks. Chen Miaoi also looked at Zhuge Ling. Linger, try to find out the safest path through this dragon vein. Let's take a detour. Zhuge Ling sniffed without the slightest hesitation. Directly, he was about to catalyze the martial marquee mirror. Looking at the two women's cautious looks, the corner of Jiang Chu's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Alright, don't get busy. If you trust me, you guys come with me. A detour is not a detour. Ahead of them could be all their own white corpse gas spots. How can you let it go? For others, this place is treacherous. But for Jiang Chu, what's the difference between that and going home? As for those zombies that supposedly protect the drought demon, if it wasn't for the fear of scaring Chen Miaoi and Zhuge Ling, Jiang Chu was able to directly ride on the two little female stiffs and let them carry themselves over. Jiang Chu, you slow down. Behind, Zhuge Ling and Chen Miaoi also followed. But after stepping into this dangerous area, neither one had a chance to say anything yet. The pupils just contracted. It was seen tens of meters ahead. One by one, the graves stood under the moonlight. After suddenly sensing the scent of a living person. Who? A low growling voice came from the middle of that grave mound. Immediately after, more and more low growls rang out in a continuous stream. Bump! A coffin exploded, from which a figure jumped straight out. The thing was covered in white hairs. Even some of the white hairs turned green. It was clearly a peak white stiff. After this white stiff appeared, like it caused a chain reaction. One by one, the coffins exploded. Almost just in the blink of an eye, 20 to 30 zombies appeared in front of the trio. Without exception, all of them were at the peak of white stiffness. Prepare for battle. Chen Miaoi and Zhuge Ling couldn't think of anything else as the yuan qi in their bodies began to flow. None of them have made a move yet, though. Flop. All the zombies all fell to their knees. The head was clasped to the ground in a deadly grip, and his body was trembling. It seemed like seeing a supreme. P.S. Accidentally got a flu. Update late. Sorry. Recently the flu is frequent. Everyone pay attention to the body. Chapter 87, Crazy Reaping. Sorry, I've broken through the 5th rank. Silence. The entire space was plunged into a deathly silence. Zhuge Ling, who was ready to make a move, and Chen Miaoi, who had always been very calm, all had unimaginable horror on their faces at the moment. Unbelievably, he looked at the scene in front of him. What's happening? Those zombies. They're all kneeling down. And they looked in the direction of those zombies kneeling. Hurrah! It's Jiang Chu. On Jiang Chu at this moment, still clad in that purple dhoti. A long way to go surrounded by purple light. The reflection of Jiang Chu was like an exiled immortal in the sky. Jiang Chu saw all of this, but wasn't shaken in the slightest. These zombies are kneeling in his purple Taoist robes. He didn't manifest any necrotic aura, but his purple Dao robe had long been tainted with his stiff king aura. This scent is for these pure zombies. That is true supremacy. Far too much more powerful than the drought demon had ever been to them. That's why they don't hesitate to kneel. Zombies have no sanity, are incapable of arts and crafts, and have jumped out of the 3 realms and are not in the 5 elements. Wouldn't be afraid of anything except some special spells. Only an equal supreme breath could make them bow down. I suppose you don't want your corpses to mutate even after death either. It's just as well that I've come to help you guys out, and it's a good deed for you to provide me with corpse chi. Jiang Chu's hands moved. The prison hammer appeared, fused with 2 vertebrae after his metamorphosis. The power has been turned upside down. After feeling the stiff king's hammer, those zombies' trembling bodies trembled even more. A pair of eyes were all covered with unimaginable fear. Jiang Chu didn't continue to torment these juniors of his. He picked up the stiff king hammer. The entire body had moved. Towards a white stiff at the very front was a hammer blow. Stygian explosion. Jiang Chu's directly activated the skill that the Stiff King hammer had gained after this metamorphosis. Above the body of the hammer, the magma that was originally integrated into the hammer body, at the moment this skill was activated. Then it has been revived. Rolling magma plague fire spread around the hammer body. The air was distorted by the terrifying temperature. From a distance, it looked as if a volcano from hell had erupted. Boom! Jiang Chu lands with a hammer fist. Extreme plutonium erupted. This underworld flame is no ordinary fire. Rather, it is the fire of supreme Yin that targets all Yin souls and Yin bodies. That white stiff that Jiang Chu had taken as a target. Under this hammer, without a word, he fell back and died. The entire body exploded with a bang. Absolutely no fragments larger than a centimeter could be found. It's not over. The power of the underworld flame had only just exploded at this moment. Centered on Gang Chu. All the zombies within dozens of meters around. It's all covered by this fire of the underworld. Except for a few zombies on the very edge who didn't die instantly. All the white stiffs all collapsed in a flash. The few zombies that didn't die though, suffered far more than if they had just died. Miserable howls kept coming out of his mouth. But on the contrary, because of the fear of the bloodline soul, he still didn't dare to make any movements. That miserable roar made Jiang Chu shake his head straight when he heard it. Rush made up another to give them a pain in the ass. Only kill stiffs, not torture them. This is Jiang Chu's creed. Originally born from the same deadlock, are they not a bit too cruel for each other? Am I not being a bit too cruel in doing so? Jiang Chu couldn't help but frown in thought after hammering down more than 20 white stiffs in one blow. Feel sorry for your conscience. Host kills white stiff *27, gaining plus 5,800 corpse chi points. The system's beeps appeared in Jiang Chu's mind. Listen to the numbers on it. The corners of Jiang Chu's mouth were grinning. He backhanded himself. What's the point of pretending? I'm a purple-robed stiff king who wants a hairy conscience. A wave of 5,008. And it doesn't resist at all. Slaughter who is not hungry to slaughter their own little old brothers to save heart and effort. Mezzo. Jiang Chu. Behind Jiang Chu. At this moment, Zhuge Ling finally reacted. She shrieked. Like it was in some kind of shock. Then he ran next to Jiang Chu. Crouching down, he looked at the huge pit in front of him that had been knocked out 20 to 30 meters by Jiang Chu's blow. There are still signs of burning in the pit. Only with the death of those zombies. The plutonium has also been extinguished. But inside the pit, the lingering scent of Stygian flame. It still made even her heart flutter. It could be imagined what kind of horrible consequences would have occurred if that Stygian flame had landed on her body just now. I'm afraid she'll be just like those zombies. It'll be a straight-up 1-2 punch. Chen Miaoi, who was not far away, also walked over. Her gaze was also tinged with extreme shock and disbelief. Although she said that she had already heard from Zhuge Ling that Jiang Chu's strength was already at the 4th rank level, a slight step above her. But Chen Miaoi was still very confident in herself. If she hadn't needed dragon energy to strengthen her foundation, she would have been able to break through the 4th rank half a year ago. Not to mention the Spirit Moon sect where she was from. It's not like the other sects that are out there. The Spirit Moon sect had a single lineage, and she and her own master were the only 2 people in the entire Spirit Moon sect. Chen Miaoi's master was not too famous in the inhuman realm though, but the strength is absolutely unimaginable. She had been adopted by her own master since she was a child and practiced the core techniques of the Spirit Moon sect. Moreover, her master said that her natural talent was even comparable to the spirit bodies within the Yellow Springs Bureau. The path of cultivation has always been surging. Even that old heavenly master in the Dragon Tiger Mountain praised that her talent was already not much inferior to her own back then. So although Chen Miaoi was very calm, deep down she had always been very proud. In her opinion, even if Jiang Chu was the one chosen by that one, she felt that she wouldn't be worse than Jiang Chu. But everything that has happened in this short period of time, it really overwhelmed her a bit. With her eyesight, she could naturally see the power of the strike Jiang Chu had just made. It was simply not comparable to a cultivator of the 4th stage of Dan condensation. It was very likely. Jiang Chu had already surpassed the 4th rank. Senior Jiang, have you already broken through the 5th rank? Chen Miaoi lightly bit her lip and looked towards Jiang Chu. The words came out. Zhuge Ling trembled. It was also wide-eyed, looking towards Jiang Chu. Jiang Chu had nothing to deny. It's not like he's playing some kind of pig in a poke. Nodded. Yeah, just broke through not too long ago. Look at Jiang Chu and admit it. Zhuge Ling immediately sucked in a breath of cool air. 5th order. This level was definitely a threshold for both ghost masters and those in their cultivation. 4th order condensed Dan was already an expert in today's inhuman realm, and 5th order spirit sea. That was even more so, only some of the older generation's powerhouses were able to reach it. There is absolutely nothing like it among the younger generation today. Jiang Chu, you're really perverted. Zhuge Ling popped out a word. Chen Miaoi also couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Even if she didn't suppress her cultivation, she definitely wouldn't be able to reach the 5th rank. And Jiang Chu had still just awakened not long ago. This guy. No wonder he was able to be favored by the old heavenly master. Congratulations to Senior Jiang. Jiang Chu waved his hand. Don't be polite, I know I'm excellent. But now. He hadn't finished that sentence. The eyes snapped towards the depths of the dragon vein. Boom! There, a terrifying aura violently began to coalesce. After this power was manifested, the air between heaven and earth was already dry and hot. The temperature is also rising. Chapter 88, surging 30,000 corpse chi points. This wave earned hemp. This is that drought demon coming out early. This sudden change made the two women not care about anything else. Jiang Chu, however, frowned. It was because from this breath, he seemed to sense a strange feeling. Speed up some. Jiang Chu finished. The entire footsteps stepped forward quickly towards the depths of the dragon vein, with Jiang Chu opening the way. The three were fast. Those zombies that patrol the area. There was absolutely no resistance in front of Jiang Chu. They were all at Jiang Chu's mercy. Jiang Chu glanced at the attribute panel. Name Jiang Chu. Identity, Purple Robe Stiff King, Unique. Zombie level, 5th order flying stiffs. Degree of evolution, 17%. Treasure, Corpse * Purple Robe, Corpse * 5 Emperor's Money Cover, Stiff King's Prison Hammer. Essential aptitude, Stiff King Ascension, 2nd level, Corpse Spirit, Intermediate, Time and Space Mastery, Extremely Weak. Corpse Technique, Corpse Control Technique, LV. 3 minor, Corpse * containing Spirit Dispatch, LV. 3 minor, Corpse * Pseudo Turnover, LV. 3, Corpse * 5 Thunder's Positive Technique, LV. 2, Corpse Chi Points, 31,700, can be purchased from the system mall. The Corpse Chi Points skyrocketed to 30,000 in this moment of effort. It has reached a new level. Senior Jiang, do you have a feeling? It seems like the situation isn't quite right. Forward for half an hour. Jiang Chu and the others had thoroughly penetrated into the hinterland of this dragon vein. However, when they arrived here, they were also able to sense some inexplicable changes more and more. The weather, which was already overcast, became even more dreary. It seems to be harboring a great calamity. Jiang Chu sniffed. A slight nod. Unsurprisingly, it should be that drought demon that's in trouble. The words came out. Zhuge Ling and Chen Niaoyi were both taken aback. Chen Niaoyi thought of something. Could it be? It's those people who entered before who did this. But, how could they possibly shake a drought demon? Jiang Chu tilted his head to look at the sky. If this drought demon had already emerged, it would naturally not be something an ordinary person would be able to deal with, but it's still an incubation after all, and as long as it hasn't appeared, there are still a few means to target it. It's just, this kind of tactic shouldn't be too much like a normal sex style, it's a bit like the Dark Abyss's tactics. After killing Wu Ma earlier, Jiang Chu was then keenly aware of it. It was a bit unusual for these Dark Abyss guys to enter Jiangbei at this time, but it is not clear what these people are up to. But when it came to it, he had some vague guesses. Those guys from the Dark Abyss probably came for the drought demon, too. Dark Abyss? Hearing Jiang Chu's words, Chen Niaoyi also frowned, her face icy cold for a bit. These scum. It could be seen that both the Cultivation World and the Yellow Springs Bureau hated the people of the Dark Abyss. Never mind all that, it will be clear when we get to the place where the dragon vein is against the scales. A huge crater appeared. This pit was like a sharp arrow, nailed on top of this huge dragon vein. At this moment, the dragon vein is underground. Amit Ba. A mellifluous Buddhist chant with some excitement rang out. The two of them, monk Pureheart and Taoist Chuanji, looked not far ahead. It's a grotto. The grotto was not flat, with large swaths of subterranean ripples. From a distance it looks like scale armor. And right in the center of this grotto, a pit suddenly appeared. The pit was shaped like a heart in its center. On the other hand, there was a coffin that was almost on the verge of decaying. The coffin was plain, ordinary to the extreme, but on top of it, a complex and ancient pattern filled the air. Like a divine pattern. If you look closely, one would be able to perceive that these lines were not carved on the coffin, but rather, slowly spread out from underneath that coffin. Flop flop. A sound if anything similar to a heartbeat rang out. With each beat, both Pureheart and Xuanji were able to detect the dragon energy of the earth's veins being injected into the coffin. Finally, Monk Pureheart revealed a smile. But just at this time, Monk Pureheart suddenly glanced toward the outside of the underground cave. A strange Buddhist light emanated from his body, spreading towards the grotto beyond. A full few seconds later, it was only then that Pureheart withdrew his gaze, his face more than a little shaken. So soon? What's wrong? Taoist Chuanji inquired in disbelief. There are cultivators. It's most likely someone from the Zhuge family. Only their family in the entire cultivation world is capable of speculating the time when the drought demon will emerge. But I didn't expect them to come quite fast. They're already close to the position of the adversary scale. Ha! Hearing this, Taoist Chuanji was also stunned. One must know that even they could rely on the exotic treasures to be able to approach this place so quickly. If it were anyone else, just the zombies along the way would be enough to drink a pot. Are there any masters? Taoist Chuanji inquired. Monk Pureheart shook his head with an odd expression on his face. No. My Tathagata only detected 2 third-order cultivators, and one of them seems to be on the verge of breaking through the 4th order. But that's the strangest part. According to their cultivation, even if they were twice as strong, they wouldn't be able to walk here. Words. Taoist Chuanji breathed a sigh of relief. A shadowy smile appeared on his face. From his arms alone, he took out a small streamer that looked like a flag. The 3rd rank of the district. It's just right to take them and sacrifice them to the streamers. You collect the drought demon blood here, and wait for the poor Taoist to slaughter them. Good. Nettlesome nodded. Taoist Chuanji didn't hesitate in the slightest either, turning around and leaving. Beyond the dragon vein, Jiang Chu suddenly stopped in his tracks. Behind Jiang Chu, Chen Miaoi and Zhuge Ling were a bit puzzled. What's wrong? There's someone coming up ahead. The words came out. The 2 women's eyes hurriedly looked toward the front. Sure enough, it was seen in that direction, within a huge grotto. A figure suddenly appeared. The figure seemed to know they were coming, quickly approaching them. Just a dozen breaths. It had stopped not far from them. It wasn't until this moment that the 2 Chen Miaois saw the visitor clearly. It's a Taoist priest in a Taoist robe. Ghost refining sect. Taoist Chuanji. Zhuge Ling suddenly exclaimed. Recognized Genji's identity. Chuanji heard this. A strange laugh escaped his lips as well. I can't believe that you female dolls still recognize Poverty Road, you too. 3. The smile on Taoist Chuanji's face froze in place after he looked at the 3 Jiangchu people. What's going on? Didn't that asshole Jingshin say there were only 2 of them? Why 3? Is that bald donkey punishing himself? Taoist Chuanji's complexion became gloomy, but after seeing that Jiangchu's age was just about the same as the other 2, his eyes roamed out with murderous intent as well. If you all tie your hands, the poor Taoist will give you a pain in the ass, or else you should be well aware of my methods. Jiang Chu? So arrogant? Jiang Chu looked at Zhuge Ling next to him. You know him? Zhuge Ling nodded. Taoist Chuanji, an elder of the ghost refining sect, 5 years ago was a 4th order condensed Dan cultivator, and 3 months ago, in order to refine a ghost streamer, he attacked 2 villages and killed over 500 living people. It is being wanted by the Yellow Springs Bureau as a 3rd-degree key criminal. But it's been nowhere to be found afterward, and I heard that it has gone into hiding abroad. I didn't expect to show up here. Killed so many people? That's unconscionable. Does the Yellow Springs Bureau give points for slaughtering him? Jiang Chu inquired. Here, what about 1800 points? That's 18 million? Jiang Chu revealed a smile. I didn't realize there was a windfall. It's dry. Chapter 89, Jiang Chu, 10,000 ghost streamers? Bring it to you. Suppress the entire scene. Not far away, Taoist Chuanji was interested in the conversation between the 2. Naturally, I heard everything. His entire body was also bursting with rage. 2 juniors also dare to speak out of turn. The poor Taoist will make your lives worse than death. In his hands, the small streamer that appeared earlier shook violently. A ball of black gas emerged from the middle of that small streamer. Transforming into 5 hideous ghosts, they pounced towards Jiang Chu and the others. A peak 3rd order ghost creature. See these 5 stern ghosts. Neither Zhuge Ling nor Chen Miaoi had the slightest fear. Instead, a strong sense of wariness rose. Jiang Chu, you're not allowed to steal from us, Zhuge Ling said to Jiang Chu. After knowing Jiang Chu's cultivation level, none of them brought any worries at all. A great cultivator of the 5th rank comparable to the Spirit Sea, dealing with this 3rd rank brat, wasn't it like a cannon swatting a fly? Jiang Chu, who had just wanted to make a move, had no choice but to give up when he heard that. Anyways, this mission also relies on the information of these 2 nymphets. Let them move their hands too. Heaven and Earth Xianzong, the root of all Qi. Golden Light Transformation. The light of the Golden Light mantra appeared once again on Chen Miaoi's body. That golden light coalesced into a Dharma sword, wrapping her entire body. She swept her sword across the room, stopping the 3 ghostly creatures in a direct line. The golden light chopped at the 2 sneaks, emitting black smoke. The 3 stern ghosts kept screaming in pain. Golden Light Transformation? This is only a Golden Light mantra that is at least at the peak of minor accomplishment to be able to do the transformation. Talent is indeed good. Jiang Chu nodded approvingly. The Golden Light mantra was not difficult to begin with, but in the end, it was one of the 8 divine mantras, cultivating at this age to the point where he was on the verge of great accomplishment. It's already considered a top genius. At the same level, being 1 against 3 was not a problem at all. It didn't take a moment to be able to decapitate, and the Zhuge Qi gate under Zhuge Ling's feet enveloped the last 2 stern ghosts. In an instant, the battle has begun. Taoist Chuanji also didn't seem to expect his opponent to be so fierce, but he also didn't care at all. The 3rd rank of the district was a casual kill for him. He looked at Jiang Chu in a shadowy manner. Kid, dare to walk into my 10,000 ghost streamer. Of these 3, the only one he couldn't see through was Jiang Chu. Some scruples. Jiang Chu sniffed and rolled his eyes. If you have a brain problem, you should go see a ING doctor. I'll just kill you, just enter the hairy 10,000 ghost streamer. Of course he could see that the small streamer in this Daoist Chuanji's hand could be much more of a threat than he himself. You seek death. Daoist Chuanji's face sank. The yuan qi of his body condensed and poured into the 10,000 ghost streamer in his hand. Shasta. On the 10,000 ghost streamer, a terrifying fog began to erupt. In the mist, numerous stern ghosts surfaced. In order to refine this, Daoist Chuanji had slaughtered 2 villages. All the people from those 2 villages were refined into ghosts, and then raising the compulsion to let it devour in the middle of the 10,000 ghost streamer. To this day, within the entire 10,000 ghost streamer, there were 4 or 5 4th-order ghost spirits alone. There were even more than 20 third-ranked night ghosts. Even if he didn't enter the 10,000 ghost streamer, these severe ghosts alone would be enough for him to roam amongst the condensed den. Go! Tear him apart! Daoist Chuanji waved his arm. Those severe ghosts whistled at once. It turned into a gust of shadowy wind towards Jiang Chu. Don't know how to die. Jiang Chu's eyes. A hint of scarlet light stormed up. The aura belonging to the purple robed stiff king flowed. Get out! The power of a 5th-order flying stiff was unleashed. A cry of rage. Like thunder from a clear sky. Terrifying corpse chi erupted. Those severe ghosts' eyes widened almost instantly as their figures came to an abrupt halt. One by one, their eyes showed fear in that moment just now. They seemed to sense an unimaginable aura appearing. However, Jiang Chu didn't give them a chance to freeze. In Jiang Chu's hands, the town and prison hammer had already been swung. Towards those ghostly creatures was a hammer down. Jailbreak. Corpse chi churned and layers of hell manifested. The power of the 2nd level's prison suppressor was countless stronger than that of the 1st level, and it was even able to completely unleash the power of the 1st level of hell. Boom! The stiff king's hammer fell. Those severe ghosts didn't even make a sound of screaming. It was all torn apart. These ghosts, however, did not dissolve. Instead, it turned into a wisp of yin qi that quickly disappeared into that 10,000 ghost streamer. Ha! Jiang Chu also sensed these. I can't believe you're not dead? He looked along with the stern ghosts as they disappeared. The entire aura on the 10,000 ghost streamer was also fading at a speed visible to the naked eye. Although those ghosts are hosted in this streamer and cannot die, but let the power of this 10,000 ghost streamer be completely exhausted as well. Pretty good stuff. Jiang Chu stepped on his feet. The body directly disappeared in place. By the time it appeared had already come to the Xuanji Daoist's side. Bring it on you. He reached out and grabbed that 10,000 ghost streamer with one hand. Just ripped it in his hand. This sequence of operations. Daoist Xuanji's eyes were dumbfounded. It wasn't until the 10,000 ghost streamer disappeared that he finally reacted. You give me back the 10,000 ghost streamer. Daoist Xuanji lashed out hideously towards Jiang Chu. This 10,000 ghost streamer was something he had gone through a lot of trouble to refine. There can be absolutely no loss. Want it that bad? Jiang Chu grinned. Then I'll make you good. Zira. A thunderous light emerged from his fingertips. Towards Daoist Xuanji was a point. A thunderbolt rushed out. Instantly, it exploded on Daoist Xuanji. The Xuanji Daoist opened his mouth wide. Bump! The entire body directly burst into pieces. Jiang Chu waved the 10,000 ghost streamer in his hand. Immediately, from within Daoist Xuanji's exploded body, a shadow vaguely flew out. Vaguely able to see out was his soul. At the moment, his soul carried a panic that was hard to hide. This 10,000 ghost streamer was refined by himself, and there was no one who knew the terror within the 10,000 ghost streamer better than him. Once absorbed into it, it would be a true eternity. However, it was clearly impossible for his power to block Jiang Chu. Black light flickered. The 10,000 ghost streamer shook, and Daoist Xuanji's soul was completely hidden in the streamer. The host kills a 4th-order Dan condensation cultivator, gaining corpse chi points plus 700. Ding! The host has obtained a growable ghost artifact, the 10,000 ghost streamer, current treasure level, medium-grade ghost artifact. 2 consecutive system voices appeared in the middle of Jiang Chu's mind. A mid-grade ghost weapon? Or a growable one? Jiang Chu's eyes lit up. He looked at the attributes of this 10,000 ghost streamer. Name, all ghost streamer. Grade, medium ghost weapon. Characteristics, the streamer is indestructible and the ghosts will not die. However, when the ghosts are shattered, a large amount of ghostly energy is needed to regroup them. Current ghosts in the streamer, 4th order *4, 3rd order *21. It's not bad. It's just a shame you can't take zombies in. Though it's not much use to him right now. But it would be much easier to use to torture someone later. Just take it inside the 10,000 ghost streamer. That would be absolute torture. Chapter 90 Thunder from Heaven and Earth. This term of drought demons is the worst I've ever seen. Beautifully, he threw the 10,000 ghost streamer into his spatial ring. Roar! Suddenly, a low roar of dull agony resounded throughout the entire world. It's a scary sound. It shook the air and distorted it. At the same time, An unimaginably hot aura erupted from the middle of the distant underground cave. And it's getting stronger. The ground is also shaking, and it dries out in cracks at a rate visible to the naked eye. It was as if something was about to come out of the middle of that grotto. A hint of milky white bubbled up. Dragon's breath. That was the biggest opportunity of the trip, this time. However, at this moment, Zhuge Ling and Chen Miaoyi were both ignoring it. Instead, his face changed suddenly. No good. It's that drought demon that's going to get angry. Jiang Chu. Run. Once the drought is out, 1,000 miles of bare ground. Even a drought demon that had just manifested would be able to leave tens of miles of this surrounding area without an inch of grass. It was completely out of their power to fight. Dragon Chi could be collected after that drought demon left. If you lose your life, you lose it. From the roar just now, they were able to clearly feel that this drought demon was angry. It's not even time for it to come out yet. Don't underestimate the impact of early emergence. Everything is about going with the flow. Especially when a fae like the drought demon needs to be perfected as one before it can show itself. This early appearance was enough to hit it hard, yet it still has to force its way out. It was evident to what extent this kind of drought demon was really angry. Jiang Chu shook his head at this time. You guys wait on the periphery, the reason I'm here is for this drought demon. Ah! Jiang Chu's words came out. Chen Miaoyi and Zhuge Ling were all stunned. Jiang Chu, what are you doing? However, her sentence had just finished. Jiang Chu's figure had already directly disappeared into the deepest part of the dragon vein. Zhuge Ling's eyes widened. Before she could make a move, Chen Miaoyi on the side pulled her. Spirit, there's no need to follow. But, Miaoyi, that drought demon is coming out. Jiang Chu, he's not trying to get close to that drought demon. Zhuge Ling's mind was still a little messed up right now. Chen Miaoyi, however, smiled slightly. I'm also not sure of Senior John's purpose. But, I trust him, since he dares to do so, he must have absolute certainty about himself. And if we go, we'll just be a burden to him. Zhuge Ling's eyes widened. Miaoyi, what do you mean by that? Even if Jiang Chu has reached a realm comparable to the Spirit Sea. But it can't be able to resist a drought demon. Chen Miaoyi glanced at Jiang Chu's departing back with complicated eyes. Only then did he slowly speak. Not only has his cultivation reached a level comparable to the Spirit Sea, but when he finally struck Xuanji, used the thunder technique. Thunder spells. Zhuge Ling was stunned, as if he understood. You can't be talking about Dragon Tiger Mountain's mountain-suppressing divine ability. 5 Thunders Orthodoxy. But isn't Jiang Chu a ghost harnesser? How can a ghost harnesser cultivate divine powers? Chen Miaoyi nodded. Indeed it is the 5 Thunder positive technique. I won't be wrong. He may not only be a ghost master, but he has also taken the path of cultivation. With the cultivation of a 5th stage Spirit Sea in addition to the only lightning technique in the cultivation world that can be called unrivaled. That drought demon can't help him. Inside the grotto. At the moment of Xuanji Taoist's death, Monk Pureheart's complexion then changed for a moment. Xuanji's aura disappeared. The breath was gone, and that meant nothing. Damn! What kind of people are coming this time? Obviously my Tathagata only detected 2. With their cultivation, it's absolutely impossible to kill Xuanji. He looked toward the dry bone stakes nailed into the middle of that coffin. The entire coffin trembled violently. The drought demon inside was building up its strength to forcefully break through this dry bone pile. No, it's not possible to stay any longer. The drought demon blood has arrived. We can't suppress this drought demon for long with just a dry bone stake. Must leave. He finished. From his arms alone, he pulled out a blood-colored Buddha bead. And then a hard squeeze. The Buddha beads shattered. It turned into a bloody light and instantly wrapped the pure heart. He yanked out the dry bone stake nailed to the coffin at the last moment. Bump! Just at the moment the dry bone stake was detached from the coffin. An unimaginably hot power squeezed out from amongst that gap, forming a giant palm. It slammed directly into Akane's body. He showed a hint of fear and spurted out a large amount of blood. While at this time, the Buddha beads flashed with light. His figure also disappeared in an instant. Roar! Inside the coffin, angry voices resounded through the heavens and earth. A crystal-clear palm also finally penetrated the worn-out coffin at this moment. Ka-chow! Sky above. Thunder flashed out. Whenever something against the heavens appears in the world, heaven and earth will send down a thunderbolt. That heavenly thunderbolt was impartial and smashed straight down in the middle of that underground cave. A roar erupted. The power that had been raging to the extreme within the original underground cave also plummeted under this thunderbolt explosion. Falling thunder? Jiang Chu's figure also appeared beside the underground cave at this moment. Truly worthy of being a drought demon, the power of this thunder is just a few dozen times worse than I was then, right? He gave an approving quip. Being able to invoke heavenly thunder was enough to explain everything. Why don't you keep coming out? Jiang Chu waited outside for a bit longer. He had originally thought that this drought demon would take advantage of this opportunity to completely manifest itself in one go. But after this thunder fell, he clearly sensed that the drought demon's power was retracting. Nappy, really disgrace us zombies, it's not just a heavenly thunder, that's what you're afraid of? Jiang Chu was dissatisfied. Drought. Never mind, I'd better go down and give it a hand myself. Jiang Chu pondered slightly. It was a straightforward take. A strange power flashed across Jiang Chu's body. Space was torn apart. His entire person instantly disappeared in place, directly into the grotto. The terrifying heat was spreading. Just landed. Jiang Chu's eyes then landed on the worn-out coffin in the center of this underground cave. The entire lid of the coffin was under the power of the thunder from before. It had been split in half. Through the mutilated coffin, Jiang Chu will then look inside lying a figure. The figure of a small loli about a teenager. Her entire body was snow white, even her hair was white. The features were exquisite to the extreme, like a sleeping porcelain doll. Jiang Chu was continuing to look down. Eyes nearly logged out. So big. It's really a drought demon. But after seeing the two sharp teeth at the corners of the young girl's mouth, Jiang Chu just breathed a sigh of relief. No mistake. This term's drought. The nutrition is so good. It's not even worse than that Cao Su Wan air. And, from the body of this dry drought demon, Jiang Chu had a rare extra aura that was still somewhat close to him. This emotion is inexplicable. It was like finding a kindred spirit in a world full of living people. Chapter 91. No, Jiang Chu, you really treat the drought demon as a pet. See also heavenly punishment. But Jiang Chu suddenly frowned, because he saw that at the location of the heart of that young drought demon, surprisingly, a four-square-like nail-like blood hole appeared. The bloody hole was no longer bloody though, but it also made this lorry drought's breath keep flowing. Not even the earth vein dragon Chi could recover from this injury, because within that blood hole, there was also a power spreading that vaguely restrained this drought demon. Asterisk. What the hell? This ninny isn't going to get nailed with a dry bone stake, is she? Jiang Chu guessed something. If it were normal, it would naturally be impossible for the power of the dry bone pile to shake a drought demon. At best, it's a brief suppression. But it so happened that this point in time was exactly the moment when this dry drought demon came out of the world. The manifestation of an alien like the drought demon will inevitably be punished by the heavens. Nailed by a dry bone stake, she's in this state. If one were to harden against the heavenly tribulation, one would definitely die. No wonder the ninny shrunk back when she got a chop. So that's what this is about. Ding! Detected that the host has encountered a juvenile body drought demon. Weak, open option. Option 1, devouring a drought demon is of little use, and the drought demon bloodline will be nothing more than an after-dinner dessert for you. Option 2, take in a drought demon, as a purple robe stiff king. It should not be bad for you to have a drought demon as a little brother. In the middle of Jiang Chu's mind, a system tone appeared. Jiang Chu heard this voice. There was also more than a hint of elation on his face. What a thoughtful enough system. In that case, cutie, just choose to pick one. After choosing two, in the future, if you want to have some dessert after dinner, can't you just suck on this little loli? As long as you don't suck it to death all at once, you can do it again next time you raise it. It's not much more cost-effective than the first one. Make up your mind. But the most crucial thing now is still, we have to help this lowly drought demon come out completely before we can do so. Jiang Chu's feet stepped. Instantly, he appeared before that coffin. As Jiang Chu approached, he visibly sensed the young drought demon inside the coffin tremble slightly. It seems like fear. The young drought has been able to commune with the gods, with a mind of its own. No need to panic, I'm here to help you. Jiang Chu revealed a kind smile. With proximity, all he felt was that his vision opened up even more in front of him. This thunder, it's a good strike. The mountains are different from each other, and the heights are different from each other. The ancients really had great wisdom. Jiang Chu's words came out. It was only then that the trembling body of the young drought demon in the coffin stopped a bit. Jiang Chu looked at the wound on her chest. Through the skin, it was possible to see that the heart inside had broken through a hole. If she hadn't been a drought demon, she would have been killed long ago if she had been something ordinary. It stands to reason that high-level bloodlines have miraculous effects on low-level species, so if I use my blood, I might be able to help her recover straight away. Jiang Chu stroked his chin in contemplation. Feels like it makes sense. For example, if the blood of a true dragon falls into a river, it is able to cause the water races in the world to metamorphose. By that projection, he should have similar abilities. It's only 2 drops of blood anyway, it's not like you're squeezing your offspring, try it. One thought so. Jiang Chu's nails skyrocketed. Toward his middle finger he crossed. A drop of blood appeared at his fingertips. It was also the moment this blood appeared. That young drought demon that was originally still fearful, the divine light on its body all erupted violently. Jiang Chu was able to detect that she seemed to be very eager for her own blood. Don't worry, I'll feed it to you. Jiang Chu backhanded it. The drop of blood landed on the dryad's chest. Buzz. Blood after the fall. It turned into a purple aura that directly covered the young drought demon. Immediately after, the wound on her original chest was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the aura on her body was metamorphosing. The ancient divine patterns that were originally still somewhat blurred on her body all emerged. It was branded around her, adding to the ancient mystery. The teeth at the corners of her mouth were also surging, and a terrifyingly high temperature emanated from her body. It was frantically absorbing Jiang Chu's blood. Slowly her entire circumference coalesced like a cocoon, covering her body. So fierce? Jiang Chu knew that his blood might be of great use to this lowly drought demon, but I also didn't expect the effect to be so strong. Just a single drop of blood, and it was still just the most ordinary fingertip blood, was able to cause her to undergo such a metamorphosis. It would be great to give her a drop of her heart's blood, but Jiang Chu also knew that it was too much. I'm afraid that if this is the case, it will be able to directly burst this young drought demon. Rumble. The tremors of the ground began to appear once again, and this time the tremors were even more violent. The thunderclouds in the sky also began to converge continuously. A ray of lightning flashed out continuously, pulsing madly. Far more terrifying by countless millions than before. Dragon Vein Periphery. Chen Miaoyi and Zhuge Ling naturally saw the change. Both of their eyes were shrinking as well. What's going on? This lightning tribulation. How has it gotten stronger? And it's also so much stronger. Under this heavenly power. Even if they are still far away. Zhuge Ling's scalp was also tingling. Chen Miaoyi was also looking at all of this with a deadpan expression. She bit her red lip lightly. Thundercloud changes. It means that the drought demon is also getting stronger. Otherwise, there is absolutely no way that there could be such a change of heart at this point in time. But this drought demon is on the verge of being born. Why is she still able to metamorphose into this in this short period of time? Chen Miaoyi also carried a strong sense of disbelief. She wasn't sure what was going on underneath the crypt, but felt keenly that all this, maybe it has something to do with Jiang Chu. Could it be? Could that drought demon have sucked Jiang Chu? Chen Miaoyi suddenly thought of a possibility and her eyes widened. Although Jiang Chu was not a disciple of Longhu Mountain, he had after all inherited the purple robe of the Heavenly Master's house. This alone, even if there was still no identity, was enough for Jiang Chu to inherit a considerable portion of the Heavenly Master's chi. Although she was confident in Jiang Chu's strength. But now this heavenly thunder has changed. It's the only way to explain it all. Spirit, you stay here and don't move. I'm going to check. Jiang Chu is in danger. She finished. The entire figure was about to go in the opposite direction. It was also at this time. Boom. The center of that dragon vein. Something seems to have burst open. Immediately after, a figure with endless fiery divine patterns emanating from its body rose up into the sky. In the meantime, the thunder in the sky also suddenly struck down. Chapter 92. In my name, heavenly punishment. Scatter. Edict of Heavenly Thunder. If we say that the power of the Heavenly Thunder before was terrifying and overwhelming, then this time the thunder, on the other hand, it's completely over the top. The sky was all completely lit up with thunder. Tens of feet of heavenly thunder rolled down. A direct smash on the young drought demon. Boom. Thunder exploded. It resounded through heaven and earth. Heavenly thunder is heavenly might, the most rigid and masculine. It's the nemesis of all living things. Even the drought demon, under this terrifying heavenly thunder. The layer of flames that enveloped her body was also directly pierced through. Thunder erupted in a huge gash in her body. Fiery red blood fell from midair. Before it reached the ground, it turned into drops of fireballs like lava. The young drought let out a wail of pain. Originally, with her strength, hard-shaking heavenly thunder would definitely not be like this. But it was Jiang Chu who added a little something to her, causing her bloodline to metamorphose though. Jiang Chu's blood level was simply too high. It also triggered a thunderbolt that was countless times more terrifying than her normal metamorphosis. It made it difficult for her to even survive the first heavenly thunder. But she also knew that if she was able to survive this thunderbolt, her achievements in the future would definitely not be comparable to any drought demon. The true body of the drought demon, 100 miles of red earth. The young drought's voice rang out. The originally dim flames around her body fell at those 4 words. Once again, it began to rise. And her entire body was skyrocketing. What was originally nothing more than a lowly's height increased by 20 to 30 centimeters almost instantly. Layers and layers of ancient divine patterns surfaced between her skin. A head full of silver hair also turned into flames. From afar, it looked like an ancient god coming out of the middle of the sea of fire. The real drought demon? Seeing the young drought demon's sudden change in appearance, Jiang Chu below was also surprised for a moment. I didn't realize that the young drought demon had this kind of aptitude. What an instant transformation from a little lowly to a big woman. Enough contrast. However, the real body that manifested in front of him should be what the young drought demon would look like when it had grown up completely. Just like his stiff king body, he could switch between human form and zombie state at will. Although using one's true body does skyrocket one's strength by quite a bit, it's still impossible to carry off this heavenly thunder. Jiang Chu shook his head as he looked at the young drought demon that had only survived 3 thunderbolts before it was once again scarred. His breath was too anticlimactic. If it wasn't for the fact that you can be immortal and jump out of the 6 paths of reincarnation on a buff, it was also difficult for him to carry the heavenly thunder that day. And with the young drought demon before him tainted with a strand of his aura, it allowed the thunderbolt to raise to a point where it didn't give any life at all. It looks like there's a little more help on the way. Jiang Chu stretched. That is, when a sentence lands. The air, which was originally scorching hot, began to instantly turn cold. Terrifying corpse fog erupted from Jiang Chu's surroundings. The corpse fog rolled and collided with that scorching air. It directly caused the entire Earth Dragon vein to take on a layer of fog at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the mist, purple Taoist robes fluttered in the wind. The 5 Emperors' money cover transformed into streams of light to cover Jiang Chu's face. A power that was countless times more terrifying than a young drought demon erupted. Jiang Chu's entire body shot straight up into the sky, crossing over to the young drought demon in a single step. He tilted his head back to look at the thunder in the sky. The scarlet eyes carried no color. Come on! The rolling thunder in the sky stopped abruptly. Then it was like discovering an unimaginably great enemy. The thunderclouds, which were originally just raging, began to converge crazily. The entire heaven and earth were turning dark at a speed visible to the naked eye. The dark clouds are like the end of days. The white thunder light was also metamorphosing into a purple color. If the young drought's heavenly thunder was just a thunderbolt, after that Jiang Chu manifested, this thunderbolt had been replaced with heavenly punishment. In my name, the young drought demon shall pass the thunderbolt today. The indifferent voice did not carry the slightest hint of emotion. Rumble. The heavenly punishment also finally fell. A purple thunderbolt that stretched for hundreds of feet carried the power to destroy the sky and earth, and it smashed down towards Jiang Chu. The blow was sharp and fast. Almost in the blink of an eye, it landed on Jiang Chu's body. And behind Jiang Chu, the purple-clad Taoist robe that was originally draped over him rose up without any wind. Above the Tao robe, purple light floated. There seemed to be the emergence of the sound of the misty Tao, and that heavenly punishment that was already falling towards Jiang Chu. It came to a violent stop before this purple-robed Taoist robe, like coming to a sharp stop. And then bang! The heavenly thunder exploded into a firework that lit up the heavens and earth. Immediately after, the wind stops and the clouds rest. The thunderclouds also disappeared in a flash. Only the purple-clothed Tao robe once again landed on Jiang Chu's body. It seemed as if nothing had happened. Jiang Chu, what happened? Am I the real father of this heavenly punishment? Did it recognize me? How do you even bring a split halfway to disappear by yourself? It's not just Jiang Chu. The entire young drought demon next to Jiang Chu also looked dumbfounded. Originally, after Jiang Chu appeared, the aura of the purple-robed stiff king was on him. The young drought demon was barely able to catch its breath as far as it was suppressed. It was a feeling of oppression deep in the blood. It was as if she didn't have any power to resist in front of Jiang Chu. Only unconditional submission is possible. And the spectacle of Jiang Chu's edict of heaven's punishment was something that made her eyes go blank. It turns out that the stiff can still be so strong, but that subsequent series of reversals left the young drought completely overwhelmed. Yet she also clearly sensed the thunderbolt targeting herself. It had really disappeared. In the future, one can walk the world without worrying about being targeted. A kind of joy pervades the heart. Buzz. Within her, the bloodline power revived, punching through the block. Along with that, her spirituality was beginning to rise. Before, she had a god, but no spirit. And now yet the two are completely fused. Far away, beyond the dragon vein, Chen Miaoi and Zhuge Ling all froze in place. They had been witnessing it all along. The girls were shaken by the sight of the young drought, but it was only to be expected. But that figure that manifested after the young drought demon, however, caused them to be covered in endless fear. Right, it's just fear. Face the thunderbolt head on. And with a single word, even the heavenly punishment was completely annihilated. This, what level of power is this? To be able to do this? Miaoi, we were just. Was it really not an illusion? What in the world is that existence? How does it feel? He's even stronger than that drought demon. No, it's much stronger. Zhuge Ling's delicate face turned white. As a disciple of the Zhuge family, she could be said to be well versed in all the information of the cultivation world, big and small. But even so, she had never heard of such a horrific scene. And she was in those final moments. Trance saw a purple robe of the Tao. Chen Miaoi heard her words. A bitter smile also appeared on his face. Even Zhuge Ling could vaguely see the purple-clad Taoist robe. It was only natural for her to see some of it. And she saw more. That purple-clothed Tao robe. It flew out from that figure. And this entire Dragon Veinland, no, even if you look at the entire inhuman realm, being able to have a purple robe of the word, only Jiang Chu. So just now that edict of heavenly thunder, a word that made all the heavenly punishments dissipate. It's Jiang Chu. But after freezing, she also reacted extremely quickly. A face also became unprecedentedly grave. Linger, Senior Jiang is someone that Master Daoxian has his eye on, and his relationship with us. it's also extremely good. So, everything today, we have to pretend that nothing happened, even if it's the Yellow Springs Bureau, or, your grandfather can't tell no. Zhuge Ling sniffed. With her intelligence, she also understood instantly. Zhuge Ling revealed a playful smile. Don't worry Miaoi, before the Linshui incident it was thanks to Jiang Chu or else I might not have been able to come back alive, he was half a lifesaver to me. Moreover, your family is related to the old Heavenly Master Senior and his. With such a connection, I naturally know what to do. What's more, with the old Heavenly Master Senior here, who in the entire Inhuman realm, including the Yellow Springs Bureau, would dare to touch him? Chen Miaoi's pretty face reddened slightly. He glared at Zhuge Ling. Alright, let's collect some dragon chi and wait for Jiang Chu to return. Chapter 93 Young Drought Demon, Father. Jiang Chu, no, wait. Who is your dad? Where the dragon vein is against the scales. Jiang Chu looked at the young drought demon who had suddenly closed his eyes, knowing that this is her metamorphosis. So Jiang Chu didn't bother. By the way, Zhuge Ling and Chen Miaoi said that the place where the young drought demon is located has the most dragon energy from the earth veins. Go over there. Jiang Chu stepped. Once again, he entered within the grotto. With the drought demon out of the world, dense cracks began to appear on the rock walls all around this underground cave. Jiang Chu raised his eyebrows and glanced at the rocks that looked like scales. It's really a dragon vein, but it's a pity that the essence of this dragon vein is all contained in the body of the young drought demon, and now that the young drought demon has been born, this dragon vein, I'm afraid it's going to be broken as well. Dragon veins are born and raised with great chi. If an ordinary person is buried in the middle of a dragon vein, his offspring will produce a true dragon. However, since hundreds of years ago, Lu Bowen, the so-called Earth Immortal, chopped off all the world's dragon veins. The dragon veins of the land of Daxia had almost all been severed. Plus in the last few decades, there have been specialized exploration teams looking for dragon vein leaks as well. Even fewer dragon veins can be seen alive. I didn't realize that there was a hidden line in this mountain in the north of the river. Jiang Chu took one look and withdrew his gaze. Whether the dragon vein died or not had nothing to do with him. His eyes fell on the spot where the young drought demon's coffin had been before. There. As the coffin burst, a 10-foot hole appeared below. It was as if the coffin was standing on top of this hole. And at this moment, a wisp of milky white essence was flowing out of the cave entrance, exuding pure energy. Jiang Chu's eyes lit up. With a flash of his figure, he instantly appeared before that dragon vein essence. Ding! The host has obtained the dragon vein essence. Dragon vein essence, special treasure. Effects: the essence of the dragon vein condensation, the 5th level of spirit sea under the cultivator to take, can be firmly rooted, wash the marrow of the talent, enhance the cultivation, strengthen the breakthrough, no side effects, spirit sea above the cultivator to take, no effect, and for the vast majority of heavenly treasures have the effect of supplying. On the other hand, if an aquatic demon is acquired, it can help to quench its bloodline and has a chance to transform into a dragon. Remarks: although dragon vein essence isn't much to you, it's sweet and sour, and it's good to eat as a chorizo. Look at the introduction above. Jiang Chu nodded in satisfaction. It does work well. Not much use for myself though. But you still have Teo yourself. I don't know if this dragon's breath can raise a Teyukai. With a movement of his mind, he took out the blood Taiyang from among his spatial ring. It was seen that the originally energetic blood Teyukai was full of vigor. It's completely wilted by now. Even the piece of flesh that had been cut by himself had not recovered. Nappy, it's rare that a Teyukai can be raised dead. Jiang Chu controlled the dragon chi in his hand to approach the blood Taiyu. It was seen that the originally wilted Taiyu's body was trembling slightly. Jiang Chu then sensed that the dragon chi in his hand seemed to be engulfed by a suction force. It was instantly merged into the blood Tai, the original wilting Teiyukai. It was as if he had taken a power pill, and he was instantly energized. Even the body that had been sliced open by Jiang Chu earlier began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye, and there were more inexplicable changes in the body. Ding! The 1,000-year-old blood Taiyu devouring the dragon's chi feels full of energy, so it begins to evolve towards a higher grade of elixir. The evolution cycle is unknown for the time being. The host can feed the dragon chi to shorten the evolution time. In Jiang Chu's mind the system voice appeared again. That's okay? Jiang Chu glanced at the blood Taiyang in surprise. I don't know what this thing tastes like when it's done evolving. When the time comes, cut it up and taste the salt. Throw it back into the space ring. Jiang Chu wasn't polite either. In passing, he collected all the earth vein dragon chi. 36 strands in all. With the last trace of the dragon's chi being drained away. Ka-cha-ka-cha-ka-cha-ka-cha-ka-cha-ka-cha-ka-cha. The sound of rock breaking began to emanate from the middle of the grotto, and the entire grotto began to shake. This place is about to collapse. Jiang Chu didn't stay. Shuttle. The power of space around him flickered. The entire figure suddenly disappeared in place. Almost seconds after he left. Rumble. The grotto completely crumbled. The mountains and rocks shook and splattered with countless dust. At the same time, the aura above this entire mountain range disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. It went on for several minutes before everything completely subsided. Jiang Chu withdrew his gaze, looked to where the young drought was. Just in time, the young drought demon also suddenly opened his eyes. The moment he saw Jiang Chu, the young drought's face then showed joy. She opened her mouth as if she wasn't quite used to being able to vocalize. But immediately afterward, a lowly voice rang in Jiang Chu's ears. Dad! Dad! Jiang Chu! Jiang Chu's entire face went black at that moment. What the hell? I'm just taking in a little brother, and you're calling me dad? Even though we're both zombies, we're obviously not the same species. Could I have given birth to a daughter your age? Daddy! The young drought demon didn't care if Jiang Chu's face was dark or not. The figure flashed. Straight away, he jumped into Jiang Chu's arms. Hot and soft. It hit Jiang Chu like he was squeezing into the middle of a sponge cushion. Jiang Chu backed up and sucked in a large mouthful of hot air. Clothes. What the young drought was wearing earlier would have been the costume she wore when she was buried. That thing had decayed after an unknown number of years, and after the young drought demon had manifested its true body before, it had long since held up in tatters. Now with this movement of hers, the tattered fabric was instantly reduced to flying dust. But it was clear that the young drought demon simply couldn't understand what Jiang Chu was saying. Just hugging Jiang Chu and rubbing hard, Jiang Chu touched his nose. Luckily being a zombie doesn't make you prone to nosebleeds. Forget it, don't pretend. Watching the session, love it. For several minutes. It was only then that Jiang Chu reluctantly took out a piece of his newly purchased and still unworn clothes from within his spatial ring. Come lift your feet. Jiang Chu lifted one of the young drought's feet up. Rounded toes and snow-white skin. It's true that Lolitas are top jade feet. Simply put the dress on her, and cautioned that he wasn't this ninny's dad. It was only then that the young drought demon stared with watery eyes. So am I calling out to my master? Jiang Chu held his tongue for half a day. Really didn't come up with any new designations either. And there's something a little too shameful about calling your master or something. It's fine to call out behind your back, but it's a bit of a social death if you call out your master in front of outsiders later. Those who didn't know thought they had tuned this young drought to something. Just call Big Brother, from now on you'll be my newly adopted little sister. Big Brother? The young drought demon scratched his head. The delicate to the core face showed some disbelief, but it was still an honest shout. Jiang Chu then gave a satisfied nod. As for the reason why this young drought demon called out to his father as soon as he appeared just now, Jiang Chu was also clear. Naturally, it was because of the drop of blood he had previously given to the young drought. Her own drop of Purple Robe Stiff King blood had completely transformed her body. So after awakening, even without the suppression of Jiang Chu's bloodline, the young drought will also be naturally close to him. Senior Jiang. This time, in the distance, a shouting voice also fell on Jiang Chu's ears. There was no need to guess that it was Chen Miaoyi and Zhuge Ling who had come. He also withdrew his mind from continuing to temper the young drought. Look in the direction of the sound. There, the two could already be seen. Just a few seconds. The two women had then arrived in front of Jiang Chu. Their eyes did not fall on Jiang Chu. Instead, they looked at the young drought in unison. The young drought demon also bared its teeth ferociously towards the two at this time. Two not-so-long teeth appeared. It made Chen Miaoyi and Zhuge Ling instantly feel as if they were on the verge of a great advent. As cultivators, the two women's perception of danger was naturally extraordinary. They looked at the young girl who suddenly appeared in front of them. Another thought. The previous thunderbolt. A horrible reality popped up in the middle of his mind almost instantly. This is that drought demon. Cold sweat swished out of their bodies. While at this time, Jiang Chu patted the young drought demon's head. One of our own. The young drought demon sniffed and looked at Jiang Chu strangely. However, it was found that Jiang Chu did not have any intention of attacking. That's when he put away his zombie teeth. It reverted to its previous dorky state. Jiang Chu also spoke smilingly towards Chen Miaoyi and Zhuge Ling. Don't worry, this is my new little sister. How's it going, cowboy? A drought demon? Little sister? What a niche word. Chapter 94 Breakthrough. Breakthrough. A great increase in strength. Corpse * Tong Tian Talisman. But looking at the legend of the ferocious and fierce, now the world drought demon. Surprisingly, Jiang Chu was rubbing his head like a dog. Chen Miaoyi and Zhuge Ling both didn't know what to say either. Mainly, it was just so different from the drought demon they had imagined. Saying out that this lowly in front of him was a drought demon would probably be disbelieved by the ghosts. Alright, you've all finished collecting the dragon chi, right? It's time for us to go. Jiang Chu waved his hand. Take the young drought with you. On the road. Chen Miaoyi and Zhuge Ling also couldn't help but secretly consult with Jiang Chu about the young drought demon. After learning that the young drought demon really did recognize Jiang Chu as its master, only then did he breathe a complete sigh of relief. It's a lot easier. And looking at the young drought's exquisite to the point of lowly face, it's also really hard to generate any hostility. It was just a short while. The self-acquainted Zhuge Ling had already come up to the young drought demon and muttered something unknown to the young drought demon. The young drought was a bit hostile at first. However, she was well aware of Jiang Chu's attitude, which seemed to be friendly towards these two. After dropping his guard, he was soon lulled by Zhuge Ling into being somewhat confused about East and West. It was obvious from her constantly changing expressions of drollery that this ninny, she's so easy to fool. Wait until you get to the neighborhood where Jiang Chu is. The young drought demon was already happily holding hands with Zhuge Ling, almost like a good sister. Jiang Chu, after all, you and sister young drought are different from men and women, so it's definitely not convenient for you to sleep together at night, right? In that case, how about you let young drought's sister join me and Miaoi? Get out of the car before. Zhuge Ling inquired to Jiang Chu. Jiang Chu had a head full of black lines. It's none of your business how I sleep. Do you still think I can poke a drought demon at night? You've even figured out the difference between men and women? Jiang Chu glanced at the young drought demon. Do you want to join them? The young drought demon looked at Jiang Chu, then at Zhuge Ling and Chen Miaoi. I'll listen to big brother. Gotta. Jiang Chu rolled his eyes. It's almost exactly like a bear wanting to go out and play. The young drought has lived for an unknown number of years though. God's will had been turned on long ago, but it is only when it comes out that it is completely psychic. The mind is as good as a teenager. Then you'll go with them. Jiang Chu finished. Suddenly something comes to mind. A wave of the hand. The crystal coffin he had gotten earlier came into view. Sleep in this coffin at night. The young drought demon looked at the crystal coffin. The whole eye is wide open. As soon as he did, he picked up the coffin. It seemed to be very satisfying. Then she opened her mouth and straight away, she swallowed the coffin. Swallowed it. Jiang Chu, Chen Miaoi, Zhuge Ling, Nima. You just swallowed it? Big brother, why are you guys looking at me like that? The young drought swallowed the coffin. Puzzled, he looked at the Jiang Chu trio. Then she said in explanation, this is my natural divine ability, similar to a domain. Hear that? It took a moment for Jiang Chu to realize. It is rumored that the drought demon can swallow dragons. It does seem to have a gift that can be devoured. It is a soft loli that swallowed a coffin with one mouth. The genus is a bit scary. Jiang Chu looked at her pink mouth. Since it's so good at swallowing, try it sometime. Send off 2 women and a stiff. Jiang Chu returned to his home. Suwon Air next door is not here tonight. On her way out the door she said she was going to tell her family about her blood healing by the old herbalist. So go home. Simply washed up. Jiang Chu sat cross-legged on his bed. Start taking stock of the day's harvest. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the completion of the quest, the Wrath of the Drought Demon. Upon completion of the mission, you will be rewarded with 70 years of Corpse Chi, Corpse Law Random Draw Gift Pack *1, 5,000 Corpse Chi points. In Jiang Chu's mind, the familiar sound of a system mission being completed rang out. Almost simultaneously, 70 years of corpse chi then burst out from Jiang Chu's body. The strong force of the corpse chi almost blew a gale in the room. Jiang Chu closed his eyes. The corpse chi on his body rose, concentrating on refining it. A full dozen breaths. Only then did Jiang Chu exhale. The air suddenly coalesced into a white mist. He looked to his system panel. Name Jiang Chu. Identity, Purple Robe Stiff King, Unique. Zombie level, 5th order flying stiffs. Degree of evolution, 30%. Treasure, Corpse * Purple Robe, Corpse * 5 Emperor's Money Cover, Stiff King's Prison Hammer. Essential Aptitude, Stiff King Ascension, 2nd level, Corpse Spirit, Intermediate, Time and Space Mastery, Extremely Weak. Corpse Technique, Corpse Control Technique, LV. 3 Minor, Corpse * containing Spirit Dispatch, LV. 3 Minor, Corpse * Pseudo Turnover, LV. 3, Corpse * 5 Thunder's Positive Technique, LV. 2, Corpse Chi Points, 38,600, can be purchased from the system mall. Once again, the level of evolution increased by 13%. It's already up to 30%. It's not bad. So it seems. It wouldn't take long to break through to the flying stiff. And the necrotic points are at an all-time high. Fully 38,000. Smoke the necromancy skill first. Jiang Chu looked towards the corpse law drawing gift pack he had left. With the last chosen 5 thunders proper. Jiang Chu was still looking forward to this lottery. He spoke directly. System, use the necromancy raffle pack. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully using the corpse technique drawing gift pack and obtaining the gold grade avatar, Corpse * Tong Tian Talisman. To receive or not to receive. The Tong Tong Talisman? Jiang Chu heard the name. There was also a slight joy on his face. Although the Corpse * Passage Talisman was only gold level, not exactly a stroke of luck, but definitely extremely good as well. The Tong Tian Talisman was one of the 8 strange techniques that were on par with the spirit detaining and dispatching generals. It's also the ultimate in talismanic magic. Although it was said that the talisman that he had transformed by using his corpse chi to catalyze the Tong Tian Talisman was a corpse talisman, but it doesn't detract from the effect. After all, corpse charms are charms. Just be able to kill people. Pick up. Jiang Chu opened his mouth. Buzz. In his head. The memories about the corpse Dharma Tongtian talisman began to come back quickly. Passage to heaven. This is a complete departure from the confines of traditional talismans. This can be done without setting up an altar or drawing charms. Directly, he condensed his form with his chi and gathered talismans in the void. Just a single movement of the mind could be enough to carve out any divine talisman in the middle of the void. Use it completely as a sprinkle of beans in general. In the anime, Tanto talisman makes an appearance, though it looks like it's just that. It's even become a battle gauge. However, this was entirely due to the fact that the old man who practiced the Tongtian talisman did not come from the talismanic line, and never took the Tongtian seriously either. That's why it's so generic. If one is truly able to cultivate the talismanic path to the extreme, definitely not inferior to any other dharma. Chapter 95, Feng Ho Chi Men. I am the orientation, I am the auspiciousness. A full 10 minutes of work had passed. Jiang Chu's eyes only reopened. It is worthy of being a technique that can be ranked as one of the 8 wondrous techniques, and its effects are not in the least bit smaller than those of the spirit detaining and dispatching generals. It's a pity that it's not the Wind Queen's Chi Men that can securely rank in the top 3 among the 8 Chi techniques. Otherwise, next time, it would be much happier to punch Zhuge Ling's little face, saving her from stinking up her own family's Zhuge Chimera every day. Jiang Chu stroked his chin, looking towards the attributes of the Corpse * Passage Talisman. Name, Corpse * Tongtian Talisman, one of the 8 wonders, the ultimate talisman. Current level, LV. 0. Effect, beginners can instantly draw a corpse talisman in the void, masters can instantly draw 3 corpse talismans, 9 at the level of minor accomplishment, 27 at the level of major accomplishment, and 81 corpse talismans in 1 second at the level of perfection. Next level, 2000 corpse points. A beginner is able to make a charm a second? To the consummation it was even 81 corpse charms a second. Jiang Chu's eyes lit up. This Nima. Not bad for the Gatling of the Avatar world. When this little motor is on, it's 81 charms a second. It's still not a straight-up killing frenzy. If you start rubbing corpse charms on the way to future fights, wait for the place and a wave of several thousand rounds goes straight through. Don't say it's a 5th-order spirit sea great cultivator. Even if it was a 6th-order life palace level powerhouse, it would still be able to directly blow up. That scene is beautifully juicy when you think about it. Let's raise a level 3 and see how it goes. Nowadays, Jiang Chu was also rich and powerful. A full 30,000 plus corpse chi points, except for that pervert level thing called the 5 Thunders Orthodoxy. All other aptitudes are sufficient. System. Upgrade the level 3 Tongtian Talisman. Jiang Chu opened his mouth. Ding. Congratulations to the host for consuming 2000 corpse chi points and successfully upgrading the Corpse * Tongtian Talisman. Current level, LV1, beginner. Ding. Congratulations to the host for consuming 4000 corpse chi points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for consuming 8000 corpse chi points and successfully upgrading the Corpse * Tongtian Talisman. Current level, LV3, minor success. 14,000 corpse chi points slammed down. The rank of Corpse * Tongtian Talisman was successfully promoted to the level of minor completion. With the end of the upgrade, in Jiang Chu's mind, the Corpse * Tongtian Talisman's techniques were constantly melting together. A large amount of information about the corpse symbol was also rapidly emerging, directly seared into the depths of his memory. Jiang Chu lightly waved his hand. A finger was pointed toward the void. Instantaneous. Countless corpse chi began to spread above the void. The corpse chi condensed into silk threads and was sketching at an extremely fast speed. Just a blink of an eye. In front of Jiang Chu, 9 white talismans that emitted a terrifying corpse aura had then appeared. These talismans surrounded Jiang Chu's body. Even if it wasn't deliberately activated, the aura that flowed from it was enough to kill any 4th stage condensed Dan level cultivator. It's really faster than a second man, I like it. Slight experimentation. Jiang Chu expressed his satisfaction. If it wasn't for the fact that this is a rented room, I'm afraid it would have gone straight through the room. He's going to try a wave of highs and lows. Take this opportunity to raise the 5 Thunder Positive technique one more level. After upgrading the pass-through talisman, the original 38,000 necrotic points, only 20,000 left to go. Jiang Chu was not unwilling to give up either. After all, the power of the 5 Thunderbolt Orthodoxy was his strongest means of attack at the moment. Prioritizing care is definitely not a bad idea. System, raise the young 5 thunders. As Jiang Chu's voice fell. Ding. Congratulations to the host for consuming 20,000 corpse chi points and raising corpse * young 5 thunders successfully. Current level LV. 3, minor success. Finally, it's to a minor accomplishment. Through these hours of knowledge about the avatar, Jiang Chu knew that the power that could be utilized at the beginning and proficient stages of an avatar was very limited. These 2 levels are more like laying a foundation in general. It was only when one reached a minor accomplishment that one was considered to have thoroughly mastered a technique. Now with the young 5 thunders stepping into small success, in Jiang Chu's mind, his senses about the 5 thunders orthodox method had also drastically increased by a wave. Not only can you transform the young Five Thunders into various shapes, it was even able to create some skills that used lightning as a means of attack. It was like the lightning cage created by that old heavenly master when he fought with his own master in his youth. That old heavenly master's thunder technique should be at the point of minor accomplishment. Name Jiang Chu. Identity, Purple Robe Stiff King, Unique. Zombie level, 5th order Flying Stiffs. Degree of evolution, 30%. Treasure, Corpse * Purple Robe, Corpse * 5 Emperor's Money Cover, Stiff King's Prison Hammer. Essential aptitude, Stiff King Ascension, 2nd level, Corpse Spirit, Intermediate, Time and Space Mastery, Extremely Weak. Corpse Technique, Corpse Control Technique, LV. 3 minor, Corpse * containing Spirit Dispatch, LV. 3 minor, Corpse * Pseudo Turnover, LV. 3, Corpse * 5 Thunders Positive Technique, LV. 2. 5, Corpse * Tongtian Talisman, LV. 3 minor, Corpse Chi Points, 4,600, can be purchased from the System Mall. The system panel is refreshed. If the current me were to exert the thunder technique with all my might, I might be able to achieve the effect of triggering heavenly thunder. Jiang Chu carefully realized the power of the young Five Thunders. The eyes erupted into a fine light. God's thunder! That's the real killer. Even a terrifying creature like a drought demon had no resistance in the midst of the heavenly thunder. Ordinary ghosts and spirits were afraid that just by virtue of the thunderous might of the heavenly thunder, it would be enough to make their livers and guts crack. Itching to get some excitement, why don't you take advantage of the middle of the night and go find a ghost sister? One thought so. Jiang Chu was getting more and more excited the more he thought about it. It's dark and windy tonight, not a good time to look for the ghost sister. Heavenly thunder and ghosts. It's exciting, isn't it? Jiang Chu said nothing. Just open the Yellow Springs Bureau app. Look above for an event titled, First 7 Returns. His figure flickered toward the destination of the event. Chapter 96, Edict of Heavenly Thunder. 5 Thunderbolts. Playing God? So what? Jiangbei. Older suburban towns. As the city has grown over the years, within the entire old town, there is no longer the prosperity of the past. The population has been lost by almost 80% or 90%. To the present time, the roads of the old town were even longer devoid of any living soul. There is a forbidden place within this old town. It's called the Garden of Listening to Spring. It is a theater with a history of 100 years. Back then, it was also a hit in the city of Jiangbei. Fame is strong. It has quite a few famous characters in it. One of the most famous is Manhwa Opera. There were even a number of other places where the rich and powerful came from out of town specifically to watch the play to relieve their boredom. But the theater business, too, has modernized along with it. Rapidly declining. Listening to Spring Garden is not free from its destiny. It was on the verge of collapse 30 years ago. The theater troupe owner at the time couldn't take the blow. In the middle of a late night, closing all the doors to the theater. Then he set fire to all 39 people in the theater, including his own children, and burned them all to death. A mournful scream. It resounded for miles around. Since then, this hearing Spring Garden is considered to be a complete curtain call. And because there are so many people who have died in this theater and died so tragically, no one even dares to go near it on weekdays. After the recovery of the Red Moon, there were even occasional people who could hear special lights coming on in this theater. A little more of a horror vibe. The Garden of Listening to Spring, which is usually untouched. Today, however, there is suddenly an extra figure. The figure wore a simple monk's robe. It was none other than the monk Jingshan from before. Compared to the previous days, he was in a bad state at the moment. His face was all pale and bloodless. Only in his hand he still held a ball of heart that was smoking hot on this cold night. Keep nibbling as you go. Until that heart was completely consumed. Only then did he cough up a mouthful of blood. A long exhale, a bit of an afterthought. It's really a terrifying enough drought demon, not even out of this world, just one strike and I'm seriously injured. Luckily, I had the shift amulet given by Lord General. Otherwise I really would have been accounted for. Muttered to himself. His figure was also getting deeper and deeper inside the hearing Spring Garden. Suddenly a sound like thunderous opera singing rang out. Monk Pure Heart's expression immediately became cautious. Looking up in the direction of the voice. Just see the otherwise dark night. A flash of red light illuminated. The scarlet light struck above the crumbling old stage of the theater. He saw a figure wearing a large red theater robe, a flower crown on his head, and an odd mask on his face. Is dancing to the chant. His stride was strange and his dance was even more treacherous. A trance like a strange god between every move. Manhwa Opera, also known as a ghost show. Monk Pureheart was watching very carefully, like a loyal spectator, for several minutes. As the last syllable falls, Monk Pureheart applauded vigorously. Crisp applause rang out. Your play, Shogun-sama, is as mesmerizing as ever. Monk Pureheart had a pleasing look on his face, like a pug that sees its master. A strange smile rose on the masked theatergoer's face. Even his mask was wearing the same smile. It was as if the mask had blended in and become his face. Jingshin, you're obsessed. The voice was not male or female and could not be heard. Pure Heart hurriedly recited a Buddha's name. Amitba Buddha, it is the little monk's determination that is not enough to make the Lord General laugh. The playwright dusted off his big red theater robe. Elegantly, he took a seat toward the back. There was clearly nothing behind him, but it was as if he was sitting in the middle of the most comfortable chair. How did it go? Nettlesome sniffed. From his bosom, he then took out the dry bone steak that he had taken out earlier, before pulling out a crystal clear jade bottle. The bottle was made of the finest sheepskin jade. The value of this vial alone, when placed outside, would be 9 figures at least. The inside of the bottle is on fire at the moment. It was like a blazing fire burning inside the bottle. He respectfully handed out the 2 items in his hand. Reporting back to Lord General, the drought demon essence blood has been taken. The playwright's eyes also finally lit up with a bit of a glow, and he waved his arm. Theater robes float. In an instant, he had those 2 items in his hands. He held the sheepish jade pendant and looked at it for a long time. The strange smile reappeared on the mask. Very good. Very good. What a blood full of divinity, with it, and with something like that from your Buddhist temple, the one among the red moon will be able to come out ahead of schedule. This seed will make this red moon completely descend on earth. Jayashin lowered his head. Don't dare pay attention to this psychotic man. Wait until the playwright puts something away. Only then did he continue. The presiding abbot is already waiting for the general's head to come, but the general's head has one more thing to report. Xuanji and Wuma were both lost in Zhongbei this time. The playwright heard this. There was no reaction, just an oh. It's just crap. Jayashin's heart pumped, but continued, and inside their bodies, the play deities who planted for them have also disappeared, and the little monk suspects that they are dead at the hands of the same person. Swish! The figure of the playwright sitting in the middle of the air flickered. It came right in front of the Pure Heart. An unimaginable aura emanated from his body, causing Pure Heart to tremble. What did you say? This seat's theater deities are gone too? The voice finally sounded like a normal person. Years shouldn't be too many, very young. Yes, Lord Shogun, after Wuma's death, I tried to sense the theater deity you planted, and there was no response. On the way back just now, Xuanji did the same. Do you know who did this? Nettlesome nodded. Xuanji's death isn't really clear, but Wuma died at the hands of a 4th-ranked ghost harnesser that recently appeared in the Yellow Springs Bureau, and that ghost harnesser seems to have pierced through the trapped spirit ground opened by Wuma. After saying that, Pure Heart took out her cell phone, tapped on a message. The contents of that message were handed to the playwright's eyes. On it was clearly Jiang Chu's information. The red-robed playboy's eyes narrowed a bit, but it was immediately followed by another big laugh. Interesting, really interesting. This Zhongbei seems much more interesting than I thought. To be able to erase this seat's theater deity, he's really interesting. It's just as well, the big show is still being prepared in the past few days, and this seat is still short of a playwright, so let's use his body. Shui. Before walking to the gates of the peaceful neighborhood, Jiang Chu sneezed. He rubbed his nose. Mother who the hell has been cursing me for the past 2 days? Don't let me catch you, or I'll see if I'm done with you. Chapter 97, a ghost story for a rainy night. Hell is empty, but I'm on earth. Ka chow. It's been overcast and gloomy. Rain began to fall. Not too big, not too small. In a fit of rage, Jiang Chu kicked away the wild bugs that were busy pairing up among the grass in front of the neighborhood. Then, he was stopped by the security man. Stopped. Boy, it's dangerous here, don't go in. The security guard is in his early 60s and is full of righteousness. Seems to know something. Jiang Chu was in no hurry anyway. Pulled out a root wazoo. He had one for himself, and handed most of the rest of the pack to the security man. The security guard was stunned, and his eyes lit up for a moment. This kid. He's going to come and get it. Little brother, if you want to know something, old brother, I promise to know everything. There's never anything that can't be accomplished when Huazi steps in. The old guard also lit one, and the address was much more cordial. Jiang Chu also meant the same thing. Old man, is the neighborhood haunted? Although the paranormal events here are recorded within the Yellow Springs Bureau app, there are no details. It should be understaffed and not yet processed here. As soon as I heard that, the old security guard's hand was shaking slightly as he smoked. A flash of fear passed through his eyes. He exhaled a smoke ring before nodding. I don't tell the general public, and you don't spread it out. Little brother, here, is indeed haunted. Can you elaborate? Jiang Chu was not in a hurry anyway, and it was not bad to listen to ghost stories on this rainy night. The old guard was bored alone, and now he felt relieved to have someone around. He opened the security booth and gestured for Jiang Chu to go in and sit down. Wait until you sit down. The old guard also began to pontificate. This thing, it happened a week ago. I remember that day, the daughter-in-law of the Chen family in room 804 of Building 4 suffered a sudden cerebral infarction and died before anyone could get to the hospital. At the time we were all still lamenting the fact that she was only in her 30s, not too old and with a good heart, and we didn't expect to go so suddenly. We even went over to their house when they had the funeral and put up a gift of $200. Everything was going fine, and yet, on the night of the coffin stop, I was patrolling the neighborhood. Suddenly I heard a scream. I thought something was wrong. Rushed over, and then upon reaching that hearse, I saw the scene of a lifetime. The old guard was very involved in what he was saying, and was a little scared himself when he said it. Ruthlessly, he took another sip of his cigarette. Only then did he continue, that Chen family's daughter-in-law, surprisingly, climbed out of the coffin herself. Climbed out. She also had an inexplicable smile on her face. That smile. It's really creepy, just like the same as the ones that crawl out of hell in those horror movies. Little brother, don't laugh at old brother. Old brother has been eating for most of his life, and has never seen such a bizarre scene. Jiang Chu nodded his head in understanding. So you guys didn't, at that time, test her heartbeat? The old security guard nodded vigorously. That's for sure. I even personally tested it for her at the time, and don't you say, it's really there. And then, her family took her to the hospital again, examined her thoroughly, and in the end surprisingly came to the conclusion. She came back to life. The old guard threw the cigarette in his hand hard on the ground. You're saying this group of doctors aren't fooling around? That person has obviously been dead for a day. There are even corpse spots growing on her body. How can she be alive? The whole Chen family was so excited that they thought it was heaven's favor on their family, and they removed all the hearths overnight. But this is what started all the nightmares. The old security guard was a heavy smoker. He just dropped his cigarette and pulled out another crumpled box of Furong Wang from his own pocket, handing one to Jiang Chu. Pointed it up again himself. For 2 days after that, the Chen family never went out again. They stayed at home all the time, and they had curtains drawn in their home both day and night. I was curious because in the previous times, the old lady of the Chen family still likes to go out for a walk, and their son, who also has to get up early for work, can often be seen. And in the middle of the night on one occasion, I was passing by the Chen house. I vaguely heard some special sounds, and I thought it was a thief, so I sneaked up to the Chen family's door. Then, I realized, their gate was actually open, and all 5 members of the Chen family, surprisingly, all of them didn't sleep. They didn't turn on the lights either, just hiding in the dark, chewing on something over and over. That sound is as oozy as it gets. I was shocked at that time. The cold hair stood up, casually took out the electric stick behind me, threw the bright light on the electric stick. I then clearly saw, the Chen family are gnawing on a person. The living, breathing man. That person. That's their downstairs neighbor or a pregnant woman. The old guard came to an abrupt end. Something suddenly occurred to him and blankness appeared on his face. By the way, what did I do after that? Why do I have no memory of it at all? Hearing the old guard's last words to himself, Jiang Chu smiled. I've got a story here too, old man. Would you like to hear it? The old guard was stunned, but nodded. Go ahead, lad. Jiang Chu was not polite. 5 days ago, there was a paranormal incident in the Ping'an neighborhood, and the source of the paranormal incident is named Li Chui Hong, female, 37 years old, and has a daughter with her husband. Her family looks beautiful on the surface, but it's really not doing as well as it should. Because she couldn't give birth to a son, her in-laws, who have always been very unhappy with her, are usually either beating or scolding her, saying that she is a spoilsport, causing their family to be extinct. And her husband was originally very good to her, but in this atmosphere, in addition to the constant urge of parents, just 2 years ago cheated on a young freshly graduated unit female college students. The two often open room. Even that mistress has sent the video of her and Li Tsuehong's husband open room together to play Snapchat to Li Tsuehong, let Li Tsuehong divorce. But Li Tsuehong's character is extremely cowardly, plus for the sake of her own daughter, she has been holding back and pretending not to see it. Until the first half of the year, her husband's cheating mistress found out she was pregnant, and secretly found out among the black clinics that it was a boy. Jiang Chu helplessly spread his hands. The plot is just so cheesy. After getting this news, the whole Chen family except Li Tsuehong almost treats that mistress as an ancestor, and Li Tsuehong's in-laws treat her even worse, so close to just breaking her legs and throwing her out of the Chen family. Her husband, too, is allowed to do so, in order to facilitate the care of the little three, but also bought a suite downstairs in your neighborhood, and every day let Li Tsuehong serve the little threes 3 meals a day. Chapter 98, It's reasonable for me, a purple-robed stiff king, to know some lightning magic, right? But as time passed, that mistress was already about to give birth, and she used the child in her belly as a threat that she had to ask Li Tsuehong for a divorce or else she didn't want the child. Li Tsuehong, this person is also a wimp to the extreme, dead set against it, every day to beg that junior, saying that he is willing to raise the child. Seeing that the next month the junior is about to give birth, Li Tsuehong still does not agree to divorce. The family's contradictions have also at this moment accumulated to the extreme. Li Tsuehong's in-laws, who spent $300,000 on a ghost talisman from a god dancer, took Li Tsuehong's life that night. Li Tsuehong actually knew about these things all along, but she didn't expect that the talisman would actually work, or that her family would actually kill her. After her death, all the grievances, anger, and unwillingness all exploded, and on the second night, she returned to her soul, transformed into a spiteful ghost, and climbed out of the coffin, and the Chen family, due to extreme fear, was afraid that Li Tsuehong would go to the police, rushed her home. And then, they died together in the house, and the night shift security guard of the peaceful neighborhood, who noticed these abnormalities 3 days ago, wanted to check it out. The moment he opened the door of Chen's house, the security guard was in extreme shock, and the most unstable of the 3 souls, the human soul, carrying 2 of the 7 souls, was frightened and fled. Although the guard's person is dead, his 1 soul and 2 spirits do not realize that they have become ghosts. Still kept going to and from work every day, until a handsome teenager came along and helped him discover it all. Silence. There was extreme silence throughout the security booth. The old security guard looked at Jiang Chu dumbfounded. It wasn't until this moment that he seemed to remember something. Yeah, it seems like I died that day. I also witnessed my body being eaten by the mother and son of the Chen family. I told you how my old partner has been crying at home every day for the past 2 days, and my sons and daughters, whom I haven't seen for a long time, have returned. So, they're giving me a funeral. Jiang Chu stood up. Go back, old brother, and after a visit to your family, it's time for everything to return to dust. I'll see you in another life. He stretched. Turn around and leave the security booth. The original security room that was still lit up under this rainy night. The moment Jiang Chu left, and it became dull. Only a gust of cloudy wind blew the door of the security booth, then closed it heavily. Silent departure. While looking at it, the security booth appeared to have been abandoned for a long time, and it was covered with quite a bit of moldy moss. Jiang Chu did not strike at the old guard. He was able to tell that this old security guard was not a bad person, instead there was some faint golden light on his body. That's the breath of the nation. I believe that in his younger days he would have been in the military, a veteran. It was also the shroud of the golden light of national fortune that allowed this 1 soul and 2 spirits of his to not dissipate at the first moment of his death. And with the story out of the way, it's time to get down to business. It's all a bunch of damn things. Li Tsuehong himself is a wimp, and he still has the face to kill so many people after his death. As for that Chen family up and down, it's even more so that then I have even less to worry about. Jiang Chu grinned. The figure disappeared into the heavy rain. The peaceful neighborhood had long since been deserted. It wasn't just the Chen family up and down that died in the small area, even her entire building, a full 27 people didn't come out alive. The other tenants have long since moved. The neighborhood is desolate and littered with garbage. From time to time, you can still smell some rotten stench. Jiang Chu followed the road signs to guide him. It's right up to the 4th building in the neighborhood. The area has been cordoned off. The whole building was eerie, shrouded by an inexplicable layer of ghosts. What a heavy resentment. It seems that Li Tsuehong's resentment has elevated quite a bit more, to the point that it's all formed into a ghostly spirit. I'm afraid that all the people who died in this building have also become her ghostly slaves, trapped in her spirit for eternity. Ding! The host triggered the system mission, the soul return event. After completing the mission, you can get a reward, 30 years of corpse chi, 3,000 corpse chi points. Jiang Chu's brain system voice rang out at this time. This still triggers a mission? Not a lot of corpse points given though. But Jiang Chu was still satisfied. Because originally, this time he had come to experiment with divine powers. First, gather all those severe ghosts in the building, and take advantage of the rain to take away a wave of heavenly thunder. Jiang Chu had already arranged for them to die. Ray method of frying fish, think happy. For outsiders, this place is full of grievances and dangers. For Jiang Chu, this place that's the dessert of the meal, and you can have as much fun as you want. He stepped right inside the unit. Just as I reached the front door of the 1st floor, I heard the sound of babbling. Jiang Chu was enraged at that moment. Nappy, in the middle of the night can't you pay attention to the influence? I'm a bloodthirsty flower young stiff, how can I listen to this? Bump! He kicked his foot right in the door of that room. The iron gates were unbeatable under his physique. Straight up kicked to pieces. And Jiang Chu's silhouette directly stepped inside. What man? In the middle of the room, a middle-aged bald man covered in tattoos was startled by the loud noise. At his side was a rather scantily clad blonde woman. The woman seemed like she was startled. Hiding behind the bald, burly man. The bald, burly man was not a cop when he saw clearly that the visitor was not a policeman, but just a skinny teenager. The original fear disappeared. With a fierce look on his face, he grabbed a watermelon knife right from the side. Where did the little brat come from? Spoiling the good things of the old man. Get lost, or I'll chop you up in minutes. Jiang Chu ignored it, not even changing his expression a bit. The continued approach towards the strong man. The tattooed man froze. What the hell? In the past, when this tattoo of his was revealed, together with the knife in his hand. Don't say it's a little kid like the one in front of you, even if it's 3 or 5 people, they have to be afraid. But this kid right here, what's going on? Dude, you know the first come, first served rule. How about, I'll go first, and you get in line behind me? The tattooed man conceded. He was okay with scaring people, but he didn't dare to really cut. Not to mention just for a broke-ass shoe that you pay to sleep with. Jiang Chu still ignored it. The tattooed man gritted his teeth. Kid, don't you go too far. I paid for it. How can you let me be the first? Big deal, I'll pay for you later too. Jiang Chu frowned. A trace of corpse chi erupted from his body, and a red light flashed among his eyes. Get out. The tattooed man's eyes cleared then. Okay big brother, I'll. Pust. He hadn't finished his sentence. Behind him, a palm directly pierced through his chest. The tattooed man turned back sluggishly, and his entire body instantly fell to the ground dead. Chapter 99, Vampire, you don't want to play for free? The power of the heavenly talisman. The blonde pulled her palm out of the tattooed man's chest in disgust, put it on his lips and licked it. Only then did she throw a wink towards Jiang Chu. Little handsome, it's rude to disturb someone's pleasure. But I look at you so handsome in the sake, tonight we'll be free to let you play a little still not fast to come, people but rarely with boys overnight. She made a pathetic face. That was said as if Jiang Chu had taken much advantage of the situation. Jiang Chu's face twitched. Nima. It's not enough that people are so green tea, how come there are so green tea in ghosts too? You smoke and drink and sleep with guys you just met, but you're still a good girl, right? Jiang Chu's palm waved. Buzz. Shasta. A corpse chi began to coalesce above the void. Almost blinking, 9 corpse talismans then appeared in the middle of the void. Jiang Chu grinned. Kind words are appreciated, we'll play again sometime in the next life. After saying that his finger pointed. Go! The 9 corpse talismans turned into a terrifying white light and pierced towards the blonde woman. The blonde woman's face, which was originally showing off, froze. She stared dead at the talismans that were coming towards her. Stinking man! You don't want to play for nothing. Bump! The corpse talisman exploded on her body. The female ghost screamed miserably and her body exploded. The power of the 9 talismans together directly shattered the entire house. Host kills colorful ghost *1, gaining plus 200 corpse chi points. In Jiang Chu's mind the system beep sounded. This divine ability is really powerful. It even comes with a long-range attack. Jiang Chu glanced at the effect caused by the Tong Tian talisman. Expresses great satisfaction. It certainly made his means a little more comprehensive as well. Although the previous avatar was strong, if we were talking about long-range attacks, it's really all inferior to the corpse Tong Tian talisman by a mile. After solving this female ghost, Jiang Chu did not stay either. The best way to lure out the severe ghosts in the whole building is to go straight to the main man. Li Tsui Hong seems to be staying in room 804. Jiang Chu recalled what the old guard had said earlier. His figure began to flicker almost instantly. The gift of shuttling opens. Next, it was a straight shot to the 8th floor of the unit block. Sure enough, the resentment within the entire 8th floor was far from being comparable to any other place. This resentment almost coalesced into substance. If an ordinary person were to stay here for a few seconds, they would be able to directly activate all the grievances in their hearts. Jiang Chu looked at the door number on the room. Found room 804. His hand grasped the doorknob with gentle pressure. Splat. The door to the room was pushed open. The imagined hell-like scene did not appear. Instead, a beam of light reflected into Jiang Chu's eyes. Inside the room, warm-colored lights came on. Definitely warms the heart for no apparent reason on this cold, rainy night. It's not a very big house, but the arrangement was cozy, and it was clear at first glance that the room's hostess was a woman who knew how to live. In the living room, Jiang Chu saw a little girl, probably 6 or 7 years old, sitting barefoot on the floor watching a Peppa Pig cartoon. Next to her, there were 2 old men smilingly feeding fruit towards the little girl's mouth. In the kitchen, another middle-aged couple was busy. Every now and then a playful noise or two came in. Everything seemed extraordinarily beautiful. Jiang Chu's sudden arrival was like a break from this comfort. The gazes of everyone in the room looked in Jiang Chu's direction. The woman who was busy in the kitchen opened her mouth and smiled after a slight freeze. It's late at night, young man, are you in the wrong room? The fact that she was the first to speak meant that she was the highest in the house. Jiang Chu didn't answer at first. Instead, he looked around carefully. Sigh. Li Chui Hong, right? You said that if you were as strong as you are now when you were alive, you wouldn't have caused today's tragedy. I sympathize with what you are going through. If you only torture these 3 people, I really don't care about this matter today. But you killed more than 30 lives in this building, imprisoned them here, and accompanied you in this play that couldn't be more fake. It's really pretty damn good. Jiang Chu's voice wasn't too loud, but it fell on everyone's ears like a thunderbolt. The little girl suddenly began to cry. Unimaginable fear flashed in the eyes of those 2 old men who were feeding the fruit. And hatred. The middle-aged man in the kitchen smile froze in place, clutching his head in pain. Li Chui Hong's face also changed. The lights throughout the room, too, were flickering. A zippy electric current was emitted. My business. Don't need to be in your business. Get out of my house. Li Chui Hong's shrill voice rang out. Jiang Chu's eyebrows jumped. That's quite a mouthful, but what you say doesn't count. In that case, then you'll stay here forever. Buzz. Room 804 changed its look. What had been a cozy house became a bloody mess. The stench of rotting fishy odor rushed into his nostrils almost instantly. The old man, the child, and the man from before were all no longer alive. It became a puppet like a walking corpse. Some had large holes broken in their chests, and some had nothing but white bones left on their bodies, oozing. They looked at Jiangchu with sinister gazes, and after manifesting their true selves, they roared and lunged towards Jiangchu. Jiangchu shook his head. But it's not enough. Although the strength of these ghostly creatures was okay, they were all trash to Jiangchu. He didn't have time to take his time with these things. Jiangchu's hands. The stiff king's hammer appears. He slammed his hammer down towards the two nearest old ghosts. Bump! Neither of those two old ghost-faced pits said a word. The body was smashed in an instant. But here's the strange thing. After they were blown up, no system voice came from Jiangchu's mind. Instead, their bodies, in a frenzy of convergence. It was almost just a twinkle in the eye, and most of it had been recovered. Jiangchu was surprised for a moment. But it was not heated, and above his hands, two different forces flickered slightly. Shasta! It was as if time and space had been suspended in this room. Only Jiangchu's figure was unaffected in any way. And he landed on his feet. He already appeared at the side of Li Chui-hong's daughter. Jiangchu picked her up with one hand. This scene suddenly up and changed, leaving everyone unprepared. Even Li Chui-hong was frozen. Jiangchu grinned towards her. Come to the rooftop if you want your daughter's life. Having said that, Jiangchu once again unleashed the shuttle talent, disappeared into thin air. At this moment Li Chui-hong also finally reacted. The monstrous resentment in her body also completely exploded at this moment. Give me back my daughter. Rumble. In a flash, a terrible tremor emanated from the entire flat. All the haunts in the cell block were manifesting out. The building rose in a fog at a rate visible to the naked eye. Ghosts spread. Countless ghosts went crazy towards the roof of the building. Chapter 100. A single thunderbolt destroys 100 ghosts. Breaking through to the middle stage of flying stiffness. Packed talisman. Ka Chow. Thunder from the sky illuminates the night. The city is extraordinarily cold at midnight. Even the neon splendor of the buildings is a little less shiny. In the few seconds it took for Jiangchu to fall, the entire rooftop was surrounded by densely packed, severe ghosts. At a glance, there were dozens of them. The scene was scary. These severe ghosts were different from ordinary ghosts and spirits. They were all resentful ghosts that had been killed and transformed into ghosts by Li Chui-hong. The resentment in his body had almost condensed into substance. Let the entire rooftop be filled with this resentment. The heavy rain from the sky fell above and disappeared silently. It's not even in the same space and time. Li Chui-hong's figure also came slowly. Standing in the center of these severe ghosts, her body, blood red. The clothes were all completely red with blood. A terrifying aura emanated from his body. A pair of eyes stared at Jiangchu in death. Humans! Give me back my daughter. I'm going to send you to hell for all eternity. Sharp voice, from Li Chui-hong's mouth. No one could have imagined that this stern ghost would be an obsequious look in life. Jiangchu looked at almost all of the ghostly creatures in the entire building, all of them manifesting. A smile finally appeared on his face as well. Want your daughter? Yeah. As long as you can take this move from me, I promise to turn around and leave. The words came out. Li Chui-hong's entire complexion froze. An extremely unpleasant feeling also violently appeared in his heart. Next moment, all the severe ghosts then saw Jiangchu's body. A violent thunderbolt began to rise. This lightning went straight up into the sky. Almost just for a moment, the sky that was already pouring with rain. Rumble. The thunder exploded once again. And this time, the heavenly thunder did not appear out of nowhere. Rather, it seemed to have been inspired by Jiangchu. Rolling dark clouds were coalescing. The gusty winds blowing, alone, over the cell block. At first glance it looks like Armageddon. Only Jiangchu's body, the tyrannical might of thunder, was still blooming. Under this terrifying force, any and all evil and wickedness seemed as if it were a joke. Li Chui-hong's entire face suddenly changed drastically. Even the pupils of each and every one of those spiteful ghosts behind her were all bursting into contraction. Thunder spells. These ghosts, including Li Chui-hong, revealed unimaginable fear. Not big brother. You even know Thunderbolt. You're still here to tease us. The daughter is giving it to you. I don't want it. Li Chui-hong hardly thought about it. The figure flashed and turned to run. Want to go? Jiangchu pointed towards the sky. 5 thunderbolts. Heavenly thunder. Fall. Ka Chow. Under the night. A thunderbolt cut through the entire night sky. Carrying unimaginable power, it slashed down towards the rooftop. Tens of feet of heavenly thunder rolled down. Under this terrifying heavenly might, everything seems like a molehill. The ghostly spirit that loomed above the cell block. It's like rags. Under this thunderous might, it directly exploded into pieces. Boom! Thunder is unbiased. A direct smash on those sneaks. Dazzling white light swept through the entire building almost instantly. All the severe ghosts instantly burst into pieces without even uttering a scream. Even Li Cui-hong, who had already escaped to the edge of the land, was also under this strike of thunder. There was no resistance. It's completely gone. Thunder can be more than that. Ka-cha-ka-cha-ka-cha-ka-cha-ka-cha-ka-cha-ka-cha. The whole building was shaking at the moment. A huge crater appeared above the rooftop. Looking around, the entire building was directly split through by this strike. The building was constantly shaking, and cracks as dense as spiderwebs were spreading rapidly. Asterisk. Jiang Chu was also startled by this scene. He knew that the Five Thunders' orthodoxy was fierce, but he didn't expect it to be fierce to this extent. One hit knocked the building through? Luckily, there were no living souls in this building for a long time. Otherwise, I'm afraid that this alone is not even good enough to explain. Nappy, destroying buildings, those old boys at the Yellow Springs Bureau aren't going to make me pay for it, are they? Jiang Chu's face darkened for a moment. He only wanted to experiment with the power of the lightning method, he didn't want to lose money. This building must be worth tens of millions of dollars. Slipped and slipped. Jiang Chu turned around and left. As long as you're not there, the Yellow Springs Bureau is looking for you and you're dead in the water. Host kills Grievous Ghost *31, gaining plus 9,400 corpse chi points. Back home. It was in Jiang Chu's mind that the system's delayed voice sounded. 9,400 corpse points? A satisfied look appeared on Jiang Chu's face. Although Li Cui-hong is only at the peak of the third rank, within her ghostly spirit, together with those resentful ghosts, she is strong enough to be comparable to the middle of the fourth rank. Blasting her with the Five Thunders is still a bit of a big deal. Just now, when he had exerted the Five Thunders' positive technique's divine ability with all his might, the power had been nearly comparable to the heavenly tribulation of the young drought demon's emergence. Ding, the host has completed the system mission, the incident of returning to the soul, completing the mission, obtaining the reward, 30 years of corpse chi, 3,000 corpse chi points. At this time, in Jiang Chu's mind, the system's beeps appeared once again. Boom! Inside him, 30 years of corpse chi cultivation began to erupt. Now for Jiang Chu, 30 years of necromancy is not much anymore. It was barely more than a dozen breaths. All the corpse chi cultivation had then been absorbed. Jiang Chu glanced at his attribute panel. Name Jiang Chu. Identity, Purple Robe Stiff King, Unique. Zombie level, 5th order Flying Stiffs. Degree of evolution, 36%, medium. Treasure, Corpse * Purple Robe, Corpse * 5 Emperor's Money Shield, King of Stiffs Prison Hammer, Flat Infinity Stone. Essential aptitude, Stiff King Ascension, 2nd level, Corpse Spirit, Intermediate, Time and Space Mastery, Extremely Weak. Corpse Technique, Corpse Control Technique, LV. 3 minor, Corpse * containing Spirit Dispatch, LV. 3 minor, Corpse * Pseudo Turnover, LV. 3, Corpse * 5 Thunders Positive Technique, LV. 2. 5, Corpse * Tongtian Talisman, LV. 3 minor, Corpse Chi Points, 18,100, can be purchased from the System Mall. 30 years of necrophilia. It's just a 6-point boost in evolutionary value. But according to the degree of evolution, it had already broken through the middle stage of the Flying Stiff. However, the Corpse Chi Points did increase to 18,000 once again. It's not bad. Going around the mall, haven't really looked at the mall in 2 days. Jiang Chu directly opened the familiar System Mall. 18,000 corpse chi points when not upgrading skills is enough to splurge. And this one just opened. Jiang Chu's eyes instantly just lit up, because in the item bar of the mall, a golden-colored item had appeared. Item 5, Packed Talisman *1. Introduction, a one-time consumable talisman. After using it, it can conclude a contract with any species, any creature. Once the contract is completed, it will never be betrayed. Please use it with caution, do not conclude some strange creatures. Price, 3,000 corpse breath points. Chapter 101, a message from the old heavenly master. Master Dao is coming down the mountain. Any species, any creature? And never betray? Jiang Chu's face was delighted. That's a bit of an anticlimax. It's the equivalent of a 100% mandatory control talisman. In the future, if you fall in love with someone, you can just come to a charm. Immediately, they are able to make the other person a cow. Not only do you watch it during the day, but you can use it at night. Me juice. Jiang Chu's direct click to buy. Shasta. In his hand there was then an additional golden light. The golden light dissipated. A yellow talisman that emitted a special mysterious aura appeared in Jiang Chu's hand. There were 2 notches on top of the yellow amulet, which should only be used when concluding a contract. Jiang Chu gave a satisfied nod. 3,000 necrotic points is quite worth it, no doubt. After purchasing the contract talisman, Jiang Chu continued to look at the other items. Not seeing any other goodies, he had to give up. It seems that next time, we still need to upgrade the mall to level 4 first. It's already hard to get any eye-catching goodies in a level 3 mall. Jiang Chu was also telling the truth. As his strength broke through the level of a 5th order Flying Stiff, ordinary treasures were hardly into his eyes. Even though there were quite a few items within the level 3 mall. But there really wasn't much that was really useful to him at this stage. Right, there's also the Yellow Springs Bureau. Let's see if there's any good stuff in their warehouse. Anyway, points earned are not spent. Jiang Chu pulled out his cell phone. Before he could even open the Yellow Springs app, his phone showed quite a few unread texts. A customary glance. One of the top messages was sent by Zhuge Ling half an hour ago. The content is a video. In the video, they are supposed to have just come back from trying on clothes. Zhuge Ling was wearing a small, loose skirt. The white and pink skin was exposed, especially under the skirt, which was still bulging with unknown goodies. Behind the video, Jiang Chu also saw Chen Miui. His eyes lit up for a moment, and Chen Miui changed out of her original plain-colored clothes. Was putting a pair of white stockings on her slender jade legs. Even though it was only a glimpse, Jiang Chu nodded vigorously. The Taoist schoolgirl turns into a white silk imperial sister in seconds, enough of a contrast. But all of that is nothing compared to the video of the young drought at the end. It was then that they saw that the young drought had already taken off the clothes that Jiang Chu had given her to wear temporarily at that time. I wonder who picked out a maid's dress for her. Looking at the top half of the black silk, silver hair, double ponytails, and at least 36 billion lolitas. Jiang Chu nodded in a great mood. Send more, love it. Replied. Jiang Chu then continued to look at the other information. Most of it is a jumble of ads. But then Jiang Chu's eyes just stagnated. He saw a somewhat familiar ID, Fa Hi You Don't Know Love, and the avatar was a background picture of Longhu Mountain. The signature column reads, the handsomest master in the house of the heavenly master. Then a whole bunch of circle of friends selfies, some pretending to be deep, some intentionally handsome. The corners of Jiang Chu's mouth twitched viciously. It wasn't the first time I'd seen it, but I couldn't help but give a middle finger. This old celestial master was simply more middle-aged than an elementary school student. Drip. A timely message came through. It's a voice. Jiang Chu clicked on it and listened to it. Jiang kid, are you bad-mouthing Lao Dao behind his back again? I don't even need to count on my fingers, I know it's you. The message seemed random. But Jiang Chu was startled for a moment. He wasn't just some white guy now, but a zombie who had been dead for almost 10 days. Know quite a bit of information about the cultivation world. This old guy was able to send a message after he took one look at his circle of friends. Not a coincidence. Rather, this old guy might actually have a sense. Bullseye. At least Jiang Chu was far from being able to do that nowadays. The old man is up most of the night, so be careful that the little son won't be able to stand up in the morning. Nope, forgot, you shouldn't have been able to stand up a long time ago. Jiang Chu wasn't spoiled either, and disliked him in return with a single sentence. 3 question marks were sent across the room. This is immediately followed by a 60-second voice greeting. Jiang Chu didn't listen at all. A few dislikes for each other. Jiang Chu asked about the main event. Why are you looking for me in the middle of the night? The poor Taoist observed the heavens at night and realized that you might encounter a major calamity recently, but as you know, heavenly secrets cannot be revealed. Jiang Chu smoothly transferred 888. Speak human. Okay. The opposite side collects thieves fast. The tone of voice was much kinder. Someone's going to you one of these days, so be careful you don't get killed. Also, poor Taoist I projected that the second resurgence of the red moon may have to be brought forward. Taoist master in some time, may have to leave the mountain a trip. I'm not there may be some jumped up clowns. I will send you a parcel tomorrow, you pay attention to check. By the way, the parcel needs 1,000,000 checking charges. Jiang Chu. Oh. What the is 1,000,000 checking charges? This old thing, it's blatant blackmail. Get out. Jiang Chu replied with a word. You see another rush. $1,000,000 is too much if you think it's too much, let's talk about it. $500,000 is fine, you know, we are not rich under Longhu Mountain, the money you gave last time to build a road for the villagers, only a small half of it. Jiang Chu didn't believe half of the punctuation marks on this statement. Previously, when he traveled to Longhu Mountain, he was just an ordinary man, and he thought that this old man was also just an ordinary old Taoist. But now, Jiang Chu, however, was well aware that in terms of this old Deng's cultivation, I'm afraid it's not too much to say that I've made a great achievement. He wanted money, and with just a word, he was afraid that he wouldn't know how many people would line up to give it to him. Even the Yellow Springs Bureau is not expected to be an exception. But the old guy just loves to pit himself. And now it's selling out. Jiang Chu greeted the old Taoist cordially. Only then did the high-flying reply, got it. The old Taoist monk on the opposite side didn't care at all about what Jiang Chu's attitude was. Immeasurable Heavenly Father, thank you little friend Jiang for your 18 generations of ancestors. Blood loss of $1,000,000. Jiang Chu directly ended the conversation. But it's good to have that money. For him right now, it's also nothing at all. There's no telling what goodies that old guy could send himself. As for what danger he was talking about, Jiang Chu was completely indifferent. With Jiang Chu's understanding of that old man, the message of being able to buy it for 888 is purely attached. He approached himself this time with exactly this package. The Red Moon's second recovery is ahead of schedule? That's some important information, and there's also this old den going down. Hasn't he not come down from the Dragon Tiger Mountain for a long time? Could it be that? Is he rushing towards the Red Moon recovery? Jiang Chu rubbed his chin and thought for a moment, but there was no further thought in going on. That old man's level was not something that the current Jiang Chu could touch. For Red Moon recovery he knew very little even now, but he also had absolute confidence in himself. It wouldn't be long before he was sure enough to step into that circle of knowing enough as well. After breaking through the flying stiffness or not being able to slack off, strive to step into the 6th rank early, or even above the 6th rank. I always feel that above the 6th rank, maybe it's not the limit of those old things either. Jiang Chu muttered to himself. Rather, he didn't forget his business. Exiting the chat interface, he skillfully opened the Yellow Springs app. This time the event quest only gave 200 points, which had already hit after submitting it up. None of it requires any verification. This was also the privilege of Jiang Chu's 3rd level sequence. Nowadays, his points within the Yellow Springs Bureau after the last private reward from the Xie family and these 200 points. It's become 3,600 points. Fully 36 million. This wouldn't be a blast to spend it all in one wave. Tap the app's redemption mall. At once. A variety of categorizations are all over the place. This mall is the biggest benefit of joining the Yellow Springs app for ordinary cultivators. Even some sects simply couldn't resist the lure of the Yellow Springs Bureau Mall. No way. Those sects, even if they were strong, were deep in their heritage. If we're talking about the means to get the treasure. Not to mention patting a horse, even riding a rocket can't catch up with the Yellow Springs Bureau, which is the country behind it. It could be said that 90% of the heavenly materials within the entire world were in their hands. This was the reason why the Yellow Springs Bureau was able to encompass the vast majority of cultivators. In today's world, occupying resources that is king. Unfortunately, Jiang Chu wasn't an ordinary cultivator, and he wasn't even human. Naturally, a large portion of the things cultivators used he couldn't use. Jiang Chu's eyes fell directly on the column of side doors. To think that I, a titular purple-robed stiff king, am only able to find treasures from the side channels, bah, not cool. When we have the strength in the future, we have to make the Yellow Springs Bureau treat the side sects as orthodox. Chapter 102 Sudden System Tip, Origin Secret Treasure Fragment. Cursing, he opened the page. Clicked on the search term, zombie. All of a sudden there was a lot less stuff down there. Only a few pages remain. However, Jiang Chu's eyes lit up as he watched, because he was surprised to see a familiar elixir. Corpse Breath Elixir. Above wrote a note, this Dan is the zombie corpse gas will be transformed, living people cannot take, be careful to buy. And only 100 copies. The price is even quite cheap. Only 10 points are needed to be able to purchase it. So cost effective? It seems that the mall is also not bad, although zombies are niche, but the same, about what it needs is also very cheap. After all, the living people to buy corpse chi Dan is not much use. Fortune bought it. A mouthful of straight rounds of 100 servings. Jiang Chu continued to look at the other items. Zombie teeth. Introduction, teeth from 100 years of zombies, nothing one use, you are not a zombie, just look at it. Zombie black dog blood. Introduction. After continuously rummaging through 2 pages, Jiang Chu wasn't seeing any of what useful information. Forget it, these things aren't as good as my mall, go check out the other categories and take your chances. Jiang Chu closed the current page and rummaged through the other categories. Have to say, the treasure trove of the Yellow Springs Bureau is just awesome. All kinds of exotic treasures are available. There were even pills to aid in breakthroughs. It was a full hour of watching. Ding! The host has discovered special origin exotic treasure fragments, please purchase them. In Jiang Chu's mind, the system voice suddenly sounded. Jiang Chu's entire body was also stunned after hearing this voice. Special origin exotic treasure fragment? What the hell? But surprisingly, even the system was alarmed. His eyes fell directly on top of those items on this page. It was only then that I realized that I had flipped to one of the other categories in the mall. There's something in here. Most of them are edges, or things that are not even recognizable. It is of the type that is useless to eat and discard. After a few looks, Jiang Chu's eyes then locked onto an item. This item. Surprisingly, it was a piece of vine that had broken off long ago. It seemed like the rhizome of some special item. Name, unknown. Role, unknown. Description, an unknown species of vine that cannot be identified by current technology, but according to investigations, there is a high probability that this vine is the vine of some aquatic plant, but is unlike any modern species, and gels as if it were something that has been handed down from the ancient past. Note, not recommended for the average person, unless of course you have a lot of money to burn. Price, 2,000 points. Jiang Chu, 2,000 points? Nima, why don't you go grab it? A thing that doesn't even know what the hell it is, and it has the audacity to sell it for 2,000 points. No wonder no one bought it. If it wasn't for a system beat that appeared just now, Jiang Chu guessed that he wouldn't even look at it and would just skip it. But the system thing. It shouldn't just pop up and screw you over for no reason. But, let's see how it goes. Jiang Chu looked at the remaining points. Straightforward click to buy. They were sent from the Yellow Springs Bureau headquarters. It takes a day to deliver. Done with that. Jiangchu stretched. Sleep. The words are split. 100 miles outside of Jiangbei City, there is a small county named Jinling. Gold Spirit County is ordinary and not really different from many counties. Even before the recovery of the Red Moon, it was all just towns, nowhere near the size it is today. However, Goldring County has grown quite rapidly over the years. Simply because in the center of the county, there is a large temple with a century-old legacy. Lingyun Temple. It is also one of the most famous temples in the world. Although Lingyun Temple was only at the back of the list among these temples. However, since the revival of the Red Moon, Lingyun Temple has frequently revealed its ability to be able to subdue and eliminate demons. It has a reputation in several surrounding cities. The incense is very strong. The location where Lingyun Temple is located is a half mountain on the outskirts of Jinling County. Even if it's late at night, incense still curls up inside the temple. Up the hill on the bluestone path, two figures were heading towards Spirit Cloud Temple. One of them was none other than Monk Pureheart. Next to the Pure Heart monk, there was an additional man cloaked in a hat. The man was about 27 or 28 years old, with long hair and not exactly eye-catching looks, but he seemed to have a smile sketched on his face at all times. The eyes hid something indescribably odd. Pure Heart, your place is quite nice. I can tell you've made a lot of black money, right? The only one who could address Monk Pureheart so casually was naturally the Dark Abyss general leader. Pureheart also revealed a smile and replied respectfully. Where do you come from, Lord General? My Buddha does not speak of money, but only of destiny. These are just the karmic laws that come from those givers who give. The corners of the young man's mouth grinned and his laughter grew louder. Alright, don't pretend in front of me. I've heard about your means of raking in money for a long time. Planting evil ghosts and having people deliver money at your doorstep is indeed a good method. I like it. Sculpture is not enough, times have changed. We Buddhist temples have to survive too. Learning from certain oxymorons of the Taoist sect, sooner or later we will starve to death. The two men talked. Already, he was walking outside the small gate of the Spirit Cloud Temple. There were already a few big bald monks waiting. One of the leaders was already in his 60s, but the essence is still extraordinarily good. Amitba Buddha, old lineage Dusty Heart, see you, Scholar White Willow. Hakoryu also gave a casual nod. You're welcome, Dust Dharma presiding officer. A few brief words were exchanged. The group then quickly disappeared into the night and entered a Zen room. Sit here. As usual, Shiranui leaned back in a yellow pearwood chair with his legs crossed. Dust Dharma presiding officer, I'll make it short. This time I've come by the order of the king. Lingyun Temple and I, Dark Abyss, are cooperating, and we are holding our sincerity. As long as this success is accomplished, at that time, you'll be my Dark Abyss's 7th general head in the Great Xia. Even if you were to advance some more, it would not be impossible for you to become the first general head. Monk Dusty Dharma nodded his head as well. Don't worry, White Cultivator, since we're cooperating, naturally I won't go back on my words. After all, I still have to rely on that Lord Sovereign to suppress the demonic seed in my body. Very good. Hakoryu was satisfied with Dust Law's attitude. Now that the drought demon's essence blood has arrived, the essence blood of this legendary creature is enough to be used as a sacrifice as long as, in addition to the 365 children's flesh born at the Yin hour and the Yin moment that is needed, it can be left to you, Spirit Cloud Temple. The words came out. Old Monk Dust Dharma's face was also a bit more serious. It is already being prepared, but only enough for 100 pairs at the moment. If it is an ordinary boy or girl from this county of Jinling County, it will be enough. But those born at the Yin hour and Yin moment are too demanding to be captured in a big way in Jinling County, or those guys from the Yellow Springs Bureau might notice. But the old lineage has already made preparations, just waiting for Pure Heart to return. Within 3 days, it will certainly be offered. Shiranui stretched gracefully and rose from his position. No need to tell me the process, I just want the result. 3 days later, I'll come and get it. He stepped toward the house, while passing by the old monk Dusty Dharma. The corners of his mouth hooked into a smile, patting his shoulder softly. Host, you have to work hard, or else, the next time I come, want to, can be your life. Hey! Splat! The door to the meditation room opened. Hakoryu's figure had disappeared. Only a red light seemed to flash in the moonlight.